In the enchanting realm of Wenxiu continent, in the fragrant nation, within the ethereal city of clouds, lies the Tang family estate. Within the serene confines of a pavilion in the backyard, an elderly gentleman clad in a flowing robe stands before a stone table, holding a brush with a poised hand, guiding it across a sheet of paper as if it were a living entity. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that his hand does not physically touch the brush, but rather, it is deftly maneuvered by an unseen force of true energy. From a distance, he appears to be a figure of leisure and sophistication, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Yet, just as he begins to compose, a sudden instability in his true energy causes the brush to tremble, resulting in an unsightly stroke on the page. The butler, busy preparing tea nearby, flinches at the sight, knowing full well that the elder's mood must be turbulent. Smash! As anticipated, the elder, who sought to quell his ire through poetic expression, slams the brush down onto the table, bellowing, "Bring forth that rascal." Is he awake? If so, tell him to come here at once. The heavenly creation cauldron, its true method of use lies in refining the soul of the cauldron, embodying it. I have erred in my cultivation from the very start. Despite my utmost efforts, I cannot advance further in the alchemical path. In a daze, Tang Yan mutters a few words, only to suddenly awaken with a start. Did the heavenly creation cauldron explode, leading to my demise? How is it that I still possess consciousness? Upon regaining his senses, Tang Yan realizes he is reclining on a sumptuous couch, surrounded by opulent decor. A torrent of information floods his mind, as two disparate memories converge, causing him excruciating pain. After a moment, he exhales deeply, gradually alleviating the ache, and begins to sort through this newfound memory, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. He hails from Earth, a mysterious alchemist of the inner Jianghu. The practice of cultivation has existed since ancient times in Huaxia. However, as the ages progressed, these practitioners concealed themselves, scattering among mountains and cities, forming what is now known as the inner Jianghu. The explosion of the heavenly creation cauldron has inexplicably granted him a second life, reincarnating within the body of a youth bearing the same name, Tang Yan, who is, rather notably, the eldest son of the Tang family. Realizing the privilege of his esteemed identity brings him some solace after all. He is a young master, making his rebirth not entirely in vain. Yet, Tang Yan's countenance soon darkens. This world holds martial prowess in the highest regard, with cultivation levels classified into 5 tiers: Heaven, Earth Profound, Yellow, and Yuan, each divided into 9 ranks. The previous host's strength was shockingly limited to the second rank of the Yuan tier. Beginning cultivation at the tender age of 6, even a dog could achieve the 3rd rank of the Yuan tier. As he reflects on the previous actions of this individual, Tang Yan nearly yearns to return to the past. If one were to chronicle the life of this fellow over the span of 16 years, an apt title might well be How a Wastrel is Forged. He himself, commencing lessons in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting at 5, delve into martial arts and alchemical texts. By 7, he entered the alchemical path, earning the moniker Little Alchemist King by the age of 24, and attaining the title of Grandmaster Alchemist at 38, capable of refining 9th-grade elixirs. In the vast world, few could rival his prowess. Countless individuals within the inner Jianghu owe him debts of gratitude for his potions, having received countless favors. Even the pinnacle of cultivators must address him as the alchemical sage. In stark contrast, the previous incarnation of Tang Yan is deserving of a swift demise. The reason for his transmigration stems from an incident where the former host attempted to seduce the city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue. His nefarious intentions were thwarted by the timely intervention of Lu Ji, the young master of the Lu family, who crippled his dantian and left him gravely injured. This body, already weakened by indulgence, met its end due to the injuries sustained, inadvertently merging his soul with this frail vessel. Though he senses something amiss regarding the attempted assault, his mind remains clouded from the recent transition. Just as he begins to ponder further, a melodious voice interrupts. "Young master, trouble is brewing. The master calls for you." A flustered maid rushes in. "I am aware," Tang Yan replies nonchalantly, adjusting his attire. "The master insists that you hurry," over observing her young master dawdling. Xiaocui grows anxious, offering a quiet nudge. Upon hearing Xiaoqui words, Tang Yan pauses, ruffling her hair with a smile, it seems quite urgent. At this moment, Tang Yan is no longer the previous waste of potential. He understands his grandfather's summons is not merely for pleasantries, it likely entails a reprimand. Why should he hasten to receive scolding? Moreover, his mind is still muddled should he utter a misstep. The elder's wrath could cost him dearly. Yet, knowing his grandfather's temperament, if he fails to comply, the elder will undoubtedly come seeking him, and he may face a beating. Very well, I shall attend to it now. Fetch me a proper garment. Young master, your attire, Xiaocui replies, swiftly retrieving a robe. As Tang Yan accepts the robe, his expression darkens. The soft satin robe is riddled with numerous tiers, adorned with garish jewelry. Such an eccentric garment. Even with his vast experience in the previous life, he has never encountered anything quite like it. Is this mine? Young master, is this not your favorite robe? It took Wang Pa 7 alterations to perfect it, Xiaocui whispers, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at the young master's unusual demeanor today. Remove all the gold embellishments and keep them safe. Discard this wretched garment. Bring me something presentable. Tang Yan nearly sputters in disbelief, lamenting the absurdity of his predecessor. Had he devoted even half the effort to cultivation as he did to such frivolities, he would not have been reduced to a crippled state. Once attired in a dignified robe, Xiaocui observes the once arrogant young master and is suddenly struck by an incredulous thought. Has the young master turned over a new leaf? With the memories in tow, Tang Yan strides towards the backyard. From afar, he spies a robust elder, brush in hand, seemingly lost in tranquil contemplation. However, with his keen perception, Tang Yan senses a barely concealed ire emanating from the elder, which, as he suspected, is directed squarely at him. Greetings, grandfather. Tang Yan approaches, his heart racing. The elderly butler, Missouri Bo, remains silent, whilst the surrounding servants dare not utter a word. Though the elder's expression lacks visible anger, the palpable tension in the air is stifling. This oppressive silence is shattered upon Tang Yan's arrival. Smash! Crack! The elder slams his brush down for a second time, the brush's handle splintering under the force. You little rascal! Have you consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? Your past of idleness and misdeeds is one matter, but now emboldened, you dare attempt to assault the city lord's daughter. And worse, you've failed. You have brought shame upon the Tang family. The elder's ferocity is undeniable, his words cutting deep. To fail in such an audacious act is indeed a disgrace. At 6 years of age, I assessed your martial aptitude, inheriting the illustrious bloodline of the Tang family, blessed with superior talent. Had you devoted yourself to diligent cultivation, you would not be reduced to this state of a crippled Dantian. This folly is your own, doing. You deserve the punishment you received. Where might I go to seek justice for you? Chapter 2. A ray of hope. Upon hearing Tang Ling's furious tirade, Tang Yan remained silent, well aware that although his grandfather was vociferously irate, deep down, he harbored a profound affection for his only grandson, especially given that his father had been missing for many years, and he had neither uncles nor brothers. As the sole heir of the Tang family, he understood his grandfather's underlying concern. Tang Yan contemplated his current predicament. His Dantian had been rendered useless. Though he possessed the knowledge of concocting the medicinal formula for the sustaining pulse pill, the reality of the 9th rank alchemy path loomed large. Sustaining pulse pills were of the 6th rank, and in the entire Tianxiang kingdom, 4th rank alchemists were scarce. Who could he possibly seek to refine a 6th rank pill? Furthermore, how would he cultivate further? Without the means to protect himself, he would be obliterated in this martial world. Tang Ling pondered the unusual behavior of his grandson. Typically, when bullied, Tang Yan would demand vengeance, yet today he was oddly compliant. What astonished Tang Ling further was that this grandson, who usually adorned himself flamboyantly and acted carelessly, was now dressed modestly and uprightly. Had he experienced a change of heart? Observing his stance, though his head was bowed in silence, he stood with a straight posture that revealed a hint of dignity. Fortunately, Imobo had arrived in time. Had he delayed further, that little scoundrel from the Liu family might have resorted to more sinister means. You must be cautious and avoid creating unnecessary troubles. Should you dare to stir up mischief again, I shall enforce the family rules. As Tang Ling glanced at his silent grandson, he pondered what Tang Yan was truly thinking. Despite the destruction of his Dantian, Tang Yan had never shown enthusiasm for martial cultivation, and Tang Ling had never harbored expectations for his prowess in the martial arts. He merely wished for him to live a peaceful life and carry on the Tang family's legacy. Today, however, the young master seemed different. The ever-silent old steward suddenly spoke up, and Tang Ling nodded, sighing, "I can't help but wonder if it's merely an illusion. Perhaps his recent illness has altered him. I cannot predict what he will become in a few days. If he has indeed changed, we should hire a few teachers for him to learn some business acumen. That way, he could excel in managing affairs, providing him with a viable future." Unbeknownst to Tang Ling, Tang Yan was lost in his own worries as he walked back, troubled by the reality of having crossed into this world with a ruined Dantian. An abysmal start. He couldn't help but think of the creation cauldron. Had it existed, he could have utilized it to cultivate anew. Alas, the cauldron had fared worse than him, reduced to ash. Though incapable of controlling the alchemical flames for pill refinement, Tang Yan was not one to remain idle. He turned and headed toward the library, eager to acquire knowledge about this world, particularly concerning herbs, which were fundamental to alchemy. As he perused several books, a smile crept onto his lips. Despite the cultural differences from his homeland, the names, properties, and effects of the herbs bore striking similarities. Even so, Tang Yan meticulously examined each page, committing the discrepancies to memory. When he glanced out the window, he realized the sun had already set. Feeling the protest from his stomach, he chuckled and returned to his courtyard. After enjoying a modest dinner prepared by Xiao Chui, Tang Yan sat on his bed, carefully organizing his thoughts. His fate was indeed remarkable. A forceful breakthrough had led to the explosion of the creation cauldron. Yet he had somehow soul-transcended into another world, granted a second chance at life. However, the circumstances of his original self were equally vexing. His father had vanished a decade ago, and with his own lack of skills, the Tang family, despite being a prominent clan in Yun City, would face ruin should his grandfather pass. He could not afford to remain idle. He must regain his strength. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to attempt whether his soul's transmigration would yield miraculous results, enabling him to cultivate once more. Settling cross-legged on his bed, he calmed his mind, focused his breath, and sought to enter a meditative state. 5 minutes passed without a response from his Dantian. A quarter of an hour passed with no reaction. An hour elapsed. Yet still no sign of movement. In his previous life as a 9th-rank alchemist, he had often spent 10 days to half a month before the cauldron, possessing formidable resolve. However, after half a day of silence from his Dantian, Tang Yan felt a growing irritation. Was he to be deprived of the opportunity to cultivate? Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, an incredibly familiar and vast aura suddenly surged from his sea of consciousness. Tang Yan's spirit jolted. This aura was none other than the creation cauldron. He quickly settled his mind and immersed himself in his sea of consciousness, where he beheld a translucent cauldron slowly revolving. The supreme alchemy scripture, seizing the essence of creation and refining the supreme essence. Practitioners must disperse their Dantian's power, breaking and then re-establishing to master the supreme alchemy scripture. A profound voice emanated from within the cauldron. Following this, a complex and lengthy stream of information flooded Tang Yan's mind. After a considerable time, Tang Yan finally digested this information, and a storm of excitement surged within him. Even though he had attained an extraordinary level of alchemical skill in his past life, requiring the cauldron for pill refinement, the supreme alchemy scripture implied that once a practitioner reached a certain level, they could transform their body into a cauldron and refine pills with even greater efficacy. How wondrous! Tang Yan praised inwardly, affirming that his earlier assumptions upon awakening were indeed correct. The ultimate secret of the creation cauldron lay in refining the cauldron's spirit, with the ultimate goal of achieving the unity of man and cauldron. In his past life, he had never grasped the methods for utilizing the creation cauldron, yet in this life, his fate aligned perfectly with the cultivation of the supreme alchemy scripture. What remarkable timing! As he began his cultivation, he gradually entered a meditative state through rhythmic breathing. Drawing upon his previous life's extraordinary experiences, combined with the innate talents of this body, he soon felt a warm energy coalescing in his abdomen. "My lord, the young master has not gone out today. He has entered the library." That night, in the study of the Tang patriarch, the chief steward Mo Bo reported in a hushed tone. "What?" Tang Ling raised an eyebrow, quickly inquiring, "Is that rascal spending the entire day in the library?" "Indeed," Mo Bo confirmed. Upon hearing this, An unusual expression crossed Tang Ling's face as he pondered the implications. That boy used to loathe martial training. He could never stay awake long enough to read a page. Now he has spent an entire day in the library. Does he truly know how to read? Or is he merely dozing off while surrounded by books? Bring me the titles he has read today, Imobo sighed, presenting a box he had prepared in advance. The young master has indeed read a considerable number of books today. Compendium of Herbs, Detailed Analysis of Medicinal Materials, Geographical Overview of the Continent, 2,000 Years of Tianqiang's History. As Tang Ling perused the titles, his expression became increasingly peculiar. Could it be that this boy has genuinely changed his disposition? In response to Tang Ling's words, Imobo expressed his congratulations. From the day of the young master's birth until now, he has never read as much as he has today. Perhaps he has truly changed. Nonsense. He has hidden a mountain of lewd picture books and scandalous histories. Tang Ling retorted angrily, continuing, however, it is indeed unusual for him to be engrossed in such literature. Let us observe for another couple of days. Chapter 3. The young master takes a dip as time ticked by. The warmth gathered within Tang Yan's dantian gradually intensified. Boom. Countless streams of energy surged from his sea of consciousness, flooding toward the fiery essence in his dantian, and soon a cauldron shape began to take form. With a muffled sound, the true energy within his dantian ignited as if a fire, scorching his meridians. Though the temperature was initially bearable, Tang Yan's skin soon transformed into a burning red hue. He intended to endure a bit longer, but upon noticing wisps of white mist emanating from his body and his consciousness dwindling, he could no longer bear it. Without time to dress, he burst through the door and dashed outside. Young master, where are you going? Xiao Chui, hearing the commotion, poked her head out the window. Under the moonlight, she was taken aback to see the young master in such a state, her mouth agape as her cheeks flushed crimson. She stamped her foot in embarrassment, but ultimately could not bring herself to follow him outside. Splash! In the stillness of the night, the sound of a great splash resonated through the backyard. Tang Ling, a master of the 8th rank, possessed exceptional hearing. His heart raced upon hearing that sound. It came from the direction of that rascal's residence. What on earth is happening? Emerging from his study, Tang Ling shouted, what is going on? Back to the patriarch, the young master has jumped into the lake for a bath. A figure stepped from the shadows. How outrageous! Tang Ling almost lost his composure. Just when he thought the boy had turned over a new leaf, he returned to his old ways within a day. It was autumn now, though not particularly cold. The lake's temperature at night was hardly suitable for ordinary folk. What madness had possessed him? Any lingering hope Tang Ling had for Tang Yan dissipated upon witnessing this impudent behavior. With a heavy sigh, he waved his sleeve and departed. Meanwhile, upon plunging into the lake, Tang Yan finally felt a wave of coolness wash over him, easing his discomfort. The supreme alchemy scripture was indeed formidable. During his first cultivation, he was not merely refining his dantian but rather purifying his meridians. The fiery true energy continuously tempered his veins, expelling impurities through his pores. After a night of turmoil, the energy gradually subsided, and Tang Yan slowly opened his eyes. How refreshing! Swimming to the shore, he stretched his limbs, sensing his newfound strength. Astonishingly, he had advanced to the 3rd rank of the Yuan stage overnight, marveling at the miraculous nature of this cultivation method. Perhaps due to his progress, his mind became increasingly clear, allowing him to perceive his current situation with greater clarity. The Tang family was in a precarious position, with hidden currents swirling within Yun City, and the intentions of the various clans to divide the Tang family's assets were glaringly evident. Yet as long as he lived, his grandfather's protective instincts would compel him to resist fiercely, rendering any attempts to usurp the family ineffective. Only upon his death would his grandfather lose his vitality, making the Tang family easier to conquer. If you wish to extinguish the Tang family, I shall not grant you your wish. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, and a subtle aura of menace lingered. The air around him pulsed with an undeniable presence, fleeting yet palpable, sending a shiver through the skilled practitioners within the Tang family. However, the aura was too brief. Could it have been an illusion? While the Tang family's experts remained in a state of uncertainty, Tang Yan had already donned a white garment adorned with golden trim, exuding an air of opulence. With a folding fan in hand, he appeared as a refined young noble, and were one unaware of his true circumstances, they might easily mistake him for a charming young gentleman. Although he had only achieved third rank in the Yuan stage, refining first-rank pills was a trivial task, thanks to his previous alchemical experience. However, the Tang family lacked even a single alchemical cauldron. Acquiring one would require significant funds. A standard cauldron would cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver, and to prevent Tang Yan from causing further trouble, his grandfather had confiscated all his pocket money, leaving him with a mere 30 taels a month. He would have to ask his grandfather for some funds. As Tang Yan contemplated how to broach the subject, a figure rushed toward him from outside. "Young master, where are you going? You should rest." "Imobo, what is the matter?" Tang Yan inquired, curious about the unusual urgency. It was rare for Imobo to personally deliver such messages for trivial matters. Imobo sighed. "Last time, there was a minor altercation between the young master and the city lord's daughter. The city lord's residence is seeking an explanation, and this time it could be troublesome. The person who has come is also from Maya Danfang, Miss Wu Xian." Maya Danfang. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the significance of that name. Renowned throughout the Tianxiang kingdom, Maya Danfang boasted numerous third-rank alchemists, with speculation that even fourth-rank alchemists could be hidden within its ranks. Typically, if a third-rank alchemist was publicly acknowledged, it was likely they had even stronger practitioners concealed within. The status of alchemists was inherently esteemed. Aligning with the Maya Danfang was advantageous. A second-rank alchemist could command respect in any city, with few daring to provoke them. It was rumored that Wu Xian, the chief alchemist of Maya Danfang, had reached the second rank before the age of 30. Additionally, it was said that she shared a close bond with the city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue. Could it be that Wu Xian was here to seek justice for Lin Dongxue? After years of development, countless individuals owed favors to Maya Danfang, and many sought to curry favor with them. If today's situation were mishandled, and Maya Danfang grew dissatisfied with the Tang family, those who relied on them for pills would undoubtedly turn against the Tang family. Although the Tang family held significant power in Yun City, they were not the most powerful, and this was merely a small city in Mobo. Did my grandfather wish for me to feign illness in order to elicit sympathy and subsequently placate the city lord's residence? Tang Yan pondered aloud. Mobo paused, surprised by Tang Yan's perceptiveness. "Let us proceed to the front hall. Though the Tang family may not be a flourishing clan, we will not yield easily. Even the city lord's residents must tread carefully when dealing with us. At least for now." Tang Yan chuckled lightly, striding toward the front hall. Upon hearing his words, Imobo was taken aback. Although the Tang family ranked last among the 4 prominent clans in Yun City, they still held considerable influence. Should they decide to mobilize their entire clan against any force in Yun City, even the city lord's residents would face significant repercussions. Though many coveted the Tang family's assets, as long as the patriarch remained alive, who would dare to brazenly harm Tang Yan? Watching Tang Yan walk confidently ahead, hands clasped behind his back, clad in luxurious white garments, Imobo's expression turned wistful. If only the young master had committed himself to martial training in his youth, surely the Tang family would have had a prominent presence among the younger generation in Yun City. Chapter 4. The film Emperor. Regardless of whether Tang Yan's Dantian has been ruined, the fact remains that he has provoked Miss Lin. The city lord's residence in Yun City has always upheld fairness and justice, refusing to favor any clan, yet we shall not tolerate provocations or insults from any family. The Tang family must provide an explanation to the city lord's residence. A middle-aged man spoke loudly within the main hall of the Tang family. "Is someone looking for me?" A warm voice resonated as Tang Yan casually walked into the hall, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Tang Ling glanced at his grandson, then at the helpless Imobo behind Tang Yan. He exchanged a questioning look with Imobo, who subtly conveyed a message of resignation and reassurance. At this point, Tang Ling realized that hiding was futile. He sighed, contemplating how to protect his grandson. 7 individuals had entered, 5 men and 2 women. Among them were 2 guards from the city lord's residence, 2 from Maya Danfang, and the middle-aged man was a guest of the city lord's residence. Qin Changdao. Tang Yan scrutinized Lin Dongxue. Her delicate eyebrows and captivating eyes, framed by cherry-red lips and a tall figure, radiated an innate nobility. He couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. No wonder he had dared to tease her previously. Beside her stood Wu Xian from Maya Danfang, exuding a distinct yet equally regal aura. Her eyes sparkled like ink, and her demeanor was poised and graceful, quietly commanding respect. "Miss Lin, Miss Wu Xian, it has been a while." Tang Yan greeted the 2 ladies with a smile. "Humph, it's hardly a reunion. I believe this is my first encounter with the young master." Wu Xian's cool voice interjected. "Mr. Qin, Now that Tang Yan has arrived, please state the purpose of your visit. Tang Yan, 5 days ago, you brazenly attempted to harass Miss Lin in public, tarnishing the reputation of our city lord's residence. Are you aware of your transgressions? Qin Changdao pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Yan. At this, Tang Yan leaped to his feet, indignantly pointing back at Qin Changdao. You speak utter nonsense. I have lived my life with integrity, honor, and self-respect. How could I ever harass Miss Lin in public? How dare you tarnish my reputation? Tang Ling gasped in disbelief. You still dare to speak of integrity and honor? Just hearing you say that makes my skin crawl. The expressions of the others froze, their faces akin to stone. The most notorious scoundrel in Yun City, when he opened his mouth, it was indeed a spectacle to behold. How dare you insult me? As a guest elder of the city lord's mansion, Qin Changdao held a position of great esteem and had not experienced insults for many years, leaving him momentarily speechless. When did I ever insult you? You are a high-ranking guest elder, a master of the Xian stage, while I am merely an ordinary person with a ruined dantian. How could I dare to insult you? I am merely refuting your claims. Miss Wuxuan, I have often heard people speak of your fairness and your willingness to stand up for the oppressed. Please, help me adjudicate. Is it right for the powerful to insult someone like me? A mere nobody? Am I committing a great offense simply by offering a rebuttal? The Tang family was once again taken aback. Could this young man have lost all sense of honor? Wu Xuan frowned slightly. Having heard of Tang Yan's notorious reputation as a debauchee, she had not expected him to be so eloquent in person. While your words carry some weight, we cannot take your word alone as truth. Tell me, if you claim that you did not have ill intentions towards Dongxue that day, then why did you approach her with such lewd remarks? And why did you attempt to pull her towards you? Tang Yan blinked innocently and replied, Miss Wuxuan, you misunderstand me. There were circumstances that day. What circumstances? Please enlighten us. I am eager to hear how you might twist your words further. Lin Dongxue wore an expression of disdain. Although she had little interaction with Tang Yan, his debauched reputation was well known to her, and his earlier disrespect had left her with no fondness for him. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yan seemed to reach a significant decision. He raised his head earnestly and said, People all over Yun City are saying I am a debauchee, unlearned and a scourge to the city. I assure you, I had no lewd intentions towards Miss Dongxue that day. The story begins 9 years ago. When I was 7, during a temple fair, the city lord brought Miss Dongxue to enjoy the festivities. Upon seeing her, I fell in love at first sight and planted the seeds of affection. I thought it was a childish infatuation, but as I grew older, my yearning for Miss Lin deepened. I realized I had no talent in martial arts. No matter how diligently I practiced, I remained an ordinary warrior. How could someone like me ever win her favor? Consequently, I fell into despair, living a debauched life in hopes of attracting Miss Lin's attention. However, I found that this only made her dislike me more. Just 5 days ago, I had the chance to see her up close again, with so much I wanted to say, but I was so nervous that my thoughts became muddled, leading to that unfortunate scene. In truth, I wanted to present her with a poem that I had spent 3 years composing, revising it over 5,200 times. At this point, a shy expression appeared on Tang Yan's face. Tang's grandfather was dumbfounded. After watching this brat for 16 years, it was the first time he had seen him shy. He could write poetry. He had revised it over 5,000 times. I had people watching you day and night, and I was unaware of this talent. But seeing the sincerity in the boy's expression, it seemed he might genuinely be troubled by love, leading him to neglect his pursuits, resulting in his earlier disrespect towards Lin Dongxue. Even Tang's grandfather felt deceived by this scoundrel, and the others were equally astonished. Especially Lin Dongxue. It was the first time someone had been so audacious towards her. Could it be that what he said was true? Had she wronged him? After all, she was a 17-year-old girl, and at that moment, she felt quite flustered. Wu Xuan, standing nearby, showed a complex expression. She had never interacted with Tang Yan and previously only heard rumors about him. Was it possible that all his misdeeds were merely acts to gain Lin Dongxue's attention? Many admired her, but none were as infatuated as Tang Yan. For a moment, Wu Xuan found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards Lin Dongxue. After a brief moment of distraction, the astute Wu Xuan quickly spotted a flaw and coldly responded, What you say, young Master Tang, is indeed moving and touching. However, I must ask, could you share this poem with us, so we might see it for ourselves? Although Tang Yan's performance was remarkable, the crowd was not foolish. Hearing Wuxuan's words, Qin Changdao reacted with a cold snort, saying, "I advise you not to plagiarize someone else's verses. I have been reading since I was 5 and am now 57, having perused thousands of books. The city lord's mansion is filled with learned men. Even if I cannot recognize the work, I can assure you, if I take it back, someone will know you have copied it, and you will not escape unscathed." Upon hearing Wuxuan's inquiry, Tang's grandfather inwardly cursed. He knew his grandson all too well. Just as he was pondering how to remedy the situation, Tang Yan's voice rang out. "Miss Wuxuan is right. Today I must express my true feelings to Miss Lin. Regardless of how Miss Lin perceives me after this, I will not argue any further. Someone, bring me ink and paper." Tang's grandfather felt a surge of anger. Did this kid think he was a reincarnated poet? He had never touched a book, yet he fancied he could compose a great poem? Soon, he realized he was mistaken. This little brat had indeed read extensively, including some rather scandalous materials. Could it be he intended to produce a vulgar piece? With this thought, Tang's grandfather felt his blood pressure rise. Moments later, a servant brought the writing materials, laying a large sheet of pristine paper upon the table. "Young Master Tang, you may begin." Qin Changdao sneered, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Although his martial prowess within the city lord's mansion was not particularly high, being merely a second-tier Xian master, his literary skills surpassed his martial abilities. Many documents within the city lord's mansion had been drafted or reviewed by him. As a guest elder, he was well informed about the affairs of Yun City, especially regarding the infamous Tang Yan, who was renowned for his lack of education. He eagerly anticipated Tang Yan writing a poor poem, relishing the chance to witness the Tang family's embarrassment. "Miss Lin, as I mentioned, I have spent 3 years crafting this poem, revising it 5,209 times. Today, I will present the 210th version, which also represents my feelings." Tang Yan disregarded Qin Changdao's remarks and continued. The crowd pondered this, appearing enlightened. 5,210. Wasn't he that a clever way of expressing "I love you"? The Tang family members couldn't help but give their young master a silent thumbs up. When it came to shamelessness, he was second to none. Lin Dongxue, who had previously held disdain for Tang Yan, found her anger and contempt lessening. His blatant yet heartfelt declaration, so out of place in this world, was refreshingly captivating. She even secretly resolved that if what he wrote was at all presentable, she would let the matter slide. "Please, young Master Tang." From the beginning, Wuxuan had not detected any hint of stage fright from Tang Yan. His confidence and composure piqued her interest in his poem. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write upon the immaculate paper. Everyone craned their necks to see whether his writing resembled a dog's paw or a cat's scratch. The title "Joy of Reunion" elegantly adorned the top center of the paper. There was no deliberate pause or hesitation. The 3 characters flowed effortlessly, their strokes bold and graceful. Tang Yan, tall and handsome, donned a long robe adorned with gold trim. Holding the brush, his focused gaze, combined with the elegant characters upon the paper, painted the image of a refined young man. Sophisticated, ethereal, truly handsome, Tang's grandfather's eyes widened in disbelief. While Mo Bo's jaw nearly dropped to his chest, the 2 elders had watched Tang Yan grow since birth. When had he learned to write so beautifully? Qin Changdao, too, was nearly speechless. Such exquisite calligraphy could emerge from this debauchee. Lin Dongxue and Wuxuan exchanged glances, astonished at each other's surprise. Such fine writing, Wuxuan generously praised, and even Qin Changdao nodded in agreement. Alone at the West Tower, the moon like a hook, the lonely phoenix tree deep in the courtyard locks the clear autumn. The first half of the verse flowed like a gentle stream, without pause or hesitation, as if he had practiced 1,000,000 times, resulting in such smooth and natural writing. When such delicate sentiments flowed from the pen, Lin Dongxue's heart fluttered like a startled deer. Qin Changdao furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment, wonder, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang's grandfather and Mo Bo had long lost track of their surroundings, as if trapped in a dream. Tang's grandfather pinched Mo Bo hard, and upon seeing Mo Bo's grimace, he realized he was not dreaming. Mo Bo wore a mournful expression, feeling utterly wronged. At his age, why was he being treated like a child? The emotions expressed in Tang Yan's poem resonated deeply. Unravelable and tangled is the sorrow of parting. It brings forth feelings that are hard to bear. After Tang Yan completed the first half of the poem, Lin Dongxue's heart raced uncontrollably. The two women regarded Tang Yan with expressions that shifted from disdain to curiosity and finally to heartfelt emotion. When the final line was delivered, the hall fell silent. Even Qin Changdao, who had prepared to challenge Tang Yan, found himself speechless, silently reciting the lines in his mind. At 57 years of age, he had never encountered a poem that evoked such poignant sadness. Tang Yan remained silent, allowing the moment to linger. Finally, Wu Xuan sighed. I never would have imagined that young Master Tang was such a passionate soul. Initially, I was skeptical and doubted your previous claims. However, after reading this poem, it is clear you have put forth great effort. Sister Dongxue, I believe we should put this matter to rest. What do you think? Having already resolved to forgive Tang Yan if he produced anything remotely acceptable, she found his poem not only satisfactory but profoundly moving. Each word was concise yet brimming with emotion. Unravelable and tangled is the sorrow of parting. It brings forth feelings that are hard to bear. Upon reading that line, Lin Dongshue's heart was thoroughly shaken. The poem's deep longing and unspoken affection were vividly portrayed, and though it was subtle and understated, it captivated all who heard it as the daughter of the city lord. Lin Dongxue quickly regained her composure. A fleeting blush passing over her cheeks, she glanced deeply at Tang Yan and said, I shall tentatively believe you this time. The city lord's mansion will no longer pursue this matter. Should there be a next time? Regardless of the reasons, the city lord's mansion will not be so lenient. With that, Lin Dongxue turned to leave. Just before exiting the grand hall, she suddenly instructed, Qin Kuching, this matter cannot conclude without proper resolution. Take that piece of evidence back with you. Without further delay, she hurried out without looking back. Qin Changdao, captivated by Tang Yan's poem, wasted no time in rolling up the paper to follow her. Young Master Tang, you have truly opened my eyes today. Although your reputation in Yun City is less than stellar, I see that you possess remarkable talent in poetry. If you were to focus on your literary skills, you would surely achieve great things in the future. There's plenty of time ahead. We shall meet again. Farewell. Wu Xuan left with a graceful bow. The remaining members of the Tang family finally regained their senses, with Tang's grandfather and Mo both staring at Tang Yan as if he were a rare flower. Sensing the elders' scrutinizing gazes, Tang Yan silently lamented. Perhaps he had overplayed his hand. Young man, did you truly write that poem? Tang's grandfather inquired nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of expectation. Of course, Tang Yan replied with a mischievous smile. Huh? Speak truthfully. Tang's grandfather was not polite, tugging at Tang Yan's ear in his urgency for answers. Feeling a sense of grievance, Tang Yan thought, what is happening in this world? Is it a crime to speak the truth? All right. Recently, I met a poor scholar. I found his poem quite good, so I purchased it from him. He advised me that if I could write well and present this poem, I might easily win the favor of some noble young ladies. So, out of curiosity, I memorized the poem and practiced my calligraphy. Tang Yan winced as his grandfather's grip tightened, but finally, the old man relented. Rubbing his sore ear, Tang Yan grimaced, Grandfather, I have resolved this crisis. Could you perhaps reward me with a few thousand taels of silver? Today, the city lord's mansion's request for an explanation had been smoothly resolved, lifting Tang's grandfather's spirits. However, upon hearing Tang Yan's request, his face darkened. What do you need so much silver for? Planning to squander it on indulgences? I warn you, if you dare to waste money again, I will break your legs. Tang Yan felt anxious. Without money, how could he purchase an alchemy furnace? How could he refine medicine without it? Rest assured, Grandfather, I will not squander it. Recently, I have come to a realization. I have been unlearned and unskilled. Now that my martial arts are lacking, I wish to abandon this path and pursue commerce instead. I merely need some silver to practice. Tang's grandfather's heart softened slightly. Although he still doubted Tang Yan's intentions, the reasoning was quite comforting. Very well. Go to the treasury and collect 200 taels of silver. If you achieve something worthwhile, I may consider giving you more. But should I discover you waste this money on indulgences, your allowance will be entirely revoked. Tang's grandfather issued his warning before turning to leave. Hearing this, Tang Yan felt a chill in his heart. Grandfather, I am your beloved grandson. The despondent Tang Yan was not a pessimist. After a short while, he gathered all his valuables, pocketed the silver, and with a folding fan in hand, set out with Xiaotsue. Since he couldn't obtain funds, he decided to stroll about, hoping to buy some low-grade herbs to concoct a basic vitality-enhancing potion. On the street, Tang Yan sauntered with a swagger, fanning himself as he strolled, his demeanor carefree and nonchalant. The ethereal quality he exhibited while writing poetry was nowhere to be found. Xiao Tsui tilted her head, observing the stark contrast in her young master's behavior. Could it be true what the ancients said, that one's nature is hard to change? Tang Yin took pleasure in surveying the bustling marketplace, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, casual conversations, and the clatter of labor. The various shops lining the street, inns, tailor shops, hardware stores, weapon shops, and blacksmiths, all exuded an ancient charm. Isn't that young Master Tang? Why aren't you at the Red Flower Pavilion? Instead, you're wandering the streets? I heard your grandfather cut off your allowance. Could it be that you can't even afford the company of the old maids there? A mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to investigate, Tang Yin discovered it was Lu Yuan, the third son of the Lu family. Lu Yuan was also a notable debauchee in Yun City, though he was in a better position than Tang Yin, as the Lu family had numerous members, many of whom were quite accomplished. Consequently, while Lu Yuan was a wastrel, his family did not lament the lack of promising successors. What, do you plan to give me money for my grandfather? Lu Yuan queried. Though he was well aware of the Lu family's ambition to absorb the Tang family, a not-so-secret desire among the noble families of Yun City. While he aimed to teach Tang Yin a lesson, he was also aware of the warning from his family. Never provoke Tang Yin, lest Tang's grandfather retaliate fiercely. Teach him a lesson. He needed to make sure Tang Yin struck first. Give me money? In your dreams. I thought young Master Tang was merely a wastrel with a ruined dantian, but it seems your mind is equally impaired. The venomous words provoked anger even in Xiao Tsui's eyes. You little dot, who are you calling mentally impaired? Do you want to fight? Tang Yin glared fiercely. You wish to fight me? Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Tang, it's not that I look down on you. Even if I were to lose an arm and a leg, I could still beat you like a dog. Tang Yan's eyes turned crimson, his breath quickening as he pointed angrily at Lu Yuan. You're merely at the 4th rank of the Yuan level. What are you so arrogant about? If you think you're so tough, how about a wager? If I can bring you down, you owe me 10,000 taels of silver. But if you manage to defeat me, I'll forfeit the 200 taels I have on me. Do you dare to take my bet? Lu Yuan's heart leapt at the prospect, for in the realm of martial arts, each rank was like a mountain. Although he often indulged in idleness, he was indeed of the 4th rank. This fool before him had his dantian ruined, and after years of debauchery, he likely couldn't even handle an ordinary person. 10,000 taels was beyond his means, but he had 2,000 winning would only yield him 200 taels, which hardly seemed fair. With a glint in his eye, Lu Yuan replied, How about this? If you win, I'll give you my 2,000 taels. But if you lose, you'll have to kneel and bow to me 3 times. What do you say? That fool from the Lu family thinks he can intimidate me. Tang Yin suppressed his eagerness to beat Lu Yuan senseless and leaped up, exclaiming, What? You think one bow is worth 1,000 taels? If I lose, I'll bow once. If you lose, 3 times. Lu Yuan couldn't contain his glee. Indeed, Tang Yin was a simpleton, and as long as he knelt, one bow would be no different from 100. If he could force Tang Yin to kneel today, it would be a significant accomplishment, and his family would no longer restrain his frivolous behavior. Resolute, Lu Yuan said, Very well, I'll give young Master Tang some face. If you lose, just a single bow will suffice. Young Master, we should leave. Chui'er, beside them, tugged at Tang Yan's sleeve, her voice thick with worry. Get lost. Just watch how I make him regret it. Tang Yan flung his sleeve aside. Young Master, Lu Yuan is just trying to provoke you, so he can humiliate our Tang family. Don't fall for it. Chui'er's voice grew more frantic. Lu Yuan observed her reaction, realizing that Tang Yan's dantian had indeed been ruined. However, if this simpleton allowed himself to be persuaded by Chui'er, his cunning would have been wasted. So, are we doing this or not? Lu Yuan pressed. Chapter 7. A single strike to defeat the enemy. The Tang family has always been known for their integrity. If we wager, we wager. However, we must agree beforehand that fists and feet are blind, and if anyone gets hurt, no one can be blamed. Tang Yin pushed Chui'er aside, rolling up his sleeves, eager to engage. Lu Yuan nearly laughed out loud. This fool had indeed revealed his thoughts. Young Master Tang, let us begin, Lu Yuan declared. Everyone, bear witness that it was young Master Tang who insisted on a fair fight. The exchange between the two had already attracted the attention of those around them. However, Neither the Lu nor the Tang family was to be trifled with, so no one dared to intervene, merely waiting to see Tang Yan bow to Lu Yuan. "Young Master Tang, may we start?" Lu Yuan inquired. "Of course, let us begin. But let me remind you, this fan in my hand is no ordinary fan. It is a magical treasure. The 18 ribs can transform into arrows, piercing through iron and gold with ease." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression changed. No wonder this fellow dared to challenge him. He had a treasure to rely on. Such magical items were rare and often difficult to obtain. Although Lu Yuan lacked such a treasure, Tang Yan, being the sole legitimate heir of the Tang family, would certainly have means to procure life-saving tools from his grandfather. Just as Lu Yuan was about to insist on a match without such treasures, Tang Yan shouted, "Behold the magic fan." With that, Tang Yan tossed the fan into the air, and it opened with a whoosh. Everyone, including Lu Yuan's 2 bodyguards, looked up with interest at the fan now unfurling in the sky in Yun City. Treasures like these were rare, and many aristocratic youths seldom had the chance to witness one. Lu Yuan's heart raced. He had foolishly come unarmed, and now he felt a surge of panic and anger. Tang Yan smirked, charging forward and delivering a swift kick to Lu Yuan's abdomen. The blow was both fast and fierce, striking Lu Yuan squarely in the gut. Lu Yuan, who had been gathering energy to withstand the fan's power, suddenly felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying to the ground. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Where was the promised treasure? How had Lu Yuan been thrown aside? Tang Yan, in his previous life as a 9th-tier alchemist, had endured countless hardships, honing his resilience and experience, leaving no opportunity for his enemies to recover. In the moment Lu Yuan was sent flying, Tang Yan lunged at him, mounting Lu Yuan and raining down blows upon his head. Lu Yuan, dazed from the kick and the fall, could hardly comprehend the onslaught of fists, which fell like rain upon him, transforming his eyes into a pair of blackened circles. Attempting to circulate his energy only caused him excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if countless needles were piercing him, leaving Lu Yuan drenched in cold sweat. The relentless blows reminded him that he was being beaten by someone he had deemed worthless. The thought of returning home, not only empty-handed but also facing the wrath of his father and ancestors, brought him to the brink of tears. Overwhelmed by shame, anger, fear, and pain, Lu Yuan finally succumbed to darkness as Tang Yan knocked him unconscious, as the fan fell to the ground. The crowd began to realize that there had been no magical treasure, just a sneak attack. "Ha, Lu Sanshao, you've fallen asleep," Tang Yan chuckled, rummaging through Lu Yuan's belongings and retrieving 2,000 taels of silver along with some loose coins. The onlookers twitched at Tang Yan's words. It was indeed a knockout. Yet, many looked upon the unconscious Lu Yuan with pity. Having been bested by the frivolous Tang Yan, who had shown no mercy, Lu Yuan had truly lost face, and the Lu family's reputation would surely suffer. "Wow, young master, you won." Only Cui Air thought her young master had triumphed fairly and brilliantly. "That of course, my young master is formidable." Tang Yan elegantly picked up the fallen fan, giving it a couple of gentle flaps before striding away with a swagger. Lu Yuan's 2 bodyguards finally reacted, hastily lifting him and rushing back to the Lu residence. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the spectacle of the fight would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation throughout Yun City. Meanwhile, Tang Yan, accompanied by Cui Air, strolled through the streets, contemplating how to utilize the 2,000 taels he had just won. Should he invest in a subpar alchemy furnace or something else altogether? After about a quarter of an hour, Tang Yan's gaze fell upon a street selling medicinal herbs. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind as he pulled out a 1,000-tael note and handed it to Cui Air, saying, "Take this money and head to Baichao Hall to buy 300 to 400 herbs, 1 tael of green sandalwood, half a tael of dried peony, and 2 taels of rice tree core." After listing over 10 types of herbs, Tang Yan finally concluded. Fortunately, Cui Air had a good memory and would remember everything as she took the silver note and headed toward the shop. Once she entered, Tang Yan immediately went into a nearby herbal shop. "Shopkeeper, I need 2 taels of crystal sand, 3 chen of pearl powder, 9 chen of stargrass, and half a tael of butterfly flower," Tang Yan called out as soon as he entered. Upon hearing Tang Yan's shout, the shopkeeper's face broke into a smile. Although the quantities were small, the 20 or so types of herbs would still amount to a significant sum. After weighing the items, the shopkeeper quickly calculated the total, leaving Tang Yan with just over 300 taels of silver. After asking the shopkeeper to package the herbs, Tang Yan returned to his previous spot, waiting for Cui Air. After some time, she finally emerged from the herbal shop. Sorry to keep you waiting, young master, Chuyer said, her eyes filled with guilt. That it's fine. Let's go, Tang Yan replied with a smile. He knew his servant well. She was diligent and had likely spent the time double-checking the weights of the herbs to avoid any mistakes. Where are we headed now, young master? Chuyer asked, relieved that he wasn't upset. Miao Danfeng, young master, what do you need to go there for? Chuyer's eyes widened in alarm. You aren't planning to cause trouble at Miao Danfeng, are you? Of course, I'm going to buy herbs for alchemy, Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. Chuyer sighed in relief upon hearing this. Following closely behind her young master, she discreetly observed his demeanor as they walked. His swagger remained, yet after years of serving him, she sensed a subtle change in him. For instance, when purchasing herbs today, he showed no signs of irritation despite her delay, which was unusual compared to how he would have reacted in the past. Chapter 8. Appraising pills. In the center of Yun City stands the Lord's Mansion, surrounded by the four great families in the east, west, north, and south. Given Miao Danfeng's current standing, it could easily claim the central position in 99% of cities within the Xiangxiang Kingdom. However, this vast organization chose a location slightly closer to the center than the major families, demonstrating a humility and lack of contention that earned Miao Danfeng the favor of the Lord's Mansion. After about a quarter of an hour, Tang Yan finally arrived at the entrance of Miao Danfeng. The establishment was quite expansive, with the front hall dedicated to selling lower-tier pills and various herbs. Upon entering, Tang Yan noticed the shelves were sparsely stocked. Greetings, young master. What can I assist you with today? A shop assistant greeted him with a welcoming smile. Tang Yan opened his fan and inquired, do you have any pills that can enhance one's vital energy? Our Miao Danfeng primarily offers two types of pills for that purpose, foundation pill and vitality pill, the shop assistant promptly replied. Tang Yan was familiar with both types of pills. They were both classified as first tier. The foundation pill was a low-grade first-tier pill, mainly used by martial artists at the Yuan level, while the vitality pill was slightly higher in grade, suitable for those at the Huang level and below. Although both types suited him, his purpose for this visit was not to purchase pills. With his limited funds, he would only be able to buy half a vial of foundation pill at most. Do you have any second-tier pills? Tang Yan closed the fan and patted his chest, declaring, I have plenty of money. The shop assistant's mouth twitched at Tang Yan's words, thinking he was asking for trouble. However, second-tier pills were not openly sold, and the assistant hesitated, saying, I'm afraid we don't have those. Tang Yan's eyes widened, and he slammed the fan onto the counter, exclaiming loudly, What? Miao Danfeng, with such a prestigious name, only offers first-tier pills for enhancing vital energy? His voice echoed through the hall, attracting the attention of everyone present. Fortunately, Miao Danfeng was not an ordinary establishment, and there were not many customers at the moment. You see, second-tier pills require a second-tier alchemist to refine, and their production is limited. They are only supplied to the major families and are not sold casually, the shop assistant patiently explained. Since pills are meant to be sold, and I have the money, why not sell me some? Tang Yan boldly asserted. The assistant, feeling anxious, knew that while Miao Danfeng was powerful, they did not wish to provoke unnecessary conflicts. Observing Tang Yan's handsome appearance, he deduced he was likely from a prominent family, and as a mere shop assistant, he dared not offend him. In the midst of their hesitation, the assistant found himself at a loss for words. Miao Danfeng has its own rules. Second-tier pills are rarely sold individually. However, since you have the money and rules are made by man, I will make an exception and sell you a vial of gathering chi pill, which is a second-tier pill just produced. An elderly voice, firm yet gentle, interrupted them as an older man in a gray robe stepped forward. His hair was gray, but his eyes sparkled with vitality as he strode confidently toward them. Master Ge. All of Miao Danfeng's staff greeted him with respect. Ji Ming was the grand elder of Miao Danfeng in Yun City, a second-tier alchemist, and held a higher status than Wu Xian. The gathering chi pill was a mid-tier second-tier pill with gentle medicinal properties, safe even for first-tier martial artists, ensuring their meridians would not be harmed. Thus, this pill was a preferred choice among the major families for training their promising young heirs. However, this pill was complex to refine, and even a second-tier mid-tier alchemist faced a significant failure rate. Tang Yan furrowed his brow, catching a whiff of burning in the air, and his gaze fixated on the elderly man. With keen insight, Tang Yan stepped forward and inquired, gathering chi pill? What is the price? The effects of this pill are well known. There are 3 pills in this vial, and if sold at auction, it could fetch as much as 100,000 taels of silver. I will not deceive you. I can sell it to you for 100,000 taels. What do you think? Guming stated, though he regarded Tang Yan with a hint of disdain. Tang Yan cursed inwardly at the old man's audacity. Just because it could fetch 100,000 at auction, he felt entitled to charge the same. Maintaining his composure, Tang Yan laughed heartily. Sounds fair enough. May I inspect the pills first? Oh? Do you think I would offer you fake pills? Guming's eyes flashed with coldness. Tang Yan quickly waved his hands. Miao Danfeng has stood for countless years with an excellent reputation. Surely you wouldn't tarnish it for a mere 100,000 taels. However, I have never seen a gathering cheap pill before, and I wish to verify its authenticity to avoid any mistakes. If you wish to see, then have a look. However, if you accidentally damage the pill, you will be held accountable for the loss, Guming replied, handing over the porcelain vial, his expression now laced with scorn. A mere youth without any visible energy fluctuations dared to act so arrogantly. Claiming he could appraise a pill? Tang Yan smiled as he accepted the vial, gently removing the cork and taking a cautious sniff before sealing it again. Have you appraised it? Guming's derision deepened at Tang Yan's casual approach. Yes, Tang Yan nodded. To appraise a pill, one must first examine its shape, preferring a smooth, rounded appearance. Second, observe its color, favoring uniformity. Third, one should sense the pill's spiritual energy, which typically requires the aid of specialized tools for those lacking sufficient strength. There are other more complex appraisal methods, but they were of little importance. This youth was clearly a novice pretending to know. Even the shop assistant wore a mocking expression, while Chuyer felt a wave of shame wash over her, knowing that appraising a pill was not as simple as just a sniff. Yet, after years of accompanying her young master through thick and thin, she had developed a certain immunity to embarrassment. Do you think the gathering chi pill is genuine? Guming pressed. Tang Yan contemplated for a moment, tapping his fan against his palm before saying, the pill is indeed authentic, but the price is negotiable. Oh? What price do you deem appropriate? Guming was already prepared to sell 3,000 taels. Will you sell it? Chapter 9. Recognizing herbs by scent. When Tang Yan announced his price, a brief silence enveloped the shop. All eyes turned to him, puzzled by this audacious youth who seemed to be causing trouble at Miao Danfeng. However, given the establishment's esteemed reputation and formidable strength, it appeared this young wastrel had bitten off more than he could chew. 3,000 taels. Upon hearing this price, Guming felt as though he had misheard. A sensation akin to a cat being toyed with by a mouse surged within him, and he was on the verge of exploding. With a sudden bang on the table, he roared, Young man, do you take Miaodong workshop for a mere playground? How dare you wreak havoc here? Master Go. What do you mean by that? Tang Yan looked at Guming in fright. Don't scare me. If you charge me exorbitantly, I will pay you back right here. How is that causing trouble in your establishment? Second-grade elixirs can be purchased for merely 3,000 taels of silver? Guming retorted, such a low price is an insult to the quality of the elixirs sold by Miaodong Workshop. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I fear that exiting the gates of Miaodong Workshop will not be so easy. Hearing the threat laced in Guming's words, Tang Yan chuckled lightly. Master Gu, these elixirs came from a single cauldron, didn't they? I had previously mentioned that they were just recently refined. What I mean is, from that cauldron, there are only these 3 usable elixirs. Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. Ji Ming, who was initially filled with rage, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief upon hearing Tang Yan's words. His elixir refinement space was completely sealed off, with no one present but himself. How could this young man possibly know? Reflecting back, aside from a few exchanges of words, the only interaction had been the young man sniffing the bottle's mouth. Could it be that by merely sniffing, he could ascertain that he had produced a batch of waste elixirs, leaving only 3 viable ones? Suppressing this absurd thought, Guming feigned calmness. It is quite normal for a cauldron to yield only 3 second-grade mid-tier elixirs. Do you think they are mere candies that can be easily refined? The fragrance of the elixirs was overwhelmingly rich, mixed with a hint of burnt aroma, evidently indicating that the last step of the refinement process had been delayed. At that juncture, there were 2 choices. Continue refining, which bore a 99% chance of failure, or discard some materials to provide protection for the elixirs, thus reducing the quantity and potentially affecting the efficacy due to uneven heating. Guming had chosen the latter. The world outside spoke highly of Guming as a second-grade high-tier alchemist, a title of great prestige. If he were to sell such elixirs for 100,000 taels, he would surely feel uneasy, possibly inciting inner demons regarding future alchemical pursuits. It would be better for this young man to simply offer a low price. Tang Yan reasoned with clarity and conviction. The onlookers were entranced, uncertain of the reality before them. This young man had merely relied on his sense of smell to deduce so much. Meanwhile, Guming's heart was already tumultuous. The young man's deductions were shockingly accurate. Observing Tang Yan's confident demeanor, Guming felt a stirring within and probed. As a second-grade high-tier alchemist, how could I make a mistake in controlling the fire during the refining process? Under normal circumstances, Guming would effortlessly refine mid-tier elixirs. The failure could only stem from two possibilities. Either Guming was unwell and unable to concentrate on the refinement, or there was an issue with the cauldron. Since Guming's condition seemed fine, it led Tang Yan to suspect that the cauldron was the problem. Did you recently acquire a new cauldron, Master Gu? After this, Tang Yan fell silent. At that moment, Guming's eyes went blank. A casual inquiry from him had been accurately guessed by this young man. He was certain that no one had been privy to his refining process. Furthermore, he had only replaced the cauldron the night before, a fact known to no one, not even the store assistants. This young man possessed an extraordinary level of insight. How could such a talented individual have a ruined Dantian? Could it be that this young man sought a pill to restore his Dantian? According to his experience, a pill capable of restoring a ruined Dantian would need to be at least 6th grade. Moreover, such pills were quite rare and difficult to concoct, their value potentially rivaling that of 7th grade elixirs. It seemed that Miaodong Workshop likely did not have a 6th grade alchemist, making the young man's aspirations destined for disappointment. No wonder he hadn't sensed any fluctuations of true energy from this young man. Young friend, your keen insight is admirable. I shall gift you these 3 elixirs, free of charge, as a token of goodwill. Guming sighed and handed the porcelain vial back to Tang Yan. The onlookers gazed at the vial with fervent anticipation. This young man had managed to obtain 3 second-grade mid-tier elixirs without any cost through mere words? Thank you, Master Gu, Tang Yan expressed with a bow, tucking the vial into his bosom without any reluctance. Since you have come, I presume you seek a pill to restore your Dantian? Guming offered with a rueful smile. Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Master Gu, I have other intentions for my visit. I wish to discuss a business matter. Oh? Guming regarded Tang Yan with curiosity, sensing that he was no ordinary individual, likely not seeking a trivial transaction. He extended a hand. Let us discuss this in the inner chamber. Have little Chui wait outside, Tang Yan instructed as he followed Guming into the room. Upon entering, a servant brought forth tea, and Guming smiled. I still do not know your name, young brother. Just call me Tang Yan. Jiming paused upon hearing the name. Tang Yan? Is that not the notorious scion of the Tang family? He quickly reconsidered. With so many individuals in the world sharing names, surely this was another young master. He smiled. What business do you wish to discuss with me, young brother Tang? I wish to borrow a cauldron. Tang Yan stated plainly. Borrow a cauldron? How might that work? Guming was increasingly intrigued. To borrow the cauldron for 2 hours, I can refine within the premises of Miaodong Workshop without needing to move the cauldron. I intend to concoct a batch of elixirs and hope that Master Gu can accommodate my request. After a moment's contemplation, Guming replied, refining requires soul power, perception, and true energy. With your ruined Dantian, having a cauldron may prove futile. Do not worry about that. The elixirs I plan to refine are of a lower grade, making the requirements less stringent. 2 hours Guming pondered before arriving at a decision. That can be arranged, but since this is a business transaction, what benefits can Miaodong Workshop expect in return? Tang Yan quickly calculated in his mind. He intended to refine a 1st-grade mid-tier initial spirit pill, known for its gentle effects and ease of absorption, making it particularly suitable for martial artists at the elemental stage. However, what could he offer as compensation? Would initial spirit pills suffice? If he were to produce these, would Miaodong Workshop covet his recipe? Suddenly, he glanced up and noticed a faint glimmer of red in Guming's eyes. Tang Yan frowned. He was all too familiar with that an idea sparked in his mind. After the refinement, I will provide it to you. If my compensation does not meet your expectations, you may withhold all the elixirs I produce. Chapter 10 Brother Tang. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Guming felt some dissatisfaction. He was asking to borrow a cauldron but had not clearly stated his compensation. The implication of Tang Yan's words made Guming suspect that if the elixirs were a failure, he might attempt to renege on the deal. However, curiosity lingered, especially after Tang Yan's astonishing display. leaving him eager to discover what this young man would offer as compensation. Ultimately, borrowing the cauldron for 2 hours posed no significant issue. Guming nodded. In that case, I will await favorable news from you. Follow me to the alchemy room. Thank you, Master God. I believe you will not be disappointed by this gift. Tang Yan replied with a gentle smile as he followed Gu Ming toward the alchemy room. Upon entering the premises of Miaodong Workshop, Tang Yan realized the expanse of the place. Behind the shop lay a front hall, beyond which were medicinal gardens to the east and the alchemy rooms to the west. After navigating through several corridors, they finally arrived at a door. Here is the cauldron I just replaced, Gu Ming announced with a smile as he opened the stone door, a wave of heat washing over them. This cauldron is crafted from the essence of Wu Hai ore, ensuring even temperature distribution within. The exterior is made of black bronze, both aesthetically pleasing and effective at retaining heat. The porcelain wood core embedded in the center enhances insulation, making it a remarkably designed cauldron, one that money cannot easily buy. Tang Yan praised. Di Ming found it hard to articulate his feelings. The young man before him, though youthful, displayed unparalleled talent and insight into the art of alchemy. It was truly a pity that his dantian had been ruined. Young brother, you possess remarkable vision. This cauldron was specially crafted by a master artisan, and though I did not spend any silver, I have utilized considerable goodwill from Miaodong Workshop. Haha, I shall not interrupt you further in 2 hours. Come find me in the front hall, Gu Ming concluded, closing the stone door after a quick glance at the medicinal pouch on Tang Yan's back. Once Gu Ming exited, Tang Yan hurriedly approached the cauldron, feeling the roaring flames within rekindle a long-lost familiarity in him. He opened his bag, selected over 10 types of medicinal materials, and stepped before the cauldron once more. With practiced ease, he discarded the impurities and extracted the essence, his movements as fluid as sipping tea. Had Gu Ming witnessed this scene, his eyes would have widened in astonishment. Tang Yan meticulously gathered, plucked, placed, and refined the herbs in a continuous flow, with no hint of hesitation. When all the materials had been placed within the cauldron, he attempted to extract the essence using his true energy, only to reveal an expression of disbelief. Before, he was unaware of the nuances of alchemy. Now, having cultivated the supreme alchemy scripture in this otherworldly realm, he discovered that his true energy had an additional refining effect on the materials. Though the effect was not immediately apparent, as a 9th-grade alchemist in his previous life, such subtle changes could not escape his keen perception. The supreme alchemy scripture proved to be wondrous, undoubtedly the most remarkable cultivation method for alchemy. Currently, with only a 3rd-grade elemental stage cultivation, he wondered what would happen when his abilities improved and his true energy could fully transform into flames. The prospects were truly exciting. After a moment of self-reflection, Tang Yan calmed himself and continued his extraction. He focused intently, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. As time passed, the rate at which these beads fell quickened, soon soaking his garments. It was fortunate that Tang Yan possessed immense willpower. Others with only 3rd-grade elemental stage strength would likely have given up on refining a mid-tier 1st-grade elixir long AGO, AT long last. When Tang Yan opened his eyes, exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. By the heavens, I'm utterly spent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang Yan spared no time for rest. He opened the cauldron to reveal 12 round, jade-green elixirs, exuding an intense fragrance that filled the air. A smile broke across his face. Glancing at the timer on the wall, he noted that only an hour and a half had passed. The supreme alchemy scripture truly is remarkable. It has indeed accelerated my refining speed. He retrieved 2 porcelain vials to store the elixirs, taking a moment to rest on the ground. His previously soaked clothing had dried under the cauldron's warmth. Tang Yan then pushed open the stone door and made his way to the front hall. Meanwhile, Gu Ming, still lost in thought regarding Tang Yan, speculated about his background, lineage, and many other details. After sitting for over an hour, he suddenly recalled Tang Yan had brought a maid along. Smacking his forehead, he scolded himself for his foolishness. Why hadn't he inquired about her? Master Gu, thank you. Just as Gu Ming was about to ask about Tang Yan, he heard a clear voice resonate. Looking up, he saw Tang Yan approaching with a smile. Young brother Tang, how did it go? Fortunately completed, all thanks to Master Gu's cauldron. Tang Yan expressed his gratitude, then added with a grin, my task is done, and it is time to fulfill my promise. Master Gu, do you have any paper and ink? I do. What, young brother, do you intend to write an IOU? Guming chuckled as he retrieved the materials, jesting lightly, "If Master Gu doesn't mind, then neither do I." Tang Yan replied with a smile, taking the brush and beginning to write. As the powerful and flowing characters graced the paper, Guming's eyes brightened. As an alchemist, it was not uncommon to possess good penmanship. Yet Tang Yan's script was vigorous and graceful, exuding a refined charm. Ice crystal, coral grass, moonlight juice, red crab claw foam, bullfire bone powder, 7 wonders dream lotus. After fluidly writing down 51 medicinal ingredients in the refining process, Tang Yan finally set down the brush. Blowing on the ink to dry it, he slid the completed recipe across the table. Guming accepted it readily. Upon examining the recipe, his hand trembled violently. As a seasoned alchemist, he was intimately familiar with the effects of various herbs. The recipe included coral grass, red crab claw foam, and bullfire bone powder, all of which appeared to be nourishing elixirs for the meridians, and judging by the difficulty of crafting them, they seemed to belong to the high-tier second grade, though their authenticity remained to be verified. Yet, with Guming's keen eye, he deduced there was a 90% chance of its authenticity. "What is this recipe? What elixir does it pertain to?" Guming inquired, puzzled. Previously observing the flicker of red in Guming's eyes, Tang Yan surmised it stemmed from a hasty pursuit of alchemical mastery in his youth, resulting in an accumulation of fire poison within his meridians due to improper cultivation methods and forced breakthroughs during unstable periods. This recipe, named the Ice Snow Purifying Flame Pill, could effectively suppress the fire poison within Guming's body. After 7 doses, it would be entirely eradicated. Though this pill was of low third-grade quality, Guming could not concoct it himself, but he was certain someone at Miaodong Workshop could manage it. If Guming found it inconvenient, he could certainly seek help from Tang Yan's master upon his return. Though the compensation was modest, Tang Yan's sincerity was genuine. "Farewell," he concluded, cupping his hands in respect as he turned to leave. Taken aback, Guming found himself momentarily dazed. He was indeed afflicted by fire poison, as Tang Yan had accurately described, a consequence of past cultivation errors. Every 3 months, it would flare up, causing excruciating pain throughout his meridians, akin to being scorched by flames. The elixirs to alleviate this fire poison, he had discovered, were all of at least 6th-grade quality. He had resigned himself to a life of torment due to the fire poison, but unexpectedly, today he had stumbled upon a remedy by mere chance. Should he relay this information to the headquarters, they would undoubtedly provide him with assistance. The resolution to his fire poison affliction was within reach. Guming was unsure how long it had been since he felt this level of excitement. He clapped his hands together, nearly shedding tears of joy. Brother Tang, Brother Tang." Suddenly realizing Tang Yan had already departed, he quickly collected the recipe and rushed outside. Seeing Tang Yan exit safely, little Chui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the master and servant were about to leave, the door to the shop swung open with a loud crash, and Guming rushed out, brimming with excitement. The shop assistants and surrounding customers stared in astonishment at Guming, who was usually composed and dignified, now displaying such uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Brother Tang, wait. Please wait," Guming called out loudly. "What, Brother Tang?" The crowd was left dumbfounded, their glasses shattered on the ground. The elder of Miaodong Workshop, Guming, who commanded respect even from the city lord, was addressing a mere youth as brother. Who was this young man? Chapter 11: A Cauldron That Can Steal a Taste. "Master Gu, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Tang Yan inquired, curiosity piqued as Guming caught up to him. "Merely borrowing your cauldron, but in return, you have gifted me a recipe. While this may seem like a mere piece of paper to you, it is a life-saving treasure for me, a debt I shall owe you," Guming stated solemnly. "Such talent as yours should not go without a proper cauldron. I shall gift you one. I hope you will not find it lacking," Guming insisted earnestly. Tang Yan regarded Guming closely. A cauldron given by Guming would surely be of high quality. Accepting it without hesitation would create a debt of gratitude. He contemplated for a moment before bowing in thanks. "Master Gu, your generosity is overwhelming. I shall accept it, and should any troubles arise in the future, I will certainly assist you to the best of my abilities." Ji Ming, relieved that Tang Yan accepted his goodwill, arranged for a carriage to transport the cauldron. Looking at the carriage, he noticed it contained the very cauldron he had used that day. After covering it with a cloth, Tang Yan did not linger, bidding farewell as he turned to leave with little Chui. "Young master, is this cauldron something your father purchased for you?" little Chui asked, Her large eyes filled with confusion. Master Gu just said it was a gift to me. How could it be something I bought? Tang Yan chuckled, shaking his head. Tang Yan corrected Xiao Chui's words. For you? Xiao Chui widened her eyes again. As a maid of the Tang family, her experiences surpassed those of ordinary people. The Miao Dan workshop had always been formidable and aloof. She had only heard of others sending gifts to curry favor with them. How could it be that her young master not only spent no silver, but also brought a Dan furnace back home? Indeed, with so little silver from your family's young master, it was insufficient even for a low-grade Dan furnace. The master and servant chatted as they walked, and soon they reached the grand entrance of the Tang residence. Leading the horse into the courtyard, they hadn't walked far when they saw the old master of the Tang family storming towards them, visibly furious. Good afternoon, Grandpa, Tang Yan greeted with a grin. What nonsense, the old man snapped. Tang Yan was bewildered. Why was his grandfather scolding him out of the blue? I told you not to stir up trouble. Yet, you just stepped out and got into a scuffle with that brat from the Liu family. Your dantian is damaged, and that boy is at the 4th rank of the Yuan stage. If he injures you, how many lives can you afford to squander in such turmoil? Hearing his grandfather's scolding, Tang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The old man was merely concerned for him, albeit in a rather unusual manner. Grandpa, this isn't my fault. That Liu Yuan insisted on challenging me, and we had previously agreed that in combat, one cannot hold back. If I didn't knock him out, I was already being merciful, Tang Yan said, shaking his fist as if regretting his restraint. The old man was taken aback, realizing Tang Yan had contemplated killing Liu Yuan. It's fortunate you didn't go that far today. If you had actually killed him, the relationship between the Tang and Liu families would have been irreparably severed. For the sake of their reputation, even if they don't kill you, they would cripple you. However, he refrained from saying this to Tang Yan, as he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride seeing his grandson beat Liu Yuan like a dog. Reflecting on the reports he received about Tang Yan's despicable methods during the fight, the old man felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. How is it that all the members of the Tang family are honorable? Yet this generation has turned so insidious. All right, be more cautious next time you go out. After all, with a damaged dantian against a true master, you'll only be at their mercy if you misbehave again. I'll make sure to discipline you. After venting his frustration, the old man glared and walked away. Tang Yan sighed in relief. His grandfather was too preoccupied with anger to inquire about the Dan furnace, which saved him from having to explain. He quickly called a few people to move the Dan furnace to the backyard. Once everyone was dismissed, Tang Yan took out 2 porcelain bottles from his pocket, gazing at the emerald green initial spirit pills, and without hesitation, swallowed one. The initial spirit pill, a timeless elixir of ancient China, cherished by countless cultivators over millennia, is the best medicine for early-stage cultivation. It melted in his mouth, leaving a fragrant taste, and a warm current surged directly towards his dantian. Just as Tang Yan was about to refine and absorb it, the earthly creation cauldron, which had been dormant in his dantian, suddenly opened its lid and absorbed the entire essence of the pill, slamming the lid shut with a clang, and no matter how hard he tried, the cauldron remained unresponsive, failing to yield even a fraction of the medicinal power he desired. Damn it, did you just consume my pill? Tang Yan cursed inwardly. After a prolonged struggle, the cauldron still showed no signs of reaction, leaving him in despair. It was merely the loss of the pill that bothered him, but the realization that this cauldron had devoured his elixir, implying that he might no longer be able to use pills for cultivation. A shiver ran down his spine at this thought. If that were true, he would rather not have the earthly creation cauldron. Unyielding, Tang Yan picked up another initial spirit pill and swallowed it without hesitation again. It melted in his mouth, and a warm current surged towards his dantian. The cauldron opened once more, greedily consuming the pill. The 3rd pill, still consumed. The 4th pill, again, it was devoured. What the hell are you doing, devouring my pills? Tang Yan could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed a tirade against the cauldron. In a fit of desperation, he grabbed another bottle, yanked out the cork, and downed all 6 pills in one go. The cauldron opened again, but this time it only swallowed one, while the remaining 5 pills dissolved, releasing a surge of pure vital energy that rushed through his dantian like a roaring river, cascading into his meridians. What the hell? Why didn't you swallow them all? The explosive energy coursing through him nearly brought Tang Yan to tears. He quickly focused, striving to guide the vital energy in his body. Although the initial spirit pill is known for its gentle effects, this was only under the condition of consuming one. With 5 pills dissolving simultaneously, the quintuple surge of spiritual power made Tang Yan feel as if his meridians were about to burst. A fiery sensation spread throughout his body, his eyes turning crimson as the supreme Dan Sutra within him went into overdrive. His skin flushed red, as if any external force could cause his blood to explode. It's just 5 initial spirit pills. I'll risk it. Resolute, Tang Yan disregarded the pain in his meridians and allowed the torrential vital energy to circulate around his body. The delicate meridians could not withstand the immense spiritual energy. Bursting under the pressure as he neared the end of one cycle, the pure energy showed no signs of abating, prompting a sigh from Tang Yan. The already damaged meridians likely couldn't absorb such colossal power. Just as he prepared to guide the vital energy into a second cycle, the previously dormant earthly creation cauldron suddenly opened its lid again. Tang Yan's heart soared with joy, ready to channel all this vital energy into the cauldron. But he was met with an even purer surge of energy that erupted from the cauldron's mouth. "What the hell?" he exclaimed in shock. The energy coursing through his meridians was already at capacity. Why was it releasing more energy now? Just as Tang Yan lamented his plight, the emerging energy did not clash violently as he feared. Rather, it radiated a gentle warmth, preceding the fierce vital energy. The energy from the cauldron spread coolness and moisture wherever it flowed, repairing the damaged meridians. It even circulated autonomously, performing a second cycle without his guidance. "This feels magnificent." Before he could catch his breath, a torrent of fierce energy followed closely behind, overwhelming the recently repaired meridians, threatening to tear them apart again. Tang Yan frowned, nearly letting out a cry of pain as he endured the excruciating sensation of his meridians being stretched to their limits. After completing another cycle, he felt as if he had walked through a frying pan. The torment of alternating between ice and fire was nearly unbearable, yet thankfully, Tang Yan was no longer the young wastrel he once was. He was now a dignified 9th-grade Dan master, having endured countless trials in his life. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fainted from the pain. The cycles of injury and repair continued, and the once agonizing sensation gradually became more bearable. Time passed, and Tang Yan became utterly absorbed in his training. When he finally opened his eyes, sunlight streamed through the window. A brilliant glimmer flashed in his eyes as he felt the meridians within him had expanded several folds. His expression brightened. Yuan stage, 7th rank. In a single night, he had ascended from the 3rd to the 7th rank, a leap of 4 levels. If others found out about this, would they consider him a monster? In the entire listening fragrance kingdom, such a prodigy seemed unprecedented. Not only had he jumped 4 ranks, but even 2 consecutive advancements would be deemed extraordinary. Indeed, the world is capricious. Misfortune often harbors fortune. He had initially feared he would suffer a backlash or even explode, yet unexpectedly, he emerged unscathed and made such remarkable progress overnight. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Tang Yan calmed down. The Tang family faced numerous enemies in Yun City, and apart from his grandfather and Mo, the middle generation was lacking, placing him in a precarious position. At 7th rank of the Yuan stage, his strength was still too weak. Pushing open the door, Tang Yan stepped outside. The early autumn morning carried a hint of chill. After a brief walk, he heard grunting noises, prompting him to quicken his pace towards a courtyard marked by a plaque that read Martial Arts Training Ground. This was the place where the Tang family disciples practiced their skills. Upon entering, he discovered a considerable number of Tang family warriors, about 100, engaged in sparring or practicing their techniques. At the forefront stood a young man Tang Yan recognized, Mo Yanjun, the eldest grandson of Mo Bo. At 23, Mo Yanjun had already attained the 2nd rank of the yellow stage, making him one of the strongest among the younger generation in Yun City, and he held the position of captain of the security team in the Tang family. Dressed in a strikingly white robe, Tang Yan entered the training ground, instantly catching Mo Yanjun's attention. What is this wastrel doing here? Mo Yanjun thought. The last time this boy had stepped into the training ground was 4 years ago. Following Mo Yanjun's gaze, the others also noticed Tang Yan, their expressions filled with disdain in a world that revered martial prowess. Although Tang Yan was the young master of the Tang family, his reputation as a wastrel cast a shadow on the family's honor. The warriors, who valued strength, naturally looked down upon him. Observing their reactions, Tang Yan smirked, unperturbed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely strolled around the training ground in an apparent attempt to intimidate him. The training warriors suddenly exerted themselves more fiercely, intensifying the atmosphere. After completing his circle, Imo Yanjun feigned surprise at seeing the young master and hurried over. "Young master, you actually came. I was just busy and didn't notice. It's nothing. I'm just here to take a look." Tang Yan waved dismissively. "Young master, how do you think our guards are performing in their training?" Imo Yanjun asked politely, but the others couldn't help but chuckle at the question. What does this wastrel know? They thought, bracing themselves to hear Tang Yan's empty flattery. Suddenly, an exaggerated exclamation broke through the air. "What? You were just training?" Imo Yanjun, who was also waiting for compliments, was taken aback by Tang Yan's words. "What, do you think everyone is just playing games here?" he retorted coldly. "Are you not playing games?" Tang Yan exclaimed again. The guards, who had been listening attentively to the young master, now wore glum expressions. How absurd. This wastrel is indeed a wastrel. Without these guards, how could the Tang family maintain its reputation as one of the 4 great families in Yun City? If the young master does not respect us, he should refrain from entering the training ground in the future. Imo Yanjun retorted without holding back. "Get out of the training ground! Get out of the training ground! Get out of the training ground!" The guards shouted in unison. "Enough! You cowards!" Tang Yan bellowed, the imposing aura of a Dan emperor suddenly erupting from him. Imo Yanjun was taken aback, and the entire training ground fell silent at Tang Yan's command. "Imo Yanjun, as the captain of the training ground, I enter in this glaring white robe and stroll around, yet you only notice me now. Is this the vigilance expected of the Tang family guards? If someone with ill intentions entered and observed all of our family's secrets, what kind of consequences would that entail?" Tang Yan pointed accusingly at Imo Yanjun. Imo Yanjun was momentarily speechless. Tang Yan's words were both rational and poignant. He had intended to feign ignorance, only to find himself caught in a trap. Tang Yan rummaged through his pocket and produced a token, holding it high. "By my command, line up." His booming voice startled the entire team, leaving them bewildered. What was this boy planning? Imo Yanjun, standing closest, quickly recognized the token as the core insignia of authority within the Tang family. This token represented the family's commands, and he was astonished that the old master had actually entrusted it to this boy. "Why are you all standing there? Line up." Though he looked down on Tang Yan as a wastrel, Imo Yanjun remained fiercely loyal to the Tang family. Hearing the captain's order, all the guards quickly fell into line, standing tall and straight, but their eyes were filled with mockery. "What? Do you think you can insult us just because you're the young master?" Tang Yan stepped forward, pointing at the guards. "You are all a bunch of cowards, daring only to act defiantly towards me, a person without any cultivation. Why haven't you all shouted for the Liu family to get out of Yun City? You are not just cowards. You are worthless." As Tang Yan's arrogant words rang out, the guards' eyes flared with rage, their breathing heavy. "If we weren't protecting you and the Tang family day and night, could you sleep soundly every day? If one day, the 4 great families of Yun City go to war, everyone here would be doomed." Tang Yan's words grew sharper, and finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. "Young Master Tang, what right do you have to call us worthless?" A burly man with a dark complexion stepped forward, locking eyes with Tang Yan, clearly defiant. "What is your name?" Tang Yan inquired. "I am Chang Tai." The man replied in a deep voice. "What is your current strength?" "9th rank of the Yuan stage." "When did you join the Tang family?" 3 years ago." "What was your strength when you first joined?" Tang Yan pressed on. "Still the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, so? You have been in the Tang family for 3 years, training in the martial arts ground for 3 years, yet your strength has not improved at all?" Tang Yan's words were like daggers, pressing for answers. This? Chang Tai pondered, realizing that it was indeed the case. He had not noticed before, but now that Tang Yan pointed it out, he felt embarrassed, attempting to salvage some pride. Chang Tai defended himself. "Cultivating martial arts is inherently difficult. It's normal not to advance." "And how do you train daily?" Tang Yan asked again. "I train at 6 in the morning, bear a weight of 300 pounds, run 5 laps around the field, practice sword techniques for 2 hours, and spar for 1 hour." Chang Tai spoke proudly of his rigorous training. "And you've been doing this every day for 3 years?" "Exactly. When you sparred with others, did you hold back or take it easy?" Tang Yan continued questioning. "We're all brothers. We just touch upon it lightly. What if someone gets hurt?" "Nonsense," Tang Yan interrupted. "If you're holding back now, then on the battlefield, Who will show mercy? If you don't push him to improve, are you helping him or harming him? Here in the Tang family, you regularly receive elixirs and generous salaries, yet your strength remains stagnant. That's why I say you are worthless. All of you are worthless. Not only worthless but also foolish, of course. You must feel dissatisfied. What qualifications does this wastrel have to criticize you? Allow me to tell you what qualifications I possess. I am the young master of the Tang family. Even if I do nothing, my grandfather will support and protect me. But what about you? Most of you come from ordinary families and must provide for your households. If you don't work hard, you'll only earn the most basic salary each month, and your wives and children will live like ordinary people. You lack the resources to cultivate your offspring. If your children turn out like me, Tang Yan, they will be utterly wasted. Hearing this, the guards of the Tang family felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Although Tang Yan's words were harsh, they were undeniable truths. While they were guards of the Tang family and earned more than ordinary people, they could only ensure their families lived slightly better than the average. They lacked the capacity to provide their children with the same resources enjoyed by the family's offspring. Observing their reactions, Tang Yan felt relieved that they were not entirely numb. He raised his voice and thundered. I believe many of you are in the same situation as Chang Tai. Adhering to the same fixed training methods. 3 years ago, you bore 300 pounds. Today, you still bear 300 pounds. Even if you were given another 100 years, you would remain at the Yuan stage, never stepping into the yellow stage. I am confident of this because you have grown too complacent, losing the courage to strive for martial excellence. Chang Tai, tell me, how much weight did you bear during your first training session? Chang Tai was filled with regret, cursing himself for his impulsive challenge. Like everyone else, he could have simply endured the scolding quietly. Waiting for it to pass. 10 pounds, he finally replied, his tone lacking the earlier bravado. From an ordinary individual, you have cultivated yourself to the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, increasing your load from 10 jin to 300 jin. So why do you not continue to escalate the challenge and carry 350 jin daily? If you become accustomed to 350 jin, then augment your training to 400 jin, and so forth. Do you not believe that after 3 years of such dedication, your strength would ascend to the yellow stage? Tang Yan inquired. Upon hearing this question, not only did the other guards contemplate, but even Imo Yanjun began to reflect. Surely it should be so. Chang Tai admitted, filled with shame. The fact that you can still reflect and feel shame suggests there remains hope for you. Currently, the undercurrents in Yun City run deep. Should a spark ignite, the various families may well turn on one another. If you wish to survive the battles to come, you must relentlessly hone yourselves, becoming strong enough to overpower all, thereby ensuring your safety. You must not allow your families to live in fear on your behalf. You must not let me, this wayward son, deride you as worthless. Tang Yan's gaze swept across a wooden post. What is the weight of this post? This time, Tang Yan directed his question to Imo Yanjun. 120 jin. How far do you think I could carry it? Tang Yan asked. Approximately. Imo Yanjun furrowed his brow in calculation, stating, less than 100 meters, I suppose. The crowd silently scoffed, thinking that even 100 meters was an overestimation. This pampered young master, could he even lift it? Get up. Tang Yan approached, summoning his strength to hoist the wooden post, then began to walk forward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Everyone speculated whether Tang Xiao would falter within 10 meters or yield at 20.10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. Tang Yan did not expend a trace of true energy, relying solely on his own strength, bolstered by the refinement of the heavenly creation cauldron, rendering his body sufficiently formidable. Yet, even so, Tang Yan felt his energy waning. With each step, his body trembled, and beads of sweat cascaded down like rain. Initially, the onlookers anticipated a spectacle of mockery, but as Tang Yan continued onward, their derision transformed into shock, astonishment, and respect. Upon reaching 100 meters, his body swayed perilously, yet he persisted. 101 meters, 102 meters, 103 meters. Finally, at 130 meters, Tang Yan set the wooden post down. Dragging his fatigued body back to the front of the line, he surveyed the crowd, panting heavily as he declared, when I took my first step beyond 100 meters, I was in the same state as each of you now, believing I had reached my limit. Yet, after surpassing 100 meters and taking one more step, I transcended my current self. A brief silence was followed by a thunderous applause from all the guards. Perhaps you believe that 300 gene is your limit, but I assure you, human potential is boundless. Only through the continual excavation of that potential can one ascend. The inadequacy of one's strength, coupled with the Tang family's position as the weakest among the four great families, left Tang Yan devoid of any sense of security. At that moment, he resolved to cultivate the Tang family's influence, ensuring it evolved into a true great family within Yun City, the foremost among them. Having spoken extensively, Tang Yan finally proposed the incentive. In this world, only by growing stronger can we acquire more. Do not lament your humble origins. If life is unsatisfactory, blame your own lack of effort. As the young master of the Tang family, I assure all present, should anyone break through to the yellow stage, their salary will triple from its original amount. From the yellow stage onward, for each rank one ascends, their monthly salary will increase by 100 taels of silver. Each month, depending on circumstances, a first-grade elixir will be provided. If anyone reaches the 5th rank of the yellow stage, their child will be granted entry into the Tang family for early training. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the venue erupted, and everyone felt a surge of excitement. Currently, their monthly salary amounted to merely a few dozen taels of silver. Upon reaching the yellow stage, their compensation would instantly triple. If they exerted sufficient effort, could their families not enjoy a better life and their children a brighter future? The young master is indeed wise. At that moment, everyone internally cheered. No gain comes without effort. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Yan was well aware of this truth. Witnessing the fervor he had ignited in them, he bellowed, "I will repeat once more, the Tang family does not support the inept. This plan comes with certain prerequisites. The training to come will be arduous. Extremely arduous. Prepare yourselves for hellish trials. Should anyone wish to withdraw, remain where you are. If you aspire to become strong and accept the training, step forward. I will count to, boom." Before Tang Yan could finish his sentence, a resounding noise erupted as all the martial artists stepped forward in unison, shaking the entire training ground. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Tang Yan knew his goal had been achieved and asked once more, "I will ask you all one final time. Are you prepared for the trials ahead?" "We are prepared." 120 voices answered in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. "There are laws in the nation and regulations in the military. From now on, we will assemble every morning at 6 o'clock. Those who are late will be dismissed. From this point forward, I will take full responsibility for you. Those who do not heed orders will be dismissed. Anyone who does not reach the yellow stage within 6 months will be dismissed." Tang Yan's expression was stern, and his words left the guards with a distinct impression of military discipline. "Now, all of you, follow my command, carry a 350 gene wooden post, and run 10 laps around the training ground. Should even one of you fail to complete this task, lunch will be cancelled for everyone. If you have not started running in 1 minute, lunch will be cancelled for all. Begin." With Tang Yan's command, everyone sprang into action, swiftly locating their wooden posts and lining up to circle the training ground. At a distance, 2 elderly men gazed in astonishment at the training ground. After a long while, the elder Tang finally asked, "Old Mo, look closely. Is that white-clad youth my grandson?" Upon hearing the elder's question, Mo Bo could only smile wryly. "Master, that is indeed the young master." With Mo Bo's confirmation, the elder Tang's gaze sharpened, and he asked solemnly, "Tell me, with this reckless boy's instigation, how will the strength of our Tang family's guards be transformed?" Chapter 14. The dilemma of silver. Initially, Mo Bo had thought Tang Yan's words made sense, but upon deeper reflection, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. 6 months later, Mo Bo spoke softly. "The Tang family's position at the bottom of the 4 great families in Yun City is likely to rise." First, he incited the crowd, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Then he led by example, earning their respect through his actions. Following that, he introduced incentives that ignited their passion. Finally, he established rules, effectively gaining control over these guards. The elder Tang paced back and forth, analyzing Tang Yan's actions, and at this point, he was astonished by his prodigious grandson. With such rigorous training, how could the soldiers not become strong? Had this been the approach all along, the Tang family would not have been subjected to the covetous gazes of other families. Of course, the most surprising to Tang Ling was his grandson's transformation. This scoundrel, who had previously been unlearned and unruly, how had he suddenly matured? Tang Yan remained oblivious to the fact that every action he took was being closely observed by his grandfather and Mo Bo. At this moment, he was on the training ground. engaging in strenuous physical activity, burdened by a 100-gene sandbag, diligently performing push-ups. This time, Tang Yan did employ true energy. True energy is a cyclical process. Once depleted, it regenerates. Each instance of overexertion leads to a greater replenishment of true energy. Achieving such a virtuous cycle allows for swifter progress. However, this approach does carry certain drawbacks. Prolonged overexertion can damage the body's meridians. Nevertheless, Tang Yan was unconcerned, as the elixirs he concocted could easily remedy any issues with his meridians. The guards of the Tang family, initially believing Tang Yan was merely acting on a whim, were utterly astonished when he began his training. The young master was remarkably fierce, performing push-ups with a 100-gene weight for a full hour since morning. After merely half an hour of recuperation, he initiated a second round of training. Was this something a scion with a ruined dantian could achieve? Even they, with their current 9th rank of the Yuan stage, would struggle to complete an hour of push-ups under such a load. Yet Tang Yan's relentless determination ignited a fire within the Tang family's guards. If someone with a ruined dantian could accomplish this, how could they, as dignified 9th rank warriors, not persevere? The atmosphere in the Tang family training ground surged to unprecedented heights. A day passed, and Tang Yan returned to his room, not rushing to continue his training. Instead, he instructed Xiao Chui to fetch several medicinal ingredients from the Tang family's pharmacy. Fortunately, the Tang family possessed a vast estate, with a considerable stockpile of assorted medicinal materials. This time, Tang Yan sought to refine a medicinal pill, pulse refining powder. Once Xiao Chui brought the ingredients, Tang Yan entered his makeshift alchemy room, skillfully screening and purifying the materials before beginning the refining process. Pulse refining powder, a low-grade first-tier pill, though not of high rank, is scarce in this world. Approximately an hour later, Tang Yan opened the alchemical furnace. Gazing at the pile of powder within, he retrieved a large porcelain bottle to contain the entire batch of medicinal powder. On a typical day, Tang Yan would certainly refine higher-tier pills, but after a full day of exertion, his true energy had been significantly depleted, forcing him to settle for the less potent pulse refining powder. Upon returning to his room, he found that Xiao Chui had prepared a large bucket of boiling water as instructed. Observing the bubbling water, Tang Yan poured in the majority of the pulse refining powder. After a brief moment of hesitation, he leaped into the steaming water. Hiss! As the scalding temperature enveloped him, even with Tang Yan's remarkable willpower, he could not suppress a cry of pain. After a while, he finally acclimated to the water's heat, closed his eyes, and swallowed an initial spirit pill. This time, a strange expression crossed Tang Yan's face. He had anticipated that the heavenly creation cauldron would devour the pill as before. Instead, the elixir dissolved upon entry, directly converting into spiritual energy. With no time for contemplation, Tang Yan sat cross-legged and diligently circulated his cultivation method. In the following period, Tang Yan truly astonished the guards of the Tang family. Everyone had assumed he was merely acting on a whim, yet the young master persevered and increased his training volume each day. A month passed, and Tang Yan's strength finally broke through to the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. What excited him even more was that most of the Tang family's guards had reached a bottleneck. With the right opportunity, they were likely to break through to the yellow stage. Should the Tang family produce an additional 120 yellow stage guards, their overall strength would surely no longer languish at the bottom. Naturally, they would not become the strongest in the martial path. The gap between ranks is as vast as a chasm. Among the Yuan ranks, a 4th rank warrior could easily defeat a 5th rank warrior. However, for a 1st rank yellow stage warrior to overcome a 2nd rank yellow stage warrior is an arduous feat the higher one ascends. The greater the disparity becomes. The other families likely possess a greater number of yellow stage experts than the Tang family. This is not due to the Tang family's poor treatment. On the contrary, the Tang family offers superior compensation to martial artists. Yet many believe that the Tang family is currently in turmoil and would prefer to align themselves with the Lu family or similar powers for greater security. To seize this opportunity for advancement among his guards, Tang Yan first thought of elixirs. The initial spirit pill was ideally suited for their cultivation. However, over 100 pills would require at least 10 batches of refining. Though the Tang family's master alchemist could guarantee a perfect success rate, the cost of the required ingredients would still amount to a substantial sum. Estimating the total, it would require over 10,000 taels of silver, presenting the most significant challenge at present. The reason Tang Yan refrained from seeking funds from his grandfather was that his recent transformation was too drastic. Should his grandfather inquire, he would struggle to provide a satisfactory explanation. He decided to venture out and perhaps encounter some fortune. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Tang Yan resolved to step outside. Calling to Xiao Chui, he donned his white robe and took up a folding fan as they made their way out. "Master, the young master has gone out." Shortly after Tang Yan departed, Mo Bo arrived to report to Tang Ling, "Let us go. We must see for ourselves." Tang Ling rose, instructing, "Quickly, let us disguise ourselves." In less than half an hour, two elderly men, dressed inconspicuously, slipped out of the Tang family's rear courtyard. If one did not pay close attention, they might mistake them for two small vendors. "Master, are you accompanying this time?" Mo Bo inquired in a hushed tone. "Humph. The Lu family scoundrels have been monitoring my Tang family. It is clear they seek revenge for the previous incident. From this moment forward, should anyone dare lay a finger on my grandson, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Mo Bo understood the elder's fierce words. Over the past decade, Tang Yan had been unlearned and unruly, leaving the elder with little hope for him. Who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would suddenly mature, embodying the notion of a wayward son returning home? Such a transformation delighted the elder Tang, instilling a sense of hope for the future. If anyone were to harm Tang Yan now, the elder would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Given Mo Bo's understanding of Tang Ling, even if it meant risking everything, he would mobilize the Tang family's strength to avenge his grandson. This time, he hoped no one would be foolish enough to provoke Tang Yan again. Chapter 15. Treasure from the street stall. "Young master, where are we going?" Xiao Chui blinked her eyes and asked. After a month of interaction, the perceptive Xiao Chui had noticed the changes in her young master. "I do not know. Perhaps we shall wander about and see if anyone is captivated by my handsome visage and gives me a few thousand taels of silver." Tang Yan replied casually. Upon hearing Tang Yan's nonsensical remark, Xiao Chui could not help but roll her eyes, feigning ignorance. Tang Yan gravitated towards crowds, and after some time, he paused, muttering that something should soon appear. With the keen perception of a master alchemist, he could sense the presence of those tracking him. Without a doubt, the only family willing to confront the Tang family openly in Yun City was the Lu family, likely orchestrated by Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Tang Yan felt the heavenly creation cauldron within him tremble. In the month since his rebirth, the cauldron had rarely reacted. Its first movement had been during the transmission of his supreme alchemical scriptures, and the second when he ingested the initial spirit pill. Now, what could have prompted this response? Tang Yan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly scanned the surroundings, finally halting before an elderly man at the roadside. Approaching the elder nonchalantly, the cauldron's reaction intensified, stirring within him as if yearning for something desperately to tea that moment. Tang Yan examined the elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s, an ordinary person with a stall displaying various medicinal herbs. Most of the herbs were commonplace, with the more valuable ones being a 30-year-old mountain ginseng. As he walked closer, Tang Yan scrutinized the old man's stall, identifying the various herbs, but found nothing particularly special. Furrowing his brow, he approached, and the elderly man, seeing the well-dressed young master, immediately donned a smile. "Young master, what herbs do you require? My prices are absolutely fair, and the herbs are freshly harvested." "Old man, do you have all your herbs displayed here?" Tang Yan's eyes shifted to the old man's bamboo basket. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed, realizing the young master was unimpressed with his stall. He forced a smile and replied, "Everything I can offer is laid out before you." Hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes brightened. If everything available was on display, it suggested there might still be something in the basket. He stepped closer, lifting the cloth covering the top of the basket, and indeed discovered a medicinal herb inside. As Tang Yan discerned the shape of the herb, his pupils constricted sharply, nearly escaping a startled exclamation. The herb was not large, entirely withered and yellow, about the size of a radish. Its roots were carelessly coiled, presenting an exceedingly unappealing appearance. However, Tang Yan recognized it well. It was called lingwo fruit. This rare herb demanded an exceedingly specific growing environment and primarily served to refine one's dantian, allowing it to hold more true qi. It was akin to a cup that, while maintaining its height, could have its diameter widened to accommodate more water. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a treasure during his outing. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Yan casually inquired, "What is this? It looks truly hideous. I unearthed it in the deep mountains." "Forgive this old man for being unable to recognize it," the elder replied earnestly. "I find it quite appealing. I could stew it with a hen back home, and it might just become a nourishing broth. How much silver do you want for it? Tang Yan asked boldly. Upon hearing this, the elder waved his hand dismissively. I cannot say what it is. Judging by its appearance, its efficacy has likely long since faded. If you wish to take it, please do. Then I must thank you, kind sir. Xiaotsui, settle the bill, 100 taels of silver. Tang Yan commanded with a wave of his hand. Xiaotsui, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented her young master's return to his extravagant ways. She retrieved a banknote of 100 taels and presented it to the elder. That is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. This herb is worth at most 1 tael of silver, the elder insisted hurriedly. Take it. I insist. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Tang Yan feigned displeasure. The elder was momentarily stunned, tears welling in his eyes as he knelt before Tang Yan. My grandson is gravely ill, and I am at a loss for funds for his treatment. Your great kindness will not be forgotten. Should there be any way I can assist you in the future, I would not hesitate to give my all. Kind sir, please rise. If others see this, they might think I am causing trouble for the common folk. Xiaotsui exclaimed, startled, as she hurried to help the elder to his feet. At that moment, Tang Yan had little desire to linger. Upon embracing the lingwo fruit, the celestial transformation cauldron within his dantian trembled with excitement, akin to a hungry infant. Suddenly, Tang Yan jolted, quickly passing the lingwo fruit to Xiaotsui. Given the cauldron's exuberance, he recalled the last incident when it devoured the initial spirit pill. Could it be that it wished to consume the lingwo fruit as well? Young master, what is this? It looks rather unsightly, Xiaotsui remarked, somewhat disdainfully clutching the lingwo fruit. Indeed, the lingwo fruit was quite unattractive. Tang Yan quickly admonished her, Xiaotsui, this is a precious item. You must handle it with care. If it were to be damaged, it would be a tremendous loss. Hold it well, and upon our return home, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. Hearing her master's words, Xiaotsui's face brightened, cradling the lingwo fruit as if it were a treasured egg. Although her master had been frivolous over the years, he was exceptionally kind to her. However, such extravagance had never been witnessed before. Tang Yan, having lost the inclination to wander the streets, prepared to return home when an untimely voice suddenly called out. Ah, I thought who it was. It turns out to be the illustrious young Master Tang. After more than a month, you haven't forgotten me, have you? How could I? A month ago, I left you beaten like a dog and won 2,000 taels from you. How could I forget a good man like you who pays me for the privilege of being beaten? Tang Yan replied with a smile, surveying the newcomer. There were 4 individuals in total. Aside from Lu Yuan, 2 of them were dressed as bodyguards, and one was a young man clad in a green robe. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed. The young man possessed strength already at the first rank of the yellow stage, indicating he was likely a direct descendant of the Lu family. It was uncertain whether Lu Yuan had admired Tang Yan's cool demeanor with his folding fan the last time they met, but now he too was dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan. He walked with an air of arrogance, but upon hearing Tang Yan's mockery, his breath quickened, and his face flushed crimson. How has your tongue become so venomous in just a few days? Lu Yuan retorted, feeling deeply insulted despite Tang Yan's lack of vulgarity. Keep your voice down, Tang Yan barked, pointing at Lu Yuan. They say one's character can be discerned by the company they keep. If you speak so loudly, others might think I am familiar with you. What if they believe I share your lack of refinement? That would be detrimental to the Tang family's reputation. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, attempting to curse, but the words failed to escape his lips. A rush of blood surged to his head, overwhelming him with a profound sense of humiliation. Enough. If there is nothing else, return to your studies. Wandering the streets like a good-for-nothing is unbecoming of someone from a prominent family. Is it a matter of poor upbringing? Tang Yan's nonchalant comment fell squarely on the ears of attentive listeners, such as Tang Ling and Mo. The two exchanged astonished glances, realizing that while Tang Yan outwardly criticized Lu Yuan for his lack of upbringing, he subtly belittled the Lu family as being of lesser standing. Humph, Tang Yan, weren't you quite formidable last time? Care to have another match? If I lose, I'll give you another 2,000 taels. If I win, you'll kneel and bow your head to me. How about it? Lu Yuan suppressed his impulse to physically strike Tang Yan and stated his proposition. 2,000 taels to get me to fight. Do you think my worth is so trivial? Step aside. I am returning home, Tang Yan replied. Though he suffered from a lack of silver, the green-robed youth still posed a threat. Despite feeling unafraid, should a conflict arise, the truth of his cultivation could be exposed. Such arrogance. Today, we will spar, whether you like it or not, the green-robed youth finally interjected. Sir, that green-robed fellow is Lu Quan, one of the promising young talents of the Lu family. Should we go out and observe? Imobo expressed his concern. Patience, let us see how this young man handles himself. The elder Tang waved his hand dismissively. What if I refuse to spar? Tang Yan asked defiantly. Refuse? The youth regarded Tang Yan with a bemused expression. That is acceptable, provided you kneel and bow 3 times on the ground. I, Lu Quan, will allow you to leave. Are you attempting to restrict my freedom? This is Yun City, not your Lu family's domain. To impose such restrictions, the lord of the city would need to consent. Oh, you suppose your Lu family is so powerful that even the city lord's residence is beneath your notice? Tang Yan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Had he not chosen a bustling area to traverse, the ensuing conflict would have drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. Lu Quan, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, was taken aback. This young man dared to speak such audacious words. Should this accusation stick, even the previously neutral city lord would take issue with the Lu family. You bastard, Tang Ling, that old scoundrel, truly cannot raise a decent child. All you know is to sneak and scheme. Lu Quan bellowed in rage. Bastard. Upon hearing this term, Tang Yan felt a cold wave wash over him, a chilling light flashing deep within his eyes. In his previous life, he had been parentless, raised solely by his master. In this life, he remained without parents, having finally gained a grandfather. Familial affection had become Tang Yan's greatest vulnerability. Though only a little over a month had passed since his reincarnation, he could keenly feel Tang Ling's earnest affection, gradually recognizing him as a grandfather. Adept at navigating the complexities of life, Tang Yan was not one to be easily angered. However, now that his greatest vulnerability had been violated, a thread of murderous intent began to take root within him. Tang Yan understood that Lu Yuan had come prepared today. Escaping unscathed was evidently impossible. If he could not depart, then he would have to fight. Hey, Imobo, I'm right here. Suddenly, Tang Yan's eyes lit up as he glanced behind Lu Yuan and the others. Imobo has arrived. Lu Quan and Lu Yuan felt a sense of foreboding and turned their heads simultaneously. Fool! Tang Yan muttered under his breath, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged forward. While Lu Quan was perplexed by Imobo's absence, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rush towards him. Alarmed, he recalled how Tang Yan had previously ensnared Lu Yuan, and he quickly retreated, shielding his dantian with both hands. However, Tang Yan, moving with full force, caught Lu Quan off guard, rendering him unable to evade. Slap! The resounding sound of 2 slaps echoed in the air. Lu Quan instantly felt a searing pain on his face, but more than the pain, it was the humiliation that stung deeply. Here he was, a promising young talent of the Lu family, struck by a wastrel from Yun City. In a moment of stunned confusion, Tang Yan delivered 2 more slaps in quick succession, in the blink of an eye. Lu Quan had endured 4 slaps to his face. You've asked for death. Despite being a warrior of the yellow stage, Lu Quan quickly regained his composure, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared and swung a fist towards Tang Yan's chest. How dare you harm my grandson? From a distance, the elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his grandson would strike without warning. With the strength of a 7th-rank practitioner of the Xian stage, he charged into the fray like a raging tiger, but everything was unfolding too swiftly. It was unlikely that Tang Ling would arrive in time to intervene. Facing Lu Quan's wrathful blow, Tang Yan met it head-on, refusing to show any signs of weakness. Seeing Tang Yan's audacity to face him directly, Lu Quan's lips curled into a cruel smile. You dare to slap me? Today, I shall end your life. Though his killing intent was palpable, Lu Quan was not foolish enough to kill Tang Yan outright, knowing that the Lu family would have to bear the full brunt of the Tang family's retaliation. However, he put forth 8/10 of his strength, intending to render Tang Yan's arm useless. Onlookers, recognizing Lu Quan's identity, eagerly awaited the moment Tang Yan would be sent flying. Lu Quan's fist descended. Tang Yan, with an almost unbelievable agility, slightly shifted his body to the right. Lu Quan's fist grazed past Tang Yan's nose, missing him entirely. What just happened? How did young Master Tang evade that blow? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Now it's my turn. Tang Yan grinned at Lu Quan, his initial momentum halting as he gathered true qi into his fist, then struck fiercely at Lu Quan's Dantian, 8th rank of the Yuan stage. Upon feeling such a formidable strike, Lu Quan's heart sank. Wasn't this brat supposed to have his Dantian destroyed? How could he still possess such power? Having exhausted his strength, Lu Quan found himself unable to evade as the qi-laden fist struck his abdomen. Bang! Lu Quan's body was sent flying backward. How is this possible? Once again, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Only Lu Quan himself understood that he was not merely sent flying. When Tang Yan's fist connected with his Dantian, a powerful internal force surged through him. Even if his Dantian was not completely destroyed, it had sustained severe damage. His future training would likely be confined to the first rank of the yellow stage. Meanwhile, the elder Tang, his fury already ignited, now stared agape at his grandson, as if he had seen a ghost. This little rascal can utilize true qi? And at the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, having exposed his identity, the elder Tang felt a surge of anger directed at Tang Yan. Why didn't you inform me of your strength? You made me worry for nothing. However, he could not simply retreat now that he was out in the open. So he stormed over to Lu Yuan, delivering 3 resounding slaps to his face. My grandson's Dantian has been ruined, and you dare to bring your companions here to bully him, thinking the Tang family has no one to defend them? I, Tang Ling, hereby declare to all, if anyone dares to harm a single hair on my grandson's head, I will risk my life to ensure you are annihilated. After delivering this ominous warning, the elder Tang seized Tang Yan by the collar and led him away toward the Tang family estate. Casting a deep, lingering glance toward the city lord's residence before departing, Chapter 17. Can the cauldron grow herbs? As the elder Tang walked away, the onlookers could hardly suppress their laughter. This shameless elder, whose grandson had just beaten Lu Quan until he coughed up blood, had the audacity to claim his family was being bullied. If that constitutes bullying, what would happen if someone truly did injure his grandson? While Yun City buzzed with chatter about these events, the elder Tang had already brought Tang Yan back to the family estate. Young man, you can cultivate true qi now. In the study, the elder Tang could no longer contain his excitement, shaking Tang Yan vigorously by the shoulders. Seeing his grandfather's enthusiasm, Tang Yan felt a headache coming on. Yes, had I not been able to cultivate, I would have likely been killed today. What happened? Wasn't your Dantian destroyed? Tang Ling pressed urgently. Well, Tang Yan stammered, searching for words. Noticing Tang Yan's apparent reluctance to speak, the elder Tang suddenly recalled the powerful aura he had sensed over a month ago. At that time, he had dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but could it be that a powerful figure had rescued his grandson? Over a month ago, I encountered an old man who claimed to share a great destiny with me. He offered me something to eat, and since then, I have been able to cultivate. He also imparted some techniques to me, but he preferred to avoid worldly affairs, so he urged me not to mention it. I suggested he stay and enjoy the comforts of the family, but that old man had a peculiar temperament. Tang Yan finally concocted a plausible story. Expecting further questioning from his grandfather, Tang Yan was taken aback when the elder Tang suddenly thumped him on the head. You ungrateful rascal! You dwell in luxury yet fail to appreciate it. This esteemed elder, of great virtue, healed your Dantian and taught you techniques, and you dare to refer to him as an old man? Taken aback by his grandfather's reprimand, Tang Yan was astonished that he had believed such a flimsy excuse. Little did he know, Tang Ling had already pieced together many of the mysteries that had plagued him. It was no wonder he had sensed the aura of a formidable being, nor why his grandson could cultivate. It explained the numerous changes he had observed in Tang Yan. All right, since your master prefers to remain anonymous, hold on to this secret, Tang Ling declared, waving his hand with authority, refraining from further inquiry. Today, Tang Yan experienced the serendipity of an unexpected outcome. This was fortuitous, sparing him from fabricating further excuses. Now go. Refrain from unnecessary outings. Each time you leave, you must seek my permission, the elder Tang commanded, and Tang Yan turned to exit. Now that Yinner could cultivate again, he wondered if the city lord would revisit the incident with his daughter. Standing in the study, gazing out the window at Tang Yan's departing figure, Tang Ling clenched his fists. As long as I draw breath, I will stand before you. Just as Tang Yan stepped out of his grandfather's study, he suddenly remembered Xiaotsue. His lingual fruit was still with her, and he wondered if she had brought it back. As Tang Yan hurried to find Xiaotsue, he heard her call out, Young master, I'm right here. Upon seeing Xiaozue holding the remarkably ugly lingwo fruit, Tang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Young master, here." Xiaozue handed the lingwo fruit to Tang Yan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Yan, not wanting to disappoint her, laughed heartily. "My banknotes are with you for safekeeping. Take 100 taels." "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing Tang Yan keep his promise, Xiaozue's face lit up with joy as he encountered the lingwo fruit. The celestial transformation cauldron within him began to tremble once more. Tang Yan, eager to explore the cause of this reaction, hurriedly made his way to his room. It seemed that this dreadful fruit was indeed something the young master cherished. His taste had grown increasingly peculiar of late. Once in his room, Tang Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, curiosity piqued. Could it be that the cauldron wished to consume this fruit? But how would he feed it? Must he swallow it for the cauldron to partake? Curiosity often leads one astray. As Tang Yan enveloped the lingwo fruit with a thread of true qi, the cauldron within his dantian trembled violently. An immense suction force emanating from it, leaving his hand empty. Damn it, it really did eat it. Tang Yan could not help but exclaim. In a moment of hurried introspection, Tang Yan was taken aback as he sensed a faint connection with the heavenly creation cauldron, allowing him to perceive the situation within. Inside the cauldron lay a chaotic mass of energy, with the lingwo fruit firmly rooted amidst the swirling chaos. To his astonishment, the fruit, once withered, now radiated vitality. Could it be that the cauldron had the capacity to cultivate medicinal herbs? A glance around revealed a few ordinary herbs, and Tang Yan attempted to channel his true energy to draw them into the cauldron. However, after a lengthy period, the heavenly creation cauldron remained unresponsive. Could it be that the cauldron required only herbs of merit? Upon trying to extract the lingwo fruit, he found it was effortlessly accomplished. Intrigued, he repeated the process until he finally placed the lingwo fruit inside the cauldron. Setting aside his playful demeanor, Tang Yan had no intention of consuming the lingwo fruit just yet. While swallowing the herb would yield results, the potential benefits of refining it into a pill with additional herbs were far greater. After revealing his strength, he feared that the incident involving Lin Dongxue might be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Should rumors arise claiming that the young master of the Tang family sought to take advantage of Lin Dongxue, the city lord's mansion, wary of the Tang family's power, might hesitate to act, leaving Tang Yan unscathed and unpunished. Such a scenario would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the city lord's mansion. In an attempt to restore its honor, they would likely seek to trouble him again. And undoubtedly, the Lu family would be the instigator. Furthermore, the multitude of smaller families in Yun City, allied with the Lu family, would readily echo this rumor, quickly turning it into a citywide uproar. Analyzing the implications of his revealed strength, Tang Yan quickly sought a strategy. The Tang family's position was precarious, beset on all sides. If they were to concede power to ease tensions with the city lord's mansion, the Tang family's influence would undoubtedly suffer, and other prominent families would seize the opportunity to exploit them. After being eroded by several families, how would the Tang family retain any strength in Yun City? To prevent such a scenario, action had to be taken against the city lord's mansion. Pacing within his room, an intriguing rumor struck Tang Yan's mind. The city lord's wife bore scars from an illness and had long sought a remedy in vain. Previously, she frequented certain places, but now rarely visited, and if she did, it was always with her face veiled. Although few were aware of this matter, the Tang family, as one of the four great families, could ascertain its veracity. In his memory, Tang Yan recalled a particular pill well suited for scar removal, the Wuhan pill. Chapter 18. Young Master Tang, please wait. The Wuhan pill is a second-tier low-grade medicinal pill. Such pills do not assist in cultivation, and their refinement is exceedingly complex, making them rare among alchemists who are willing to produce them. Hence, knowledge of this pill is scant in his past life. Someone had paid a hefty price for him to refine this pill, which had led him to memorize its formula. Little did he expect it would prove useful now. At the city lord's mansion, a tall and robust middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing eastward. That young man from the Tang family possesses an intact dantian. According to the intelligence received, his cultivation has already reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. Quite unexpected. It seems the last time Dongxue was deceived by the Tang family. A graceful woman sat in a chair, her face still veiled even in the absence of outsiders. Although the enmity between the city lord's mansion and the Tang family has been resolved, the outcome of that matter remains undisclosed. Others believe we have let it slide. It appears someone intends to exploit this matter once again. Despite the previous incident where Tang Yan attempted to violate Dongxue, that young man did not even brush against her hymn. Moreover, he composed a poem in Dongxue, representing our city lord's mansion, settle the matter. Even if rumors spread, would the city lord's mansion truly seek to revisit trouble with the Tang family? The middle-aged man frowned. Perhaps we should disclose the resolution of the previous incident, suggested the city lord's wife. Not advisable. The poem settled the dispute between the two families. It could tarnish Dongshua's reputation. Let us wait and see. If the rumors escalate, we may exert pressure on the Tang family. The city lord mused, his eyes dark and contemplative. The Liu family has indeed become rather arrogant lately. Sir, young Master Tang Yan requests an audience. Just as the city lord and his wife were discussing, a maid entered. Tang Yan, Lin Xiao and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, both wondering, did he come alone? Indeed. What scheme does this young man have in mind? Lin Xiao pondered briefly before commanding, have him wait for me in the main hall. What does this young man intend to do? The city lord's wife queried with curiosity. Let us find out. Lin Xiao adjusted his attire. Upon arriving in the main hall, Lin Xiao found Tang Yan leisurely sipping tea, his posture casual with legs draped over the armrest. Lin Xiao felt a surge of irritation. In Yun City, anyone visiting the city lord's mansion maintained decorum, yet here was a young man displaying such audacity. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Tang Yan, as if spotting the city lord, hastily set down his teacup. City lord. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, I felt as though I were at home, and in my moment of distraction, I lost my manners. Please do not take offense, city lord. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reassess the young man's audacity. What thickness of skin must one possess to utter such things? However, he refrained from dwelling on this detail and coldly inquired, I have heard your cultivation has reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. Ah, indeed. City lord, your insight is truly remarkable. Tang Yan chuckled nervously. Preposterous. The last time Dongxue visited your Tang family, you spun lies, claiming your Dantian was destroyed. Do you think the city lord's mansion can be easily deceived? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in anger, his imposing aura suddenly unleashed, overwhelming Tang Yan. Tang Yan felt enveloped by an intense sense of danger, waves of trepidation crashing within him. The city lord's presence was overwhelmingly potent. Could it be that he was an expert of the earth stage? As a former 9th-tier alchemist, respected by many, he had little fear of such pressure. He explained calmly, City Lord, the Tang family did not deceive Miss Dongxue. My Dantian was indeed destroyed, a fact corroborated by several renowned physicians in Yun City. It was only through the benevolence of my master that I was saved and granted my current cultivation. Your master? A flicker of surprise crossed the city lord's gaze. Tang Yan had indeed been inquiring discreetly with the best physicians in Yun City, who had confirmed the destruction of his Dantian. If this young man had no master, how had his Dantian healed, allowing him to achieve the 8th rank? Who in the world possessed such powers to reconstruct a Dantian? Oh, may I inquire who your master is? Could you introduce me? Lin Xiao feigned calmness in his voice. My master lives a life of simplicity, without a name, and forbids me from revealing his identity. He wanders the world, without a fixed abode. Should I encounter him again, I shall certainly request his visit, Tang Yan replied earnestly. The city lord's mansion found itself at a crossroads. If Tang Yan truly had a formidable master backing him, anyone seeking to harm the Tang family would need to tread carefully. Was this young man attempting to warn him not to provoke the Tang family? A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. If that were the case, the Tang family had miscalculated. What brings you here today? Lin Xiao asked. Tio present a gift. Tang Yan stated matter-of-factly, a gift? Lin Xiao's expression turned peculiar. In this vast world, the audacity of some was truly remarkable. Please take it back. Today is neither a festive occasion nor a time for gifts. However, this is a Wuhan pill from my master. Though it is of low-grade 2nd tier, the formula is scarcely known, and its refinement is intricate, yielding a low success rate, Tang Yan sighed. Since the city lord does not require it, I shall take my leave. A low-grade 2nd tier? The city lord's eyes conveyed disdain. While such pills were precious in Yun City, they were not regarded as superior across the entire Tianxiang kingdom. Though he had not heard of the Wuhan pill, its classification suggested it was not an extraordinary item. Now, Lin Xiao grasped Tang Yan's purpose. He sought to offer the pill as a gesture of goodwill, If rumors did arise in Yun City, the city lord's mansion would be less inclined to pursue the Tang family. Although Lin Xiao had not intended to escalate matters, the idea that a low-grade second-tier pill could influence the city lord's mansion was somewhat belittling. Feeling disinterested, Lin Xiao prepared to return to his wife when he overheard Tang Yan muttering as he exited the main hall. My master mentioned that the Wuhan pill can remove any scar without leaving a trace, and it may even enhance one's beauty. I wonder if that is true. Since the city lord does not wish for it, I shall consume it myself. The city lord, renowned for his keen hearing, caught every word of Tang Yan's statement, and he paused momentarily. Taken aback, he recalled that his wife bore scars on her face and had sought treatment in vain. Living in sorrow while forcing smiles, the Wuhan pill could indeed remove scars. Why hadn't he mentioned this sooner? At that moment, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself. Young Master Tang, please wait. Chapter 19. How does young Master Tang feel? Upon hearing the city lord's call, Tang Yan's lips curled into a smile, quickly masking it with feigned curiosity as he turned back. City lord, did you call for me? Yes. Come, young Master Tang, let us converse further. Lin Xiao said with a beaming smile. City lord, you must be quite busy. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Tang Yan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Lin Xiao felt a pang of self-reproach for having been so hasty and, disregarding his status, rushed to grasp Tang Yan's arm. Not be in such a hurry. Come inside and sit for a while. Tang Yan, feigning ignorance, inquired, City lord, what is it that you wish to discuss? Earlier, you mentioned bringing a gift. It is said that no reward comes without merit. How could I accept such a grand gift without reason? I happen to require the Wuhan pill. Name your price. Lin Xiao proposed. I have long admired Miss Dongxue, and during my last encounter, I was so flustered that misunderstandings arose between us. However, Miss Dongxue did not probe further, for which I am deeply grateful. Upon learning that the city lord's wife requires this pill, I rushed to present it as a gesture of appreciation. With no ulterior motives, Tang Yan replied with a smile, placing a porcelain vial on the table. Lin Xiao scrutinized Tang Yan, who had long been known as a prodigal son in Yun City. Today, however, his demeanor was entirely unexpected, full of both retreat and advance, courage and strategy, rivaling the offspring of the other great families. Lin Xiao realized that accepting this pill would essentially obligate him to the Tang family. If the pill proved effective, the debt would be significant. Each family in Yun City sought to have him owe them a favor. Yet he had maintained a neutral stance, rarely accruing debts. However, for the sake of his wife, he reluctantly acknowledged he must acquiesce. With a soft sigh, Lin Xiao chuckled. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. Tang Yan did not dwell on the matter. As long as it ensured the Tang family would not face repercussions from the city lord's mansion, it was sufficient. He clasped his hands in farewell. The pill can be consumed directly. If the city lord's wife possesses cultivation, she can catalyze its effects. Once fully activated, one can expect initial results within 3 hours. I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Lin Xiao made no effort to retain him, his thoughts already on his wife as he returned to his residence with the pill in hand. The city lord was indeed practical. Even a low-grade second-tier pill could fetch a handsome sum of silver. Did he not wish to show any gratitude? As Tang Yan stepped out of the city lord's mansion, he let out a bitter laugh, realizing he would need to ask his grandfather for funds to refine the initial spirit pill. Just as he was reflecting, a carriage halted in front of the city lord's mansion. Tang Yan. A melodious voice rang out, and upon turning, he saw 2 graceful figures descend from the carriage, Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian. What brings you to the city lord's mansion? Lin Dongxue inquired, her brow furrowed. The city lord works tirelessly for our Yun City, and I felt compelled to express my gratitude by visiting. Tang Yan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, both Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian felt a wave of absurdity wash over them. You came to visit the city lord? I just stepped out to find Sister Wu Xian. In the brief time I was gone, you already finished your visit. Lin Dongxue stared incredulously. The city lord has a multitude of affairs to attend to. I would not dare to impose. Tang Yan hastily redirected the conversation. I will not disturb you 2 further. Farewell. With that, he pivoted and hurried away. Dongxue, weren't you seeking sister to guide you in your techniques? Today, I heard news that the young master of the Tang family has reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, and he would be an excellent sparring partner. Wu Xian unexpectedly interjected. Lin Dongshua's eyes lit up, a smile gracing her features. Young Master Tang, please wait. Come inside. I have something to trouble you with. Wu Xian's words had not been whispered, and they reached Tang Yan's ears clearly. He felt a sense of resignation. Why did this woman persist in seeking him out? Yet, seeing no other option, he sighed inwardly. Both the city lord's mansion and Miaodong workshop were not entities he could afford to offend at this moment. Reluctantly, he followed the two women back into the city lord's mansion. He could feel Wu Xian's curious gaze often resting upon him. Sister Wu Xian, why do you keep staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Tang Yan chuckled. I'm merely curious about how you managed to deceive everyone about your Dantian being destroyed, and how you attained the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. Wu Xian replied nonchalantly, brushing her hair aside. The destruction of his Dantian was indeed a fact. Tang Yan had not deceived the two women, only having fortuitously encountered his master, allowing him to restore his Dantian and resume his martial path. Thus, he invoked the guise of his master once more, asked the daughter of the city lord. Lin Dongxue possessed acumen and insight well beyond her years. Likewise, Wu Xian, as the chief alchemist of Miaodong workshop, was astute and meticulous. Upon hearing the mention of Tang Yan's master, both women's pupils dilated in surprise. Was there indeed a powerful figure supporting him? Although they harbored doubts regarding Tang Yan's claims, his explanation appeared plausible. Oh, might I inquire who your esteemed master is? Could you introduce us? Wu Xian inquired with a hint of a smile. My master is a wanderer, without a fixed home. We can only meet by chance. Should I see him again, I will certainly request an introduction, Tang Yan replied. How unfortunate. If the opportunity arises, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in introducing him. Miaodong workshop would welcome him with open arms. Wu Xian said, her enchanting gaze captivating. After walking for approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at an elegant residence adorned with the name Dongxue Pavilion, presumably Lin Dongxue's dwelling. Sister Wu Xian, I have nearly mastered the Miaomon sword technique you taught me last time. I would like you to guide me a few more times, and I believe I can perfect it, Lin Dongxue eagerly stated upon entering the courtyard. Very well, perform it for me, and I shall point out any deficiencies. Wu Xian nodded with a smile. Hearing their exchange, Tang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Typically, martial arts are closely guarded secrets. Yet Wu Xian was teaching Lin Dongxue's sword techniques. The relationship between the city lord's mansion and Miaodong workshop was far closer than he had anticipated. Perhaps I should take my leave? He suggested, moving as if to exit in no need. Young Master Tang, simply observe, Wu Xian stated. Dongxue, please demonstrate. Certainly, Lin Dongxue agreed, drawing a slender sword. The blade was delicate, as thin as a cicada's wing, and even Tang Yan, with his discerning eye, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Watch closely, Lin Dongxue declared, channeling her true energy and commencing her sword practice in the center of the courtyard. The technique, known as the Miaomon sword technique, was as graceful as its name suggested, flowing elegantly under Lin Dongxue's execution. As Lin Dongxue unfolded the series of movements, Tang Yan nodded in approval. While she had yet to fully master the technique, her proficiency was remarkable, and it was only a matter of time before she achieved mastery. Moreover, Lin Dongxue possessed an exquisite physique, and her graceful movements, combined with this set of martial arts, were truly a sight to behold. Tang Yan, captivated, nodded repeatedly, internally exclaiming at her beauty. However, he soon fell into contemplation. To this day, he had yet to properly practice a complete martial art. If he were to encounter a formidable adversary, his chances of survival would be bleak. Though he had experienced numerous battles in his past life, most of his efforts had been devoted to alchemy, leaving him with little understanding of martial techniques. It was evident that he needed to dedicate himself to mastering martial arts. Once Lin Dongxue completed the entire sword technique, she exhaled deeply and looked at Wu Xian with pride, asking, Sister, how did I perform? Wu Xian, not in a hurry to respond, glanced at Tang Yan with a smile and said, I noticed that young Master Tang was nodding continuously, which suggests he must have grasped something. What are your thoughts, young Master Tang? Hearing this, Tang Yan felt a bit overwhelmed, though I couldn't discern much. I feel it is quite remarkable, truly perfect. Might I inquire if Miss Wu has noticed any issues? He redirected the question back to Wu Xian. Wu Xian shot him a glance before cheerfully responding, You have indeed put in significant effort lately, and there are no apparent flaws. What you lack is merely refinement. Given time, you will surely reach mastery. Hasten your progress. Engaging in sparring with someone is an excellent way to improve. Tang Yan found agreement with Wu Xian's initial statement, yet as she continued, An unsettling premonition crept over him. Would he really have to act as her sparring partner? All right, since Miss Wu has begun imparting her teachings, I shall take my leave to avoid any suspicions of stealing your knowledge. Farewell. Stop. Just as Tang Yan contemplated slipping away, Lin Dongxue called out to him immediately. What? Young Master Tang wishes to flee. Did you not just say you would be my sparring partner? Well, I'm only at the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, while Miss Lin's prowess is nearly at the Xian stage. Why would you want to spar with someone of my lesser caliber? Tang Yan replied with a grimace. Furthermore, I have no inclination towards masochism. Why should I serve as your partner? Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, both Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian were momentarily stunned. Was this fellow out of his mind? How many sought to be Lin Dongxue's sparring partner in Yun City? How could he even think of refusing? Yet, Tang Yan's reasoning held merit, leaving the two women momentarily speechless. After a moment's thought, Wu Xian proposed, how about this? Young Master Tang will temporarily serve as Dongxue's sparring partner, and in return, we shall compensate you. How much? Tang Yan's spirits lifted at once. Let's do this. I shall use my strength below the yellow stage to spar with you. If you can endure for half an hour, I will reward you with a mid-tier first-grade elixir. How does that sound? Lin Dongxue declared. A mid-tier first-grade elixir? As a former alchemist, Tang Yan had little interest in elixirs, shaking his head. However, I am very interested in silver. How about this? If I can withstand half an hour, or compel you to use your strength at the yellow stage, you shall pay me 10,000 taels of silver. What do you say? Lin Dongxue's brows furrowed, and she scoffed. You think you can make me resort to my yellow stage strength? I accept your challenge, but don't try to escape when you're defeated. Miss Wu, may I borrow your longsword? Tang Yan asked with a grin. Wu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she tossed him the sword, saying, Here, I'd like to observe how young Master Tang wields his sword. Taking Wu Xian's longsword, Tang Yan noted its wider blade and heavier weight. He was surprised, pondering what level of strength Wu Xian possessed for her weapon to be heavier than a typical sword. Thank you, Miss Wu, he expressed, but internally, he began to contemplate why he couldn't have Lin Dongxue as his sparring partner. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment's consideration, Tang Yan decided to use Lin Dongxue to hone his skills with the Tang family's martial arts, cloud-flowing sword. After all, as the last descendant of the Tang family, it would be disgraceful if he were not proficient in their martial arts. Moreover, in his memories, the elder Tang had mentioned that the cloud-flowing sword was a commendable technique, albeit with some deficiencies that hindered its rank. With a good memory, Tang Yan recalled the moves of the cloud-flowing sword. Be careful! Lin Dongxue had longed to teach Tang Yan a lesson, and with a fierce shout, she brandished her slender sword and charged at him. Sensing Lin Dongxue's formidable aura, Tang Yan smiled inwardly. Meeting her with his sword as he explored the weaknesses of the cloud-flowing sword while facing Lin Dongxue's fierce attacks, he appeared somewhat flustered. Yet there was no fear in his eyes. Rather, he felt a thrill. Such intense sparring was immensely beneficial for refining his sword techniques. The seemingly perilous strikes were, in fact, aiding Tang Yan in identifying and correcting his flaws. Watching from the sidelines, Wu Xian observed Tang Yan's frantic movements with a smile, anticipating his impending embarrassment. However, as time passed, her amusement turned to confusion. Initially, Tang Yan had been overwhelmed by Lin Dongxue's onslaught, barely managing to defend himself. Now, after 15 minutes, he should have clearly shown signs of defeat. Yet he appeared unchanged. Meanwhile, Tang Yan grew increasingly exhilarated. The cloud-flowing sword, it turned out, had numerous flaws, many of which had been altered, and a few moves were missing entirely. Given a little time, he could completely restore this sword technique. Soon, Wu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. She realized that the Tang Yan who had initially been flustered was gradually stabilizing his stance. A bizarre notion crossed her mind. Was Lin Dongxue actually acting as a sparring partner for Tang Yan? In the arena, Lin Dongxue felt immense shame. Not having defeated Tang Yan after such a lengthy engagement was deeply frustrating. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her full strength at the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, causing the pressure on Tang Yan to escalate suddenly. Reverting to the initial chaotic situation, in the realm of martial arts, the gap between the 9th and 8th ranks was substantial. Just as Wu Xian and Lin Dongxue were convinced Tang Yan would soon succumb, the sword in his hand shifted dramatically. Although he remained at the 8th rank, his previously clumsy techniques became fluid and masterful, and his sword aura intensified. As 15 minutes elapsed, Tang Yan gradually transformed from a position of defenselessness to one of resilience, continuously attempting counterattacks. The onlooker's perspective was clear. Wu Xian's expression grew serious. Having spent years in Yun City, she was well acquainted with various martial arts and recognized that Tang Yan was employing the Tang family's signature technique, the cloud-flowing sword. However, the skill and power he exhibited far surpassed anything she had previously witnessed. Could it be that this fellow was not merely practicing swordplay but actually refining the technique? As such thoughts crossed her mind, Wu Xian regarded Tang Yan with a mix of admiration and trepidation. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Tang Yan showed no signs of defeat. Lin Dongshua's eyes blazed with fury. Her teeth clenched. This guy was thoroughly ruining her image. Even with her full strength at the 9th rank, she could not overpower him. Was he deliberately trying to embarrass her in front of Sister Wu? Yet, it wasn't entirely Tang Yan's fault. Under normal circumstances, he would have shown Lin Dongxue some consideration. However, he was completely absorbed in the cloud-flowing sword. This technique flowed effortlessly, resembling clouds drifting in the sky, natural and unobtrusive, devoid of any harshness, yet capable of striking lethally without warning. The more he fought, the more immersed he became. His techniques grew increasingly refined. After deflecting another incoming strike, he shouted, and his long sword transformed into a white cloud, enveloping Lin Dongxue with overwhelming force. Feeling the might of Tang Yan's swordsmanship, Lin Dongshue's face paled, her eyes widening in fear. Even with her strength at the 9th rank, facing Tang Yan's technique instilled a sense of hopelessness. Gritting her teeth, she shifted her sword's aura, unleashing an even stronger presence. She had to resort to the yellow stage. Wu Xian's gaze fell upon Tang Yan. Although Lin Dongshue's use of her yellow stage strength was somewhat unfair, she harbored immense anticipation, wondering if Tang Yan could stand against such power. At that moment, Tang Yan's sword aura became exquisite, and among those of his rank, he was likely unmatched. Lin Dongxue had no choice but to reveal her strength at the yellow stage. "One strike to break 100, she declared. Below the yellow stage, all were but ants. Possessing sufficient power, Lin Dongxue was confident she could shatter Tang Yan's defenses this time. As Lin Dongxue launched a fierce strike, Tang Yan advanced rather than retreating. His long sword, like a white cloud, quickly enveloped her slender blade. The sound of clashing metal resonated as the two women looked on in astonishment. Tang Yan's sword successfully parried Lin Dongshue's assault, aiming for her throat. One strike to break 100, but one clever move can shatter 1,000. Tang Yan's technique was swift and formidable, and Lin Dongxue found herself momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with fear as the sword approached. "Stop!" Wu Xian shouted, her voice filled with urgency as she attempted to intervene and halt Tang Yan's advance. "You've lost." Tang Yan's sword was poised just an inch from Lin Dongshue's throat, ready for a triumphant smile when suddenly, an intense gust of wind surged towards him, startling him. Before he could react, he was forcefully pushed away. Bang! Tang Yan collided heavily with an ancient cypress tree, the sturdy trunk shaking violently, coughing up blood. He felt a surge of frustration. What had he done to deserve this? "Tang Yan," Lin Dongxue exclaimed, rushing over to check on him. "Young Master Tang, are you all right?" Surprised that he had managed to pull back in that situation, Wu Xian felt a mix of emotions. She retrieved a healing elixir from her pocket and placed it in Tang Yan's mouth. Judging by its aura, Tang Yan recognized it was a second-tier low-grade healing elixir. Before he could swallow, the previously dormant heavenly creation cauldron suddenly vibrated, releasing a cool aura that circulated through his body, forcibly calming the turbulent energy within him. Although it didn't heal his injuries instantly, it alleviated much of the damage. Feeling the transformation within him, Tang Yan was overjoyed. This heavenly creation cauldron was capable of autonomously protecting its owner. After feigning calmness to swallow the elixir, he frowned and exhaled. It was fortunate that Wu Xian hadn't used her full strength. Otherwise, even 2 lives wouldn't suffice to withstand her blow. "Young Master Tang, I'm so sorry." Wu Xian glanced at Tang Yan with guilt, her voice soft. "Are you all right? It was you who asked me to be your sparring partner, and now I've injured you. Miss Wu, I require an explanation. It was you who suggested I be your sparring partner, and it was also you who allowed Lin Dongxue to unleash her yellow stage strength without intervention." Though Tang Yan understood that Wu Xian merely sought to stop him, being suddenly struck and almost seriously injured warranted some form of recompense. Faced with Tang Yan's pointed inquiry, Wu Xian became flustered, whispering, "Young Master Tang, I thought you couldn't hold back, and in my panic, I lost control." "Panicked? You sent me flying with a single strike," Tang Yan retorted, his voice rising in indignation. "Do you think I'm just a disposable life?" "Young Master Tang, Sister Wu didn't do it on purpose," Lin Dongxue interjected, attempting to mediate. "Now that it has come to this, discussing it further is futile. I will compensate you." "You believe that just compensation is sufficient for injuring me?" Tang Yan feigned anger, then shifted his tone. "What will you offer as compensation?" 3 mid-tier first-grade elixirs and 1 upper-tier first-grade elixir. "How does that sound, young master?" Lin Dongxue proposed. For an ordinary person, such elixirs would incite excitement. Mid-tier first-grade elixirs might be obtainable by some families, but upper-tier first-grade elixirs were rare in Yun City, nearly priceless. However, for Tang Yan, a former 9th-tier alchemist, whether first-tier or even second- or third-tier elixirs were merely valued at the cost of the materials. Calculating in his mind, Tang Yan realized he was short about 10,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, he had just compelled Lin Dongxue to utilize her yellow stage strength and had sparred with her for nearly an hour. Surely, he could negotiate for a sparring fee of 10,000 taels. With a decision made, he feigned weakness, saying, "Since Miss Wu's actions were unintentional, demanding physical compensation would be petty of me. Coincidentally, I have some queries regarding martial arts. If Miss Wu is available in the near future, I would appreciate your guidance at the Tang residence." Touched by Tang Yan's earlier display of martial prowess, Wu Xian felt humbled. "I wouldn't dare claim to provide guidance, but I will visit in a few days to discuss matters with you." Wu Xian's expressive gaze held deeper implications, and though Tang Yan claimed to let the matter rest, she understood that as the chief alchemist of the Miaodan workshop, her visit to the Tang residence would inevitably lead to speculation about the relationship between the Tang family and the Miaodan workshop. This could deter some factions eyeing the Tang family from attempting to annex them. "Then I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence at the Tang residence. Miss W. By the way, Miss Lin, does our earlier wager still stand?" Tang Yan inquired, his mind still preoccupied with the matter of silver. "It stands," Lin Dongxue replied, inwardly vexed. This fellow had previously appeared refined and composed, yet today he seemed excessively greedy. Was it possible that the elder Tang was still withholding his allowance? With a smile, Tang Yan accepted a silver note from Lin Dongxue, noting the amount of 20,000 taels, and he beamed with delight as he tucked it away, feigning fatigue if that's the case. "I want to impose further. I'll return to rest." With that, he turned to leave, slowly making his way out. "Young Master Tang, wait. I'll have someone escort you home," Lin Dongxue called out, and immediately, someone was dispatched to lead Tang Yan away. As Tang Yan departed, Lin Dongxue pouted, "This fellow is truly remarkable. I used my strength at the first rank of the yellow stage and still couldn't defeat him. He truly is a prodigy." Reflecting on Tang Yan's surprising martial talent displayed during their sparring, as well as his shrewdness in their conversation, Wu Xian marveled. Was this truly the same debauched youth rumored in the outside world? Upon returning home in the city lord's carriage, Tang Yan attracted the attention of several onlookers. However, he remained indifferent, driven by an urgent desire to enhance the Tang family's strength. Once back at his residence, he wasted no time, taking out paper and pen to list the necessary medicinal ingredients, then sending Xiaotsue to the apothecary for procurement. Chapter 22. Fulfillment of promotion rewards. Today, his injuries had remarkably healed to a great extent, which piqued Tang Yan's interest in the heavenly creation cauldron even more. This mysterious cauldron not only absorbed spiritual energy and cultivated spiritual herbs, but also had the ability to heal wounds. However, no matter what method he tried, he could not induce any reaction from the cauldron, leaving him with a sigh. Seemed that uncovering the secrets of the heavenly creation cauldron would require more time. When Xiaotsue returned with a cart full of medicinal ingredients, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He carried all the materials into the alchemy room and immersed himself in the process of refining elixirs. Selecting herbs, refining, extracting, shaping the elixir, and nurturing it. All steps were executed with practiced ease. After successfully refining a batch of elixirs, he stored them in ceramic bottles. When his energy ran low, he swallowed a primary spirit elixir and repeatedly went through this process. After filling another ceramic bottle with elixirs, Tang Yan suddenly sensed a stirring in his dantian. He looked puzzled. This was clearly a sign of impending breakthrough. Could it be that refining elixirs could also lead to an advancement in cultivation? Without a moment to ponder, I hurriedly sat cross-legged, swallowed a primary spirit pill, and focused my mind and breath, immersing myself in cultivation. Time passed slowly as the pill dissolved upon entering my body, gradually absorbed within. The circulating true energy within my meridians grew sturdier, and finally, after a forceful shout from Tang Yan, a cracking sound echoed from my dantian, signaling the breakthrough of my previous barriers. I had reached the 9th grade of the Yuan stage. However, Tang Yan did not cease his endeavor. He sensed that the true energy within him still possessed the momentum to continue surging. Could it be that another breakthrough was on the horizon? After a brief moment of distraction, Tang Yan cast aside his wandering thoughts and continued to guide the true energy within his body. Having previously experienced continuous advancement, he was not overly astonished. The true energy surged forth like a raging flood, fiercely crashing against the dantian. Before long, a loud bang resonated within the dantian, causing Tang Yan's body to tremble. While the heavenly creation cauldron within his dantian shook violently, he felt as though his dantian was undergoing a transformation, as if something were about to burst forth from it. Even with Tang Yan's remarkable composure, he felt a tinge of trepidation. What on earth was emerging from his dantian? Was he on the verge of going astray in his cultivation? Just as he contemplated this, a ghostly blue flame erupted within his dantian with a resounding explosion. Tang Yan was taken aback. Such an unusual phenomenon was beyond his experience, as he had never encountered a dantian igniting in flames. Yet, after a while, the spectral blue flame merely emanated a mild warmth. Once he determined that there were no further abnormalities, he finally relaxed. The Supreme Pill Scripture revealed a technique for fire control. The heavenly creation cauldron transmitted another piece of information. Upon carefully examining this information, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. It was the heavenly creation fire. This flame not only significantly enhanced the success rate of alchemy, but could also be wielded externally as a formidable weapon. Eager to test this newfound fire, Tang Yan focused his thoughts, and a playful blue flame danced in his palm. To ascertain its burning capability, he directed the flame towards a medicinal herb. Without a sound, the herb vanished in an instant. Astonished, Tang Yan stood in disbelief. The power of this flame was astonishingly potent. Unwilling to accept this as mere luck, he directed the flame at another herb, which again disintegrated silently into powder. Tang Yan felt his dantian emptying rapidly, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. These 2 brief moments of fire control had drained all his true energy. He realized that while the heavenly creation fire was indeed immensely powerful, it also consumed an extraordinary amount of energy. He had just entered the Yuan stage. Wait, he had already advanced to the 1st grade of the yellow stage. Feeling the condition of his dantian, a smile flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. Having traversed from a destroyed dantian to the 1st grade of the yellow stage in less than 2 months was a speed of advancement that would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, Tang Yan was not content. Until he possessed absolute strength, his fate would still be entwined with that of the strong. The dignity of a pill emperor compelled Tang Yan to prevent such a situation from occurring. After stretching his limbs and taking a bath, he changed into fresh attire and made his way to the training ground. After a month of interaction, the bodyguards of the Tang family had undergone a dramatic change in attitude toward this young master, who had initially been viewed unfavorably. Throughout this month, Tang Yan had consistently increased his training intensity, pushing himself to the limits, which made the bodyguards, who had prided themselves on their efforts, feel a sense of shame. Inspired by Tang Yan's dedication, they too trained with greater seriousness, each determined not to be outdone by this once pampered young master. Upon arriving at the training ground, the bodyguards greeted Tang Yan with smiles and friendly salutations. Tang Yan reciprocated their smiles, his gaze catching sight of a burly man who appeared somewhat hesitant, as if he had something to say but held back. This man was none other than Chang Tai, who had boldly voiced his dissent during Tang Yan's initial reprimand. Noticing this uncharacteristic behavior from the straightforward man, Tang Yan playfully scolded, "Old Tai, why do you look like a timid woman, smiling at me in such a strange manner? Let me tell you, I have no interest in anything that doesn't come with a sword." Thus, the atmosphere became lively as laughter erupted. "Hey, young master, I advanced last night and am now at the 1st grade of the yellow stage. Do the conditions you previously set still apply?" Chang Tai rubbed his hands together, grinning foolishly. "The yellow stage?" Tang Yan paused for a moment before replying, "Let me see how you fare in a spar." "All right." Chang Tai responded enthusiastically, demonstrating a set of punches within the training grounds. The force of his punches created a subtle barrier around his fists, a clear indication of his advancement into the yellow stage. "How much is your monthly salary now?" Tang Yan inquired directly after Chang Tai finished his set. "Everyone receives the same treatment, 50 taels of silver per month," Chang Tai quickly answered. "From this month onward, your monthly salary will be 200 taels," Tang Yan announced loudly. "Thank you, young master, thank you," Chang Tai exclaimed, brimming with joy upon hearing Tang Yan's words. "Moreover, since you were the first to reach the yellow stage, I shall award you an additional 500 taels." Upon hearing this, the others were consumed with envy. "Old Tai, you must treat us tonight." "Old Tai, it has to be at the Wan Hua Pavilion, and we won't leave until we're drunk." Chang Tai had not anticipated such a reward. 500 taels was enough to sustain him for a year without eating or drinking. He grinned broadly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Tang Yan. "Don't thank me. You should thank yourself. Every bit of effort yields its rewards. Those who work hard will enjoy the fruits of their labor. Continue to strive. For each advancement within the yellow stage, your monthly salary will increase by 100 taels. If you reach the Xian stage, we can discuss your benefits further," Tang Yan said, patting Chang Tai's shoulder. "I will give it my all," Chang Tai pledged earnestly. Encouragingly patting Chang Tai's shoulder, Tang Yan discreetly observed the others, noticing their eagerness to achieve breakthroughs. He then cleared his throat and declared, "From now on, anyone who makes a breakthrough should report directly to Captain Mo Yanjun. Keep up the good work." After dismissing everyone, as Tang Yan prepared to train, Mo Yanjun approached him quietly. Chapter 23. The Liu family's conspiracy. Tang Yan held a favorable view of Mo Bo's eldest grandson and smiled, saying, "Brother Mo, you seek me? In the past, I was blind and disrespected the young master, but now I realize how mistaken I was. Over the past month, the young master has proven to be superior to the most outstanding heirs of other families in every aspect. Given time, the first among the younger generation of Yun City may very well be our Tang family's heir," Mo Yanjun expressed with sincere admiration. "If you have a matter to discuss, please speak plainly. We are family and need not be formal." Tang Yan gestured. Mo Yanjun sighed. "You rascal, I am preparing to resign from the position of captain and focus on my cultivation. The speed at which everyone is advancing is remarkable, and they are quite self-sufficient, rendering my leadership unnecessary. Moreover, they respect you greatly. I will report truthfully to the master that you will take command of the guards from now on." Tang Yan pondered for a moment, understanding Mo Yanjun's mindset. Witnessing the rapid advancements of the guards, he felt a sense of pressure, fearing that over time, his own strength would be surpassed by others, leading him to feel unworthy of the captaincy. "Brother Mo, although your surname is Mo, your bond with the Tang family is inseparable, much like my grandfather's regard for you. The responsibility of guarding the Tang family still rests upon your shoulders," Tang Yan stated earnestly. "Though I have spent over a month at the training ground, I have rarely interfered with your training of the guards, as I did not wish to undermine your authority. In the future, if our Tang family faces external threats, you will be able to command the guards more effectively to protect our home. Wouldn't it be better for you to take direct command?" Mo Yanjun questioned, "And my aspirations lie elsewhere. I will inevitably leave Yun City. The burden of protecting the Tang family still relies on you." Brother Mo. After a pause, Tang Yan produced several jars and said, "These are primary spirit pills, the finest among true energy-enhancing elixirs below the second tier. Distribute one to each person tonight. Many should reach the yellow stage by tomorrow." Mo Yanjun took the pills, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "Are they better than gathering chi pills?" "They are certainly superior. Keep 3 for yourself and consume 1 tonight to understand their benefits. Your aptitude is commendable. If you push yourself, reaching the heavenly stage is not without hope." Tang Yan replied. "Understood," Mo Yanjun said earnestly, locking eyes with Tang Yan. "Rest assured." After sharing a smile and a supportive pat on Mo Yanjun's shoulder, Tang Yan turned to leave. Watching Tang Yan's retreating figure, Mo Yanjun found himself lost in thought. Who truly is the elder brother? Why does it feel as if he resembles a senior to me? The fact that Tang Yan entrusted him to distribute the pills stirred deep emotions within Mo Yanjun. He recognized this as Tang Yan's method of consolidating loyalty among the guards. However, he was not particularly concerned about power. His mind repeatedly echoed Tang Yan's words, "Push yourself a little harder, and there is hope for the heavenly stage." Previously, Mo Yanjun would have dismissed such notions, but Chang Tai's advancement had instilled confidence in him. As the captain of the Tang family's guard, he was well acquainted with each member. He had initially thought that even if Chang Tai entered the yellow stage, it would take years. Yet, after Tang Yan's arrival, Chang Tai had broken through in just a month. Tang Yan's training methods undoubtedly opened a clear path for everyone's cultivation in the Lu family's Great Hall. The upper echelons gathered, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. The patriarch, Lu Wuhui, sat in the center and said, "Lu Quan, recount today's events in detail. My grandson witnessed Xiao Yuan being humiliated by Tang Yan, damaging our Lu family's reputation, and sought to regain honor. Tang Yan was initially crippled by my elder brother, Lu Ji, yet who could have predicted that in combat, he would possess the strength of the 8th grade of the Yuan stage?" Lu Quan lamented, "Humph. I have taught you all since childhood that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use all their strength. Underestimating an opponent is the greatest cause of failure. Everyone, remember this well." Lu Wuhui slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming, silencing the hall. No one had anticipated that Tang Yan could hide his strength so deeply. Even without being crippled, rumors had circulated that he possessed only the strength of the 2nd grade of the Yuan stage. Moreover, when Ji crippled that boy from the Tang family, it had been confirmed by several renowned physicians in Yun City. How could he have restored his dantian and attained the 8th grade of the Yuan stage? Lu Ha furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. As the 2nd strongest member of the Lu family and the eldest son of Lu Wuhui, he was the heir apparent to the family patriarch. With his words, the previously tense atmosphere in the hall eased slightly. "I suspect that boy has been cultivating secretly and has learned some secret technique that allows his dantian to appear damaged while concealing his true strength from us," Lu Jing, the 2nd elder, remarked, his expression laden with resentment for Tang Yan, who had injured his son Lu Quan's dantian. It must be said that Tang Yan's sudden surge in strength is not good news for our Lu family. If we wait a few more years, should that boy mature, he will pose a significant threat to us. Lu Wuhui took a sip of tea and added ominously, "Moreover, our Lu family has suffered humiliation at his hands twice. It may be best to eliminate him. 20 days from now is the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the heirs of various families will gather at Mingyue Lake for the Mid-Autumn Festival tournament. If Tang Yan participates, he could be easily dealt with in the chaos of the competition," Lu Jing suggested coldly. "Second brother, this plan is quite clever. Though Tang Yan is still a martial artist, he has not yet fully matured. Previously, Ji humiliated Tang Yan in front of the city lord's daughter, and that boy will surely harbor resentment. When the time comes, we can incite the crowd to challenge Shi, and he can conveniently dispose of that boy." Lu Ha affirmed, a plot against Tang Yan silently brewed within the Lu family. Unbeknownst to Tang Yan, the target of the Lu family's so-called clever scheme, he had spent a considerable sum on alchemy the previous night and was left with scant silver. Now, holding 3 primary spirit pills, he disguised his appearance and made his way to the Tianbao auction house. After today, the Tang family would likely gain dozens of yellow stage martial artists, which would significantly impact their monthly expenditures. Additionally, he needed to accumulate wealth for the Tang family's future development. "Young master, how may I assist you?" An elderly man greeted as Tang Yan entered the Tianbao auction house. "I wish to auction some pills." "Oh? May I inquire what type of pills you wish to auction, and their rank?" the elder asked. "Ordinary pills will not be accepted for auction," he explained. "Ordinary pills are common ones below the 2nd rank, easily purchasable at Miao Danfeng." The elder had been in Yun City for years and prided himself on recognizing the heirs of various families, even the so-called wastrel of the Tang family. However, he could not fathom who this young man before him was, clearly someone from a lesser family. What good pills could a lesser family heir possess? He never anticipated that the very youth he had dismissed as a wastrel was none other than the young master of the Tang family. Chapter 24. The Path to Wealth Primary Spirit Pill, a mid-tier 1st rank. Tang Yan smiled. "By your definition, such pills are not eligible for auction?" "Not qualified," the elder waved his hand dismissively, inwardly lamenting that he had expected no good goods. While this pill was only mid-tier 1st rank, it was comparable to ordinary high-tier 1st rank pills. It could significantly aid in cultivation and was particularly effective for martial artists at the 9th grade of the Yuan stage, boasting a 90% success rate for breaking into the yellow stage. Moreover, it could be consumed consecutively. Tang Yan continued, "There are other auxiliary benefits I want to elaborate on. Would you care to reconsider?" "Apologies." The elder's tone was curt, unwilling to engage further. "You will regret this. Farewell. Keep dreaming," the elder scoffed as he watched Tang Yan leave. If what Tang Yan claimed were true, how could this pill only be classified as mid-tier 1st rank? It should at least be low-tier second rank, truly ignorant of its value. Once outside, Tang Yan sighed softly. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with him. The rank of a pill is determined by the complexity of its refinement and its efficacy. The efficacy of the primary spirit pill is not inferior to that of second-rank pills. It was simply categorized as mid-tier first rank because refining it does not require high combat prowess. Though the process is intricate, a first-rank alchemist with solid fundamentals would be able to manage it. Categorizing the primary spirit pill as a second-rank pill would not be excessive. Furthermore, since he had brought this pill from Huaxia, he had the most authority in determining its rank. Unaware of the root of the issue, Tang Yan strolled along, contemplating other avenues for generating wealth. In his previous life, while he had spent most of his time hidden in the Jianghu, he had still come into contact with modernized concepts. He understood some aspects of contemporary commercial operations. Before long, a bright idea sparked in his mind, and a lucrative long-term plan gradually formed in his thoughts. He found a secluded spot, hastily applied some makeup to alter his appearance, and swiftly headed toward Miaodanfeng. Upon arriving at Miaodanfeng, the store attendants immediately recognized Tang Yan. This young man, who even Master Gu treated with great respect, was not someone they could afford to neglect. "Young Master Tang, please come in. I will notify Master Gu." The attendant greeted him warmly. Tang Yan, not one to be overly modest, nodded and casually scanned the shop. While there were many patrons inside, one woman caught his eye. The woman stood around 5 feet 5 inches tall, clad in a fitted white dress that accentuated her mature and unique figure. Her ink-black hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her large, water-like eyes sparkled with life, exuding a cold and distant aura. Compared to Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian, this woman's beauty was equally striking, yet her demeanor was even more ethereal. Naturally, such a beauty drew the attention of others, and many patrons frequently glanced her way. Seemingly accustomed to such scrutiny, the woman displayed no signs of discomfort. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a sense of caution. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, they would surely be deceived by her outward beauty. She stood there quietly, revealing not a hint of her true strength, leaving Tang Yan utterly unable to perceive her capabilities. Yet, an icy aura emanated subtly from the woman, causing unease among those present. While the crowd struggled to discern her peculiarity, Tang Yan, with his extensive experience from a previous life, instinctively tagged her as a potential threat. Despite sifting through his memories, he could not identify her, likely a newcomer from afar. As he passed by her, he suddenly wrinkled his nose and took a few sharp sniffs of the air. Sensing the presence of an unfamiliar man beside him, the woman furrowed her brow and turned to cast a glance at Tang Yan. "How fragrant," he muttered to himself, continuing forward with the thought that it would be wonderful to have her as a wife. Seemingly taken aback by Tang Yan's audacity, the woman's demeanor grew even colder. As Tang Yan walked ahead, he felt a chill run down his spine, and beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. Effectively maintaining his composure, he felt the fleeting sensation of murderous intent dissipate and finally relaxed. After this brief assessment, he confirmed two things. First, the woman was indeed injured. Second, even in her weakened state, she was not someone he could afford to provoke. "Brother Tang, you've finally arrived." Upon being led to a reception room by a shop assistant, Gu Ming hurried over to greet him. Noticing the crimson glow in Gu Ming's eyes had vanished, Tang Yan began to grasp the efficiency of Miaodanfeng. It seemed that third-grade elixirs were not a significant concern for them. "Congratulations, Elder Gu," Tang Yan said, cupping his hands in respect. Di Ming understood the implication, smiling as he responded, "Thanks to your elixir formula, Brother Tang, I must apologize for not recognizing you as the young master renowned in Yun City that day. It turned out that the true prodigy among the younger generation of Yun City belonged to the Tang family, not the Lu family. It is nothing remarkable. All credit goes to my master's guidance," Tang Yan replied, using his master's name as a pretext. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. What brings you to Miaodanfeng this time?" Gu Ming inquired with a smile. Recognizing the astuteness of these individuals, Tang Yan replied straightforwardly, "I have come to discuss a business proposal with Miaodanfeng on behalf of my master." Ji Ming, intrigued by the prospect of collaborating with someone capable of casually offering a third-grade elixir formula, eagerly asked, "What business does your esteemed master wish to discuss with us?" "The elixir of pulse refinement," Tang Yan said calmly, "which, when consumed by a Yuan-level warrior, can enhance their meridian quality to a certain extent." "What?" Gu Ming exclaimed, jumping up in shock at Tang Yan's words. An elixir formula with the potential to improve meridian quality was exceedingly rare in the alchemical world. If he could procure it and deliver it to headquarters, he would achieve a significant feat. Tang Yan, caught off guard by Gu Ming's outburst while sipping tea, spilled some on himself and muttered, "Elder Gu, please sit and speak calmly." Realizing his lapse in composure, Gu Ming quickly smiled apologetically. "My apologies. I was too excited to ask at your intention to sell the formula?" "Precisely," Tang Yan affirmed with as an alchemist. Tang Yan anticipated Gu Ming's reaction and felt confident that this venture would yield substantial profit. After all, elixirs capable of enhancing meridian quality were a rarity in this world. In Yun City, the four prominent families were evenly matched, each maintaining a delicate balance of power. However, if one family produced a particularly gifted descendant, it would inevitably overshadow the others in a few years. Thus, although the elixir of pulse refinement was only effective for Yuan-level warriors, it would undoubtedly be coveted by numerous families. Being part of one of Yun City's influential families, Tang Yan understood the immense effort invested by these families in nurturing their talented heirs. Once the elixir of pulse refinement became available, it would spark intense competition among the families. "How does Brother Tang propose we collaborate?" Gu Ming pondered carefully. "A profit-sharing partnership," Tang Yan succinctly stated. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming responded, "As far as I know, elixirs that can refine meridians are at least third grade. I lack the authority to negotiate profit sharing for high-grade elixirs. I will send a message to headquarters today, and they will send someone to discuss this with you." Tang Yan smiled. "You need not worry. Elder Ge.My master will certainly take your concerns into account. The elixir of pulse refinement is merely a top-grade first-level elixir. I believe that with your expertise, crafting this elixir shouldn't pose much difficulty, and other alchemists could manage it as well." "What? A first-grade pulse refinement elixir?" Gu Ming exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement once more. Learning from previous experiences, Tang Yan remained composed, taking another sip of tea while smiling at Gu Ming. "Elder Gu, can we sit down and discuss this business properly?" "Yes, we can discuss it." Gu Ming eagerly settled back down. As an alchemist, he understood the potential benefits this formula could bring and quickly inquired, "Brother, let's not beat around the bush. How can I acquire the formula for my Danfang?" "I will sell the usage rights of the formula for 1,000,000 taels of silver, with a profit split of 70-30, in which my Danfang receives 70%, Tang Yan proposed. While 1,000,000 taels appeared substantial, it was merely a trivial sum compared to the value of the elixir of pulse refinement, which my Danfang would not mind. "The profit share seems a bit steep," Gu Ming frowned upon hearing this. "If it were a regular formula, a 10% share would be considered generous. You surely understand how precious elixirs that refine meridians are. My Danfang is not the only alchemical force in the Tianxiang Kingdom. We could easily find other buyers outside Yun City. Moreover, the profit share could very well be negotiated to 50-50, 40-60, or even 30-70, with us retaining the larger share. The 70-30 split is a gesture of gratitude for Elder Ge's previous kindness, as well as my trust in my Danfang's reputation to I in other places. Such a low profit share would be utterly inconceivable," Tang Yan asserted seriously. Ge Ming nodded, recognizing the validity of Tang Yan's points. "What specific effects does the elixir of pulse refinement have?" "Here it is, Elder Gu. Please take a look," Tang Yan said as he produced a porcelain vial from his robe and handed it over. Ge Ming accepted the vial, uncorked it, and allowed a sliver of his consciousness to probe the elixir inside. A refreshing fragrance wafted forth, invigorating him as if fresh air had suddenly filled a stagnant cellar, lifting his spirits. Merely from this aroma, Gu Ming sensed its authenticity, quickly offering an apology before heading toward the appraisal room. Within a quarter of an hour, Gu Ming emerged, beaming with excitement. "Brother Tang, this truly is the pulse refinement elixir." His exhilaration was palpable, as the elixir's efficacy exceeded all expectations. "How could I joke about such matters?" Tang Yan chuckled softly. "I apologize for my earlier excitement," Gu Ming replied eagerly. "When can we sign the contract? And when will you provide me with the formula?" "We can sign the contract now. Once it's effective, I will hand over the formula," Tang Yan decided without delay. "Excellent. That's very straightforward. Please wait a moment while I draft the agreement." This was a lucrative deal that promised substantial profits. Gu Ming moved swiftly, borrowing paper and ink. Tang Yan began to write down the formula and the detailed steps for crafting the elixir of pulse refinement. Before long, Gu Ming presented Tang Yan with a drafted contract. Tang Yan meticulously reviewed the terms, noting that everything, including monthly settlements, was clearly articulated. Satisfied, He nodded, signed his name, and pressed his handprint onto the document. Ji Ming then produced the Mayadanfeng seal, affixing it alongside his own personal stamp, ensuring both copies of the contract were duly signed and exchanged. Finally, he retrieved a thick stack of banknotes, handing them to Tang Yan, thus finalizing the transaction. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Your master is indeed a remarkable figure, Guoming exclaimed, having thoroughly inspected the elixir's formula. Although it was merely a first-grade elixir, the process involved was intricate and complex, thoroughly dispelling the rumor that no elixir capable of refining pulses existed below the third grade. You flatter me. Now that this matter is settled, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Tang Yan and Guoming exchanged smiles, both feeling satisfied with the agreement. Brother Tang, should you come across any suitable formulas in the future, please bring them to Mayadanfeng. I will ensure you receive maximum benefits, Guoming added. This kind of formula is rare and precious, crafted by my master after much contemplation. If I encounter any further formulas, I will certainly collaborate with Elder Gu, Tang Yan replied, preparing to take his leave. I shall visit your Tang family in a few days. Guoming responded warmly. As they exited, the previously bustling hall fell silent. With everyone greeting Guoming respectfully at its nothing, you all continue with your business. I shall escort Brother Tang out, Guoming said, waving them off before leading Tang Yan outside. To Tang Yan's surprise, the woman in white had not yet departed. Upon seeing Guoming, she approached and coldly asked, Are you Guoming? Indeed. May I ask who this young lady is? Guoming replied with a measured tone. Can you craft a third-grade top-tier elixir? The woman inquired frostily. Regrettably, I am but a second-grade alchemist and cannot create such an elixir, Guoming answered, growing increasingly displeased at being publicly questioned about his limitations. Third-grade top-tier elixirs are exceedingly rare. I suggest you seek elsewhere in the eastern continent. With that, the woman decisively turned away, having realized that no one at Mayadanfeng could fulfill her request. Apologies for the disturbance, Guoming said, feeling somewhat frustrated as he watched her leave. It's nothing, Elder Go. Please take care of yourself. Visit my Tang family whenever you have the chance. Tang Yan extended an invitation. Certainly, I will come to pay my respects in a few days, Guoming replied enthusiastically. Curious about the connection between Mayadanfeng and the Tang family, some onlookers exchanged glances, pondering the resemblance between the young man and the notorious scion of the Tang family. As Tang Yan held a stack of banknotes and intended to return directly to the Tang family. He noticed the white-clad woman walking ahead and, intrigued, decided to follow her discreetly. Tang Yan, possessing numerous tracking techniques in his arsenal, trailed her through the bustling streets without her noticing. After half an hour, the woman purchased some herbs before heading out of the city. Once outside, she suddenly quickened her pace. Unfazed, Tang Yan carefully followed her, channeling his true energy to keep up. Chapter 26. On-the-spot command having followed her for half an hour and now several dozen miles outside the city. Tang Yan was about to give up when he suddenly sensed the woman halt. You've been following me sneakily through the city for so long. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Her cold voice rang out, startling Tang Yan. What was her strength? Despite his efforts to conceal himself, she had still detected him. With a wry smile, Tang Yan stepped forward. Miss Z, your prowess is truly formidable. I thought I was hidden well enough. As he spoke, a gray figure rushed into his line of sight. Another person? Tang Yan's heart raced. This place was so small. How could two formidable figures appear so suddenly? Judging by their auras, they were likely at least Earth-level experts. The man in gray was gaunt and lanky, not unattractive, yet his eyes occasionally glimmered with a lewd light, indicating his unscrupulous nature. Oh, there's someone else? The man in gray scrutinized Tang Yan for a moment before bursting into laughter. I knew Miss Z had been poisoned by my fire toxin. How daring of you to appear with a helper, but this companion of yours looks as fragile as a porcelain figurine. Hardly a challenge. The white-clad woman regarded Tang Yan with astonishment, wondering when he had managed to catch up without her noticing. Observing their expressions, Tang Yan felt a mix of frustration and amusement. These two had failed to recognize him, and he had merely stumbled into their conflict. Ha ha ha, I'm just passing through. Please, continue. Tang Yan waved his hands and turned to leave. Trying to leave? Ha, you think it's that simple? I've heard that Miss Z is kind-hearted and wouldn't ignore someone in peril. If you're here, Miss Z will have to divide her attention to protect you. Since she's already poisoned, her strength is barely on par with mine. Your presence only increases my odds. The gray-robed man grinned sinisterly, revealing his ulterior motives. White Qing, You're overthinking it. He.s. a stranger who.s. been tailing me. He.s. just as guilty as you. If you want to kill him, go ahead, the white-clad woman retorted fiercely. But you want to escape today. I will risk my life to ensure your demise. Humph. Let's see if you can back that up. You little brat, prepare to meet your end. Yuching cackled and lunged at Tang Yan. Tang Yan's heart sank in alarm. This scoundrel could walk on air. This was a hallmark of Earth-level experts. Although he doubted his ability to evade the attack, he quickly retreated. How dare you? The white-clad woman brandished her sword, also stepping into the air. Tang Yan cursed himself for foolishly following them. Either of these two could easily obliterate him with a mere flick of their fingers. Clang! In a split second, the white-clad woman's sword intercepted the attack aimed at Tang Yan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he felt the sweat soaking through his clothes. Ha! So this kid is indeed your lover. You can't even protect yourself, yet you shield him, Yuching taunted, his words laced with malice. To counter the fire toxin, you must have a complete union with this lad. Why not submit to me instead? Once I eliminate this pretty boy, we can enjoy a night of passion together. Shameless. I would rather die than submit to you. In contrast to Yuching, the woman retained her modesty. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tang Yan cautiously observed the battle. The gray-robed man wielded a soft sword, which danced through the air like a silver snake, launching agile yet treacherous strikes at the woman. Although she held a higher rank, Yuching's insults and attempts at stealth attacks severely distracted her, putting her in peril. Anger surged within Tang Yan. He had no quarrel with them, yet they were intent on killing him. The tiger doesn't he roar, yet you think I'm weak? He thought, feeling a surge of indignation rising within him. Since they were so brazen, he would remind them never to underestimate anyone. Tang Yan quickly retreated. Putting distance between himself and the two combatants, he focused intently on Yuching's sword movements, analyzing and dissecting his attacks step by step. Meanwhile, he shouted insults at Yuching. Hey, whatever your name is. Your face looks like a shoehorn. When your father was having you, he must have pushed too hard and squished your face. Do you even know who your father is? Your mother was probably surrounded by big men. Not knowing who your father was, you dare to look at me? What are you staring at? I'm not your father. This relentless barrage of insults infuriated Yuching, causing him to seethe with rage. You brat, I'll make sure you pay for this, he growled, forcing back the woman and charging at Tang Yan. Tang Yan kept his gaze locked on Yuching, noticing his movements. Miss Z, thrust your sword leftward at a 3-point angle, using 70% of your strength. This position was precisely a blind spot for Yuching. Initiate Ontech moreover, due to the previous reserve of strength, this time's assault seamlessly intertwined with the last offensive, making it astonishingly effortless. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, striking directly at Yuching's waist without any embellishment. At this moment, Yuching, feeling frustrated, spat blood. He had initially believed that this young man would serve as his ally and a burden to Ziyun, but unexpectedly, within mere moments, the situation had swiftly reversed. Once he had subdued Ziyun, he vowed to make the young man suffer a fate worse than death. Hatred brewed in Yuching's heart. Though Tang Yan was oblivious to Yuching's thoughts, his intentions were quite similar. Eliminate the opponent. With no time to ponder further, Yuching realized that Ziyun's sword was far too sharp. He had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Each time Ziyun wielded 7/10 of her strength, Yuching had to summon all his power to resist, rendering him in a state of utter passivity. Before Yuching could catch his breath, Tang Yan's voice, akin to a death knell, echoed again. Rotate your body. Exert full strength, using the body's rotational force, strike horizontally at the second rib. Having been struck at his weak points consecutively by Tang Yan, Ziyun began to trust his guidance. As her body spun in midair like a wheel, her sword, propelled by the momentum of her rotation, surged towards Yuching with overwhelming force. Chapter 27. Slaying the celestial level, Yuching felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Why had he let this brat go? The approaching sword left him no time for reconsideration, forcing him to grit his teeth and muster every ounce of strength to counter Ziyun's formidable blade. It was exceedingly difficult to unleash such power in the same position twice in quick succession, and Yuching was destined to lack the requisite true energy to withstand Ziyun's strike this time. Furthermore, this time, Ziyun was using her full strength, compounded with the force of her rotation. The increase in force was evident, and the disparity in power was unmistakable. Clang! Their weapons collided, and Bai Qing let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 3 steps. At that moment, Ziyun, having forgotten her own affliction, was completely immersed in awe. Under the boy's command, she had executed 3 moves. The first, unexpectedly exposing Bai Qing's vulnerabilities and reversing the defensive disadvantage. The second, stabilizing the situation and exerting complete dominance. The third, straightforward yet ruthless, decisively pushing Bai Qing back. Even at her peak, achieving such an effect with 3 moves would have been extremely challenging. Was this boy truly just a scion from a minor family in Yun City? These 3 moves shifted the balance of power, requiring immense insight, impeccable judgment, and an incredibly strong mindset. Silly girl, what are you waiting for? Rush in and behead him. Tang Yan exclaimed in frustration, witnessing Ziyun's dazed state. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Ziyun snapped back to reality, hastily swinging her sword. However, the brief interval allowed Bai Qing to prepare his defenses, narrowly evading her strike. How did you manage to reach the celestial level with such combat experience? Don't you know how to press the advantage? Tang Yan sighed in exasperation. At this point, Bai Qing was already wounded and his strength diminished. After 2 more commands from Tang Yan, Bai Qing was once again sent flying by Ziyun's strike. Faced with the prodigious young man, Bai Qing had long abandoned the notion of victory, only contemplating an escape. However, as he was propelled away, he realized he was heading straight towards that infuriating brat. His eyebrows shot up. That little rascal is thwarting my plans. Today, I will end you. Killing intent surged in Bai Qing's eyes. Tang Yan naturally noticed Bai Qing's trajectory and anticipated his approach. While he was uncertain about the defensive capabilities of a celestial-level expert, he was aware that the heaven and earth transformation fire within him could burn anything. Ignoring Bai Qing's menacing glare, Tang Yan's true energy surged violently within, rapidly coalescing in his palm. A flickering azure flame burst forth, swiftly aiming for Bai Qing's throat. Before a cry of anguish could escape, a gaping hole appeared in Bai Qing's neck, severing his breath. Yet, the unwillingness in Bai Qing's eyes suggested he would never find peace in death. When Ziyun saw Bai Qing flying towards Tang Yan, she inwardly cursed and rushed to assist. Upon reaching Tang Yan's side, she discovered that Bai Qing had already succumbed. You killed him? Ziyun stared at Tang Yan in shock. He intended to kill me. It was an accident. Tang Yan blinked innocently. Seeing Tang Yan's nonchalant demeanor after taking a life, Ziyun felt an even greater astonishment towards this boy when she first encountered him. He had been sniffing around her and had expressed a desire to take her home as his wife. Initially, she had thought him a lecherous fool and nearly killed him, but who would have imagined that he was such an extraordinary talent? Alas, his strength seemed somewhat lacking. The aura he had just displayed barely reached the yellow level. How had he managed to kill Bai Qing? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Ziyun glanced at the lifeless Bai Qing, only to find that his neck was nearly severed. A shiver ran down her spine. How did you kill him? Wasn't he protected by a treasure? If only you had struck him earlier, you wouldn't have wasted my precious item. Do you know how valuable it is? Tang Yan pretended to mourn while touching his neck, as if the treasure had once hung there. Ziyun suddenly understood. It was a one-time protective artifact. No wonder it could breach a celestial-level expert's defenses. With the treasure gone, she contemplated whether this boy possessed anything of value to compensate for her loss. As Tang Yan rummaged through Bai Qing's belongings, he found quite a few treasures, several stacks of silver notes and 2 third-tier pills. Although Tang Yan was not particularly interested in pills, these were growth pills, perfect for his grandfather. After collecting Bai Qing's sword, Tang Yan stood up, dusted his hands, and muttered, truly impoverished. Just this worthless trinket. Ziyun observed this young man, who had previously commanded her with such confidence and poise, now behaving as if he had completely transformed. Wait a moment. What had he called her earlier when urging her to strike? Silly girl. As the third miss of the Zijou city, adored by many, when had anyone dared to call her that? Hey, what did you just call me? Ziyun glared at Tang Yan. I called you Miss C, Tang Yan replied, blinking innocently. Anything else? She prompted. Nothing else at all, Tang Yan added in his mind. That was an insult, not a title. You just called me silly girl, duh. Just as Ziyun was about to erupt in anger, she suddenly felt a wave of heat in her dantian. Her true energy could no longer coalesce, and her vision began to blur, the figure of Tang Yan appearing to waver. After 3 days of suppression, she could no longer contain the fire poison. Unbeknownst to her, the effects of the fire poison had become overwhelmingly potent once it was no longer restrained. At this moment, gazing at Tang Yan, she felt an involuntary urge. With the last vestige of her consciousness, Ziyun leaned closer to Tang Yan's ear and pleaded, "Kill me, then return my body to Zizhu City. Do not violate me, or I shall never forgive you upon awakening." After uttering her final words, she could no longer resist and lunged at Tang Yan like an octopus. Inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, Tang Yan felt his heart stir. Sensing the escalating warmth of the alluring woman, he sighed internally and, with a swift motion, knocked Ziyun unconscious. As her body grew increasingly hot, Tang Yan realized that if he did not treat her soon, it would undoubtedly affect her future cultivation and could even lead to her demise. What a hassle! He suppressed his impulses and hurriedly carried Ziyun back towards the city. When Ziyun awoke, she found herself lying on a bed. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the room was modest yet elegantly arranged, furnished with high-quality items, clearly not the abode of an ordinary family. Attempting to draw in true energy, she found her dantian completely empty. Glancing down, she noticed she was still clothed but realized the attire was not her own, and her heart raced with alarm. Chapter 28. Everyone's advancement. Do not be alarmed, and do not attempt to circulate your true energy. The fire poison has been resolved, but not in the manner you might expect. Your clothing has been changed, but it was merely my maid who assisted you. In a few days, I will concoct some pills to aid in your recovery. A gentle voice resonated, and Ziyun looked up to see the very boy she had encountered earlier. How did you cure the poison? Ziyun asked coldly, distrustful of Tang Yan. Why should I tell you? Just remember that you have not been violated. If you doubt me, you may verify it yourself. Tang Yan shrugged and continued. I know you are thinking that if I don't tell you, you'll kill me, but right now, your dantian cannot channel true energy, so you cannot defeat me. Also, do not threaten me. If you annoy me, I will evict you from my house. You are so beautiful, yet utterly defenseless. If a rogue were to assault you, do not blame me. Ziyun's face flushed with anger at Tang Yan's words, but she wisely chose to remain silent, cursing him 1,000 times in her heart. Seeing that Ziyun had ceased her protest, Tang Yan stated, You will stay in the Tang residence for now. Once your strength is restored, you may choose to leave or stay. I need to practice. With that, Tang Yan exited the room. Alone in the room, Ziyun pondered, could there truly exist a person like Lu Xiaohui, who remained unperturbed in the face of temptation? Old Master Tang had recently found himself smiling much more often. His son had been missing for years, and his grandson had always been disappointing, leading to great concern about the future of the Tang family. Subsequently, Tang Yan's dantian had been rendered useless, further extinguishing Old Master Tang's hopes, leaving him to dedicate his efforts solely to protecting his grandson's well-being. Now, however, Tang Yan had seemingly struck gold, acquiring a mysterious master. Not only had his dantian been restored, but his strength had also ascended to the 8th rank of the Yuan level. This newfound fortune filled Old Master Tang with renewed hope. He felt rejuvenated, as if decades had been shed from his age. The bonsai he had neglected for years were now meticulously tended to each day. Old Master, Old Master. Just as he was trimming an orchid in his study, Mo Bo rushed in hurriedly. Familiar with his old friend's temperament, Old Master Tang understood that Mo would not behave so recklessly unless something urgent had occurred. Brother Mo, calm down. What has happened? Has that brat Tang Yan caused trouble again? Not at all, Mo Bo exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement. The young master has not caused trouble. He has achieved great merit. Merit? What kind of merit? Upon hearing it was not a misdeed, Old Master Tang felt relieved and eagerly pressed for details. Do you recall the last time the young master reprimanded the guards in the training grounds? He has been overseeing their training since, Mo Bo asked mysteriously. Stop with the suspense. What happened with the guards? Old Master Tang urged. 120 guards have all broken through their previous realms and entered the 1st rank of the yellow level today. Mo Bo declared loudly. That's not a big deal. Advancing is quite normal. Just reward those who have advanced and encourage them. Old Master Tang waved dismissively. Suddenly, he froze, realizing the significance of what he had just heard. He abruptly pulled Mo Bo closer and shouted, What did you just say? 120 guards, all at the 1st rank of the yellow level. Is this true? Cough, cough. Old Master, please calm down. Let's discuss this calmly. I heard this from Yin Jun. In my haste, I rushed here to report without confirming the details. Mobo felt as if his old bones were about to crumble under old Master Tang's intensity. Enough of this. Let us head to the training grounds and see for ourselves, old Master Tang insisted, dragging his old friend along. Yin Jun was known for his integrity, and old Master Tang trusted he would not misrepresent such matters. He already felt 7/10 convinced. The thought of 120 guards all reaching the yellow level was beyond his wildest dreams. The two elderly men hurried to the training grounds, and before entering, they felt the concentrated aura within. Tang Ling and Mo Bo exchanged astonished glances. Both had reached the earth level and were acutely aware of the changes in the atmosphere. Many of the auras inside were unmistakably from the yellow level. Suppressing their astonishment, Tang Ling took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the training grounds. "Greetings, old master. Greetings, Mo Bo." As the two elders entered, the guards all greeted them in unison. Tang Ling smiled and nodded at everyone, then asked loudly, "I have heard that all of you have advanced in strength." In response to the old master's words, all 120 members of the Tang family have entered the first rank of the yellow level. Mo Yin Jun rushed over, his expression equally excited as he turned and shouted, "Line up!" With a whoosh, 120 guards stood tall and proud in unison, exuding an impressive aura. "A team, I command. Execute the Tang family fist technique." Mo Yin Jun commanded. "Prepare, begin, roar, ha, ha." As Mo Yin Jun issued the command, the guards swiftly executed the Tang family fist technique in unison. A powerful gust of wind filled the training grounds, creating a stunning spectacle. Old Master Tang was left speechless, surveying each individual. "This one is at the yellow level. So is this one, and this one too. Yellow level, yellow level." As he meticulously examined each of the 120 Tang family warriors, his eyes glazed over as if he were lost in a dream. Mo Bo was equally astonished. Hearing Mo Yin Jun's report that morning was one thing, but witnessing 120 yellow-level warriors firsthand was an indescribable shock. "Remarkable! Remarkable!" Old Master Tang exclaimed several times. Having experienced numerous storms in his life, he managed to suppress his overwhelming joy and astonishment. He then quietly asked Mo Yin Jun, "How did these guards achieve such an advancement?" Old Master Tang was no fool. Having successfully established the Tang family among the four great families of Yun City, he understood the implications of 120 individuals advancing to the yellow level overnight. It defied logic and hinted at some extraordinary opportunity. "Yin Jun, please explain what happened," Mo Bo urged. "Thanks to the young master, he provided me with over 100 pills yesterday to distribute among the guards, stating that these pills are the finest spiritual medicine below the second rank. Initially, I was skeptical, but astonishingly, everyone broke through in just one night, and I personally advanced to the fourth rank of the yellow level." Mo Yin Jun's voice was filled with excitement. Over 100 pills that allowed everyone to reach the yellow level. Old Master Tang was taken aback. Such potent medicine would surely be of at least mid-tier quality at the second rank. The market price for such pills would easily reach 40 to 50,000 taels each. Over 100 would amount to millions. Even for the Tang family, producing such a sum would cause significant strain. Tang Yan, who had once had his allowance withheld, would never have such financial resources. In an instant, Old Master Tang's thoughts shifted to Tang Yan's mysterious master. "Old Master, based on the young master's calculations, the monthly salary for these 120 guards amounts to 24,000 taels," Mo Yin Jun stated, concern evident in his voice. Old Master Tang recalled Tang Yan's previous remarks regarding rewards for the guards' advancement at the time. He had thought their aspirations for elevation would take many years. So he had not been worried, only to realize now how gravely mistaken he had been. Every month, the Tang family faces an additional expenditure of 20,000 taels of silver. For the time being, they can still manage, but as these individuals grow in strength, reaching the yellow rank of second, third, or even fourth tier, and eventually ascending to the mysterious realm, the daily expenses of the Tang family may spiral into a terrifying abyss. However, the venerable patriarch of the Tang family does not lament the presence of numerous skilled individuals. Rather, he welcomes it, as he believes that with such guardians, the Tang family can maintain its unassailable position and generate even greater wealth. The reward schemes established by Xiao Yin should proceed as planned. After spending half an hour in the martial arts arena, the patriarch took his leave, his hands clasped behind him, striding towards the exit. His emotions were beyond description, his steps light and buoyant, as he reveled in the thought of having 100 yellow rank experts. How much combat power had the Tang family gained overnight? Lost in thoughts, he looked up and realized he was walking towards his grandson's residence. Noticing that he hadn't conversed with his grandson for some time, he made his way to Tang Yan's courtyard. In Tang Yan's small courtyard, Xiao Chui and Ziyun sat on rattan chairs, chatting while watching Tang Yan practice. Ziyun, naturally beautiful and exuding an extraordinary aura, possessed an innate nobility that made Xiao Chui initially feel quite reserved. However, Ziyun's gentle and friendly manner soon bridged the gap between them. Conversations between women, once sparked, flowed like an unceasing river. In no time, Ziyun had gleaned a great deal about Tang Yan's background. Yet, with each revelation about his past, her brows furrowed tighter. Although they had only met yesterday, his decisive and precise command during combat was something one could not achieve without diligent study and hard work. In contrast, Xiao Chui's depiction of young Master Tang painted him as a brazen scoundrel, a transformation only occurring in the past month or so. As the daughter of a prominent family in Zizhou City, Ziyun's ability to read people was exceptional. She was certain that Xiao Chui's innocent demeanor was sincere. This made her all the more curious about Tang Yan, a person who could deceive even a maid who had been by his side for over a decade. What kind of prodigy was he? Ziyun's gaze lingered on Tang Yan, who was in the courtyard practicing 6 peculiar movements. Each movement was expansive and oddly discordant, leading her to wonder if he might twist himself into a pretzel with more effort. The 6 techniques not only exhibited strange postures but also echoed each other, returning to the starting point after completing the 6th move, creating a continuous cycle. Though she considered herself a celestial-ranked martial artist, she doubted her ability to execute Tang Yan's movements with such proficiency, realizing it was quite the challenge. Unbeknownst to Ziyun, these 6 movements were the extreme 6 techniques that Tang Yan had created in his previous life. Each technique represented the maximum limit of what the human body could endure, and the latent potential within was immense. To maintain a technique at this limit, without harming oneself, required the application of various principles. Each execution demanded complete exertion, and within half an hour, Tang Yan's inner energy was utterly depleted. At that moment, he would consume a medicinal pill to restore himself to peak condition. The cycle of emptying and refilling his energy meridians accelerated his cultivation significantly. However, despite the excellence of these techniques, few could persist in practicing them, and even fewer could master them. Moreover, such a valuable method was not something Tang Yan would easily share. Exhausted, after repeating the cycle 3 times, Tang Yan finally ceased his training, his clothes soaked with sweat. "You too, step aside. I need to wash and change," he announced, pointing at the 2 women. "Can't you just change inside?" Ziyun shot him a glare. "The cold water is right here. I'll just rinse off and change," Tang Yan replied lazily. "Besides, this is my home, and you should listen to what I say." "Well, sit here and let me see you change." Then, Ziyun retorted, her temper rising at Tang Yan's commanding tone. As a celestial-ranked expert, she had never been treated so dismissively by a mere yellow-rank youth. Yet, she underestimated his audacity and a swift motion. Tang Yan shed his clothes, leaving only his shorts. Ziyun exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "Ha! You chose not to step aside, and now you must face the consequences." Tang Yan grinned, lifting a wooden bucket to wash off his sweat when suddenly the door was kicked open with a loud crash. "Yenner, what?" The patriarch, excitedly entering, froze at the sight of his grandson clad only in shorts, alongside a remarkably poised woman. Chapter 30. Zizhou City. I merely intended to tease Ziyun, not anticipating my grandfather's sudden entrance, Tang Yan thought as he hastily poured the bucket of water over himself, scrambling to his room with his clothes in hand. Giggling at the sight of Tang Yan's flustered demeanor, Xiao Chui quickly composed herself and bowed. "Greetings, elder. There's no need for such formality." "This young lady is?" the patriarch inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed Ziyun. Having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, he could immediately sense that Ziyun possessed an extraordinary quality beyond that of an ordinary woman. Ziyun smiled gracefully, producing a jade plaque seemingly out of thin air. The plaque was pure and translucent, inscribed with the character Zizhou and the single character Yun in the corner. The patriarch's pupils constricted, his astonishment evident as he asked, "Are you the renowned Ziyun of Zizhou City?" "Indeed, it is an honor to be recognized," Ziyun replied modestly. Upon her acknowledgement, the patriarch gasped, recalling that besides the royal family, three major powers dominated the region: Zizhu City, the Rakshasa sect, and the Gathering of Immortals. Among these, Zizhu City was the mightiest, producing many renowned figures, including the illustrious Ziyun, who, at merely 30 years of age, had already reached celestial rank, known for her remarkable talent and beauty. Suppressing his astonishment, the patriarch said courteously, "Your esteemed name precedes you. Miss C, how is it that you arrived at the Tang family without notifying us? Others might think we are neglecting our esteemed guests." Ziyun's mind raced, and she replied with a charming smile. "I happened to be in Yun City for a matter and intended to remain incognito, not wanting to disturb anyone. It was mere coincidence that I encountered young Master Tang." Remembering how Tang Yan had been clad so scantily in front of Ziyun, the patriarch's forehead broke into a sweat. "That lad is rather unruly. If he has offended you, I hope you can forgive him. It is not a bad thing for youth to be a bit brash." "May I ask how you and Yinner came to know each other?" Tang Ling inquired curiously. Ziyun did not elaborate but simply smiled. "I chanced upon him and discovered he possesses great potential. I fear he might be overlooked in this small Yun city, so I wish to take him to Zizhu City for proper nurturing." The patriarch's heart raced at the thought of Zizhu City, the pinnacle of power in the region, abundant in resources. If Tang Yan were to receive focused training there, ascending to celestial rank could very well be within reach. However, with only Tang Yan as the sole heir of the Tang family, the patriarch hesitated, sighing, "Miss, you may not know, but Tang Yan already has a master. We cannot rashly join another faction. Perhaps we should ask Yinner for his opinion later. May I inquire whom Tang Yan is apprenticed to?" Ziyun asked, her curiosity piqued. "That I do not know. All I am aware of is that his master is a recluse, indifferent to worldly affairs, rarely making an appearance." The patriarch replied with a shake of his head. "That elder has helped the Tang family on numerous occasions, and we have never had the chance to express our gratitude." "I understand." Ziyun nodded. "In that case, I shall not press the matter. However, Tang Yan is undoubtedly a person of great promise. He has unique insights into martial arts. It would be a pity if I were to leave without offering him some guidance. I would like to stay here for a while to mentor him." "What do you think, elder?" Tang Ling's heart soared at her suggestion. He had no objections. In fact, he would welcome her to stay indefinitely. "Miss Z, please feel free to stay as long as you wish. Consider this your home. Xiao Chui, please prepare a top-quality room for Miss Z. There's no need for such formalities. I find this small courtyard quite suitable, and there are still vacant rooms. I shall reside here." Ziyun politely declined Tang Ling's generous offer. Tang Ling had no objections regarding where Ziyun chose to stay but soon frowned, realizing, "That little rascal. Why is he taking so long? Xiao Chui, go fetch him." Before long, Tang Yan emerged, head lowered. He had assumed that a meeting with his grandfather would be awkward, yet he was greeted with an unexpectedly radiant smile from the elder. "Inner, this is Miss Ziyun, a renowned celestial-ranked expert of the listening fragrance kingdom. She sees potential in you and wishes to offer you her guidance. You must treat her with the utmost respect and be eager to learn. Understood?" Tang Ling instructed sternly. "What? A renowned celestial-ranked expert? How come I didn't hear about this?" Tang Yan exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at Ziyun. "Renowned? Is she more famous than Wang, the top courtesan by the Mingyue River?" Tang Ling queried. "I think I've heard of her." Tang Yan replied. "Miss Z is the third young lady of Zizhu City. To receive her guidance is a great fortune. If you offend her, I will not hesitate to discipline you myself," Tang Ling warned. Seeing that his grandfather was serious, Tang Yan felt a wave of despair wash over him. What on earth had transpired during his brief absence? He had merely gone to change clothes. Stealing a glance at Ziyun, he noticed her mischievous wink, a glimmer of victorious cunning in her eyes, leading him to suspect that she had somehow bewitched his grandfather. Understanding his grandfather's temperament, Tang Yan quickly nodded. "Yes, I will comply. I will comply. Much better. You two continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to," Tang Ling said, eager not to waste any time that Ziyun could spend mentoring Tang Yan. Once Tang Ling had departed, Tang Yan bounced back to his previous self and asked, "What did you tell my grandfather, you silly girl?" "Him? And why should I tell you? Do you want me to inform him of your antics?" Ziyun teased, her expression icy. Tang Yan rolled his eyes, exasperated. "I was planning to help you concoct a medicinal pill to expedite your recovery, but now I think I should focus on my own training and not get involved in your affairs." Upon hearing about the recovery, Ziyun's interest peaked. "Tang Yan, how long until I can regain my strength?" "At the rate you're recovering now, perhaps half a year. he replied, adding, of course, that's just the beginning. As for how long it will take to fully recover, I can't say. Maybe 3 to 5 years, or even 20 to 30 years at worst. What? That long? Ziyun's face paled at the news. Noting her reaction, Tang Yan chuckled, but with my medicinal pill, you might regain your peak strength in just 3 months, perhaps even improve beyond that. Chapter 31. A chance to turn me into a pig's head. Ziyun found this speed acceptable and eagerly shook Tang Yan's arm. Then you must help me concoct the pills. You must plead with me first, Tang Yan teased. I won't ask. Who needs your help? Ziyun huffed, stomping her foot in frustration before turning to enter her room. Watching her storm off in anger, Tang Yan couldn't help but admire her fiery temperament. Of course, he had merely been teasing her. After all, she had saved his life when he was nearly killed by Yuching. If not for her kind heart, he might have long since met his end. This immense gratitude lingered in his heart, and he vowed to assist her in regaining her strength whenever time permitted. Now that he had reached the yellow rank, his demand for medicinal pills had increased, and the initial spirit pill no longer sufficed. Entering his room, he took out paper and pen, meticulously listing the medicinal ingredients he required and instructing Xiao Cui to procure them. Upon counting, he realized there were as many as 76 ingredients. Looking at the dates, he noted that July was drawing to a close, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in just over 10 days. He wondered how his brothers from his previous life were faring now. Mid-Autumn Festival? An idea sparked in Tang Yan's mind. If his memory served him correctly, the annual Mid-Autumn Festival celebration would be held on Mingyue Lake. The Tang family had long been oppressed by the other 3 prominent families in Yun City, and this year's festival would undoubtedly present an opportunity for the 3 families to strike. As the only direct descendant of the Tang family, if he chose not to compete, rumors would spread that the Tang family's young master was a waste of space, and that the family had no future. Consequently, fewer and fewer factions would be willing to align themselves with the Tang family. However, if he participated, whether in literary or martial competitions, he would likely be targeted and face numerous dangers. The Tang family had endured humiliation each year, but this year, a cold smile flickered at the corners of Tang Yan's mouth. Yet, Tang Yan did not harbor blind arrogance. He was acutely aware of the substantial gap between himself and the younger generation of other families. For instance, Lu Ji of the Lu family had reportedly reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier, with his true strength likely bordering on the 9th. Similarly, the young champions of the Wu and Qin families, Wu Feiming and Qin Jushan, had both ascended to the 7th rank of the yellow tier. With his current meager first-rank strength, he was still far too weak. If he wished to bring glory to the Tang family in the upcoming competition, he would need to prepare extensively. In the city lord's mansion of Yun City, Lin Xiao sat across from his wife, enjoying a drink. Gazing at her radiant face, now unveiled, he found himself momentarily entranced. It had been years since his wife had smiled so brightly. My dear, all these years, you have endured much for my scar, Lin's wife said softly, her voice filled with warmth. After all these years, we are old friends. There is no need for such formality. That scar has weighed on my conscience for too long, and it was thanks to that young man from the Tang family. Lin Xiao reflected. In a couple of days, it will be my birthday. Let us invite that young man to express our gratitude, Lin's wife suggested. Indeed. Your birthday will attract all the families in Yun City. The reason Tang Yan gifted me the unmarked pill was to ensure that the city lord's mansion owes him a favor. By publicly thanking him, we can also intimidate the other 3 families, dissuading them from acting against the Tang family. This would effectively fulfill Tang Yan's intentions and repay his kindness, Lin Xiao analyzed astutely. That sounds splendid. The city lord's mansion rarely owes favors, and settling this debt early will put an end to any lingering obligations. As long as the family disputes do not escalate, we should avoid excessive involvement, Lin's wife concurred. That young man Tang Yan gives me an impression of great depth. Each time I recall our conversation, it feels as if he is strategizing, naturally leading others to agree with his perspective. Regarding the younger generation in Yun City, I initially believed that the Tang family would fade into obscurity, but starting this year, they are destined to rise to prominence, Lin Xiao mused, taking a sip of tea while casting a deep glance towards the Tang family. Meanwhile, Tang Yan was in the alchemy room, skillfully tossing ingredients into the cauldron. This time, he was concocting the high spirit pill, which amplified the spiritual energy of the initial spirit pill threefold. Given its complexity, it was classified as a low-tier second-rank pill. After a night of diligent alchemy, Tang Yan successfully produced a significant quantity of high spirit pills, sufficient for recent needs. After a brief respite, he began to prepare the restorative pills for Ziyun. After Tang Yan meticulously prepared all the medicinal pills, he yawned and stepped out of the alchemy room. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily stunned. The morning sun shone brightly, exuding vitality, and Ziyun, clad in white, stood gracefully in the courtyard, her elegance and purity illuminated by the dawn light. This breathtaking scene gently stirred the frozen heart of Tang Yan. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you up so early?" Turning her head, she glared coldly at Tang Yan and replied slowly, "If you dare to call me silly girl again, do you believe I will restore my powers and turn you into a pig's head? Then I shall grant you the opportunity to turn me into a pig's head. This is a recovery pill. Take one every 3 days. The speed of recovery depends on you. Anywhere from 40 days to 3 months," Tang Yan said with a grin, offering her 2 porcelain vials. "This one is a beginner spirit pill, gentle in nature, well suited for your current state." Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Tang Yan had forgotten about the pills or that he couldn't possibly refine them at all. She had even planned to stay at the Tang family for a while and was about to write a letter to have her family come fetch her. To her surprise, he had prepared the pills overnight. Taking the vials, she uncorked the recovery pill, and a surge of pure vitality emanated from it. Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can refine second-tier pills? Do not worship me. I am but a legend." Tang Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "How arrogant!" Ziyun shot him a disapproving glance and turned to head inside. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly turned back and smiled at Tang Yan. "Thank you." Her inky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright eyes and pearly teeth shone like stars, giving Tang Yan a fleeting impression that her smile could enchant 100 hearts, rendering the makeup of the 6 palaces dull in comparison. After Ziyun disappeared, a voice rang out, "Young master, you wouldn't have fallen for Sister Ziyun, would you? Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Tang Yan, realizing his lapse in composure, called out to Chuyer, "Hurry and prepare breakfast for me." "Yes, young master," Chuyer giggled, fully understanding her master's temperament, and skipped off to prepare breakfast. 2 days passed swiftly. With the assistance of high-grade pills, Tang Yan's strength ascended to the yellow tier, 2nd grade. This remarkable progress astonished Ziyun, who had been observing him closely. She recalled that just 2 days prior, he showed no signs of a breakthrough. Her recovery was also going splendidly. Her dantian could now produce true energy, instilling her with renewed confidence in restoring her powers. On this day, just as Tang Yan intended to continue his cultivation, Old Master Tang arrived at his courtyard. "Young man, explain to me what is going on." Upon seeing Tang Yan, he immediately inquired. Taken aback by his grandfather's seemingly nonsensical question, Tang Yan wore a sullen expression and replied, "What do you mean? I've been listening to you these past 2 days and have not disrespected Miss Ziyun at all. That is not the issue. Today happens to be the birthday of the city lord's wife, and someone came early to deliver an invitation," Old Master Tang explained. "Isn't that quite normal? The prominent families in Yun City should have all received it," Tang Yan replied, unfazed. "Nonsense. I am asking you why the city lord specifically requested your attendance on the invitation," Old Master Tang retorted, pulling out a card and handing it to Tang Yan. Upon examining it, Tang Yan noticed a flowing script at the bottom. "Young Master Tang Yan, please honor us with your presence." As he thought it over, Tang Yan surmised that the effect of the untraceable pill he gifted the city lord's wife had come into play. However, he did not wish to make a fuss about it. Responding with a smile, "How would I know the intentions of the city lord's residents? Besides, if they were targeting me, would they need to resort to such subtleties? It must surely be a good thing." Old Master Tang pondered this and nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit at noon." After returning to his room, Tang Yan contemplated for a while before returning to his alchemy room to busy himself. At noon, he donned a golden-edged white robe, tucked a few items into his bosom, and took a folding fan in hand. He rode alongside Old Master Tang to the city lord's residence. The birthday celebration of the city lord's wife drew attention from all the prominent families in Yun City, with carriages lined up in front of the residence, creating a bustling scene. Dismounting, Tang Yan unfurled his folding fan and followed Old Master Tang into the hall, strutting with an air of nonchalance, returning to his former flamboyant demeanor. Upon entering the main hall, the guests instinctively divided into 2 groups. The younger generation congregated on one side while the elders occupied the other. Although not all the guests had arrived, The Tang family, being one of the four great families, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Old Master Tang held significant prestige within the city, so no one dared to belittle them. All eyes subtly fell upon Tang Yan, curious to see what antics this legendary young scion might display in this hall. Each table had 8 seats, and the closer the tables were to the front, the higher the family as standing. However, typically only the first 2 tables were reserved for families of exceptional status. After the third row, the positioning became less significant. At this moment, everyone's attention was keenly fixed on Tang Yan, as tradition dictated that the first table was reserved for the 4 great families, with 2 seats per family. However, this year, the 8 seats were already filled. The Lu, Wu, and Qin families each occupied 2 seats, while the remaining 2 were taken by 2 young members of the Qian family. The Qian family, although considered a second-tier family in Yun City, had prospered significantly due to their business acumen. It was well known that the Qian family maintained a close alliance with the Lu family. Thus, it could be said that the Lu family effectively occupied 4 seats. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Tang Yan approached the foremost table with coy air, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, it's full already? You too, in those outfits, are you not the servants of the city lord's residence? What brings you to the main table?" He was referring to the 2 young members of the Qian family. All gazes shifted to the Qian family members, who wore festive red robes, which indeed bore some resemblance to the attire of the city lord's servants. Some less astute individuals could no longer contain their laughter, and soon the entire hall erupted in chuckles. The expressions of the 2 members of the Qian family soured. One of them retorted, "Are your eyes blind? The clothes I wear are of exquisite quality, made from the finest silk. Who are you to sit in my place? Do you seek to provoke the Tang family?" Tang Yan bellowed, raising his hand to deliver several resounding slaps to their faces. Caught off guard, the 2 were instantly struck, red marks appearing on their faces. Without giving them a moment to react, Tang Yan kicked them away. The hall fell into a profound silence, as no one had anticipated Tang Yan's abrupt and decisive action. Before the assembled families, he not only slapped the Qian family's brothers, Qian Rulong and Qian Shanghu, but effectively slapped the entire Qian family's face. Old Master Tang felt a jolt in his heart. His grandson had a knack for causing trouble wherever he went. With the Tang family already in a precarious position, these actions would only exacerbate the enmity between the 2 families. At 20 years of age, Qian Shanghu had already attained the 5th grade of the yellow tier and was considered a standout among the younger generation in Yun City. He had never before been humiliated in public. The fact that it was the notorious young Master Tang who struck him only fueled his fury. "I will kill you," Qian Shanghu roared, channeling his true energy as he transformed his palm into a blade, aiming it at Tang Yan. Seeking death, old Master Tang, who had been observing, snorted coldly and hurled his teacup at Qian Shanghu. With a thud, Qian Shanghu was struck, stumbling back. "Tang Ling, have you no shame? At your age, you dare to lay hands on the younger generation?" Qian Shanghu's father stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Ling. "Humph, I am old enough to care little for my reputation. However, if anyone dares to harm a hair on my grandson, I will certainly make them pay." Tang Ling spoke with a fierce resolve, instilling a sense of dread in the hall. This old man was indeed fiercely protective of his grandson. At that moment, Tang Ling resembled a mad dog, ready to bite anyone who approached. "Tang Ling, this Yun City does not belong to your Tang family. As long as you are in Yun City, you must abide by its rules. It is unacceptable for the older generation to interfere in the disputes of the younger generation." Elder Lu Wu Hui mocked. Indeed, Lu's words ring true. "Old Tang, how can you lose your dignity by laying hands on the younger generation?" Elder Wu Wei chimed in. "Brother Tang, you have indeed gone too far. Your actions do not align with the stature of the 4 great families. If you remain obstinate, you shall bring shame upon yourself." Elder Qin Fei Yu added meaningfully. At that moment, the tension in the hall escalated as everyone sensed the brewing conflict. The grand gathering had barely begun, and already the 4 great families were at odds. However, with 3 against 1, the Tang family, already at the bottom of the 4 great families, was clearly at a disadvantage. It was well known that Tang Yan's cultivation was weak. How could he withstand a full-force strike from the young man of the Qian family? Tang Ling was merely acting out of excessive concern for his grandson, and the teacup had been thrown with calculated precision, causing no real harm. "This matter should be laid to rest." An elderly voice echoed through the hall. "Let us not pursue this matter further." All eyes turned to the source of the voice, and when they realized it was Elder Gu Ming of the Miao Dan workshop, a wave of astonishment washed over them. The Miao Dan workshop, much like the city lord's residence, had always maintained neutrality, disdainful of entanglements with family factions. However, Elder Gu Ming's words clearly favored the Tang family. The expressions of the other three families darkened. If the Tang family truly had significant ties to the Miao Dan workshop, the weakest of the four great families could indeed become a formidable force. Old Master Tang had not anticipated anyone would come to their defense at this moment, and he subtly nodded his gratitude towards Elder Gu Ming. I suggest we let this matter go, Elder Lu Wu Hui remarked, fully aware that any further insistence would be an affront to the Miao Dan workshop, a powerful entity no family could contend with. With a collective sigh, the crowd accepted the situation. With the Miao Dan workshop backing the Tang family and Elder Lu's intervention, what could have been a spectacular confrontation was quashed. The city lord had yet to make an appearance, partly because not all guests had arrived and partly because he wished to see how Tang Yan would navigate the uncomfortable situation of not having a seat. Lin Xiao had speculated on how Tang Yan might resolve the issue, but all his thoughts seemed inadequate to reclaim the Tang family's rightful place. Little did he expect Tang Yan to act so unconventionally, boldly striking at the Qin family members within the city lord's residence. Nor could he have foreseen old Master Tang's willingness to disregard propriety in defending his grandson. However, what astonished the city lord the most was that the Miao Dan workshop would also stand up for the Tang family. What hidden intricacies lay within this unfolding drama? Though it seemed Tang Yan had made a foolish move, the unexpected events intertwined, transforming what could have escalated into a chaotic scene into a victorious outcome for the Tang family. Just when it appeared the matter was concluded, Lin Xiao was about to exit the main hall when an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out. What nonsense about the four great families! If my dog is beaten, I wouldn't dare to utter a word. If something truly happens one day, I suppose I can only accept my misfortune after all these years of loyalty. Tang Yan's seemingly innocuous remark once again shifted the atmosphere in the hall. The only family that had been struck was the Qin family, and it was well known that they had long been vassals of the Lu family. Thus, to say that the Qin family was like the Lu family's dog was to openly insult them. The Qin family members felt their humiliation deepened, and the Lu family, which had previously seemed unbothered, now appeared less secure in their alliance with the Qin family. Everyone's gaze fell upon old Master Tang, expecting him to respond, but he remained silent, aware that any further probing into the Tang family's actions would only lead to greater conflict with the Miao Dan workshop. Marvelous! The city lord clapped his hands, internally praising Tang Yan's audacity. Tang Yan boldly took a seat, and Lu Ji, with a hint of amusement, regarded him and said, "Oh, it's young Master Tang. I apologize for the incident last time when I inadvertently struck you. Haha, last time, Miss Lin was present, and I chose to overlook it. Just a few days later, I ended up beating Lu Yuan and Lu Quan in a few more days. I shall pay a visit to the Lu family and teach your entire clan a lesson." Tang Yan replied with a smile. Lu Ji's gaze grew icy as he remarked, "I truly look forward to that day. I hope young Master Tang does not keep me waiting until the next lifetime." "You are the first person I've met who seems to crave a beating," Tang Yan retorted, his words cutting sharply, igniting Lu Ji's fury. As he prepared to explode with anger once more, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. "Ha ha ha! Today, thanks to everyone's presence, our city lord's residence flourishes." "Not at all." Upon seeing the city lord, Lin Xiao, and his wife emerge, the crowd immediately responded with laughter, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. "Today is my birthday, and I extend my gratitude to all for gracing us with your presence. Drink freely and enjoy yourselves. Allow me to offer a toast." Lin Xiao's wife, poised and elegant, raised her cup and downed it in one gulp. "Cheers!" The crowd echoed, raising their cups in unison, reveling in the convivial atmosphere. Once everyone was settled, Lu Ha, the head of the Lu family, stood up and with a bow to Lin Xiao and his wife, announced, "On this occasion of Lady Lin's birthday, our Lu family presents 2 deep-sea luminous pearls as a gift. These pearls, cherished by our family, illuminate a room as if it were daytime when placed in the dark. Furthermore, they emit a calming aura, greatly beneficial to one's health." As he spoke, he accepted a wooden box brought by a servant, opening it to reveal 2 pearls the size of a fist, which emanated a faint glow even in the daylight, indicating their extraordinary nature. "Brother Lu is very generous," Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude with a bow. The Qin family presented a blue eye sword, crafted by the master blacksmith Yuching 300 years ago. It possesses a sharp blade and enhances true energy, thereby increasing combat effectiveness. May Lady Lin be blessed with wealth and longevity, Qin Ling declared. The Wu family gifted a silk vest made from the silk of a 100-year-old ice silkworm, which ensures warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to extreme weather conditions. Wu Baiyang stood up to present it. The audience was taken aback by the opulence of the gifts presented by the three families. Each item was a rare treasure, many having only been heard of but never seen in person, showcasing the family's willingness to invest significantly. All eyes turned expectantly to Old Master Tang, eager to see what the Tang family would present. Upon hearing the Lu family's offering, Old Master Tang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. According to the standards among the four great families, such extravagant gifts far exceeded what was customary for a birthday celebration. When the Qin family followed suit with equally rare treasures, Old Master Tang understood the implication. They had clearly conspired to present lavish gifts to humiliate the Tang family. As the Wu family unveiled their treasure as well, Tang Ling's suspicions were confirmed. Cursing the three families inwardly, he felt a sense of urgency. With the three families having already presented their gifts, the Tang family could not escape this obligation. However, he had only brought 10 first-tier superior-grade pills, which, while valuable compared to smaller families, paled in comparison to the offerings from the other three families. He worried whether the city lord would harbor resentment towards the Tang family for presenting a gift deemed too insignificant. "Oh, Brother Tang, did you perhaps forget to bring a gift? How can one remain seated here without motion?" Lu Wuhui gazed at Tang Ling's gloomy expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. He was well aware that the gifts this individual brought were far inferior when compared to those of the three great families. Meanwhile, the two old men from the Qin and Wu families looked on mockingly, anticipating Tang family's embarrassment. The city lord and several perceptive individuals had already deduced that this gift-giving was a tactic employed by the other three families to undermine the Tang family, each silently lamenting that the Tang family had fallen into this trap. Tang Yan smirked inwardly, having anticipated their schemes. He stood up, cleared his throat, and smiled, saying, "Time truly favors Lady Lin. She resembles my sister remarkably. I, Tang Yan, wish Lady Lin eternal youth and increasing beauty." Exclamations of disdain filled the air as those around him silently cursed his shamelessness. How could he utter such brazen words? Tang Ling's muscles twitched in irritation. He was already worried about the lightness of his gift, and now this fool was making him look bad. However, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Lady Lin chuckled lightly and rebuked, "You have quite the tongue. Time is merciless. No one can halt the passage of youth, and I am no exception. You need not urge the Tang family for gifts. They have already sent their offerings 3 days ago. I am sincerely grateful for the elixirs that have removed the scars from my face." She bowed gracefully to Old Master Tang, prompting a collective gasp from the audience. The tale of Lady Lin's disfigurement had long circulated within the city, and today, seeing her visage unmarred, many were curious yet restrained by their status from inquiring further. They were astonished to learn that she had been healed by the Tang family's elixirs. The citizens of Yun City were well aware of the city lord's deep affection for his wife, meaning the city lord's household now owed a significant debt to the Tang family. Upon receiving this information, the expressions of the other families darkened further. Since they had just congratulated Lady Lin on her eternal youth, it was only fitting they bolster the credibility of their blessings. "I present to you a youth-preserving elixir from the Tang family. Upon consumption, it will maintain one's appearance for 20 years, and even after that, it will continue to provide several years of anti-aging effects. Although it is classified as a high-grade second-tier elixir, the formula is exceedingly rare, and one pill is worth a fortune. Today, coinciding with Lady Lin's birthday, I offer it to her," Tang Yan proclaimed, retrieving the elixir from his robe and presenting it personally. The promise of 20 years of unchanged beauty, with additional anti-aging benefits thereafter, ignited a spark of excitement in Lady Lin's eyes. Since ancient times, what woman has not desired to retain her youth? Especially for a beautiful woman, the allure of a youth-preserving elixir is irresistible. As Tang Yan approached, Lady Lin uncharacteristically lost her composure, stepping forward eagerly, her longing evident. "This elixir has been painstakingly obtained, and its effects are confirmed. It truly can preserve one's beauty for 20 years without any side effects. Please rest assured, my lady." Tang Yan smiled. "If you have any doubts, you may have it tested later. Should I have spoken a single falsehood? The Tang family will gladly accept the consequences," a clear voice interrupted. Might I have a glance at the elixir? It was Wu Xian, the chief alchemist of the Miaodan workshop. Given the extraordinary nature of this elixir, the other families were skeptical that the Tang family could have procured it. If Wu Xian were to expose this as a ruse, the Tang family would not only lose face, but would also face repercussions from the city lord's household. However, having previously provided Lady Lin with the scar-removing elixir, which had proven effective, Lady Lin naturally did not doubt Tang Yan's integrity and smiled. No need for testing. I trust young Master Tang. Lady Lin's assurance was evident, but Wu Xian, captivated by the art of alchemy, had only heard of the youth-preserving elixir and had never encountered it today. She hoped Lady Lin would grant her a small request. It is prudent to have the elixir examined by Miss Wu. Lu Wuhui interjected. Lady Lin, since Miss Wu is present, why not let her take a look? Tang Yan understood that if an expert from the Miaodan workshop could vouch for the elixir, it would surely put Lady Lin's mind at ease. He decided to be forthright, aiming to garner further goodwill from the city lord's household. After a moment's hesitation, Lady Lin handed the porcelain vial to Wu Xian, who cautiously accepted it, uncorked it, and took a gentle whiff. Her brow furrowed tightly as the crowd held their breath, anxious to learn what she discovered. Wu Xian sent a wisp of her spiritual energy into the vial, meticulously sensing the aura emanating from the elixir. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head. Seeing her reaction, Lu Wuhui raised an eyebrow, suppressing his excitement, feigning calmness as he inquired, "What anomalies have you detected?" Miss Wu, I cannot identify a single ingredient within. Wu Xian sighed. Are you saying you cannot discern its authenticity? Old Master Qin asked from the side. So it is a counterfeit. Tang Yan, how audacious of you to deceive the city lord's household. Master Qin seized the opportunity to retaliate. Lady Lin appeared bewildered. Could it truly be false? Wu Xian clarified, Master Qin, your words are too harsh. My inability to identify does not imply the elixir is fake. This elixir is flawlessly rounded, and its potency is tightly contained. The individual who crafted this elixir must be a master alchemist. The aroma it emits indeed possesses potent life-enhancing properties. I am highly confident that this elixir is without flaw. Despite her years of experience in alchemy, Wu Xian could not identify the ingredients due to the alchemist's remarkable skill in blending them into a single essence, resulting in a singular fragrance that obscured their individual characteristics. Pausing momentarily, she added, the alchemist's technique is extraordinary, perhaps even at the pinnacle of mastery, and I find myself humbled. The alchemist must be at least a fourth-tier master. What? A fourth-tier alchemist? The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. In the entire Tianxiang kingdom, how many fourth-tier alchemists could there be? What kind of luck has the Tang family stumbled upon to acquire such an extraordinary elixir? Wu Xian's words left the Miaodan workshop members utterly shocked. The ability to completely refine the ingredients into a singular essence required not only countless practices but also immense spiritual strength and exceptional talent. It is truly a stroke of fortune to encounter such an elixir in one's lifetime. I find myself somewhat envious of Lady Lin. Wu Xian jested. Hearing her words, Lady Lin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She carefully tucked the porcelain vial into her bosom and smiled at Tang Yan, saying, the Tang family has been most considerate. I shall certainly pay my respects in due course. Chapter 35. Shadow Step. The Tang family awaits your esteemed presence, Lady Lin. Tang Ling had not anticipated that his grandson could procure such an extraordinary elixir, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Young Master Tang, may I inquire where this elixir was obtained? Is there any chance to acquire more? Wu Xian asked with a smile, her gaze fixed on Tang Yan. At that moment, men and women alike in the grand hall turned their attention to Tang Yan, especially the women, all ears and full of yearning. This is the only one. I obtained it by chance and likely will not find another. Tang Yan thought to himself, secretly amused. This elixir was indeed crafted by him, and he had produced 6 from a single cauldron. However, rarity enhances value. If he claimed there were more, it would diminish the significance of this gift. Upon hearing Tang Yan say there were none, disappointment washed over the women present. Following Tang Yan's grand gift, the offerings from everyone else appeared paltry in comparison. Fortunately, the city lord's demeanor was rather genial, winning the hearts of many. The banquet continued joyously, filled with clinking cups, only drawing to a close as dusk approached. After the banquet, as Tang Yan was about to leave, he was called back by the city lord. Tang Yan, come with me. In the midst of complex gazes from others, Tang Yan and the city lord left behind an intriguing silhouette. In this gathering, the Tang family emerged as the biggest winners among the clans of Yun City. Not only did they shine at the banquet, but they also successfully garnered goodwill from the city lord's household, instilling trepidation in other families that harbored ill intentions toward the Tang family, granting the Tang family a reprieve for their rise. The real losers were, of course, the other three families, with the Lu family being the most infuriated. Their two plots against the Tang family had been completely thwarted, and given the situation with the Qian family, those families allied with the Lu family would undoubtedly harbor thoughts of dissent. In the city lord's estate, atop a high pavilion, Lin Xiao and Tang Yan stood side by side, gazing out over a considerable portion of Yun City. Tang Yan, do you perceive my governance of Yun City as benevolent or tyrannical? After a lengthy pause, the city lord opened the conversation, asking leisurely. Neither. Tang Yan pondered briefly before responding. Oh? Lin Chengzhu's interest piqued, and he inquired with a smile. If neither, then what path do you believe I walk? City lord, you tread the path of virtue, guiding the populace with benevolence and practicing non-intervention. Tang Yan stated candidly. Excellent notion of non-intervention. And what path does your Tang family follow? The city lord asked with deeper meaning. We do not provoke others, nor do we invite provocation. The Tang family seeks to coexist peacefully. Tang Yan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, the city lord narrowed his eyes, pressing further. Then do you believe my non-intervention is right or wrong? There is no absolute right or wrong, only what is suitable or unsuitable. As for suitability, I am certain you have your own considerations, Tang Yan replied succinctly. Lin Xiao regarded Tang Yan with newfound respect. He had conversed with many exceptional youths from other families, but when posed with this question, they often elaborated on the pros and cons, justifying their viewpoints based on their family's development. In contrast, Tang Yan's words indicated a clear stance. As long as others did not provoke the Tang family, they would not pose a threat to the city lord's household. Thus, his words resonated sincerely, earning Lin Xiao's approval. What then is the tyrannical path? The city lord asked, seemingly enjoying the dialogue. To trample over those who resist. Lin Xiao's expression froze momentarily. In all his years, no one had ever explained it to him in such a manner. The straightforwardness of this response struck a chord within him, prompting a raised eyebrow as he continued. And what of the benevolent path? To warn before trampling. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao erupted into laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. It seemed he had not experienced such joy in quite some time. Well said. Excellent response. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Lin Xiao finally calmed down, applauding heartily. Lin Xiao did not keep Tang Yan long. Within half an hour, Tang Yan exited the city lord's residence. Approaching mid-autumn, the nightfall arrived ever sooner. As Tang Yan walked along the streets, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Under the dim twilight, he made his way back to the Tang family. With no one on the road, Tang Yan thought to himself, since there was nothing to occupy his time upon returning, why not practice a technique? In the event of encountering a formidable foe, even if he could not defeat them, he could still manage an escape. Recalling his memories, Tang Yan selected a technique known as the shadow step. True to its name, when mastered, it would allow one to move silently and gracefully, as if a phantom, with remarkable speed, ideal not just for fleeing but also for stealthy maneuvers. Yet, such an exceptional technique was undeniably challenging to master. After just a few steps, he stumbled awkwardly, nearly toppling to the ground. Undeterred, Tang Yan attempted once more, only to repeat his previous missteps. This time, having exerted too much force, he lost his balance and fell with a thud. He was not one to abandon easily. Once he set his mind to something, he would pursue it relentlessly. Thud. Down he went. Thud. Again he fell. Thud. A third time. Thankfully, the area was deserted. Had anyone witnessed Tang Yan's misadventures, they might have thought him mad, as he fell over 20 times in a mere 100 meters. Halfway home, it was nearing midnight, and Tang Yan was a disheveled mess, covered in dirt. After countless tumbles, he finally grasped a hint of the technique, transforming his once sluggish movements into a pace slightly faster than an average walk. Another hour passed, and as Tang Yan practiced the technique, he began to grow proficient, his speed now matching that of an ordinary person running. He lost himself in the intricacies of the shadow step. Each lift of his foot allowed him to land in any of 8 directions with fluidity, rendering his movements nearly unpredictable. At this moment, Tang Yan resembled a child enthralled with a new toy. so utterly captivated that he veered off course, no longer heading home, but instead racing toward the outskirts of the city. In the night, he practiced step by step, refining each move until they flowed seamlessly together. Fortuitously, he had high-grade spirit pills on hand, ensuring a steady supply of true energy within him. As Tang Yan continued his relentless practice, his speed increased gradually. Suddenly, he halted, every hair on his body standing on end as a sense of impending danger surged from within. Chapter 36. Third-tier Spirit Beast Roar. A powerful growl echoed as Tang Yan felt a rush of wind from his left. The shadow step activated instantly, propelling him backward into a diagonal leap. Just as a shadowy figure lunged where he had stood moments before, at last, Tang Yan caught a glimpse of the creature. A wild beast. The massive creature spanned 3 meters in length, its sleek black form blending seamlessly into the darkness. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yan's heart raced. This leopard resembled a spectral leopard. This was a spirit beast. Spirit beasts are classified into 9 tiers according to their bloodlines. Rumor has it that a 7th-tier spirit beast can even speak, mastering unparalleled demonic techniques with astounding combat prowess. Furthermore, spirit beasts above the 2nd tier possess beast cores, rich in spiritual energy, ideal for refining high-grade medicinal materials. A 2nd-tier spirit beast would be manageable, but the spectral leopard was a 3rd-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a profound-tier martial artist, a vast disparity in strength. Tang Yan immediately resolved to flee. The spectral leopard, having missed its strike, regarded Tang Yan with curiosity, perplexed by how such a seemingly weak individual could possess such remarkable speed. Undeterred, the spectral leopard coiled back, its powerful hind legs propelling it with lightning speed toward Tang Yan once again. Tang Yan felt a surge of panic. He unleashed the full extent of the shadow step, running for his life without looking back. Roar! Enraged by Tang Yan's evasion and flight, the spectral leopard launched forward once more. As a 3rd-tier spirit beast, it possessed not only immense physical strength but also remarkable speed. What made matters worse for Tang Yan was that as the spectral leopard charged, it perfectly concealed its presence, making it impossible for him to accurately gauge whether it was closing in on him. With no option left, Tang Yan had to circumvent a massive rock. Suddenly, an enormous figure leapt atop the boulder, using its powerful legs to launch itself toward him. Feeling a sharp, menacing aura bearing down on him, Tang Yan cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth as he pushed the true energy in his dantian to its limit. Propelling himself forward with the shadow step, bang! A heavy thud resonated behind him as the air around him erupted violently. The wave of relief washed over him, grateful to have narrowly escaped such a powerful blow. Had he been struck, he would surely have met his end in that heart-pounding moment. Tang Yan inadvertently tapped into his potential, advancing his understanding of the shadow step to a new level. Feeling his speed increase, Tang Yan steadied himself. While he was still not as fast as the spectral leopard, the shadow step allowed him to move with greater agility, enabling him to evade the beast's attacks with less effort than before. Listen, dear leopard, you've failed to catch me for quite some time now. Pursuing me further will prove difficult. Perhaps it's best to let this go. Tang Yan shouted over his shoulder as he continued to flee. Roar! In response to Tang Yan, another fierce leap from the shadow leopard ensued. Tang Yan swiftly slid to the left and executed a peculiar turn to escape once more. Although the shadow leopard was swift, its bulk hindered its agility. By the time it managed to pivot, Tang Yan had already increased the distance between them. They sprinted for over 10 kilometers, and the benefits of this desperate flight became apparent. Tang Yan's comprehension of the phantom step deepened significantly. Initially, he had stumbled while walking, but now he could dart forward with a mere breath. His proficiency in the phantom step had improved, though the true energy within his dantian was nearing depletion. Tang Yan retrieved a high-grade spirit pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. The instant it entered his mouth, the previously exhausted dantian began to circulate with true energy. A surge of vitality coursed through Tang Yan as he once again focused on evasion. This back and forth continued for over 2 hours, during which Tang Yan consumed 3 high-grade spirit pills, reflecting on the formidable nature of the 3rd-tier spirit beast. Suddenly, he sensed a dissipating aura behind him. Curiosity compelled him to glance back upon noticing that the shadow leopard was also panting heavily. He halted in his tracks. Finally exhausted, "Are you?" A cold smile crept across Tang Yan's face as he gazed at the seemingly hopeless predator. Picking up a stone, He infused it with true energy and hurled it at the shadow leopard. His sword shimmered as he followed closely behind. With a resounding crash, the shadow leopard swatted the stone away effortlessly. However, Tang Yan's sword had already arrived, aiming straight for the leopard's eye. The strike was as swift as lightning, and Tang Yan assumed the leopard, having exhausted its strength, would be unable to evade. Yet, the shadow leopard deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Nevertheless, Tang Yan's sword grazed the side of the leopard's neck, leaving a fine, deep wound. Roaring in fury at being provoked again by the human it had previously spared, the shadow leopard charged at Tang Yan once more. Feeling the creature's wrath, Tang Yan was taken aback. Goodness, it still has energy left? In a panic, he abandoned his attack and fled. The enraged shadow leopard pursued relentlessly. After another hour, the leopard finally halted. With spirit pills to sustain him, Tang Yan was unperturbed by his dwindling energy. After nearly 4 hours of frenzied running, he was confident that the shadow leopard had exhausted its strength. He consumed another high-grade spirit pill and charged forward once more. Clang! As Tang Yan swung his sword, the shadow leopard raised its paw to meet the attack, producing a sharp metallic sound. Tang Yan felt a jolt in his grip, nearly losing hold of his sword. At this moment, he gained insight into the leopard's power. With newfound resolve, he unleashed his cloud sword technique fluidly. Despite the beast's immense strength, its intelligence and techniques paled in comparison to humans. As the leopard confronted the onslaught of Tang Yan's swift and unpredictable swordplay, it resorted to brute force in an attempt to overpower him. However, having already expended much of its energy, the shadow leopard was nearing its limits. Although curious as to how this seemingly weak human possessed such remarkable endurance, it had no time for contemplation. With a flurry of strikes, Tang Yan's sword left multiple wounds on the shadow leopard, which could only emit furious roars, now as feeble as a lamb destined for slaughter. In a matter of minutes, Tang Yan plunged his sword into the leopard's throat. The creature struggled momentarily before collapsing with a heavy thud. Though the encounter lasted merely a few minutes, the third-tier spirit beast still possessed terrifying destructive power, and Tang Yan, too, sat on the ground, panting heavily. Reflecting on the night's events, he chuckled bitterly. His initial intention had been to practice the phantom step. He had anticipated needing at least 2 months to master the technique. Yet he had not only learned it but progressed at a terrifying speed. He believed it would not be long before he reached a minor breakthrough. After resting for a while, Tang Yan rose, raised his sword, and cleaved the shadow leopard's skull, revealing a golden beast core in his hand. Sensing the spirit energy within, Tang Yan's heart leaped with joy as he prepared to stow it away. When suddenly, the previously silent heaven and earth creation cauldron erupted with excitement. Tang Yan paused, perplexed. What could possibly have stirred this cauldron? Chapter 37. Interrupting the melody. The source of the cauldron's enthusiasm was indeed the beast core in his grasp. To his astonishment, it seemed the cauldron desired to consume the core. With a flick of his mind, the beast core was absorbed into the cauldron. The long-dormant heaven and earth creation fire surged forth from within him, and the beast core began to be refined at a visible pace. 10 seconds later, the once energy-rich core had evaporated completely, transforming into an exceptionally pure essence of spirit energy within the cauldron. How could my hard-earned gains from the night be consumed by you? Tang Yan thought, a multitude of expletives racing through his mind. Just as he lamented, an overwhelming wave of pure energy flowed from the cauldron into his limbs. A sensation of unparalleled comfort washed over him, causing his dantian to tremble. Could it be that I am on the verge of a breakthrough? Hastily, he found a tall tree, leaped up, and settled cross-legged on a branch to meditate. After 4 hours of relentless flight, Tang Yan had absorbed 6 high-grade spirit pills. The remaining spirit energy from the pills, combined with the energy from the third-tier beast core, surged within his dantian, propelling him toward the third rank of the yellow stage. Bang! A slight tremor resonated through his dantian, akin to an eggshell cracking, and a sensation of clarity coursed through his meridians. Breakthrough, third rank of the yellow stage. The torrent of spirit energy flowed through his meridians, and Tang Yan's heart soared with joy at his newfound strength. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. He sensed that the overwhelming energy had yet to subside. It surged forward toward the fourth rank. Bang! Another faint cracking sound echoed as the barrier of the fourth rank shattered. Fourth rank of the yellow stage. Upon achieving the fourth rank, the torrent of energy finally ceased. Tang Yan closed his eyes to consolidate his newly acquired strength. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had broken. Sensing the robust energy within him, Tang Yan smiled faintly. Inspecting the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he discovered that although its size remained unchanged, the spirit whirl fruit he had planted within had sprouted a new bud. Staring incredulously at the bud, which resembled the deep green, oval shape described in ancient texts, Tang Yan's heart raced with excitement. This must be due to the third-tier beast core from yesterday. It seemed the cauldron required nourishment to thrive. As long as suitable nutrients were introduced, the growth of spirit herbs within could be accelerated. If a mere third-tier beast core could yield such results, what might a fourth or fifth-tier core accomplish? Little did he know that within the entire Tianxiang kingdom, spirit beasts above the fifth tier were exceedingly rare. With the phantom step activated, Tang Yan surged toward Yun City. After his power upgrade, his speed had increased further compared to the previous night. An hour later, he glimpsed the outline of Yun City. Upon returning to the Tang family, he headed toward his small courtyard. However, before reaching it, he heard faint strains of music wafting from a distance. Following the sound, he pricked his ears to listen intently. The melody was intricate and sorrowful, seemingly expressing a struggle against fate, an outcry against confinement, and a sense of confusion regarding life. At last, Tang Yan spotted the graceful figure of Ziyun by the lakeside. The morning breeze tousled her hair, and traces of tears adorned her delicate profile. Tang Yan paused, sighing inwardly. This noble-born woman harbored her own share of untold grievances. Ziyun, with her eyes closed, played the zither, but the enchanting tune suddenly faltered, turning into a dissonant clamor. Abruptly opening her eyes, she found Tang Yan's large hand pressing down on the strings. "What are you doing?" The interruption shattered the musical ambience, and Ziyun glared at Tang Yan in anger. "Why such melancholy first thing in the morning? Bad luck?" Ziyun's brows furrowed in irritation. "A boorish brute cannot discern such a morose melody." Tang Yan lazily retorted. "That may be true." Ziyun found herself at a loss for a comeback. With a sharp sound, her slender sword was drawn, and she huffed. "The Tang family head has asked me to guide you in martial arts. I cannot let the elders' goodwill go to waste. Come, let me see if you have improved. Prepare for my sword." With that, she unleashed her aura, revealing her 9th rank in the Yuan stage. Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a few days, and Ziyun had already regained her 9th rank? Truly a recognized genius of the Tianxiang family. Ziyun would never have imagined that in the mere span of a single night, Tang Yan had ascended to the 4th rank of the yellow stage. Initially believing that her exquisite swordplay and heavenly rank martial arts would easily suppress Tang Yan, she had clearly underestimated him. Although Yun City was small, Tang Yan was a reincarnated 9th rank alchemist with vast experience. In terms of techniques and realms, he was not inferior, and perhaps even superior to her. Thus, Tang Yan engaged her with an 8th rank Yuan stage strength. Sensing Tang Yan's aura, Ziyun's anger flared. "You dare to look down on me, using only 8th rank strength?" Feeling insulted, she unleashed her sword's brilliance, vowing to teach Tang Yan a harsh lesson. After their exchange, Tang Yan couldn't help but admire her prowess. Indeed, the daughters of the Purple Bamboo City were several times stronger than Lin Dongxue. Even though he fought with 8th rank strength, he found it somewhat challenging. Meanwhile, Ziyun was engulfed in frustration. Given her realm and combat experience, she would have been confident against a 2nd rank yellow stage warrior. Yet, here she was, baffled by the anomaly that was Tang Yan. How could a mere small city produce such a prodigy? Despite exerting her 9th rank strength, she could not suppress his 8th rank power. As the fight progressed, Ziyun's astonishment grew. She had prepared herself to subdue Tang Yan, only to find herself firmly held at bay by his 8th rank strength. "Enough!" Ziyun huffed angrily, sheathing her sword and striding toward her courtyard. As she walked, she plotted to return and settle the score once her strength had recovered. Watching Ziyun storm off, Tang Yan chuckled and followed suit, realizing that it was indeed difficult to deal with women and petty individuals. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, despite his aversion to public appearances, Tang Yan had no choice but to step forward for the sake of his family's reputation. To secure more resources for the Tang family, he trained diligently. Meanwhile, Ziyun, feeling provoked by Tang Yan, had retreated into seclusion. Without pause, Tang Yan immersed himself in cultivation, and within a mere 9 days, aided by various spirit pills, his strength surged to the 6th rank of the yellow stage. Such rapid advancement could only be described as monstrous. Yet Tang Yan felt it was still insufficient. With thoughts of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival in mind, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Though his strength was only at the 6th rank, combined with the heaven and earth creation fire and phantom step, he still possessed the capability to contend within the yellow stage. As he pondered, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw Ziyun emerge from her room, her face alight with joy. Chapter 38. Miss Z, are you not upholding martial ethics? Clad in pristine white, she resembled an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world. What brings you such joy? Tang Yan asked, curiosity piqued after a brief moment of distraction. Upon seeing Tang Yan, Ziyun's smile vanished, and she swiftly drew her sword, exclaiming, "Little thief, prepare to face my blade." Tang Yan's heart raced in surprise. What was the meaning of this early morning confrontation? Retreating several steps to barely evade her slender sword, he gasped, "What are you doing, foolish girl? I've regained some of my strength and wish to spar with you." "Enough talk. I won't hold back," Ziyun declared, her aura suddenly surging forth, emanating a formidable presence. Sensing the intensity of her energy, Tang Yan exclaimed in shock, "Xian stage. Good eye, but don't worry. Since you are only at the 1st rank of the yellow stage, I will only use my 3rd rank strength against you." As her words fell, her slender sword was already poised before Tang Yan. Realizing that Ziyun sought to reclaim her honor after their previous encounter, Tang Yan figured he might as well utilize her as a sparring partner. The two exchanged blows in the courtyard, with Tang Yan employing his 1st rank yellow stage strength to practice the cloud sword and phantom step. After a quarter of an hour, Ziyun found herself barely able to keep pace with Tang Yan, even using her 3rd rank strength. This humiliation only fueled her determination. Bang! Ziyun's aura shifted, unleashing her 4th rank power. Sensing the change, Tang Yan exaggeratedly cried out, "Miss Z, as a renowned Xian stage expert and the noble 3rd miss of the Purple Bamboo City, you dare to use 4th rank strength against someone at the 1st rank of the yellow stage? How unfair!" Having already felt shamed by her inability to defeat Tang Yan with her 3rd rank strength, Ziyun was even more incensed by his words. "Mind your own business. I do as I please." Indeed, she was employing brute force to overpower him. Faced with Ziyun's relentless assault, Tang Yan found himself less composed than before, occasionally slipping into precarious situations. The disparity in their strengths became increasingly apparent, and though Ziyun was able to suppress him, she was not poised to claim victory in the immediate future. As she battled this anomaly, she marveled at his keen perception. Every strike he wielded was executed with precision and mastery, akin to a seasoned master. How could such talent arise from a mere speck of a city like Yun? "I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." Ziyun gritted her teeth, escalating her power to the 5th rank. "What the, Miss Z, this is sheer bullying," Tang Yan exclaimed. "Enough nonsense. I am merely offering guidance." Having spent so many days with Tang Yan, Ziyun had developed a thicker skin. While Tang Yan's techniques were exquisite, he was not one to boast. Realizing she could not overpower him with her current strength, she summoned more true energy. "2nd rank now?" Ziyun marveled. "Hee, I've been hiding my strength quite well," Tang Yan replied with a grin. Ziyun, aware that her 5th rank might not suffice to deal with Tang Yan, escalated her power to the 7th rank. Almost immediately, Tang Yan matched her by raising his strength to the 4th rank. A wave of disbelief washed over Ziyun. Just how much power was this boy concealing? It quickly dawned on her that her intention in seeking Tang Yan was not merely to spar. Why bother to chip away at his strength piece by piece? The force of the Xian stage erupted forth. "Miss Z, please, this is no jest. I concede." Half an hour later, Ziyun finally sighed in satisfaction and departed. Meanwhile, Tang Yan lay on the ground, bruised and battered. "Z, you have no regard for martial ethics. You still expect me to concoct pills for you," he protested from his prone position. "I still have a bottle of recovery pills, which can restore me to the earth stage. When the time comes, you can provide me with pills, and if you dare refuse, beware of my fists." Ziyun's retort echoed back, causing Tang Yan to groan in frustration. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never agreed to concoct pills for her. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly stood up. Although he had endured a harsh beating, he had also gained much from the experience. While Ziyun's techniques could not match his, they were still exquisite, and under her relentless assault, both his cloud sword and phantom step had significantly improved. However, his current strength could only rival that of an 8th-rank yellow stage warrior. And tomorrow's competition remained uncertain. The heaven and earth creation fire, if revealed too soon, would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, making it unwise to expose it prematurely. If he could advance further, his prospects for the Mid-Autumn Festival would be greatly enhanced. As thoughts swirled in his mind, his eyes suddenly brightened. With a flick of his consciousness, a spirit whirl fruit materialized in his hand. After days of nurturing within the cauldron, the fruit radiated a faint essence of spirit energy. With a thriving seedling now in hand, it was time to make use of the spirit vortex fruit. Summoning Xiao Chui, I instructed her to procure a few medicinal ingredients. Given the precious nature of the elixir to be refined, the accompanying herbs were also quite costly, leading to a significant depletion of the million taels of silver previously obtained from the Miaodong workshop and the alchemy room. I solemnly guided the alchemical fire, casting the spirit vortex fruit into the cauldron for refinement. After multiple rounds of purification, a viscous emerald liquid accumulated in the hidden compartment of the cauldron. Sequentially, I added the remaining medicinal materials and settled beside the cauldron. Focusing intently as time passed, my spiritual energy waned rapidly, necessitating the consumption of a high-grade spiritual pill to replenish my energy. Finally, with a resounding clap on the cauldron's lid, a black elixir soared out. Landing in my hand, I swiftly placed it into a ceramic vial and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, and my strength was evidently still inadequate. The third-tier mid-grade elixir had nearly cost me my life. Taking a deep breath, I glanced at the vial in my hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction as I exited the alchemy room. Upon stepping outside, I realized it was already deep into the night. Returning to my chamber, I sat cross-legged on the bed, extracting the refined elixir. Instantly, I sensed the surging spiritual energy within, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. This elixir, known as the vast spirit pill, was once a coveted item in the hidden realms of my previous life, fiercely contested by various masters. Once consumed, it could expand the storage capacity of one's dantian, allowing for a more substantial release of power among peers of the same tier. Boom! As soon as the pill entered my stomach, an overwhelming force erupted within me. Countless tiny black whirlpools surged toward my dantian, causing an excruciating sensation, as if my dantian were being devoured by a myriad of ants. Relentless pain igniting my nerves, beads of sweat instantly formed on my forehead, and I furrowed my brows, striving to endure this piercing agony. The interior of my dantian emitted a series of explosive sounds as it was ravaged by the countless whirlpools. The escalating pain nearly rendered me unconscious, yet I bit down on my tongue. Maintaining my focus, I understood that this was the vast spirit pill restructuring my dantian. If I could not endure this, my dantian would be irreparably damaged. However, if I persevered, I could emerge anew, forming a vortex dantian. The whirlpools continued to explode, merging in pairs to create larger whirlpools, and with each fusion, the damage intensified. My body trembled as I endured the relentless torment. Nearly on the brink of surrender, as time trickled by, the final two whirlpools began to merge, their reach expanding throughout every corner of my dantian, the pain reaching its zenith. Merge! I roared internally, boom. My body shook violently as the two whirlpools merged into one. Spinning violently in that instant, I felt my dantian communicate a desperate need for spiritual energy replenishment. Simultaneously, a majestic ancient cauldron within the center of the whirlpool radiated a brilliant light, as countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly replenishing my dantian's reserves. When I opened my eyes again, I found my dantian brimming with vitality. Upon introspection, I discovered that my dantian had transformed into a swirling vortex, perpetually in motion. Though my strength remained at the 6th tier of the yellow rank, the reserve of true energy within my dantian could rival that of the 7th or even 8th tier. A smile graced my lips as I pushed open the door and stepped outside. The Mid-Autumn Festival was to be held that evening. I practiced the Extreme 6 forms several times, marveling at the extraordinary capabilities of the Vortex Dantian. Initially, I could only perform the techniques 20 times. Now, I could manage an additional 5. After my training session, I was summoned by the esteemed patriarch, Grandfather Tang, to the Great Hall. At that moment, the upper echelons of the Tang family were gathered, and I noticed Yuching seated at the head, casting a smug glance in my direction, seemingly attempting to assert dominance. I pay my respects to Grandfather. I greeted, maintaining decorum in front of the assembly. Sit down, Grandfather Tang gestured. Once I was settled, he continued, today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. Our family has not been thriving. Among the younger generation, only Yin Er and Yin Jun remain. It is inevitable that some unscrupulous challengers will come forth to provoke our descendants. What do you all propose we do? The younger generation of the Tang family currently lagged behind others in strength, and participating in the competition would likely yield unfavorable results. Our comprehensive strength still places us fourth in Yun City. If we choose not to participate, who would dare to harm our family? A middle-aged man stated solemnly. Brotherly Hua makes a valid point, but if we abstain for 3 consecutive years, our family's status in Yun City will undoubtedly plummet. The affiliated families may lose faith in us, and the Tang family could suffer severe repercussions. Tang Shengping, who managed the fabric shop in the western city, interjected. At that moment, the gazes of most present fell upon me, filled with disdain. If it weren't for your lack of strength, would the Tang family have to endure humiliation each year? Mo Bo remarked, sensing the atmosphere in the hall. Master Yin is exceptionally gifted. Having suffered the destruction of his Dantian, he now possesses the strength of the 8th tier. While this may not seem high, his growth rate is rapid. This time, let Yin Jun take the lead. He can primarily deal with disciples from families outside the 4 major families, and if any from the 4 families challenge us, Yin Jun need not pay them any mind. Upon hearing Mo Bo's suggestion, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, Zi Yun, who had remained silent, could not contain her laughter, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. Miss Zi, what is so amusing? Grandfather Tang inquired with curiosity. Yin Er's strength has reached the 6th tier of the yellow rank, and he stands a chance against the younger generation's elite. Why are you all frowning? Zi Yun's words struck like thunder, silencing the hall. Crack! Grandfather Tang's grip on his teacup tightened, shattering it, causing scalding tea to run down his fingers, unnoticed. Miss Zi, are you speaking the truth? After a long pause, Tang Ling finally managed to speak. All eyes turned toward Zi Yun. Although they were unaware of her identity, Tang Ling had informed them that she was a distinguished guest of the Tang family, deserving of respect. Her words had stunned them, especially given Grandfather Tang's deep reverence for her. Is it true that Yin Er has reached the 6th tier of the yellow rank? Grandfather Tang pressed. His tone graved. I shot a glare at Zi Yun, realizing I could no longer conceal the truth. With resolve, I released the aura of my Dantian, an exceptionally pure force emanating from me. Grandfather Tang's body quivered as disbelief filled his gaze. This aura was undoubtedly that of the 6th tier of the yellow rank. Others, to varying extents, possessed strength and were similarly astonished by my formidable presence. When did this young scion, previously deemed a wastrel, attain such remarkable strength? Zi Yun refrained from revealing that I could challenge opponents of higher tiers, wanting to maintain my trump card, and also because it would be somewhat embarrassing for her to admit she could not match me at the same tier. Indeed, it is the 6th tier of the yellow rank. Grandfather Tang felt an unprecedented surge of excitement, nearly shedding tears. After years of wavering hope and despair regarding my potential, he had resigned himself to fate, never expecting that I had silently cultivated to the 6th tier of the yellow rank. He had never provided me with any elixirs. The struggle to reach this stage was immense. Reflecting on the grueling training I had undergone recently, Tang Ling could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Excellent, truly excellent. Heaven bless the Tang family, Grandfather Tang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in delight. Mo Bo, understanding Grandfather Tang's emotions, smiled and said, I was initially concerned that Yin Jun could not bear the pressure of the competition alone, but now with the young master joining, the Tang family's reputation is secured. Everyone collectively sighed in relief, their disdain for me evaporating as they regarded me with newfound respect. Tonight at 6 o'clock, we shall proceed to Mingyue Lake for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandfather Tang declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Just as anticipation for the festival mounted among the crowd, a guard abruptly burst in. Grandfather Tang's expression darkened, and I felt my heart race. It was forbidden to disrupt high-level meetings without significant cause. What is it? Grandfather Tang inquired sternly. Report. The Liu family shops in the northern city have been attacked. Many guards slain, and our Tang family has also sustained casualties. The guard responded urgently. I was aware that the Liu family was a subordinate family allied with the Tang family, partly due to their restaurant business, where I had often dined. Who is responsible? Have you identified them? According to our in-depth investigation, the attack on the Liu family was incited by the Sihai gang, with the Liu family being the primary target. The Liu family is suspected to be behind it, with significant involvement from the Wu and Qin families as well. The informant revealed that I had heard of the Sihai gang. They were the largest underground force in Yun City, typically avoiding conflict with the major families, primarily operating gambling houses and brothels. Despite their wealth, they would not dare provoke the Tang family's might. I deduced that this incident was orchestrated by other families. Liu family, Sihai gang, grandfather Tang murmured, then turned to me, curiosity evident in his eyes. Yin heir, what is your perspective on this? I was taken aback by grandfather's direct inquiry, but proceeded to analyze the situation earnestly. Though our Tang family has seen a decline in popularity, we still maintain significant power in Yun City, far beyond what the Sihai gang can contend with. There must be other families backing them. The timing of the Liu family's attack is incredibly strategic, as tonight coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival. While the Sihai gang may be weaker than our family, their amassed wealth over the years gives them formidable strength. They will likely have skilled fighters hidden among them. Should the Tang family seek retribution for the Liu family, we would undoubtedly face retaliation. Conversely, if we remain passive, the matter will be sensationalized at the Mid-Autumn Festival, disheartening our allied families. By tradition, our Tang family does not dare to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival. They will proclaim that our family lacks successors, faces adversity, and lacks a future. This dual strategy will easily sow discord among the people, allowing them to recruit these families while leaving the Tang family severely weakened. Hearing my logical breakdown, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. The enemy's plan was indeed ruthless. If allowed to succeed, it could diminish the Tang family's strength by a quarter. Couldn't we simply participate? Mo Yin Jun queried, puzzled. To outsiders, I am merely a wastrel, and Brother Mo's strength is only at the 5th tier of the yellow rank. If the younger elites from the other 3 major families challenge the Tang family, our reputation will still be in tatters. They would perceive us as sitting ducks. At that moment, everyone was moved by my meticulous insight. Even Li Hua, who had previously held disdain for me, hastily inquired, "Young master, what should we do?" Feeling the weight of their attention, I resolutely stated, "We must not allow our spirits to falter, and with time running short, we must resolve this matter perfectly before the Mid-Autumn Festival. If we do not, they can exploit the situation to undermine our family's reputation. Therefore, the Tang family must not only retaliate but do so decisively, annihilating the Sihai gang and revitalizing the morale of our family." Hearing the fierce determination in my voice, Ziyun's expression turned serious. The confidence and decisiveness I exhibited at that moment were traits even some offspring of major families lacked. My words swiftly garnered the approval of the assembly. "How many troops should we deploy?" Grandfather Tang inquired. The Tang family's guards are not mere decorations. Only through blood and hardship can they truly grow. We will mobilize 120 guards of the initial yellow rank, along with 10 elite members led by Mo Bo to eliminate any hidden threats. At that moment, I resembled a general strategizing for battle, laying out the plans with precision. "Excellent, Brother Mo. This task will be arduous for you," Grandfather Tang said solemnly. "Not a problem. I will assemble the Tang family soldiers at once." Mo Bo replied without hesitation, casting an appreciative glance at me before departing. "Wait, Mo Bo," I called out suddenly. "What are your instructions?" "Young master?" Mo Bo's recent surprise at my performance had earned him my respect. "Over 100 guards would be too conspicuous. You will lead a team of 20 directly to the Sihai gang. The others will split into groups of 10, taking the back roads toward the northern city and converging near the Sihai gang headquarters. Upon arrival, we will engage them without delay. Remember, it was the Sihai gang that first provoked the Tang family. We stand on the side of righteousness." Mo Bo's eyes brightened at my strategy, knowing it would significantly lower the Sihai gang's guard. By the time they realized over 100 Tang family members had arrived, it would be too late for them to prepare. "Instruct the guards that they will receive 100 taels of silver for each enemy they slay, with no upper limit," I added. "Such a large sum?" Mo Bo glanced at Grandfather Tang, concerned for the Tang family's finances. Grandfather Tang initially intended to object but was cut off by me. "Mo Bo, proceed as planned. Though the Sihai gang engages in unsavory enterprises, they have amassed considerable wealth. We shall seize their assets, allowing the Tang family to profit immensely." Upon hearing my proposal, the assembly's eyes lit up with excitement, realizing its brilliance. "Brother Mo, carry out Yin heir's instructions." Grandfather Tang commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Imo affirmed, turning to leave. Grandfather Tang regarded me with astonishment, marveling at my recent performance. My suggestions had been remarkably astute. For instance, the monetary incentive I proposed would undoubtedly enhance the guard's combat effectiveness significantly. The more he observed me, the more enigmatic I became in his eyes. Chapter 41. Reaping the harvest in the northern city, the headquarters of the Sihai gang was situated here. Within a meeting hall, the gang's leader, Chun Dao, was engaged in a game of chess with a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man was none other than Lu Jing, the second leader of the Lu family. Master Lu, the Tang family has not attended the Mid-Autumn Festival for 2 years. If they abstain again this year, their popularity in Yun City will undoubtedly plummet. Today, our Sihai gang's reckless attack on the Lu family will surely provoke the Tang family. If they seek to regain their lost reputation, they will undoubtedly retaliate. And this may turn into a fierce confrontation, Chen Dao remarked, having navigated the treacherous waters of Yun City for years and honing a meticulous mind. Rest assured, Master Chen, the Tang family is the weakest among the 4 major families in Yun City. If they dare to confront the Sihai gang, they will surely suffer a devastating blow. Should they be foolish enough to engage us? Tonight could very well mark the end of the Tang family, Lu Jing confidently replied. This time, they will come primarily to intimidate and seek justice, but they will not act rashly. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Jing continued, moreover, how many men can they mobilize? 39th grade Yuan level guards. Or 50. Such a scale may not even match the strength of the 4 C's gang. The Tang family would never suspect that my Lu family would send people to infiltrate the 4 C's gang. With 49th grade Yuan level fighters and 15 Huang level experts, coupled with the forces of the 4 C's gang, do we really have to fear the Tang family? If they resort to force, we shall ensure they come but never return. Indeed, what Master Lu said is absolutely correct. However, the 4 C's gang is taking a significant risk this time. If the Tang family is annihilated, according to our agreement, 20% of their assets will belong to the 4 C's gang. Chun Dao remarked with a smile. That is only natural. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into hearty laughter, as if the Tang family was already in their grasp. Report, gang leader. The Tang family is charging towards us. A scout rushed into the great hall. Oh, they've arrived so quickly. Chen Dao and Lu Jing raised their brows. How many have come from the Tang family? Who is leading them? Chen Dao inquired. Old Mo from the Tang family is at the forefront, with 20 guards, all from the Tang family. They will arrive at headquarters in about 5 minutes, the scout promptly replied. Hearing the scout's report, Chun Dao felt a sigh of relief. Gang leader, most of the Tang family's guards are at the 9th grade Yuan level. We have 15 Huang level martial artists on standby, so it is nothing to worry about. If the Tang family makes any demands, we shall simply refuse, Lu Jing added with a smile, wearing an expression of complete control. Everything shall be as Master Lu commands. Chen Dao nodded knowingly and ordered loudly. Assemble all martial artists above the 8th grade Yuan level. Following Chen Dao's command, the number of people in the backyard, combined with those from the Lu family, exceeded 100. Among them were over 80 at the 9th grade Yuan level and more than 20 Huang level martial artists. Chun Dao, come out. Old Mo arrived at the headquarters of the 4 C's gang and, standing before the grand estate, bellowed with all his might. It was Old Mo, who had been remiss in his welcoming. Chun Dao opened the courtyard door, and over 100 people followed him out. Pretending to be surprised, he remarked, Old Mo, why have you brought so many people? What is the meaning of this? Old Mo glared at Chen Dao with a stern face, angrily stating, Gang leader Chen, let us speak plainly. You know full well that the Lu family is allied with my Tang family, yet you still dare to act against them. What do you think you are doing with my Tang family? The Tang family and all allied families have made an agreement to stand together in times of glory and shame. Such provocation against the Tang family cannot go unanswered. Chun Dao's eyes turned icy at these words, and he laughed heartily, saying, Old Mo, you have grown old, and your mind has dulled. You must understand that the current Tang family is not the same as it once was. Even if I offend the Tang family, what of it? I advise you to return quickly, lest this trip be in vain and tarnish the beauty of my 4 C's gang's entrance. Just as Chun Dao disdainfully dismissed Old Mo, he suddenly glanced around and saw several groups of people rapidly approaching from a distance. To his shock, there appeared to be 70 or 80 of them. Chun Dao's heart sank as he silently cursed. Despite all his calculations, He had not anticipated that the Tang family's forces would split into several waves, successfully evading the Four Seas gang's surveillance. It seems gang leader Chun is unrepentant. Attack, Oldemo. Recalling Tang Yan's orders, wasted no time in further dialogue, roaring as he charged at the members of the Four Seas gang. Kill. The Tang family's guards had arrived, over 100 Huang-level experts, all with bloodshot eyes as they rushed towards the Four Seas gang. Oldemo had instructed them beforehand that slaying one enemy would earn them a reward of 100 taels of silver. To them, the Four Seas gang was no longer human but merely a source of wealth. Each person, filled with pent-up energy, could hardly contain their eagerness to annihilate the Four Seas gang. One head for 100 taels. How much silver could they earn? All members of the Four Seas gang gathered and charged forward. At this moment, Qindao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had initially believed the Tang family consisted of only 40 people, but now his side was at a disadvantage in numbers. As the cries of agony erupted from the ranks of the Four Seas gang, Qindao's eyes bulged with rage. At that moment, he felt an urge to tear the scout apart. What kind of absurd intelligence was this? First, they had misreported the number of Tang family members, and now, as the dark tide of Tang family guards surged towards them, each exuding a powerful aura, it was clear that every one of them was a Huang-level martial artist. When had the Tang family amassed such a formidable force? Before he could contemplate further, Oldemo was already brandishing his spear, lunging towards Qindao. Tang Yan had recently supplied Oldemo and the Elder Tang with numerous spiritual herbs, elevating Oldmo's strength to the peak of the 8th grade Xian level, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th grade. In contrast, Qindao was merely at the 7th grade Xian level, leaving him significantly outmatched. Master Lu, I request assistance. Under Oldmo's relentless assault, Qindao could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly for help. Upon hearing Qindao's words, Oldmo's eyes narrowed. Master Lu? So it is indeed the Lu family at work. The strength of Master Lu had also reached the 5th grade Xian level. If the two of them joined forces against him, it would be challenging for him to gain the upper hand. Thus, he had to end this quickly and not allow them the chance to work together. With a furious roar, Oldmo's aura surged as his attacks intensified. The over 100 Tang family members, all Huang-level experts, quickly overwhelmed the remaining forces of the Four Seas gang and the Lu family in less than 15 minutes. Their numbers had dwindled by more than half in what had begun as a one-on-one confrontation. The members of the Four Seas gang were already at a disadvantage. Now, facing 2 or even 3 opponents, their defeat was swift and catastrophic. Following that, those below the 9th grade Yuan level were utterly incomparable to the Tang family's guards, who effortlessly swept through the Four Seas gang like a harvest of chives. Chapter 42. A great harvest. Lu Jing, who had remained within the Four Seas gang, was struck with terror. All of the Tang family's guards were Huang level. When had the Tang family acquired such a wealth of powerful experts? Hearing Qindao's cries, Lu Jing battled internally over whether to assist him. However, he quickly abandoned the thought. With Oldmo's strength already at the 8th grade Xian level, joining forces with Qindao might yield some advantage, but the moment the Tang family's guards completely surrounded them, the overwhelming numbers would leave him with little chance of survival. It was better to flee while he still could. Resolute in his decision, Lu Jing signaled to the Lu family members that they should prepare to escape, then dashed towards the back courtyard, leaped over a wall, took a deep breath, and fled towards the Lu family. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, the elite members of the Four Seas gang were swiftly eliminated, while the weaker ones had already fled long ago. The once dominant Four Seas gang, which had controlled the underground forces of Yun City for years, was utterly shattered in less than an hour. Qindao had long since realized the grim reality of the Four Seas gang's defeat, and having not seen Lu Jing for some time, his heart was filled with sorrow and rage. At that moment, he did not blame the Tang family. Rather, he harbored immense resentment towards the Lu family. If it had not been for your Lu family, how could I, Qindao, have fallen to such depths? Already outmatched by Oldemo, and with various external factors at play, Qindao was forced to retreat continually. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck twice, blood sprang forth. Lu family, I curse your entire lineage to suffer a fate worse than death for 18 generations. Even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. With no way out, Qindao, realizing his fate was sealed, raised his head and cursed loudly before slashing his neck with his own blade, ending his life. Watching Qian Dao fall and the Four Seas gang crumble, old Amo felt a pang of regret. The Four Seas gang had indeed amassed immense wealth in Yun City. Although they were not as powerful as the four major families, if they had fully opposed any one family, they could have caused significant harm. Thus, despite all the family's watchful eyes on the Four Seas gang's assets, no one had truly dared to strike a lethal blow. Who would have thought that such a formidable opponent could be so easily swept aside by the Tang family? Old Amo thought of young Master Tang, and his heart raced. The Tang family's formidable strength was undoubtedly propelled by young Master Tang's influence. The young master had hidden his capabilities so well over the years. Search thoroughly and bring back everything of value to the Tang family. After musing for a moment, old Amo immediately issued orders. Once the Tang family's guards began hauling out box after box of treasures from the Four Seas gang, old Mo's eyes widened in shock. The Four Seas gang had accumulated such wealth through their sordid dealings over the years. Looking at the mountain of gold, it seemed to rival half of the Tang family's own wealth. After all these treasures were transported back to the Tang family, Elder Tang's eyes also widened, astonished by the Four Seas gang's riches. In addition to the rewards for slaying enemies today, each person will receive an additional reward of 500 taels of silver. Upon seeing the trucks full of valuables return, Tang Yan immediately announced further rewards. He aimed to continuously instill the belief that following the Tang family would lead to prosperity, thereby solidifying loyalty and uniting the Tang family into a cohesive force. In just 1 hour, the Four Seas gang had been completely annihilated, a feat that would be regarded as remarkable throughout Yun City. The news spread like wildfire, instantly reaching every corner of the city. The various families reacted differently upon receiving the news. For instance, the city lord's mansion, Miaodong workshop, and the aloof Tianbao auction house were simply astonished by the Tang family's strength, without feeling any panic. In contrast, those families dependent on the Tang family, who had been wavering in their loyalty, were now reassured. Everyone could see that the Four Seas gang's attack on the Lu family in the northern part of the city was orchestrated by the Lu family behind the scenes. That the Tang family could step in at such a critical time to defend the Lu family, deploying 130 Huang-level experts, instantly solidified their standing in the hearts of their allies. However, for the three families outside of Yun City's four major families, the situation was not so simple. In the Lu family's great hall, Elder Lu Wuhui paced back and forth, his companions all wearing gloomy expressions. The sudden display of strength by the Tang family weighed heavily on each of their hearts like a stone. Over 130 Huang-level experts, who can tell me how you monitored the Tang family? How did so many experts appear without a whisper of warning? Lu Wuhui roared. The hall fell silent, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, Lu Ha finally spoke. Father, although the Tang family has revealed so many experts, they still cannot compare to our Lu family. Regardless, we can still save face against the Tang family at tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival, he concluded. The Tang family's current show of strength cannot be underestimated. If we truly kill Tang Yan, how much will our Lu family suffer if the Tang family retaliates without restraint? Lu Wuhui coldly pointed out the dilemma. The others fell into contemplation, realizing that if the Tang family could suddenly mobilize over 100 Huang-level experts, the implications were chilling. While it might be impossible to kill Tang Yan, they could still inflict significant harm as long as that wild child is left alive. The old Tang dog would not exert his full strength against our Lu family. If we can unite with other families to strike at the Tang family, then their destruction will merely be a matter of time, Lu Wuhui calculated. What if the Tang family chooses not to attend this year's Mid-Autumn Festival? Lu Ji, who had remained silent until now, interjected. We shall spread the word that the Tang family's younger generation is lacking, that they do not even have a legitimate heir to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival. Regardless of the Tang family's current strength, it is merely a fleeting moment. Once Tang Ling is dead, the Tang family will collapse. If the Tang family truly does not participate, this rumor will leave a mark on their reputation and deal them a significant blow. If they do participate, we will proceed according to our original plan to cripple Tang Yan, thus still achieving our goal of weakening the Tang family. Lu Wuhui's eyes flashed with cold determination. Master is wise. Upon hearing this, the others immediately applauded in agreement. As the sun gradually set, only a few streaks of brilliant sunset remained in the sky. The annual Mid-Autumn Festival was about to commence. At this moment, the lakeside of Mingyue Lake was adorned with vibrant lights, illuminating the entire area. Men, women, young, and old from the city flocked to the scene. Many young people dressed to the nines, eager to see if they could catch the eye of a beautiful girl during this grand event. Numerous family scions were also eager to make an impression at the festival. Various stalls and vendors lined the streets along the lakeshore. The atmosphere around Mingyue Lake was lively, filled with the sounds of drums and cheers. However, many people craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the spectacle between the four major families. Within a single day, a pair of rumors suddenly emerged throughout Yun City. Chapter 43. The Mid-Autumn Festival. The first rumor suggested that the Tang family was not the weakest among the four major families, but had instead been biding their time and concealing their true strength. The second rumor claimed that the Tang family's younger generation was lacking. Regardless of their strength, once the old Tang passed, the family would inevitably fall apart, and they would dare not participate in this Mid-Autumn Festival. Even if they did, they would undoubtedly finish last. Both rumors were highly credible, causing everyone to eagerly anticipate how the Tang family would perform in the upcoming festival. As time passed, the Qin family, Wu family, and Lu family arrived one after another. Yet the Tang family remained conspicuously absent. I doubt the Tang family will participate. If they do, they will only finish last. It would be better not to show up and save themselves the embarrassment. If it were me, I wouldn't come either. If the Tang family fails to show up again, it would confirm the rumors. Once the old man dies, the Tang family will disband. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, most people were not optimistic about the Tang family. Just as everyone awaited the Tang family's arrival, a melodious voice resonated, and a group of people approached from the east. Everyone turned to look, and at the forefront was a robust elder, exuding vigor and confidence. It was none other than Elder Tang. Following behind him was a stunning figure that captivated everyone's attention. With an air of grace, she resembled a celestial being. Upon seeing Ziyun, the men present were left speechless. Beside such a beauty stood a handsome young man, clad in white, with a beaming smile. He wielded a folding fan, glancing around and occasionally winking at some beautiful maidens, exuding a playful charm. This young man was none other than young Master Tang. Trailing behind them was a contingent of Tang family members, who found the prime seating along the eastern lakeshore. For the first time in 3 years, all four major families of Yun City gathered at the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just then, another voice emerged from the direction of Miaodong Workshop, causing everyone to perk up. Leading the charge was the chief alchemist, Wu Xian. Dressed in a fitted outfit, she appeared both striking and valiant, her alluring figure making countless men swallow hard. Walking alongside her was Elder Gu Ming, the workshop's elder. As the Miaodong Workshop members made their entrance, those around them greeted them warmly. After all, the vast majority of the city's medicinal supplies came from the Miaodong Workshop, a respected entity that commanded admiration. Wu Xian greeted everyone with a smile, her every move captivating the crowd. Her authoritative presence and confident demeanor sent many men's hearts racing. However, despite Wu Xian's beauty, no one dared to provoke her, except for young Master Tang. Of course, just as everyone was respectfully greeting Wu Xian and her companions, Tang Yan stood up and waved energetically. "Miss Wu Xian, Elder Gu, come sit over here." TCH, a spoiled brat is still a spoiled brat. He doesn't even consider the status of the Miaodong Workshop. Who would sit with your Tang family? Upon hearing Tang Yan's call, those families not allied with the Tang family scoffed in disdain. "Miss Wu Xian, my Lu family has prepared tea. Why not join us for a chat while we enjoy the bright moon of mid-autumn?" A charming young man from the Lu family stood up, inviting her graciously. "Wow, Lu Gongzi is so handsome." Upon seeing Lu Ji stand, several young women's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing Lu Ji standing, many speculated that Wu Xian would indeed go sit with the Lu family. Hearing both Tang Yan and Lu Ji's invitations, Wu Xian turned her head and took a few steps towards the Lu family, leading many to believe she would accept the invitation. However, she suddenly stopped and, with a voice as melodious as a lark, said, "Thank you, Lu Gongzi, for your kind offer, but I have a prior arrangement with young Master Tang to discuss poetry and prose, so I hope Lu Gongzi can understand." After acknowledging the direction of the Lu family with a nod, Ying gracefully made her way towards the Tang family. Tang Yan, having a certain debt of gratitude to Gu Ming, also felt compelled to engage in conversation with him, thus following closely behind Wu Xian as they approached the Tang family's location. Both high-ranking members of Maya Danfang headed towards the Tang family, prompting others to follow suit, all gravitating towards the Tang family's domain. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd directed at the Tang family exhibited a stark transformation. Wu Xian's seemingly light remarks appeared to bestow honor upon the Lu family. Yet everyone understood that it was, in fact, a resounding slap in the face for them. By opting for the Tang family over the Liu family, was it not a clear indication that she held the Tang family in higher regard? The unwavering support for the Tang family from Maya Danfang raised questions about the nature of their relationship. Curiosity about the Tang family intensified among the onlookers. How had this family, consistently ranked at the bottom among the four great families, suddenly become the epicenter of such astonishing events? Upon reaching the Tang family and greeting the esteemed elder, Wu Xian's gaze fell upon Ziyun, who was seated beside Tang Yan. Having frequently interacted with prominent families, Wu Xian felt a sudden flutter in her heart upon seeing Ziyun. This woman, devoid of makeup, possessed an unparalleled beauty. Though her appearance was modest, her innate noble aura neither oppressed nor allowed for excessive familiarity. Such a woman undoubtedly hailed from a distinguished lineage. With only a handful of prominent families in Yun City, Wu Xian had never encountered anyone of her caliber. Could she possibly originate from elsewhere? Ah, this sister seems somewhat unfamiliar. May I know your name? Wu Xian inquired with a smile. Ziyun, taken aback by the striking beauty and poise of this woman, responded with an equally warm smile. I am Ziyun. And you, Miss Wu Xian, are truly enchanting. Just as the pleasantries were exchanged, Wu Xian's heart tightened as she suddenly recalled something, urgently asking, Are you perhaps from the illustrious Tianxiang family? Not only is your beauty captivating, but your wisdom is also remarkable. Ziyun was slightly surprised by Wu Xian's discernment but graciously confirmed her origins. Shocked, Wu Xian glanced at Tang Yan. How was Ziyun seated so close to him? Why was she present at the Tang family in Yun City? This was likely not without Tang Yan's involvement. Observing two exquisite beauties flanking Tang Yan, a wave of jealousy surged among the men present. Several young heirs discreetly vowed to humiliate Tang Yan during the martial competition, aiming to embarrass him in the presence of such beauties. Not long after Maya Danfang's arrival, representatives from the Tianbao auction house also made their entrance. With this, the foremost powers of Yun City had finally gathered. The city lord has arrived. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation coursed through the crowd. Traditionally, the arrival of the city lord signified the commencement of the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. Upon the entrance of City Lord Lin Xiao, he greeted everyone with a smile and delivered a few customary blessings before directly addressing the matter at hand. In this beautiful setting, I shall not interrupt your enjoyment. Now, let the City Lord's advisor Zhouing introduce the rules of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Under the watchful eyes of the attendees, a slender elder ascended the stage. Zhouing was well known in Yun City as a distinguished literary figure. After bowing to the assembly, he eloquently declared, Esteemed guests, once again we gather to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. With the moonlight shining brightly, let us indulge without restraint. As in previous years, the festival consists of two main events, a literary competition and a martial contest. Anyone from Yun City under the age of 35 is welcome to participate. We shall commence with the literary competition, overseen by City Lord Lin, Guming from Maya Danfang, Qin Changdao from the City Lord's office, and myself. The literary contest comprises 3 rounds. I invite all aspiring poets and scholars to take the stage. As soon as Zhouing finished speaking, the talented participants surged towards the platform, filled with youthful ambition. Which young person does not yearn to showcase their talents and impress their beloved? For those aware of their lack of martial prowess, considerable effort was devoted to honing their literary skills, hoping to shine in this arena. The significance of literary accomplishments was not lost on the great families, as success in this competition could elevate their prestige. Within Yun City, renowned talents such as Wu Jin from the Wu family, Qin from the Qin family, and Lu Ji and Lu Halian from the Lu family were well known. A short while later, all participants had taken their places on stage. That moment, someone from the audience called out, There are no Tang family members. The crowd collectively gazed at the stage, only to find that indeed, there was not a single member from the Tang family present. Such a loud proclamation caught the attention of the elder Tang, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. The younger generation of the Tang family was lacking, and Mo Yanjun was too engrossed in martial pursuits to show much interest in literature. In previous years, only the elder Tang had engaged in literary endeavors, but due to the age restriction for participation, he was unable to showcase his talents. Suddenly recalling the heartfelt poem Tang Yan had penned for Lin Dongxue, which displayed both strength and elegance, the elder Tang contemplated whether to encourage Tang Yan to take the stage. However, noticing Tang Yan's disinterested demeanor, he suppressed the thought. The elder's intuition was correct. Tang Yan had little interest in the literary contest. With various families eyeing the Tang family, he understood that demonstrating strong martial skills would suffice to uphold the family's reputation. In the grand scheme of things, the literary contest was merely a decorative flourish, holding little significance for the Tang family. Master Tang, your poem for Dongxue was truly remarkable. What has caused you to retreat now? Wu Xian interjected, relishing the opportunity to stir the pot. Has Tang Yan ever written a poem for someone else? Ziyun felt an inexplicable pang in her heart at this revelation, unable to comprehend the source of her feelings but sensing an unsettling discomfort. Indeed, that moment of heartfelt confession to the city lord's daughter had been profoundly moving, with every word resonating deeply. Alone, I ascend the western tower. The moon hangs like a hook. Wu Xian recited the lines, which evoked a dreamy gaze from Ziyun. Could such heartfelt verses truly have been crafted by this man? With a complex look directed at Tang Yan, Ziyun felt an unexplainable surge of irritation as she suddenly kicked him off his chair. What's this? Are you standing up to represent the Tang family? Lu Ji mocked from the stage, prompting laughter from the audience. The majority of Yun City was well aware of Tang Yan's reputation. Recently, he had inexplicably risen to the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, but his nature was common knowledge. Unlike the laughter from the crowd, the city lord and Qin Changdao exchanged glances, intrigued by Tang Yan's potential. Particularly, Qin Changdao remembered witnessing Tang Yan's stunning poem, Meeting Joy, which lingered in his mind. Would Tang Yan deliver yet another surprise? In the city lord's seat, Lin Dongshua's attention was instantly captured, her gaze fixed on Tang Yan. What's with that sudden reaction? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Tang Yan had previously provided Lin Dongxue with elixirs, dramatically improving her impression of him. Recently, her husband had frequently mentioned Tang Yan, instead of the usual candidates from the Lu, Wu, or Qin families, which piqued Lin's interest. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever be interested in him? Lin Dongshua's cheeks flushed crimson. Observing her daughter's bashful demeanor, Lin's mother teased, he is rather handsome. If he performs well, perhaps you might consider him. Stop it, mother. How annoying. Lin Dongxue turned away, eliciting laughter from her mother. Tang Yan felt a wave of frustration. What on earth were women thinking these days? Just moments ago, he had been engaging in pleasant conversation with Wu Xian, only to find himself abruptly kicked out of his chair. Now that he stood, retreating was not an option. Meeting Lu Ji's gaze with a calm smile, he declared, since the Tang family is participating in the Mid-Autumn Festival, it is only natural that I take part in the competition. Otherwise, what would become of our family's reputation in the face of slander from lesser individuals? With that, Tang Yan confidently strode onto the stage, his graceful demeanor drawing the attention of several young women. Is there anyone else wishing to compete? Zhouing inquired. After confirming that no one else was stepping forward, he counted the participants and found exactly 130. Excellent. We shall divide this stage into 10 groups of 13. The first round will be a poetry relay, starting with 5-character verses. Each round will increase the verse length by 1 character. Those unable to continue will be eliminated, and the last 2 from each group will advance. Tang Yan appeared unfazed by the proceedings, casually seeking a table to sit at, as others approached him. They recognized that associating with Yun City's foremost rake meant reducing competition. Those unable to secure seats sighed and sought other tables. At Tang Yan's table, 13 cups of fine wine awaited, and he lifted a cup to his lips, scanning the faces around him. His gaze soon landed on Lu Halian from the Lu family. The enmity between the Tang and Lu families was no secret, especially given the recent tensions stemming from the Sihai gang's activities. Upon meeting Tang Yan's gaze, Lu Halian smirked disdainfully. Even a cat or dog dares to show its face now. How absurd. The others at the table understood whom Lu Halian was targeting, and their eyes shifted towards Tang Yan. What a ridiculous statement, Tang Yan muttered under his breath, nearly causing the people present to choke with laughter. Over the years, the Mid-Autumn Festival had never witnessed such crude remarks, yet here was Tang Yan, nonchalantly uttering them. Lu Halian's hand trembled with indignation, struggling to suppress the urge to slap Tang Yan. Taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Although he was celebrated for his literary prowess, he had yet to reach the yellow rank in martial arts. Begin, Zhouing announced, and the participants at each table immediately commenced their competition. The bright moon shines with the wind. Autumn's heart surpasses summer's pride. Leaves fall into the clouds, Tang Yan casually replied, surprising everyone with his poetic response. People gasped, questioning whether this seemingly uneducated young man had suddenly acquired literary talent. When the wine enters the sorrowful heart, there are no tears. Blood burns on the endless battlefield as Tang Yan continued to deliver verses with profound depth. The expressions of the audience shifted. Their gazes towards him filled with astonishment. Is it really possible that this scoundrel could produce such poetry? Reflecting on the moon, its fullness and emptiness are unpredictable when Lu Halian recited a 9-character verse. The surrounding participants found themselves in a bind, prompting 3 of them to withdraw from the competition. Observing the vast sea, the tides rise and fall, a sense of melancholy Tang Yan countered with another line. The audience began to turn their attention towards Tang Yan's table, questioning how he had remained on stage for so long. Was he possibly cheating? Under the autumn night's tent, soldiers are counted when Lu Halian uttered a 14-character line. Only 3 remained at Tang Yan's table. The participant in the middle struggled but failed to respond, allowing Tang Yan to declare, "The red sun climbs the green mountains. A fine steed carries youth through fragrant paths." I underestimated him. I had no idea Tang Yan possessed such talent. The young man who failed to respond remarked, bowing regretfully to Tang Yan before departing. Well done. Tang Yan's supporters erupted in cheers upon witnessing his continued presence on stage. The first round concluded swiftly, revealing that amidst the remaining 20 participants, the notorious rake Tang Yan was still standing, leaving many in Yun City astounded. Congratulations to those advancing to the next round. This time, the City Lord will present the topic. You will have 2/4 of an hour to complete your works. It can be either poetry or lyrics. The top 5 will proceed, while the rest will be eliminated. Zhouing announced with a smile, then turned to the City Lord. Sir, please provide the topic. The creativity displayed in the first round was impressive, and this round would further test everyone's ingenuity and literary skill. Traditionally, the theme had revolved around the Mid-Autumn Festival, but this year, we shall shift our focus to love, as proclaimed by Lin Xiao. Many participants' expressions darkened upon hearing this. They had prepared verses centered on the festival, which were now rendered useless. Instantly, the crowd bowed their heads in contemplation. In the midst of this, Tang Yan stood out, pouring himself a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. His nonchalant demeanor elicited subtle twitches at the corners of others' mouths. This uneducated scoundrel had relied on luck to reach this point, yet still clung to his pride, pretending to be carefree despite knowing he could not succeed. Eureka! One individual suddenly exclaimed, startling those nearby. Ignoring the disapproving glares, he cleared his throat and recited, "The autumn breeze intoxicates, a beauty walks beneath the moon. Though distant, words remain unspoken. The bright moon conveys my feelings." As 4 lines of 5-character verses emerged, whispers of admiration spread through the crowd, with those connected to the young man applauding fervently. Even the 4 judges nodded in approval. Though simple, the poem's essence was commendable, and producing it in such a short time was no small feat. Next, several others presented their works, eliciting applause with varying degrees of depth and creativity. On the stage, only the most renowned literary talents from Yun City remained. Wu Jin from the Wu family, Qin from the Qin family, Lu Ji from the Lu family, and Lu Halian. Meanwhile, the city's foremost rake was all but forgotten amid the proceedings. City Lord, might we conclude the second round? Lu Ji inquired, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed Tang Yan's silence. This provoked a fresh wave of laughter from the audience. How did this scoundrel manage to pass the first round? Yet, here in the second round, he is finally unmasked. The City Lord remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Tang Yan. Although they had interacted infrequently, each encounter left a profound impression. Would Tang Yan truly concede? Such fine wine, Tang Yan remarked, leaning against the edge of the stage, gazing at the bright moon over Mingyue Lake, and began to recite. Leaning against the precarious tower, the gentle wind whispers. Gazing towards the horizon of spring sorrow, dark clouds gather in the sky. In the fading light, the grass reflects the smoke. Who can comprehend my unspoken thoughts while leaning on the railing? As Tang Yan's words, laced with a hint of true energy, resonated through the air. The crowd was enveloped in astonishment. Is this really Tang Yan? Has he truly composed poetry? The audience murmured in disbelief. The initial lines, while descriptive, intricately conveyed a deep sense of longing. Ziyun, for the first time, listened to Tang Yan's poetry, her gaze fixed upon him, her curiosity about this young man growing deeper. He possessed both martial prowess and literary talent. How had such a character been cultivated? Qin Changdao, who had previously been anxious, now felt a sense of relief. I knew it. How could someone capable of writing meeting joy fail to produce something this time? Yearning for freedom, I seek intoxication. With wine in hand, I sing, yet the melody is lacking. Why a tire grows loose, yet I have no regrets for her. I have withered away. As Tang Yan completed the final lines, the previously chaotic atmosphere fell into a profound silence. My attire grows loose, yet I have no regrets for her. I have withered away. The final line of the poem heightened the emotional intensity to its peak. Tang Yan, at this moment, was drinking alone under the moonlight, exhibiting an air of aloofness mixed with a hint of melancholy. Accompanied by a poem, he resembled a lovesick poet, drawing the attention of many young ladies. The demeanor displayed by this wealthy young gentleman was, at the very least, not as pitiful as one might have imagined. After a long while, the city lord finally applauded in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! This time, Tang Yan is destined to triumph once again." Wu Xian, recovering from her astonishment, smiled and chimed in with a remark. The elder Tang's face beamed with joy. Having devoted many years to self-cultivation and literature, he was naturally capable of discerning the quality of his grandson's poetry. I hereby declare that in this round of competition, Tang Yan from the Tang family takes first place, followed by Lu Hailian from the Lu family in second, Wu Jian from the Wu family in third, Lu Ji from the Lu family in fourth, and Qin from the Qin family in fifth. These 5 individuals have successfully advanced to the third round of the literary contest, announced Zhou Ying loudly. This ranking elicited no objections from the crowd. As the difficulty of the third round escalated, Zhou Ying outlined the rules. The first participant would compose their work, and the remaining participants would have to complete their pieces within the time it took to sip tea. There was a word count requirement of no fewer than 100 words, centered around the theme of the young men of Cloud City, leaving the direction open for individual interpretation. Begin. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, the onlookers immediately perked up. This rule was intriguing. Should the first contestant produce their piece swiftly, the pressure on the subsequent participants would increase dramatically. Meanwhile, everyone was eager to hear how these 5 would extol the virtues of the young men of Cloud City. The expressions of the other 4 were serious. This was no simple task, as it required the approval of both the judges and the citizens of Cloud City, in stark contrast to the contemplative demeanor of the other 4. Tang Yan remained leisurely sipping his wine. At this moment, the crowd's gaze towards him had shifted from disdain to newfound respect, his nonchalance adding to his charm. Suddenly, after downing a cup of wine, Tang Yan shouted, startling the other 4. Lu Hailian, who had just found some inspiration, lost it entirely due to Tang Yan's outburst. Frowning, he retorted, "If you have composed something, just say it. I fear that if I speak, your courage to compete for first place will vanish." Tang Yan's words stung a few of them. "Humph, what good lines can you write in such a short time?" Lu Hailian scoffed. "The Lu family may falter, but the Tang family shall prevail," Tang Yan remarked while continuing to drink. Below the stage, the elder Lu's eyes narrowed. Which aspect of the Tang family was he referring to? Since young Master Tang has composed something, why not share it with us so we can witness the prowess of the Tang family? Lu Ji smiled lightly, subtly passing the ball back to Tang Yan. "Since you are so eager to know." Tang Yan rose, downed his wine, refilled his cup, and proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Then listen closely. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to demonstrate power. Slay 900,000, and be the greatest of the great. A man's path is to be fierce. Kindness and righteousness cannot coexist. A man must kill, and kill without mercy. Eternal achievements lie in the art of killing. In the midst of killing, one finds immortality." At this moment, Tang Yan exuded an aura of deadly intent, his white robes billowing, and with these lines of poetry, he appeared as a formidable hero of his time. Armed with a sword capable of slicing through iron, he would strike down foes in a fit of rage. "Toasting with my own flesh, I laugh as ghosts and gods tremble. For 1,000 miles, I will hunt down my enemies, even if it takes 10 cycles of stars." The upper echelons of the prominent families in Cloud City straightened in their seats. The unrestrained intent to kill within Tang Yan's verses was disconcerting. Coupled with the earlier events of the day, when the Tang family had eradicated the Sea Alliance in a mere hour, many began to speculate whether the Tang and Lu families were truly on the brink of a public feud. "In dreams, I continue to slay. My joyful smile reflects the purest light. Daughters, do not inquire. How fierce can a man be? Since ancient times, kindness and virtue have only harmed others. Righteousness has never been genuine. Do you not see that lions and tigers gain renown through their hunts, while the pitiful deer have no one to pity them? The world has always been a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Even if one is justified, it becomes meaningless though not asked. Men have their own paths to follow. A man's journey is to be fierce. Kindness and righteousness cannot coexist. A man's work lies in the arena of battle. With the courage of a bear and the gaze of a wolf. If one is born a man, one must kill, without allowing a male body to harbor a woman's heart. Though this poem had been edited by Tang Yan, the fervent and passionate words remained soul-stirring. Many young men blushed, their breaths quickening as they looked at Tang Yan, their gazes now filled with admiration. "He'll kill a man within 10 paces, leaving no trace from 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, I brush off my sleeves and conceal my achievements and fame." The final line, borrowed from Li Bai's The Hero's Path, concluded his recital, after which Tang Yan lifted his cup and drank it all. At that moment, by the shores of Bright Moon Lake, all that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing from the crowd. The elder Tang's eyes were red as he gazed at his grandson, filled with pride. This is the true offspring of the Tang family. Tang Yan had effortlessly composed several hundred words, each line overflowing with fervor, igniting the passion within the hearts of all present. To achieve such grandiose expressions of killing and poetry was beyond the reach of Lu Ji and the others. They might never hope to attain such heights in their lifetimes. Lu Hailian and Lu Ji felt an immense sense of frustration, wishing to compose a counterpoem but finding themselves at a loss for words. Why the silence? Have you realized that the Tang family excels while the Lu family does not? Tang Yan asked with a grin. Humph, boasting with mere words. Next time, I will cripple your dantian, and we shall see who can mend it then, Lu Ji threatened softly before turning away from the stage. As Lu Ji descended, a collective sigh escaped the crowd. Tang Yan's poem was simply too domineering. Every individual present, including those learned scholars who had devoted their lives to poetry, felt they could never reach even half of that level. With one leading the way, the other three also ceased their protests, casting furious glances at Tang Yan as they lowered their heads and exited the stage. The great talents of Cloud City, once renowned, had been forced to concede defeat to the city's foremost scoundrel. Such an outcome was unexpected for all now. Apart from the Tang family's camp, which wore smiles, the expressions of others were mostly grim. This time, the championship of the literary contest undoubtedly belonged to Tang Yan. To his surprise, the title came with rewards. The prizes, which made Tang Yan beam with joy, included not only some honorary accolades and silver but also a third-grade beast core. Although he was unsure why the literary contest offered such generous rewards, the third-grade beast core was undoubtedly beneficial to him, making his efforts on stage worthwhile. And the Lu family's seating area, the elder Lu's expression was as cold as water, revealing no joy or sorrow, making it difficult to discern his feelings. However, the members of the Lu family felt a tightening in their chests. When the elder Lu displayed such a countenance, it undoubtedly indicated his extreme displeasure. No matter what, we must ensure that that boy Tang Yan participates in the martial competition. Once he steps onto the stage, regardless of who he faces, they must show no mercy. If we can turn him into a cripple, that would be best. If he accidentally dies, it matters not. Lu Wu Hui instructed in a hushed tone. Yes, I will arrange that immediately, came the reply. The head of the Lu family, Lu He, wore a grim expression as he gathered the capable youth of the Lu family, quietly imparting his orders. Elder Tang, a perceptive individual, had been observing the reactions of the various families. Upon noticing Lu He's movements, he felt a sudden alarm and quickly called over Tang Yan, saying, Yenner, do your best to avoid fighting in the martial competition. If you must fight, do not engage Lu Ji. I sense that the Lu family harbors ill intentions. Tang Yan glanced toward the Lu family's section and comforted, do not worry, Grandpa. I know what to do. Seeing his grandson's confidence, the elder Tang felt a slight sense of relief. Although Tang Yan had been unreliable in the past, his recent displays of maturity and composure had made things much easier for him. While everyone was still fervently discussing Tang Yan's The Path of Man, the city lord ascended the high platform and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the splendid literary contest has concluded, and next, we shall move on to the martial competition of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 47. A performance by grandfather and grandson. The future strength of a city depends on the capabilities of its younger generation. For this martial competition, I shall serve as the judge. Any participant who manages to secure a spot in the top 8 of Cloud City will receive a reward. Among the younger generation of Cloud City, the top 8 from the previous competition were Lu Ji from the Lu family, Lin Dongxue from the city lord's residence, Wu Faming from the Wu family, Qin Guang from the Qin family, Lu Changyu from the Lu family, Qin Yi from the Qin family, Wu Ding from the Wu family, and Qian Rulong from the Qian family. The rules for the martial competition remain unchanged, divided into two parts. The first part is a preliminary round, where anyone other than the previous top 8 may register to participate. The final 5 participants will then be allowed to challenge the previous top 8. If they win, they will take their place in the rankings. The second part allows direct challenges to the top 8. Any participant with a strength of 3rd grade yellow rank or higher may challenge without needing to go through the preliminary round. If no one challenges the top 8, the participants will proceed to the finals to determine this year's rankings for the Mid-Autumn Festival martial competition. The martial competition begins. Those interested in the preliminary round should proceed to the left side of the platform. Those with a strength above 3rd grade yellow rank who wish to challenge the previous top 8 may do so directly on the main stage. Let the martial competition commence. City Lord Lin Zhao's voice rang out, and the drummers stationed in the distance immediately struck up a rhythm. Ha ha, Brother Tang. As one of the 4 great families of Cloud City, not a single person from your family has made it among the 8 great experts. I would be ashamed to be associated with the Tang family. Lu Wu Hui laughed derisively, pointing at Tang Ling as the arena match had yet to begin. Upon hearing the elder Lu's words, everyone's gaze shifted back to the Tang family. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly thrilling due to the rivalry between the Tang and Lu families. Fortunately, the elder Tang had prepared himself mentally for this, and he was not angered. He retorted with a smile, "When my grandson participated in the literary contest, your Lu family mocked the Tang family, yet in the end, was it not the Tang family that triumphed? You old dog should have learned to temper your barking amidst changing circumstances." Even the well-cultivated elder Lu nearly lost his composure at this moment. Taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed himself. Casting a cold glance at Tang Ling, he mocked, "The martial competition is different from the literary contest. If I recall correctly, your grandson possesses only 8th grade origin stage strength, lacking even the qualifications to challenge the top 8. The mighty Tang family truly has no successors. How lamentable. You old dog, who lacks successors." Tang Yan, already known as the first scoundrel of Cloud City, confidently accused Lu Wu Hui, his audacious demeanor firmly in place. Nonsense! Lu Wu Hui exploded with rage, and the members of the Lu family glared at Tang Yan with displeasure. Silence. Just as the two families were about to escalate into a dispute, the city lord's displeasure rang out. The Mid-Autumn Festival martial competition is merely for mutual sparring. There is no need for a dispute between the two families. In front of the people of Cloud City. What kind of behavior is this? Hearing the city lord's admonition, the Lu family members found it difficult to retaliate. However, before such a large crowd, the elder Lu had been insulted as an old dog by Tang Yan, and if this was not addressed, the Lu family would surely suffer yet another humiliation in Cloud City. Lu Ha stood up and said, "City Lord, please remain calm." The Lu family merely feels pity for the Tang family, whose successors seem to be lacking, with no ill intent whatsoever. What my elder brother says is true. After all, a single legitimate heir of a family, yet now only possessing 8th grade origin stage strength. If he encounters a 9th grade origin stage opponent, he may still have a chance to fight, but against a yellow grade warrior, he would only be trampled. Lu Jing chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Nonsense. Your last family member, Lu Quan, was merely a 1st grade yellow rank. Wasn't he? Didn't I beat him until he was like a dog? Tang Yan retorted immediately. Lu Jing's face twitched with rage. The son he had high hopes for had been grievously injured by this boy, leaving him forever at 1st grade yellow rank. Furious, he replied, "Last time, Quanner was careless and fell for your trickery. If we were to fight fairly, you would have long since been reincarnated. Enough of the boasting. If your Lu family sends 1 yellow grade warrior, I will cripple him. If you send 2, I will cripple both," Tang Yan declared arrogantly. The members of the Lu family trembled with rage at Tang Yan's words. "Since young Master Tang is so confident, let us make a bet. I will send a 1st grade yellow rank warrior from the Lu family. If you can defeat him, my Lu family will offer 3 3rd grade beast cores. If you lose, your Tang family will owe my Lu family 3 3rd grade beast cores. What say you?" Lu Hai's eyes glinted with malice. If Tang Yan dared to accept, he would make the young man regret it. The value of 3 3rd grade beast cores was significant, and Tang Yan was undeniably tempted. However, if he readily agreed without his grandfather's approval, would the other party not grow suspicious and back out? Lu Ling, seeing his grandson hesitating, stood up and accused Lu Ha,
"You shameless dog. Why not let us compete directly? If I lose, I will give you 100 third-grade beast cores." Lu He chuckled awkwardly. He did not dare to challenge the elder Tang. Nevertheless, he refused to let go of such a prime opportunity to eliminate Tang Yan and provoked. The younger generation is so confident, yet the older generation is cowardly? The Tang family has truly become pathetic. Do you dare to make a clear statement? If you do not, let Tang Yan apologize to my Lu family. Lu He pressed, his tone taunting. The city lord did not interrupt the dispute between the two families. Although his expression remained impassive, he was intensely curious about whether the Tang family would dare to accept the challenge, silently observing the situation unfold. "Grandfather need not worry. Lu Quan is weak. The others will be no match," Tang Yan said, brimming with eagerness. "Very well, then be cautious. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, concede willingly." The elder Tang feigned reluctance but ultimately agreed. Tang Yan and the elder Tang played off each other, leading everyone to genuinely believe that Tang Yan only possessed 8th grade origin stage strength. "City Lord, since it is still early, why not allow Lu Xing and Tang Yan to spar on the stage?" Lu Wuhui proposed as both families had consented. This was a scene that the people of Cloud City enjoyed, and Lin Xiao did not refuse. "Since Elder Lu has spoken, I shall make an exception this time. However, remember that fists and feet have no eyes. Be sure to hold back and avoid serious injuries. If anyone calls for surrender, they must not continue attacking. Violators will be severely punished. Lu Xing, go up and teach young Master Tang a few moves." Lu He instructed a young member of the family in a low voice. "Do not give Tang Yan a chance to claim surrender." Lu Xing nodded, grasping his long spear as he approached the platform. Though not tall, he was robust and sturdy, resembling a small iron tower. Tang Yan has some talent, but his intelligence is somewhat lacking. Below yellow grade, everyone is but an ant. I have heard that last time. Lu Quan did not realize he was facing an 8th grade origin stage opponent and was caught off guard. He truly believed he was formidable. Indeed, with 8th grade origin stage strength, he probably won't last 10 moves. The crowd murmured among themselves. Once both participants were ready, Lin Xiao announced the start of the match. Chapter 48. Take 20 moves and call it a win. Watch the spear. Lu Xing wasted no time. Knowing he had to be ruthless against Tang Yan, he immediately unleashed the Lu family's ultimate technique, the Overlord Spear technique. Sensing the peak aura of a 1st grade yellow rank, Tang Yan sneered inwardly. Although this strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own. Expelling a light breath of inner strength, Tang Yan met the attack with his long sword. The crowd gasped as they witnessed Tang Yan daring to confront Lu Xing's spear head-on. The clash of metal resounded, and all present strained their necks in disbelief. He had caught it. The 8th grade origin stage strength had withstood a full-force strike from a 1st grade yellow rank. Before anyone could process this, Tang Yan had reversed the situation, his sword aimed directly at Lu Xing's throat. Lu Xing's face shifted dramatically. How could this be? This was not the strength of an 8th grade origin stage, but clearly that of a 1st grade yellow rank. However, before he could react further, Tang Yan's sword was upon him. The flowing cloud sword, as graceful as clouds drifting through the sky, moved with fluidity and precision, creating an array of sword shadows that appeared slow yet contained myriad transformations and perilous situations. The elder Tang could not help but rub his eyes in astonishment. His shock was no less than that of anyone else present. It was not merely Tang Yan's inner strength that astonished him, but the sword technique he was employing. Was that not the Tang family's ultimate skill, the flowing cloud sword? Yet, the power with which this boy executed it appeared even stronger. Under the relentless assault of Tang Yan, the elder Tang eventually understood that while Tang Yan was indeed using the flowing cloud sword, he had made some modifications to certain techniques. Seeing through the situation, the elder Tang was filled with fury. How could this rascal learn the enhanced version of the cloud sword without informing me? Though both possessed the strength of the 1st rank of the yellow tier, Tang Yan's martial skills and keen perception were unmatched. Under relentless assault, Lu Xing was forced to retreat step by step. What appeared to be a lengthy struggle was, in reality, a mere few breaths of time. The 1st rank of the yellow tier, Tang Yan was also of the 1st rank. Observing Lu Xing's continued retreat, several adept warriors immediately discerned the reason. Lu Xing was flustered and in disarray, leaving his openings wide open. With a focused gaze, Tang Yan seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Xing's dantian. Bang! Lu Xing, unable to defend himself, was struck solidly and immediately sent flying to the ground. A smirk crept onto Tang Yan's lips. Another member of the Lu family had suffered grave injury. "Xinger!" Lu He shouted, rushing to Lu Xing's side with a few leaps. He retrieved a medicinal pill and placed it in Lu Xing's mouth, checking his pulse, his expression growing increasingly grim. With a cold glare at Tang Yan, he warned, "If anything happens to Lu Xing, you will pay dearly." As it was previously stated, fists and feet have no eyes. As long as no one concedes defeat, the battle shall not cease. Since Lu Xing had not voluntarily surrendered, it was a tremendous mercy that I refrained from delivering a few more strikes. Lu Patriarch, remember to send 3 third-tier beast cores to the Tang family tonight. Tang Yan, unfazed by Lu He's threat, sheathed his sword and returned to his seat at the Tang family table. "You have reached the first rank of the yellow tier?" Upon seeing Tang Yan approach, Wu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Just days ago, when Tang Yan was training with Lin Dongxue, he was merely at the 8th rank of the origin tier. How could he have advanced so rapidly? "Just fortunate, really," Tang Yan humbly replied. Lin Xiao, speechless, realized why this clever lad dared to compete with Lu Xing. It seemed that he too had reached the first rank of the yellow tier. After all, he had never claimed to be only at the 8th rank of the origin tier. Though his actions were shameless, they did not violate any rules. Thus, he announced the result. Tang Yan wins. The higher-ups of the Lu family felt an immense sense of frustration. They had originally intended to humiliate the Tang family, only to become the laughingstock themselves, a classic case of losing face in the attempt to gain advantage. When had the Tang family become so cunning? They had clearly reached the first rank of the yellow tier, yet they still deceived others by pretending to be at the 8th rank of the origin tier. Lu Changyu stepped forward, angrily denouncing, "I never claimed to be at the 8th rank of the origin tier. Your misjudgment is not my concern. Besides, what were you hoping to achieve by pitting an 8th rank against a 1st rank? Do you believe the Tang family is only fit to be bullied?" Tang Yan coldly retorted, "The Tang family has always upheld harmony in Yun City. We do not proactively provoke anyone, but that does not mean we fear anyone or lack the ability to fight back. The destruction of the Four Seas gang and Lu Xing's defeat are clear examples. Anyone who believes the Tang family is easy to handle is welcome to challenge us." Upon hearing Tang Yan's warning, some families allied with the Tang family felt a surge of excitement, solidifying their resolve to follow the Tang family. Meanwhile, other neutral families in Yun City now considered the Tang family a viable option for allegiance. However, whether they were already allied or considering joining, there was a tinge of regret. If only Tang Yan's strength were a bit greater, the risks of supporting the Tang family would diminish significantly. After all, if Elder Tang were to pass away, and Tang Yan's strength were to fall behind that of other families, the Tang family would inevitably face decline. Tang Yan's appearance at the Mid-Autumn Festival was precisely to alleviate these families' concerns. By demonstrating sufficient strength, he aimed to elevate the Tang family's reputation further. Isn't it said that one with the strength of the 3rd rank of the yellow tier can challenge the top 8 from the previous session? I challenge the Lu family's top 8, Tang Yan declared loudly. What? Tang Yan intends to challenge the top 8 of Yun City. Has he truly reached the 3rd rank of the yellow tier? The crowd was momentarily astonished. Tang Yan of the Tang family challenges Lu Changyu of the Lu family. His voice echoed in the night sky, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, his aura began to surge. 1st rank of the yellow tier, 2nd rank of the yellow tier. His aura continued to rise until it finally stabilized at the 6th rank of the yellow tier. The entire Mingyue Lake fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, an uproar erupted. The once acknowledged first scion of Yun City, Tang Xiao, was revealed to be a hidden master, with the strength of the 6th rank of the yellow tier. If utilized effectively, entering the top 8 of Yun City would be well within reach. The expressions of the Lu family members grew increasingly grim, for the swordsmanship Tang Yan had displayed was unmistakably the cloud sword of the Tang family. Yet, it appeared altered by an unknown hand, boosting its power by an entire rank. Under the advantage of martial techniques, Lu Changyu likely could not fulfill his plan to incapacitate Tang Yan. How about you directly challenge me? Tang Xiao. If you can withstand 20 moves from me, I shall concede defeat. Lu Ji stepped forward from the crowd. The previously noisy atmosphere fell silent once more. As the recognized top young master of Yun City, rumors suggested Lu Ji had reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier, leaving Tang Yan at a 2-rank disadvantage. In battles between higher-ranked warriors, even a slight difference can lead to defeat. Tang Yan maintained a calm demeanor while quickly deliberating. Even if Lu Ji were at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, he still possessed the strength to fight. His purpose for participating in this martial contest was not merely to win the championship and the rewards, but to demonstrate to the outside world that the Tang family was not without successors and to consolidate their support. A battle with Lu Ji would allow him to showcase formidable combat abilities, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously while gauging Lu Ji's true strength. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Resolute, Tang Yan replied. If you wish to fight, Tang Yan shall gladly oblige. Elder Tang rose, intending to intervene. Let Tang Yan go. His combat prowess exceeds your expectations. Just as Tang Ling was growing anxious, Zi Yun's voice entered his ears. As the esteemed third miss of Zizhu City, Elder Tang trusted her, and his attempt to intervene was halted. Turning to look at Zi Yun, who offered him a reassuring glance, Elder Tang resumed his seat, fully focused on the arena. Lin Xiao felt a slight tremor within. Having encountered numerous individuals over the years, he believed he could read people well. Tang Yan was certainly not a reckless youth, but what was his basis for challenging Lu Ji with the strength of the 6th rank of the yellow tier? Brother Tang, I admire your courage. Lu Ji stepped out from the Lu family's seating area, taking a couple of strides back before launching himself onto the stage with grace, standing opposite Tang Yan. Begin, Lin Xiao called out as both prepared for battle. Lu Ji seized the initiative, brandishing his long spear and thrusting it toward Tang Yan. Tang Yan felt as though a hungry wolf had locked onto him, the hairs on his body standing on end. The spear, accompanied by a whooshing sound, seemed imbued with the power to pierce through anything. Tang Yan took a deep breath, choosing not to evade. Oh, the astonishment of the onlookers. He advanced boldly, opting for a head-on collision. Clang. Tang Yan staggered back 2 paces, his hands feeling numb, blood surging within him. Lu Ji remained unyielding, a clear indication of their disparity in strength. Having landed a successful strike, Lu Ji did not relent, thrusting his spear once more toward Tang Yan's throat with unyielding momentum. Gasps filled the air as Elder Tang's grip tightened, causing a porcelain cup in his hand to shatter. Unperturbed, Tang Yan remained calm. The previous clash had given him insight into Lu Ji's power. Employing the phantom step, he swiftly evaded the spear's trajectory. He had successfully dodged. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Avoiding the spear, Tang Yan utilized the phantom step to swing his sword at Lu Ji. After 2 exchanges, he shifted from defense to offense. The cloud sword was unleashed, its relentless force resembling an inescapable net descending upon Lu Ji. The clanging of metal rang out as 3 more strikes were exchanged in an instant. Lu Ji felt increasingly frustrated. He had initially believed he could defeat Tang Yan within a few moves, but found the boy to be as slippery as an eel. Gaining no advantage, to make matters worse, Tang Yan's attacking angles were exceedingly cunning, exploiting the weaknesses in Lu Ji's techniques. The longer the fight continued, the more alarmed Lu Ji became, while the spectators were increasingly captivated. Especially the Qian family brothers, Qian Rulong and Qian Shenghu, recalled their previous reckless thoughts of confronting Tang Yan at the city lord's mansion, and they couldn't help but feel a chill. Had they acted recklessly at that time, they would have likely faced dire consequences. Though Lu Ji maintained the upper hand, he had yet to inflict any substantial damage on Tang Yan, less than a quarter of an hour. They had exchanged 19 moves amidst fierce conflict. Lu Daping, we are nearing 20 moves, Tang Yan chuckled, offering a friendly reminder. This remark had its intended effect. Lu Ji's heart tightened, regretting his earlier promise. If he could not defeat Tang Yan in the next move, the Lu family would truly suffer humiliation. With a powerful thrust, Lu Ji pushed Tang Yan back, his voice icy, impressive. I initially thought the strength of the 8th rank would suffice, but it seems I must reveal my true power. Let this final strike end it. As his voice faded, Tang Yan sensed an abrupt surge of energy from Lu Ji. The 9th rank of the yellow tier. Tang Yan's heart trembled. His suspicion was confirmed. This fellow had concealed his strength in his previous bout with Zi Yun. She had not used her full power, yet had still been able to suppress him with the strength of the 9th rank. Now, facing Lu Ji, who exuded killing intent, the danger had escalated. Die! Lu Ji shouted, his spear lunging toward Tang Yan's heart with the force of a dragon. The strike was devastating and swift, a formidable force coiling into a tangible energy around the spearhead. The crowd felt a collective shock. Indeed, he was the foremost figure in Yun City, possessing talents beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Under such overwhelming strength, it seemed impossible for Tang Yan to evade this blow. A simultaneous sigh escaped the crowd, realizing that the anticipated reversal of fortune favoring the underdog was unlikely to occur. A perilous aura enveloped Tang Yan, compelling him to act cautiously. He unleashed the heavenly creation fire within him, a spectral blue flame suddenly igniting in midair. The air surrounding the flame seemed to distort slightly, gradually transforming from a flicker to a palm-sized blaze coalescing before Tang Yan. The silently flickering blue flame was both eerie and resplendent. However, the onlookers could not perceive the terrifying power contained within the flame. They could only watch with curiosity as they anticipated Tang Yan's response. Go! Tang Yan bellowed, expelling every ounce of energy within him to propel the fireball forward. Bang! The moment the flame met the spear's tip, a deep sound resonated. The once sturdy arena trembled under the impact, the foundational stones reduced to dust, a cloud of debris swirling in the aftermath. As the dust gradually settled, a figure stood upon the arena. The crowd gasped and craned their necks. When they discerned that it was Lu Ji, their expressions shifted to one of expected resignation. However, as the dust continued to clear, another figure emerged. Standing tall that it was Tang Yan. A cry of disbelief erupted from the crowd. How'd this possible? A 6th rank of the yellow tier could withstand a full-force strike from the 9th rank. The spectators were filled with incredulity. The disparity between ranks was akin to climbing mountains, yet Tang Yan had somehow endured Lu Ji's full assault despite the 3-rank difference. Though Tang Yan appeared somewhat disheveled, he still bore a spirited expression. Grinning at Lu Ji, he quipped, "Apologies, but it seems you've exceeded 20 moves." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. A mere 6th rank had managed to withstand 20 moves at his hands, severely tarnishing the Lu family's reputation. He regretted not revealing his strength from the outset. Watching the grinning Tang Yan, a murderous intent flickered within Lu Ji. Suddenly, he felt an unusual pressure fixate upon him. Glancing aside, he caught a fleeting look from City Lord Lin Xiao, and with that terrifying aura dissipated, cold sweat broke out on Lu Ji's back. Before the City Lord, he truly dared not act against Tang Yan. Chapter 50. Advanced martial techniques. The Lu family's intricate schemes against the Tang family had gradually unraveled, layer by layer. Meanwhile, the Tang family's growing prominence amidst the Lu family's persistent probing and assaults left many in shock. While it was clear to all that Tang Yan still had much to learn, one could not overlook his youth. Given time, the question of who would emerge as the foremost figure in Yun City remained uncertain. The previous top 8 from Yun City regarded the young man on stage with complex expressions. The one deemed the first scion of Yun City had managed to engage Lu Ji, a 9th-rank warrior, without succumbing, even managing to render Lu Ji equally flustered. Reflecting inwardly, they found themselves lacking the confidence to achieve such a feat. Bravo! A sudden cheer erupted from some families allied with the Tang family. At this moment, their confidence in their allegiance to the Tang family reached unprecedented heights. What's there to be proud of? Just receive another strike, and you shall surely lose, Lu Ji mocked. Defeat is defeat. Tang Yan replied coldly, turning away to descend from the stage. The purpose of the Mid-Autumn Festival had been fulfilled. He harbored no interest in the subsequent activities. Returning to the Tang family's seating area, he greeted the others briefly before departing, utilizing the moonlight to execute the phantom step, swiftly returning to the Tang family estate. After the battle with Lu Ji, Tang Yan realized that he was still too weak. If he wished to grow stronger, continuous practice was essential. Upon entering his room, he consumed a high-grade spirit pill and began his training. The following day, as dawn's light streamed through the windows, Tang Yan slowly opened his eyes. A night of recovery had restored the energy expended the previous evening. "Young master, the elder requests your presence once you awaken," Xiao Chui chirped upon seeing Tang Yan emerge from his room. Curious as to why his grandfather had summoned him so early, Tang Yan made his way to Tang Ling's courtyard. After knocking a few times, he heard Tang Ling's voice from within, "Come in." Upon seeing Tang Ling, Tang Yan was taken aback. His grandfather sat at a table cluttered with wine bottles. Had he spent the entire night drinking? Why so much? Hastily, Tang Yan approached, snatching the wine cup from Tang Ling's hands and replacing it with a steaming cup of tea. Grinning, Tang Ling accepted the tea and replied, "You little rascal, I haven't had too much to drink. In my youth, I could drink far more than this." "What do you need me for, Grandpa?" Tang Yan inquired, puzzled. "You will soon know. Just wait here for a moment," Elder Tang replied before retreating to his room to change into a clean set of clothes. Exiting, He motioned for Tang Yan to follow him outside. Tang Yan, filled with curiosity, walked alongside Tang Ling until they arrived at the Tang family's ancestral hall. After entering, the two knelt before the ancestral tablets of the Tang family. Tang Ling then solemnly stated, "Yenner, for the past 16 years, I have never discussed family matters with you. I have held back many thoughts for too long. Though I yearned to share, I was afraid. Now that I see hope in you, I can no longer keep these secrets hidden." Upon hearing Elder Tang's words, Tang Yan felt a jolt within. Although he was not originally from this world, the profound bond he had formed with this life's Tang Yan and the Elder's meticulous care had allowed him to wholeheartedly accept this family. Having never experienced familial love, Tang Yan felt a tremor within his heart upon hearing Tang Ling's words. "Grandpa, please tell me," Tang Yan urged earnestly. "Listen closely, grandson. 16 years ago, your mother encountered your father by chance. They felt an immediate connection and eventually had you. Her background is mysterious, as she fled from an arranged marriage. Your mother's family, along with the family she was betrothed to, forcibly invaded the Tang family, tearing your parents apart. The Tang family was shattered in that incident. Had it not been for your mother's desperate stand, we would have faced annihilation." With a heavy sigh, Tang Ling's eyes reflected helplessness. "After your mother was taken away, your father left the Tang family, tirelessly searching for her, but to no avail. Where does my mother come from? Does anyone know?" Tang Yan inquired. Unbeknownst to him, the family of his mother possessed immense power, even surpassing the celestial realm. Surpassing the celestial realm? Tang Yan could not help but exclaim. Indeed, in the path of martial arts, there are no limits. The Tianxiang kingdom is merely a small corner of this continent. Once you truly grow, you will understand that reaching the celestial realm is merely the beginning of the martial journey. The elder Tang gazed deeply at Tang Yan, his eyes filled with hope and encouragement. "Wasn't our Tang family once not in Yun City?" Tang Yan inquired. The elder nodded. "Yes, 16 years ago, our Tang family resided in the North Spirit Realm. After your parents' marriage stirred up turmoil, we feared retaliation and thus concealed ourselves in Yun City. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will find out the whereabouts of my parents," Tang Yan said, looking at the elderly man, whose temples were graying, feeling a pang of emotion. "Just do your best," the elder replied, nodding. "Today, I called you here for another matter. Follow me." The elder walked to the back of the ancestral hall, striking a wall 13 times. Suddenly, with a rumble, a stone door appeared on the once smooth wall. Tang Yan was astonished. He had no idea that the Tang family possessed such a secret chamber. Following the elder inside, he surveyed the environment. 4 luminous pearls adorned the corners of the chamber, illuminating it as if it were daylight. Inside, there was only a table with a jade slip resting upon it. The elder solemnly picked up the slip and handed it to Tang Yan. "What is this?" Tang Yan asked curiously as he accepted it. "This is a martial technique left for you by your mother when she departed. I have studied the jade slip, but the process is exceedingly complex, and I scarcely understand it. Your mother said that if you can master it, you must train diligently. If not, you may abandon it." The elder emphasized, "Your mother has already broken through to the celestial realm, so this martial art she left you should be of considerable quality." Tang Yan examined the jade slip in surprise, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy to probe its contents. Flame Explosion Palm. Upon reading the technique's name, he continued to delve deeper. Although Tang Yan's previous life's mastery of martial arts was not as high as his alchemical skills, he had encountered numerous martial techniques and intricate methods. After several minutes, a look of astonishment crept onto his face, intensifying with each passing moment. The complexity of this martial art was comparable to the advanced techniques he had seen in his past life. Perhaps even more intricate. Despite its obscurity, the challenge ignited Tang Yan's enthusiasm, and he soon became engrossed. The Flame Explosion Palm was divided into 3 forms: Fiery Palm, Shattering Palm, and Explosive Palm. Each technique escalated in power. Multiplying several times, as Tang Yan absorbed the contents of the jade slip, awe filled his eyes. "Have you understood it?" Tang Ling's eager voice broke through. Caught off guard, Tang Yan felt a bit embarrassed. "I was too engrossed just now and forgot you were here. I understood some of it. I should be able to practice." Hearing this, Tang Ling furrowed his brow and quickly asked, "What is the rank of this technique? Can you discern it?" Tang Yan weighed the technique's power in his mind, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "It's hard to determine, but it must be at least of the Earth rank." "The Earth rank?" The elder was taken aback. In all of Yun City, there was likely no earth-rank technique. Yet this jade slip contains such a precious treasure. You must return and train diligently. And remember, do not divulge this technique to anyone, the elder cautioned. Rest assured, Grandpa. With his grandson's assurance, the elder nodded, leading Tang Yan out of the secret chamber and allowing him to return home. Upon arriving at his residence, Tang Yan eagerly set about digesting the contents of the flame explosion palm. Currently, his strength was merely at the yellow rank, but recalling the intricate steps of the technique, he assessed that he could just barely practice the first form. The complexity of the moves was daunting. Although he felt he could perceive some insights, mastering it would require considerable effort. Tang Yan remained patient, meticulously analyzing each step of the first form. As time passed, he sat in contemplation, appearing to outsiders as though he were merely dazed for several hours. This left Ziyun and Xiaotsue perplexed. Xiaotsue, do you think your young master has been struck dumb by Luji? Ziyun remarked, her eyes laced with concern. The only reason she could recover her strength so swiftly was due to the recovery pills Tang Yan had concocted. If he had indeed become foolish, her own recovery could be delayed indefinitely. I hope he hasn't gone mad, Xiaotsue echoed, sharing Ziyun's worries. However, both girls wisely refrained from interrupting, merely observing Tang Yan's absorbed state. Suddenly, amidst their idle waiting, Tang Yan burst into laughter. Haha, I understand. It turns out that the release of true energy causes spatial vibrations. His sudden outburst startled the two girls. Are you insane? Ziyun scolded, displeased. No, no. Tang Yan replied. Feeling a rush of clarity, he took a deep breath and, without bothering to exit through the door, leaped over the wall and hurried towards the small hill in the backyard. It's hopeless. Ziyun stamped her foot in frustration, though a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. It was no wonder Tang Yan's strength grew at such an astonishing rate. His dedication to martial arts was a level of persistence that others could scarcely comprehend. In the Tang family's backyard, at the foot of a small hill, a lean figure stood before a tree, repeatedly executing the same motion. The sound of air escaping echoed persistently, yet no power was generated. With each sweaty failure, Tang Yan refused to give up. After each setback, he would analyze the reasons for his failure and refine his next attempt. Break for me. After countless failures, Tang Yan felt the true energy within him surging, as if it were about to be drained completely, violently rushing outward. The air around him warped at that moment, a massive sphere of energy coalescing in his palm. Go. Tang Yan stepped forward forcefully, delivering a strike to the tree before him. Crack! The trunk, as thick as a bowl, shattered instantly. Boom! The tree, now bereft of its main trunk, was toppled by the wind and crashed to the ground. I can't believe it. Tang Yan gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Although he had anticipated the flame explosion palm to be powerful, the force he had unleashed far exceeded what one would expect from someone at the yellow rank. If he had learned this technique earlier, he would not have been so humiliated yesterday. Just as Tang Yan pondered this, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him. He realized, in his excitement, he had forgotten that this strike had completely drained his dantian of true energy. The only reason he remained standing was the exhilaration of success. His severely exhausted body left his mind blank, and before he could retrieve a high-level recovery pill, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. When Tang Yan awoke, he found himself lying in his own room. Young master, you're awake! Xiaotsue exclaimed in delight upon seeing him open his eyes. Feeling the lingering weakness in his body, Tang Yan inquired, What happened? Who brought me back? The guards discovered you fainted while on patrol and brought you back. The master has already sent someone to check, and it seems you merely overexerted yourself, leading to exhaustion. You'll recover after some rest, Xiaotsue explained. All right, I understand. You should go rest now. The moonlight streaming through the window silently indicated that it was late. Glancing at Xiaotsue, who had served him since childhood without complaint, Tang Yan felt a surge of gratitude. By the way, from now on, your monthly wage will double. Go see the accountant tomorrow. After writing a few lines on a piece of paper, he handed it to Xiaotsue. Thank you, young master. Xiaotsue's eyes glistened as she accepted the note and exited. The energy required by the flame explosion palm was indeed enormous. Unless one reached the profound rank, it was best not to wield it carelessly. Tang Yan sighed inwardly, taking out a high-level recovery pill to restore his strength. 3 days swiftly passed, with Tang Yan immersed in rigorous training each day. That evening, as he practiced swordplay in the courtyard, someone approached to report, "Young master, someone from Yaodong workshop is here to see you. Me?" Tang Yan felt a stir of interest and followed the man to the front hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by Gu Ming, and Tang Yan laughed heartily. "Brother Gu, your visit brings great honor to our Tang family." "Ha ha, Tang Xiao, you still possess your charm," Gu Ming responded with a smile. Observing their exchange, the elder Tang felt a twinge of annoyance. Having just spent considerable time with Master Gu in amiable banter, his grandson's casual greeting of Brother Gu left him pondering the hierarchy of their relations. "Master Gu, Yenner has arrived. May I inquire why you seek him?" Tang Ling finally could not contain his curiosity and asked eagerly. "Tio settle accounts with the Tang family," Gu Ming replied, chuckling. Tang Ling froze, suddenly recalling the incident where 120 guards from the Tang family had collectively advanced in rank. Could it be that the profits from Tang Yan's credit purchases had been gathered for this? Had it not been for Gu Ming's presence, the elder would have likely erupted in questioning Tang Yan. Fortunately, the Tang family had recently cleared out the warehouse of the Four Seas gang, providing them with a modest foundation. "May I ask how much the Tang family owes Miaodong workshop?" Tang Ling inquired with a wry smile. "This time it's not much, only 330,000 taels of silver," Gu Ming lamented. "What? 330,000? Seeing Gu Ming's discontented expression, the elder Tang nearly lost his composure. "Tang Yan, what on earth did you purchase at Miaodong workshop to incur such a debt?" Seeing the elder's agitation, Gu Ming realized the misunderstanding. Glancing at Tang Yan, amusement filled his eyes as he thought, had this fellow always been seen as a prodigal in the elder's eyes? "Calm down, Master Tang. It is not your young master who owes us, but rather we at Miaodong workshop are settling accounts with your family," Gu Ming clarified. "Tang Xiao, did you not explain this to your grandfather?" With the elder's gaze fixed on him, Tang Yan chuckled awkwardly. "There has been so much going on lately that I simply forgot. My master provided me with a formula for a pill, and I was to collaborate with Miaodong workshop. We share a 30% profit, settling accounts monthly, and today happens to be the settlement date. So, our Tang family made a profit of 330,000 taels this month." The elder was astounded. That was a staggering amount, equivalent to half a year's earnings for the Tang family. Indeed, all of it has been converted into silver notes by Miaodong workshop, each valued at 50,000 taels. "Please take a look." Ji Ming waved his hand, and a representative from Miaodong workshop presented a wooden box. The elder opened it to find 3 large stacks of silver notes, neatly arranged inside. Recognizing the clear patterns and the Tianxiang merchant seal, he knew they were genuine. Moreover, Miaodong workshop would never tarnish their reputation with counterfeit currency. Satisfied with their thickness, he closed the box. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Gu Ming, Tang Yan interrupted. "Brother Gu, why is there only this amount?" Tang Ling nearly broke into a cold sweat at Tang Yan's words. "You're complaining about over 300,000 taels in profit." Assessing Gu Ming's demeanor, Tang Ling was further astonished. He had expected Gu Ming to be slightly displeased, yet the esteemed elder of Miaodong workshop wore an expression of embarrassment. At the start of sales, Miaodong workshop needed to mobilize personnel to familiarize themselves with the pill-making process, and promoting this pill also took time. With all the delays, a month has passed, don't worry. The response to the pulse cleansing powder has been favorable. Your monthly earnings will not drop below 500,000 taels. Gu Ming's words left the elder Tang in a daze. He had never imagined such fortune would fall into their laps. And today, they had indeed struck gold. 500,000 taels was nearly a year's earnings for the Tang family. "I am grateful for your kindness, brother." "Haha, no need for thanks. We mutually benefit from this arrangement. By the way, has your master produced any new pill formulas lately? If so, we can discuss further profit-sharing cooperation," Gu Ming inquired with a smile. "Such low-tier pills with excellent effects are rare. My master only possesses this one formula. However, he is deeply passionate about alchemy and is likely to develop new pills in the future." Tang Yan replied with a grin. Ji Ming's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing this. Yet, he understood the truth in Tang Yan's words. After some casual conversation, he took his leave from the Tang family. "Is this money truly ours, Tang Yan?" The elder still found it hard to accept the reality after the representatives from Miaodong workshop departed. "Yes," Tang Yan affirmed with conviction. "Will we receive this amount every month?" "Absolutely." Tang Yan nodded once more. Upon receiving confirmation, the elder did not display excessive excitement. Instead, he sighed in relief, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Does the martial art within that jade slip require a certain level of strength to practice? The elder's tone shifted, filled with concern. Yes, at least the profound rank is needed to unleash its true power. So formidable, the elder remarked, astonished. Then focus on your training, and if you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. After a moment of hesitation, the elder pushed the wooden box toward Tang Yan, saying, "This money is yours. Take it and use it as you see fit. There is an auction at Tianbao tonight. You may find something suitable for yourself. An auction?" Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. He was indeed in need of a martial art technique. Without pretense, he readily accepted the wooden box. As night fell, Tang Yan took Ziyun with him to the auction house. "How much have you recovered?" Tang Yan asked Ziyun, glancing at her. A smile graced Ziyun's lips as she replied cheerfully, "In a couple of days, I should reach the earth rank. So soon." Tang Yan was taken aback. Her recovery speed exceeded his expectations. "Yes," Ziyun continued after a moment of thought, "having been away from my family for so long, I may need to leave Yun City soon. Returning home is fine. After all, you've been living off us for days without contributing." Ziyun's heart sank a bit at the thought, but upon hearing Tang Yan's words, her eyes widened in surprise. Are you looking for a fight?" Without warning, Tang Yan felt a swift kick land on his backside. The force was so sudden and powerful, given the vast difference in their strengths, that he stumbled forward. "You silly girl, with such violence, who would dare marry you? Can't you be a bit gentler?" Tang Yan lamented, feeling helpless against her blows, resorting to pleading reason. "You dare insult me?" Ziyun's brows furrowed, and she lunged forward like a whirlwind, raising her foot to deliver another strike. This time, Tang Yan had learned, keeping his mouth shut and continuing on his way. Observing Tang Yan's sulky demeanor, Ziyun stifled a laugh behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the scene was quite captivating. Shortly after, they arrived at the Tianbao auction house. As they watched the crowd gather, Tang Yan felt a thrill of anticipation. This time, with ample resources, he hoped that Tianbao would not disappoint him. Upon entering the auction hall with Ziyun, they instantly attracted numerous gazes. However, most people's attention was drawn to Ziyun, whose ethereal demeanor resembled that of a snow lotus on a mountain, leaving many in awe. Some recognized her as the enchanting figure who had appeared at the Tang family during the mid-autumn gathering. Rumors circulated that she was Tang Yan's fiancée, while others claimed she was a relative of the Tang family. The specifics of her relationship with Tang Yan remained unconfirmed. As the spotlight shifted away, Tang Yan took hold of Ziyun's hand and found their designated seats in the Tang family area, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Before long, the auction house was filled to capacity. Tang Yan surveyed the surroundings and soon realized that representatives from the 4 prominent families of Yun City were present. Sensing the animosity emanating from certain families, he could not help but smirk contemptuously. This time, they would not gain anything from him. Chapter 53. Seizing the divine herb. Not long after, an elderly man emerged from backstage. "I am Xiezhang, and I am honored to host tonight's auction. The Tianbao auction house has dedicated an entire month to prepare for this event, gathering an extensive array of treasures. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating tonight's offerings. Without further ado, let us commence the auction." Xiezhang wasted no time and, after a brief introduction, launched into the proceedings. The first item up for bid is the 3-leaf blood-activating herb, renowned for its ability to invigorate blood circulation, detoxify, enhance beauty, and promote longevity. If you wish to impress your beloved with beauty and vitality, this is the perfect gift. Of course, it possesses numerous health benefits that I won't enumerate here. The starting bid is 1,000 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 100 taels, 1,200 taels. A voice immediately chimed in as soon as Xiezhang finished speaking. 1,500 taels, 2,000 taels. The bids echoed throughout the room, while Tang Yan remained transfixed by the herb. The plant bore a single stem adorned with 3 robust leaves, vibrantly green and brimming with life. As a skilled alchemist, Tang Yan's keen intuition detected a subtle, refreshing spiritual energy emanating from the herb. It was indeed the 3-leaf blood-activating herb. How could the starting price be a mere 1,000 taels of silver? He wanted to shout in exhilaration. Did the people of this world truly not recognize the true benefits of the 3-leaf blood-activating herb? Its primary function was not merely to beautify, but to enhance one's mental acuity. A person possesses 3 essential energies: essence, qi, and spirit. While qi can be cultivated through training, essence and spirit are far more challenging to refine. As an alchemist, possessing immense mental acuity is indispensable. The greatest benefit of the three-leaf blood-activating herb lies precisely in its ability to refine one's spirit. Thus, it is also referred to as the spirit-refining herb among alchemists, often sought after at exorbitant prices. 8,000 taels. Is there no further bidding? Xiezhang called from the stage. Many in the crowd regarded the opening item as somewhat trivial, considering it remarkable that it had reached 8,000 taels. Xiezhang had no objections to this price and was about to conclude the bidding when Tang Yan snapped out of his astonishment. 50,000 taels, he blurted out. Xiezhang was taken aback. Ziyun beside him was equally stunned. The entire assembly was left in disbelief. Was this fellow out of his mind? Why not bid earlier instead of waiting until the last moment? With 8,000 taels already on the table, who would dare compete with a sudden jump to 50,000 taels? The crowd regarded Tang Yan with mixed expressions, realizing that this young master from the Tang family, who had recently garnered much attention in Yun City, was essentially a high-ranking fool. Young Master Tang, this is Tianbao Auction House. Once a bid is made, it cannot be retracted, Xiezhang reminded with a frown. Having heard tales of Tang Yan's reckless reputation, Tang Yan realized his bid was indeed excessive, yet in light of the herb's true worth, 50,000 taels was still a justified investment. He withdrew a stack of 50,000 taels in banknotes from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. Exuding an air of extravagance, I have plenty of money. The more I spend, the more exhilarating it is. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, a collective sigh of disbelief swept over the crowd. It seemed that by the next day, Tang Yan would once again be branded as Yun City's foremost spendthrift. Xiezhang found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Tang Yan's reckless bidding had indeed solidified his status as an auction master. An item valued at less than 10,000 taels had inexplicably sold for 50,000 in his hands. 50,000, first call. 50,000, second call, third call, sold. Xiezhang's gavel fell, and he finally felt relieved. 50,000 taels was not an insignificant sum at Tianbao Auction House, but such a marked markup was truly rare. Are you out of your mind? Ziyun shot a disdainful glance at Tang Yan. Heh, what do you know, woman? Tang Yan replied, reclining in his seat with satisfaction. Seeing Tang Yan's unabashed demeanor, Ziyun chose to ignore him completely. The auction proceeded to the next item. A purple heart jade pendant, crafted from rare stones sourced from the depths of the South Sea and polished by master artisans. It was said to possess calming and restorative properties, greatly benefiting one's qi when worn regularly and enhancing one's meditative state. The starting price was 3,000 taels, with minimum increments of 100 taels. As Xiezhang's words faded, the second round of bidding began. Tang Yan scoffed. The purple heart jade was hardly as miraculous as Xiezhang claimed. It was merely a psychological placebo. He leaned back, awaiting the next item. As the auction continued, Tang Yan acquired 3 more divine herbs. Ziyun, being the third young lady of the Purple Bamboo City, was accustomed to precious treasures and found these items unworthy of her attention. Refraining from bidding. As the auction neared its climax, Xiezhang announced, the next item is the Paisida or assistance of tonight's auction, which I believe will pique everyone's interest. He paused for dramatic effect. Mr. Xie, what is it? An impatient voice called from the audience. With the crowd's curiosity piqued, Xiezhang continued, this is a set of martial arts techniques known as Thousand Mountain Fist. Upon examination, it has been determined to be a fragmented technique. Some attendees felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. While martial arts skills were coveted by all warriors, the knowledge that this one was incomplete significantly diminished its value and likely rendered it untrainable. Sensing the crowd's enthusiasm waning, Xiezhang elaborated, despite its incompleteness, the fortunate news is that this set comprises the introductory techniques, which can be practiced. Upon hearing this, those who were initially disheartened regained a glimmer of hope. Tang Yan, unable to contain his eagerness, thought to himself that he had come precisely to seek a credible martial arts technique. Mr. Xie, what is the grade of this technique? Surely, for the final item, it must be at least of the yellow grade? Observing the fervent discussions below, Xiezhang no longer withheld information, declaring, the Thousand Mountain Fist is exceptionally suited for combat, boasting tremendous power, but due to its incomplete nature, only the first 2 strikes are included. Nonetheless, it still qualifies as a mid-tier yellow-grade technique. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the room. In all of Yun City, even among the 4 prominent families, yellow-grade techniques were exceedingly rare. Many smaller families barely possessed any top-tier yuan-grade techniques. This auction was destined to be a fierce battleground. The starting bid for the 1,000 Mountain Fist is 100,000 taels of silver, with minimum increments of 1,000 taels. Xiezhong proclaimed with authority. 200,000 taels. The bidding began with a bang, the price doubling immediately. Chapter 54. Avoiding wasteful spending. 280,000 taels. 300,000 taels. The calls for bids rang out from every corner of the auction house, the competition growing increasingly fierce. Xiezhong was pleased with the audience's response, smiling as he looked around. 800,000 taels. When this figure echoed through the hall, the competitive fervor began to calm. 801,000 taels. The Qian family gritted their teeth and offered a bid that seemed to be their limit. 1 million taels. An elder from the Wu family bellowed. 1 million taels. Upon hearing this bid, many sighed in resignation. Indeed, true treasures would only fall into the hands of the powerful. The Qin family bids 1,005,000 taels. At the head of the Qin family table sat Qin He, their most talented heir. Although the Lu family had also sent representatives and boasted a stronger overall power than the Wu and Qin families, they had exhausted their resources by making numerous purchases earlier and could no longer compete. With the rules of Tianbao auction house mandating immediate payment, the Lu family found themselves powerless to contend. 1,006,000 taels. Though the other three prominent families had aimed their sights on the Tang family, that did not mean they were united. Seeing a worthy martial technique, the Wu family was unable to resist joining the fray. 1,008,000 taels. Without hesitation, Qin He matched the bid, determined to secure the technique. The Wu family deliberated among themselves but remained silent for quite some time. 1,008,000 taels. First call. Xiezhong was satisfied with this price and was preparing to conclude the auction. Just as he was about to speak, a languid voice interrupted. 1,008,100 taels. As the voice rang out, Xiezhang's expression grew increasingly intriguing. Tang Yan, the spendthrift, had once again decided to join the fray. Upon hearing Tang Yan's bid, Qin He shot him a piercing glare, his eyes glinting with icy fury. 1,010,000 taels. 1,010,100 taels. Tang Yan continued, unfazed by Qin He's aggression. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. It seemed there was more entertainment to come. Understanding the rules of Tianbao auction house, everyone knew that if Tang Yan could not produce the funds after making such a high bid, he would be ridiculed. With a chilling warning, Qin He pressed on. 1,010,200 taels. Tang Yan wore a mocking smile. If you have the money to bid, then bid out. If not, stop your futile complaints. Since when did the Qin family need to remind Tianbao about their rules? 1,010,300 taels. Tang Yan raised the stakes. As the other three prominent families had long held a grudge against the Tang family, they were not inclined to let it go. And the atmosphere grew tense. 1,015,000 taels. Qin He forced out, his face contorted with rage. What once seemed like a foolish endeavor had now turned into a lucrative bidding war thanks to Tang Yan's involvement. And Xiezhong found himself viewing Tang Yan in a new light. 1,015,100 taels. Tang Yan declared without hesitation, Mr. Xie, I demand that your establishment verify whether the Tang family has brought sufficient funds. Qin He stood, voice laced with indignation. If not for his restraint, he would have erupted in anger. Xiezhong hesitated. While Tang Yan had made a bold opening bid, the amount of over 1 million taels was not trivial for the Tang family. Would they provide such a sum? Before Xiezhong could respond, Tang Yan exploded. What, are you instructing Tianbao auction house on how to conduct its affairs? Even if I were to bid recklessly if I couldn't pay, the technique would still belong to you. Why are you making such a fuss? Xiezhong found himself in agreement with Tang Yan's words. What was the Qin family after all, to dictate terms to Tianbao? Maintaining an air of professionalism, he replied. Should young Master Tang fail to produce the funds, Tianbao auction house will demand an explanation, and the martial technique will rightfully belong to the Qin family. 1,020,000 taels, Tang Yan declared, adding another 1,000. 1,030,000 taels. Qin He shouted back, unable to suppress his rage. Save your breath, Qin He. Competing with the Tang family is futile. Even the Lu family cannot contend. What makes you think you can? With a mocking grin plastered on his face, Tang Yan reveled in Qin He's frustration. 200,000 taels. Qin He slammed the table in exasperation. I don't believe you dare to continue. Gasps of shock swept through the audience as Qin He declared this staggering sum, equivalent to half a year's income for a major family. The auction had taken a thrilling turn, and everyone felt the adrenaline rush. Tang Yan remained calm, observing the situation unfold. As an alchemist, one requires acute perception and intuition. A moment's carelessness could spoil the concoction. With the soul of a ninth-tier alchemist, Tang Yan's insight was even more refined. This sum was no trifling matter, and he sought to ascertain whether Qin He could indeed afford it. If he could, Tang Yan would continue bidding. If not, he would withdraw. His silence imposed immense pressure on Qin He, who briefly faltered, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face, an expression that did not escape Tang Yan's keen gaze. With a slight smile, Tang Yan remarked, "Since the Qin family is so formidable, this martial technique shall belong to you. Now, let's see the money." Qin He was taken aback, incredulous that Tang Yan would simply concede. He felt utterly frustrated, nearly choking on his own disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished. Tang Yan had abruptly decided not to continue bidding. Initially possessing only 3,000 taels, they had nearly lost hope when he raised the stakes. "Young Master Tang, please proceed with the payment," Zhang urged, a smile gracing his face. Moments passed as Qin He sat there, paralyzed with inaction. Murmurs of laughter rippled through the crowd, as it became evident that the Qin family was unable to meet the staggering price. Qin He, unable to suppress his emotions any longer, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Clenching his teeth, he fought to keep it down before finally speaking. "Mr. Xia, my family cannot produce this money at the moment, but Tang Yan has raised the price with malicious intent, undermining the auction rules. The final price cannot stand. An auction is defined by the highest bidder. We shall see if the last bidder can produce the funds. If not, you must provide an explanation." Zhang's tone turned stern. "Indeed, I cannot produce the funds. Might I request a day's grace?" Qin He pressed, his voice strained. "No credit will be extended. Failing to pay will result in a forfeiture of 50,000 taels as compensation." Zhang replied coolly. Chapter 55. The third strike 50,000 taels? Qin He glared at Zhang, resentment flooding his voice. Suddenly, he felt a chilling pressure settle upon him, as if his very life hung in the balance. 50,000 is acceptable. Consider it compensation for your family's disrespect to our establishment." A senior elder from the Qin family quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. As the tension eased, Qin He slumped back in his chair, drenched in sweat. All eyes turned to Tang Yan. It seemed that he was the sole remaining contender with only a few thousand taels to spare. Originally intent on leaving, Qin He decided to stay and witness Tang Yan's predicament. After all, he wasn't the only one embarrassed. "Young Master Tang." Zhang regarded him with a complex expression. Truth be told, he was quite curious about this young man. Despite his reckless bidding, his recent actions had not revealed the foolishness he had been rumored to possess. Moreover, thanks to this young man, Tianbao had garnered an additional 100,000 taels. The Tang family had always held Tianbao in high esteem, so why would they disregard its rules? If no one else bids. Tang Yan chuckled as he produced a stack of banknotes from his robe and handed them to Ziyun. "Please count them carefully." Seeing Tang Yan's smug demeanor, Ziyun felt a surge of irritation, nearly slapping him to the ground. This arrogant fellow had lost track of his place. Suppressing her anger, she accepted the banknotes and quickly began counting. Though she feigned compliance, she had already resolved to make him pay for his arrogance tonight. Seeing that Ziyun was genuinely counting the money for him, Tang Yan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Despite her icy exterior, she was reasonable overall. "You're sensible," Tang Yan praised with a grin. "It is a privilege for you to serve a young master." Ziyun raised an eyebrow, her smile devoid of warmth. Tang Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps he had overstated his position. After settling the payment and receiving the 1,000-mountain fist scroll, Tang Yan offered his thanks with a bow. The auction attendees were momentarily left in a daze. It seemed that the biggest winner of the evening was the spendthrift, Tang Yan, whom they had initially underestimated. As Tang Yan produced such as the esteemed eldest son of the Qin family, one of the top 3 outstanding youths in Yun City, it was utterly humiliating for Tang Yan to be toyed with by the debauched scion of the Tang family. Where could he possibly hide his face? Tang Yan, ignoring Qin He's thoughts, only wished to flee back to the Tang family and find a secluded spot to hide. The incident today, where he had asked Ziyun for money, would be hard to gloss over. Upon exiting the auction house, Tang Yan hurriedly made his way back to the Tang residence, while Ziyun, observing his cowardly demeanor, let out a soft huff and quickly followed him. In the stillness of the night, the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a menacing aura locked onto him. Tang Yan's sharp instincts immediately sensed the presence, causing him to be alarmed. Without hesitation, he activated his shadow step, deftly evading the threat with a swift flick of his foot. "Ziyun, I'll go prepare a bed for you," he shouted, not pausing for a moment as he dashed toward the Tang family estate. "Scaredy cat. Where do you think you're running?" Ziyun yelled angrily as she unleashed her own speed to pursue him. The shadow step, a remarkable technique Tang Yan had brought from Huaxia, allowed him to flee without a single pause, akin to a ghost flitting through the shadows. Ziyun exerted 80% of her strength in her pursuit, yet still found it difficult to close the distance between them. "You run surprisingly fast." Tang Yan's attempt to evade the situation only fueled Ziyun's fury. Unleashing her high-tier Xian stage power, her form transformed into a shooting star as she rapidly closed in on him. Bang! Howls echoed through the quiet night as the sounds of combat and anguished cries filled the air. When they finally reached the Tang family estate, Ziyun elegantly tidied her clothes and gracefully returned to the courtyard. The moment she entered, she glanced back at Tang Yan, whose face was bruised and swollen, and a smirk graced her lips as she strode inside with an air of pride. Tang Yan, with a mournful expression, entered his room, cursing himself for allowing that fierce woman to extort money from him. Ever since Ziyun had reached the first tier of the Xian stage, he had endured her punishments more than once. He had prepared well, having refined 3 full bottles of healing potions. After returning to his room, he took the potions and swallowed them, finally feeling relief from his aching body. Fortunately, Ziyun had held back somewhat, targeting only the meatier areas, resulting in excruciating pain without causing any substantial injury. Once he felt better, Tang Yan eagerly retrieved the scroll of the Qianshan fist. As he swiftly reviewed the techniques, his heart swelled with joy. Although the power of this fist technique paled in comparison to the flame-burst palm left to him by his mother, it required much less from the practitioner, making it ideally suited for his current stage of training. After meticulously reading through the scroll 3 times, however, Tang Yan's brow furrowed in confusion rather than delight. Initially, he, like the staff at the Tianbao auction house, assumed the technique was incomplete, but his extensive experience suggested that this martial art was far more complex than it appeared. The scroll of the Qianshan fist contained only 2 moves, with the latter punch significantly more powerful than the first. Yet, after the second punch, what seemed to be a finishing move bore a striking resemblance to the initiation of the second punch. Given that it was named Qianshan fist, it seemed unlikely that there were only 2 techniques. There must be many more to justify such a name. Muttering to himself, Tang Yan suddenly had an epiphany. The framework of the second move was essentially an extension of the first, introducing variations in force while leveraging the momentum and residual energy of the first punch to amplify its power. Understanding this ignited Tang Yan's enthusiasm. If he could connect the second move to the first, he could unleash a third punch, a fourth punch. If successful, the creator of this technique would undoubtedly be a martial arts genius. With these thoughts in mind, sleep eluded him. He stepped outside into the courtyard, recalling the moves of the Qianshan fist in his mind. Gathering his true energy, he stepped forward, releasing a sharp shout as he swung his right fist forward with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A dull explosion resonated in the air. Without pausing, he swiftly unleashed the second punch. Bang! Another deep sound followed, this time louder, with the surrounding air vibrating more violently than before. Yet, Tang Yan did not stop there. Following the pattern he had envisioned, he propelled his third punch forward. Chapter 56. The significance of repeated practice. This punch had been simulated countless times in his mind. Whether it would succeed now was crucial. Feeling the true energy rush from within, converging furiously into his fist, an overwhelming urge surged within him to unleash this punch. "Come out!" Tang Yan bellowed, his fist crashing forward with unstoppable force, creating a thunderous sound in midair. Bang! A glint of astonishment filled Tang Yan's eyes. His hypothesis had proven correct. Having grasped a formidable martial art, he felt elated and decided to remain in the courtyard, continuously practicing each movement of this technique. Bang! After a quick succession of 2 punches, he ceased, refraining from executing a third. The foundation must be solidified before one could aspire to greater heights. Bang, bang! The rhythmic sounds of dual punches echoed in the courtyard. Now that he had confirmed his hypothesis, he understood that there was no need to rush into mastering multiple stages at once. Establishing a solid foundation would ultimately allow him to ascend more swiftly. As dawn gradually broke, Tang Yan grew increasingly familiar with the 2 techniques through relentless practice. Ziyun, already aware that this martial art was incomplete, initially paid it little mind. But after 3 consecutive days of Tang Yan's relentless training, she began to wonder if he had lost his senses. Why continue to practice the same motions? Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally inquired, that moment, having just completed a double punch. Tang Yan heard Ziyun's question but chose not to respond. Instead, he resumed practicing the Qianshan fist. Bang bang. Once again, only 2 moves echoed. Ziyun frowned, then her eyes widened in disbelief. This time, Tang Yan did not halt as he had before. He stepped forward, unleashing his fist with tremendous force once more. Bang! The shockwave from the punch released a powerful current of air, and the strength contained within this move surpassed the combined force of the first 2 punches. This technique isn't limited to just 2 moves. How did you achieve this? Ziyun, astonished by the power of the 3rd punch, realized that Tang Yan had not suffered a loss in his acquisition of this martial art. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. Establishing a solid foundation will pave the way for smoother progress, Tang Yan remarked. Hearing this, Ziyun trembled slightly. Having already ascended to the heavenly tier, her comprehension of martial arts was unparalleled. Though Tang Yan's statement seemed simple, upon reflection, it held profound truth. With a complex expression, she gazed at Tang Yan. The longer she spent with him, the more enigmatic he became. Since their first encounter, Tang Yan had exhibited talents in cultivation, literature, and strategy that far surpassed his peers. In Yun City, he was exceptional. In Zizhu City, he was a prodigy. What puzzled Ziyun even more was why he had advanced so rapidly recently. While he had been so lackluster for years prior, of course, this question would remain unanswered unless Tang Yan chose to reveal it. 2 days later, on the morning of the 3rd day, Ziyun's eyes widened once again. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, Tang Yan, as before, did not pause but continued to strike. Bang. The 4th punch unleashed an even more terrifying destructive power that erupted in midair. This guy? Ziyun felt an inexplicable shock as she sensed the power behind this punch. The force had multiplied compared to before. How many moves does this Qianshan fist contain? She asked in astonishment. I don't know. Tang Yan replied candidly. You don't know? Ziyun frowned, believing Tang Yan was teasing her. Seeing her eager demeanor, Tang Yan was taken aback, realizing that this fierce woman was likely overthinking things again. He quickly clarified. This technique can continue indefinitely as long as the conditions are met. However, everyone has their limits. Who knows how many moves can be executed? Ziyun, clever as she was, pondered his words and then exclaimed in surprise, this martial art isn't incomplete. That's right. It is quite complete. You simply need to comprehend it fully, Tang Yan explained with a smile. Even Ziyun, the esteemed 3rd miss of Zizhu City, couldn't help but show a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Such an extraordinary martial art surely surpassed the mid-tier of the Huang stage. It likely reached the Xian stage. Keep the secret of this technique close to your heart. Do not share it lightly, lest it attract covetous eyes, Ziyun warned earnestly. Agreed, Tang Yan concurred without hesitation. Young master. This is what the master asked me to bring you. Just as he finished, Xiaotsue hurriedly approached with quick steps. Why the rush? Tang Yan smiled as he accepted the wooden box from her. The previously dormant cauldron of heaven and earth within his dantian suddenly stirred to life, and Tang Yan's heart raced. Could it be another miraculous item? Opening the box revealed 3 beast cores of varying colors, lying quietly inside. Recalling that he had won these spoils from the Lu family during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Yan realized they had finally been delivered. After bidding farewell to Ziyun, he retreated to his room, locked the door, and opened the wooden box as the 3 third-tier beast cores appeared. The already restless cauldron of heaven and earth became even more animated. With a thought, the 3 beast cores vanished from his hand, entering the cauldron. Suddenly, flames erupted, and the cores swiftly melted, being refined into pure spiritual liquid that spread evenly. The remaining sprout of the spirit vortex slightly trembled, visibly growing taller at an astonishing rate. Just when he thought the process was complete, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed from the cauldron into Tang Yan's vortex dantian. This energy was not only pure but also incredibly gentle. Upon entering his dantian, it caused no sensation of swelling, allowing for rapid absorption. Without delay, Tang Yan focused his mind and began to cultivate. Before long, he entered a meditative state. When he opened his eyes again, He was astounded by the changes within him in a single night. His strength had unexpectedly reached the 7th tier of the Huang stage. Even more surprising was the small flame that had always lain dormant within his dantian. It had grown considerably stronger. With a flick of his thoughts, a flame appeared before him, pulsating with life and energy. His previous struggles to master the fire control technique had yielded little success, but he now realized he had merely lacked the right means for enhancement. Could it be that items infused with spiritual energy could significantly enhance the chaotic space within the cauldron and the heaven and earth fire? If that were true, once he accumulated enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could achieve astonishing progress in his cultivation. However, considering the value of 3rd-tier beast cores, Tang Yan quickly dismissed that thought. They were far too precious to be squandered indiscriminately. Chapter 57. A quicker way to forge strength. Having just broken through, Tang Yan did not rush into further cultivation but instead contemplated the current situation of the Tang family. With the motivation of rewards and the stimulation of elixirs, a significant number of the 120 guards of the Tang family had already advanced to the 2nd tier of the Huang stage. If this news were to spread, it would serve as a considerable deterrent to outsiders. Even so, Tang Yan felt it was insufficient. The true deterrent power of a family ultimately depended on its top-tier strength. For instance, among the 4 great families of Yun City, the Tang family had the weakest overall strength. Yet, Old Master Tang was at the 9th tier of the Xian stage, comparable to Lu Wuhui of the Lu family. With such power, even if the other 3 families were stronger than the Tang family, they would think twice before taking action against them. Top-tier strength determines the fate of a family. However, even with Tangling as a stronghold, the Tang family could not afford to be complacent. If the other 3 families formed an alliance to attack, the Tang family would still face annihilation. The reason the 3 families had not yet acted was due to mutual suspicion and difficulties in agreeing on the distribution of spoils. However, with the Tang family's rising prominence, if they were allowed to develop further, it would become increasingly difficult to seize control of them. It was likely that the 3 families would not want to miss the opportunity to divide the Tang family among themselves, and it was only a matter of time before they formed an alliance. The Tang family needed to enhance its strength with utmost urgency, and ensuring that over 100 martial artists had ample resources for cultivation would be a costly endeavor. Thus, even if collaborating with Miao Donfang could yield profits, it could not all be spent on purchasing 3rd-tier beast cores. The speed of cultivation was still somewhat slow. If only he were at the Xian stage now. He could refine pills beneficial to his grandfather and Uncle Imo. Tang Yan sighed softly. If Ziyun were to hear this, she would undoubtedly be furious. In Zizhu City, she had never seen anyone advance as rapidly as Tang Yan. Yet he still complained about his speed. To become a true expert, one had to endure countless trials by fire. In such a comfortable environment, rapid enhancement was evidently unattainable. Turning his gaze to the window, an idea struck Tang Yan as he recalled the phantom leopard he encountered outside the city. Yun City, situated in a relatively remote area of the listening fragrance kingdom, was small and secluded. Just a few dozen miles north of the city lay the Cangyun mountain range, known for its steep cliffs, ancient cypress trees, and extraordinary stones that had existed for countless millennia. He had heard many say that within the mountains, due to the sparse population, spiritual beasts thrived. These spiritual beasts were numerous, and as he was within their hunting range, they would undoubtedly attack him with full force. For him, it would be an excellent training ground. With a decision made, Tang Yan rose and headed directly to his grandfather's study, knowing the old man would generally be there in the morning. Upon seeing Tang Yan enter, Old Master Tang appeared slightly surprised. He remembered that this grandson rarely sought him out without a summons. "Come, Yenner, have a seat. I was just thinking of discussing something with you. But you arrived first," Old Master Tang said with a smile. "What is it, Grandpa?" Tang Yan asked curiously. "In 2 months, the Eastern Region Grand Competition will be held, and our Yun City has 3 available slots. If we can perform well there, it may lead to admission into the Qinglong Academy. Gaining entry into the Qinglong Academy means access to broader training resources, which would greatly benefit your cultivation. Do you wish to participate?" Tangling inquired. Tang Yan had heard of the Eastern Region Grand Competition. The Eastern Region was divided into 5 cities: Yun City, Yuching, Songqing, Qingqing, and Fangqing. Among them, Yun City had the lowest overall strength, hence the fewest slots, and its historical performance had been poor. At each Eastern Region Grand Competition, members of the Qinglong Academy would attend to observe, and those with potential would be given the opportunity to qualify for selection into the academy. The Qinglong Academy was the largest martial arts institution in the Listening Fragrance Kingdom, a sanctuary of cultivation for the younger generation. Naturally, I must attend. The Tang family cannot miss out on the Eastern Region Grand Competition, Tang Yan replied with a gentle smile. Seeing the confident expression on his grandson's face, Old Master Tang felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, there are only 3 slots for Yun City. The city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue, will secure 1 slot, and the Liu family's Liu Ji will claim another. The remaining slot will be contested among the youths of Yun City, so don't forget to train diligently in the meantime. Yes, I came to find Grandpa for just that reason, Tang Yan nodded. Training, you say? Old Master Tang inquired with curiosity. Although my strength is increasing daily, the rate of improvement is still too slow. I plan to venture into the Tang Yan mountain range for some time to train and return 2 months later, Tang Yan stated after careful consideration. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Old Master Tang hesitated. He understood that training within the Tang family would not yield the same speed as training in the outside world. Yet, the Tang Yan mountain range was filled with spiritual beasts. Who could predict if Tang Yan might encounter high-tier beasts, leading to potential danger? As the sole descendant of the Tang family, should anything happen, it would haunt him for life. Grandfather, rest assured, I possess my own discernment. Moreover, I have previously mentioned this matter to my master, who stated that he intends to venture into Tang Yan Mountain to seek medicinal herbs. He will scout the route I take, and if there are indeed high-tier spiritual beasts, he will assist me in resolving such troubles. Tang Yan understood his grandfather's concerns and directly invoked the fictitious master as a shield. As anticipated, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, the elder Tang felt a significant portion of his worries dissipate, nodding in agreement. Since you have discussed this with your master, you may proceed. However, the outside world is not like home. It is filled with treachery and unexpected events. Many situations cannot be deduced by common reasoning, so you must exercise great caution. Do not allow your master's presence to lower your vigilance towards the outside world. Grandfather, do not worry. I have my own plans. When do you intend to depart? The elder inquired. Tonight, Tang Yan replied. Tonight? Why not wait until morning? The elder was somewhat surprised. Delaying in cultivation is not an option? Tang Yan explained. The sooner I cultivate, the more strength I may gain. I am currently at the 7th rank of the yellow tier. If I do not swiftly enhance my power, even if I secure a spot in the Eastern Region competition, I shall not achieve any noteworthy ranking. Additionally, traveling at night allows me to avoid certain prying eyes. Tang Yan's words were laden with implication. You have advanced again? Tang Ling was taken aback upon hearing this. By sheer luck, Tang Yan replied ambiguously. Good, splendid. Tang Ling felt a wave of relief. His grandson's talent indeed brought joy. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ling nodded and said, Inform Miss Ziyun and then depart. If there is anything you need to prepare, go directly to the warehouse. The elder Tang imparted numerous pieces of advice to Tang Yan. Though they were merely the usual platitudes, Tang Yan listened patiently. This heartfelt familial bond greatly warmed Tang Yan's heart. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tang Yan proceeded directly into the alchemy room. He could not take the cauldron with him, which would complicate future alchemical endeavors. He toiled throughout the night, filling various vials with several potions, including blood-stopping pills, detoxification pills, high-spirited pills, and meridian-clearing pills, among others. He even prepared a few poisons for self-defense. As Tang Yan exited the room, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure standing at the door. Bathed in the dim light of the moon, he recognized her as Ziyun. Are you leaving? Ziyun suddenly asked. Tang Yan had not anticipated her presence and hesitated before responding, Yes, I will be training in Tang Yan Mountain for 2 months, and I will be unable to prepare any recuperation pills for you during this time. Here are 30 recuperation pills. They should suffice to restore your previous strength. Accepting the small vial from Tang Yan, Ziyun softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your care during this time. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Yan was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Noticing Ziyun's demeanor, he inquired with a smile. Miss Ziyun, are you also departing? Yes, I received a letter from my family summoning me back, and they are waiting for me outside the city. Ziyun replied, I will not have the chance to wait for your return. But should you require anything in the future, you may find me in Zizhu City. Here, take this. With that, Ziyun produced a token from her sleeve and handed it to Tang Yan. Tang Yan accepted the token without pretension, examining it closely. The token was exquisitely carved from high-quality warmth spirit jade, which would confer significant benefits to the wearer over time. It bore the ancient characters for Zizhu. This is the Zizhu token. Once you enter Zizhu City, presenting this token will ensure no one dares to obstruct you, Ziyun explained. After a moment's hesitation, she added, do your utmost to enter the Qinglong Academy, if all goes well. I too shall enter the Qinglong Academy in a few months. Very well, let us meet at the Qinglong Academy, Tang Yan affirmed resolutely. He had heard of the Eastern Region competition, which, while offering the opportunity to gain entry to the Qinglong Academy, required passing a rigorous assessment to truly join. To succeed, one must possess formidable strength. Do remember to cultivate diligently. There are always those stronger than you, and no matter your achievements, do not become arrogant or complacent. Ziyun cautioned once more, I have vowed to enter. I shall not let you down, Tang Yan replied with a light-hearted smile, his tone unwavering. As Ziyun gazed into Tang Yan's confident expression, she found herself momentarily entranced. This young man, whom she had first met when he seemed far from the yellow tier, had remarkably advanced to the 6th rank in less than 2 months. Such astonishing progress made his entry into the Qinglong Academy a distinct possibility. Farewell, Qinglong Academy. Young Master Tang, take care. With a respectful bow, Ziyun accepted the vial of recuperation pills back, casting one last lingering glance at Tang Yan before leaping away into the distance. Watching Ziyun's retreating figure, Tang Yan felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Beyond her striking beauty, her poise and intellect were exceptionally admirable. To spend day and night in the company of such a woman, one would be disingenuous to claim to be utterly unmoved. Miss Ziyun, we shall meet at the Qinglong Academy. Tang Yan inhaled deeply and strode toward the Tang family's gate. Grandfather had long awaited him at the entrance, accompanied by Mo Bo, Mo Yanjun, and other key members of the Tang family. After bidding farewell to each, Tang Yan retrieved several vials of potions from his pocket, distributing them among the 3 individuals, and clearly explaining the usage of each before departing without a backward glance. Observing Tang Yan's retreating figure, Mo Bo sighed. Young master truly possesses the strength to stand on his own. Haha, come, old Mo, let us go for a drink. Tonight we shall not rest until we are intoxicated. The elder Tang remarked, his heart brimming with emotion. In the past, everyone in Yun City viewed Tang Yan as a frivolous youth lacking ambition. Who could have foreseen that this very youth would, unbeknownst to all, gradually elevate the Tang family's status from the lowest of the 4 great clans in Yun City, and now even hint at competing with the Lu family. As Tang Yan traversed the starry night, his feet gliding seamlessly as if dancing on shadows, he swiftly approached the outskirts of Yun City. Veering towards a distant wall, he inhaled deeply before leaping over it. Upon landing, he maintained his speed, hastening towards the Tsangyun mountain range. After running several dozen miles, he had yet to encounter a single spiritual beast. Glancing around, he spotted a sturdy tree and ascended it to rest. An hour swiftly passed, and as Tang Yan was deep in meditation, a faint whiff of blood reached his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes but remained motionless in the tree, releasing a sliver of true energy to locate the source of the scent. A long howl echoed from a nearby distance, startling Tang Yan. Wolves? He thought, aware that wolves were pack animals. Peering around from his perch, he beheld a dark mass of wolves converging towards his location. Before long, the base of the tree was swarming with wolves, their eyes glowing green, their howls resounding through the air. Faced with hundreds, if not thousands, of wolves, Tang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. What deity have I angered to encounter such a predicament on my first day? Fortunately, he was in the tree, and for the moment, the wolves could not reach him. Calming himself, Tang Yan scrutinized the wolves. They were merely ordinary first-tier spiritual beasts surrounding Tsangyun Mountain, posing little threat individually. However, their sheer numbers deterred any rash decisions to descend. A piercing wolf howl suddenly pierced the air, and the previously stagnant pack sprang into action. Countless massive wolves surged towards the base of the tree, with those in the back climbing atop their brethren, advancing in a relentless wave. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed. These wolves were forming a wolf ladder. The branch on which he perched was only 4 or 5 meters above the ground, and in mere moments, a shadow lunged towards him. Not shying away, Tang Yan's true energy surged within him as he swung his fist at the wolf's head. With a resounding thump, the force generated by his 7th rank in the yellow tier was considerable. The wolf could not withstand the blow, letting out a mournful cry as it was sent flying through the air. Wolves, known for their resilience and ferocity, quickly responded. Upon witnessing their companion's fate, a chorus of urgent howls erupted from afar, signaling 3 more shadows rushing towards him from different directions. Standing on the treetop, Tang Yan found it challenging to maneuver effectively. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to maintain control against the 3 wolves. Thump, thump, thump. He quickly dispatched the trio with powerful strikes. However, before he could catch his breath, a dangerous aura approached from behind. A grayish-black wolf leaped towards him with great speed and force. Sensing that this wolf was unlike the others, Tang Yan's heart raced. He had no time to ponder. He unleashed the Qianshan fist, the impact causing him to stagger slightly, nearly losing his balance. Unlike the previous wolves, this one did not fly back but landed awkwardly before standing up, its eyes glimmering with a fierce green light. A second-tier spiritual beast. Tang Yan's heart sank as he observed this larger wolf among the pack. A quick glance around revealed several other larger wolves in the vicinity. This unnerving discovery heightened Tang Yan's alertness. These second-tier wolves were not the alpha. The unseen Wolf King must be a third-tier spiritual beast. The intelligence displayed in commanding the pack and executing a wolf ladder was daunting. As 5 wolf shadows charged towards him. Tang Yan's peripheral vision caught sight of many more wolves following closely behind. With time, he would be besieged by a continuous onslaught. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Tang Yan did not overestimate his ability to confront the entire pack head-on. He knew he could not remain in the tree much longer, as he had anticipated. After 5 first-tier wolves attacked, 3 second-tier wolves lunged towards him. The overwhelming numbers intensified the pressure he faced. In the face of so many adversaries, even the most exquisite techniques seemed futile. Thump, thump, thump. After 3 consecutive punches, Tang Yan barely evaded this wave of attacks. Another 5 shadows surged forward, among them 2 second-tier wolves. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his true energy, striking out with his right fist towards the massive wolf. Thump, thump. Tang Yan fought instinctively, blending combat skills with his natural reflexes. In this high-intensity battle, a slight opening revealed itself, and one of the giant wolves swiped its paw, leaving a bloody mark across Tang Yan's back. Hot blood spilled forth, soaking his clothing. Enraged, Tang Yan retaliated with the Qianshan fist, sending the sneaky wolf flying. "I will fight to the end," he shouted, employing the shadow step technique to leap powerfully off the branch, using the rebound to propel himself towards another tree. After jumping between several trees, he finally moved beyond the heart of the wolf pack and landed on the ground to confront the wolves head-on. Upon seeing Tang Yan on the ground, the hidden Wolf King let out a commanding howl, rallying the pack to pursue him. Thump, thump, thump. Tang Yan fought with instinctual ferocity, combining his martial skills to engage the relentless wolves. The sheer number of wolves forced him to utilize the shadow step frequently to evade being completely surrounded, for that would spell his doom in his previous life. Although Tang Yan was a 9th-tier alchemist with formidable strength, his combat skills were not particularly outstanding. After all, many owed him favors. Who would dare provoke him, only to face the wrath of numerous experts? Only the truly desperate would dare to confront him. As the battle wore on, Tang Yan's movements became increasingly fluid, his techniques evolving through the practical experience of combat. He realized that the skirmishes in Yun City, even his duel with Lu Ji, were mere child's play in comparison to this relentless encounter. After an hour of fierce fighting, exhaustion set in, and his body bore numerous wounds. His once black clothing was tattered, drenched in blood and flesh, rendering him a ghastly sight. More critically, the ceaseless wave of wolf attacks left him no opportunity to consume any potions. Run? Knowing that continuing the battle could cost him his life, he leaped onto the head of a wolf, using all his strength to stomp down, hearing a crack as the first-tier wolf's skull shattered. In a sudden burst of speed, he soared into the night, employing the shadow step to evade the wolves. In his peripheral vision, he spotted a massive silver wolf howling at the sky, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Not daring to linger, he sprinted away. Upon the Wolf King's call, the pack howled in unison, their voices echoing through the mountains, causing even high-tier spiritual beasts to cower in fear. Tang Yan quickly tossed a high-spirited pill and a recuperation pill into his mouth, letting out a roar as he dashed away. Although the wolves were fast, they could not match Tang Yan, who had perfected the shadow step for evasion. After about a quarter of an hour, the wolves realized they could not catch up to the cunning human and, With one last mournful howl, abandoned the chase. Tang Yan ran a full 20 miles before finally stopping by a small river to catch his breath. After cleaning his wounds, he pulled out a hemostatic ointment and hastily applied it to his injuries. The intense sting made him sweat profusely. Seeing his blood-stained clothes, he quickly tossed them into the river, knowing that the scent of blood could attract more spiritual beasts. If more high-tier spiritual beasts appeared, he would be left with no choice but to venture into the underworld for training. Reflecting on his previous predicament, Tang Yan felt a wave of fear wash over him. Had he not mastered the shadow step, this first day of training could have ended in tragedy. Though the experience was harrowing, it revealed his shortcomings in combat. Although the battle lasted only an hour, the progress he made in the fluid transition between techniques and martial skills surpassed that of 3 to 5 days of practice. From now on, he would follow the wolves until he perfected the synergy between martial techniques and combat. Resolute, Tang Yan leaped onto another large tree, beginning his meditative recovery. The medicinal herbs he had prepared were rare and potent. By the next day, his wounds had scabbed over. Scouring the area, he quickly caught a wild rabbit. After cleaning it by the river, he roasted it over a fire. After a brief pause, he pressed his ear to the ground, hearing a rumbling water sound approaching. Excited, he hastily finished the rabbit meat before sprinting toward the source of the noise. As the sound grew louder, he soon beheld a waterfall cascading from a 20-meter cliff, its powerful force resonating through the air. After observing for a while, Tang Yan suddenly broke into a grin. This excursion proved to be exceedingly wise. The energy contained beneath the waterfall was immense, making it an ideal training ground. Had he remained within the Tang family, he would have never encountered such a resource. With determination, Tang Yan wasted no time. He removed his clothing and leaped into the waterfall's vicinity. As his hand plunged into the torrent, he felt a force akin to stone hitting him, causing his heart to race. Goodness, this powerful flow won't knock me senseless, will it? Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. The crashing waterfall felt like a mountain descending upon him. Tang Yan's body sank, and he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. With the full strength of the 7th rank of the yellow stage unleashed, Tang Yan's whirlpool dantian operated frantically, continuously outputting spiritual energy to stabilize his form. He attempted to move beneath the waterfall, traversing from one end to the other. The width was merely about 10 meters. Yet upon reaching the end, Tang Yan nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, he refused to relent, gritting his teeth to persevere, trying to recover his energy under the waterfall. After a quarter of an hour, he could no longer endure and withdrew from the waterfall. As he emerged, he felt a sudden release of pressure, and the speed of his dantian's operation became noticeably smoother. His eyes sparkled with determination, for he had deemed this place a sanctuary for cultivation. After resting briefly on the shore, he re-entered the waterfall point 20 minutes later. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan surfaced once more from the waterfall. Thus, he practiced repeatedly, and by sunset, he could endure beneath the waterfall for an entire hour. During this intense circulation of true energy, Tang Yan's dantian began to swell gradually. In a fleeting moment, he sensed a burgeoning strength, as if he had reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank of the yellow stage. After leaving the waterfall, he packed his belongings, prepared a picnic, and closed his eyes to adjust his breath. Readying himself for the night's battle, as night descended, Tang Yan, having adjusted his state, slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his lips in a swift motion. He activated the shadow step technique, setting out to locate the wolf pack. The sheer number of wolves was daunting, and the sporadic howls that pierced the night served as constant reminders of their whereabouts. It did not take long for Tang Yan to find the pack. He did not hide his presence. Soon, a wolf in the pack caught sight of him. The warning howl echoed, and the entire pack fell silent, their eyes fixed on Tang Yan with predatory intent. With another long howl, the wolves initiated a tactical assault, charging at Tang Yan in waves. Drawing from his previous experience, although he still could not eliminate the pack, he no longer exhibited the same panic as before. Channeling his true energy, he advanced to meet the wolves with a decisive punch. While training against the pack would rapidly enhance his strength, the peril was beyond what ordinary individuals could endure. A single misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. Yet, true strength must endure the baptism of blood to earn the right to ascend in martial arts. The exchange of techniques and martial skills flowed seamlessly among the wolves. First-tier wolves, second-tier wolves, all were sent flying by Tang Yan's fists. His speed of striking increased exponentially. His evasion became even more agile. His attack angles grew increasingly unpredictable. His offensive momentum became more ferocious. However, the wounds on his body multiplied with each battle. Blood flowed freely, and as the wolves pressed their relentless assault, Tang Yan's stamina gradually waned. With a roar, he delivered a crushing blow to one wolf. Then, employing the shadow step once again, he swiftly escaped the scene. Although he had fled twice, this battle lasted significantly longer than the last. Time and again he battled, until victory was achieved. Exhausted, Tang Yan returned to his temporary residence, washed the blood from his body, and began his cultivation. A new 7 days swiftly passed. Through the aid of spiritual herbs, the waterfall, and relentless battles, Tang Yan's strength ascended from the 7th rank of the yellow stage to the 8th rank. Feeling the power surging within him, his spirit brimmed with determination. During these days of intense training, he no longer felt the suffocating pressure beneath the waterfall. Instead, he could practice his martial skills there. Suddenly, resounding thuds echoed in succession as the waterfall momentarily faltered. Although the disruption was quickly mended, the sound faded into the thunderous roar of the waterfall. Yet Tang Yan had managed to unleash 4 resonating strikes of the 1,000-mountain fist under such immense gravitational pressure. If he could achieve such power beneath the waterfall, how formidable would his might be on solid ground? 3 more days passed. Having solidified his strength at the 8th rank, Tang Yan noted that battling the wolves had become far less strenuous. After more than 10 days of exploration, he had gained a clear understanding of the Wolf King's tactics, using first-tier wolves as cover while the second-tier ones inflicted real damage. The pack, though numerous, consisted mostly of first-tier wolves, with only a handful of second-tier wolves remaining. Coupled with those he had injured or slain over the days, the overall combat strength of the wolves had been significantly diminished. Through countless bloody encounters, Tang Yan had mastered the seamless transition between martial techniques and combat. Engaging the wolf pack had lost its significance unless the Wolf King chose to intervene. Having observed the Wolf King, Tang Yan estimated its strength to be at least at the 3rd rank, and its leadership and intelligence were undoubtedly formidable. Thus, he knew he could not match it with his current abilities. Aware of his limitations, he intensified his training. The 1,000-mountain fist technique became increasingly refined through his relentless practice, yet beneath the waterfall's pressure, executing the 5th punch remained exceedingly challenging. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Tang Yan practiced tirelessly under the waterfall, the sounds of his explosive strikes resonating throughout the mountains. Had he been on solid ground, he would have undoubtedly unleashed the 5th punch. However, submerged in water, the unrelenting cascade of the waterfall bore down upon him like a heavy hammer, consuming a considerable amount of energy just for the 4th punch, leaving him short of the necessary vigor for the 5th. Tang Yan could not recall how many punches he had thrown beneath the waterfall. Yet, after unleashing the 4th punch, he felt a sudden surge within his dantian, a continuous flow of true energy blossoming forth. Momentarily stunned, he was filled with elation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he executed a swift turn, unleashing a fierce roar as the newly generated true energy surged towards his fist. Explode for me! With a powerful thrust, a formidable aura erupted beneath the waterfall. Chapter 61. The practice partner has disappeared. Boom! The nearly 10-meter-wide waterfall shattered under his punch, the once thundering cascade suddenly silenced, as if a vacuum had formed, leaving a void in its place. The 5th punch, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. He had not anticipated that he would achieve such a miraculous breakthrough while training. Stepping out of the waterfall, Tang Yan took a deep breath, standing at the water's edge to practice the 1,000-mountain fist, eager to test the might he could unleash without the waterfall's constraints. Boom! As he struck with the 1st punch, a deep, resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The force exhibited under the strength of the 9th rank of the yellow stage was indeed extraordinary. Sensing the power of his 1st punch, a smile crept onto Tang Yan's face. It seemed his days of practice beneath the waterfall had not been in vain. Boom, 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 boom. He continued with a rapid succession of 4 punches. The 1,000-mountain fist, designed for each punch to surpass the last, showcased a noticeable increase in sound and power with each successive strike, unimpeded by the waterfall's resistance. Following the 5th punch, Tang Yan showed no hesitation, once again pivoting his body, utilizing the momentum to deliver a fierce blow forward. Boom! The air around him warped at that moment, his fist tearing through the atmosphere like a force of nature, followed by a resounding explosion that echoed loudly. Tang Yan maintained his momentum, spinning again for yet another punch. This time, he felt his dantian rapidly depleting. His arms surged forward like a cannon, aimed at its target. The seventh punch, boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and dust flew into the air. Tang Yan stared in astonishment at the ground before him, eyes wide in disbelief. He had created a crater with his own hands. No way! After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to utter two words. As he regained his composure, he estimated his strength. Currently, he felt capable of contending even with a master of the first rank of the profound stage. Eager to test his newfound power, Tang Yan sought an opponent to gauge his abilities. Noticing the setting sun, a smile appeared on his lips. Wolf King, tonight I shall come for you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, while feasting on roasted wild boar to replenish his strength, Tang Yan suddenly heard a distant wolf howl. Why are these wolves appearing so early today? He wondered. Curiosity piqued. A series of howls followed, filled with anguish and fury. Tang Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he tossed aside the pig's leg and dashed toward the source of the sound. Having tormented the wolf pack for so long, he had never encountered such a heart-wrenching cry. Something must have gone awry within the pack. Moving like a stealthy feline through the mountains, the howls grew increasingly desperate. Upon his arrival, he parted the dense underbrush to peer inside. By the moonlight, he discerned 5 or 6 corpses on the ground, with 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle against the wolf pack. Taking a sniff of the air, he felt a pang of alarm. There was a distinct scent of poison lingering. Holding his breath, he retrieved an antidote pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and quietly observed the unfolding scene. When Tang Yan first encountered the wolf pack, there had been approximately 1,300 wolves. After numerous skirmishes, only about 700 to 800 remained. He had slain nearly half of the second-tier wolves. Carefully analyzing the situation, Tang Yan surmised that these 2 individuals had come prepared. Most likely, their target was the Wolf King. They had aimed to use a toxin called dispersing powder to weaken the giant wolf. But judging by the scene, their plan had only partially succeeded. Only some wolves had lost their fighting capabilities. As for the deceased, Tang Yan was unaware of their strength, but he could ascertain that the 2 still fighting were relatively powerful. The woman appeared to be at the 2nd rank of the profound stage, while the man was at the 9th rank of the yellow stage. Tang Yan counted the remaining wolves. Over 100 still roamed, primarily first tier, with a few second-tier giant wolves mixed in. The silver-furred Wolf King lay among its brethren, seemingly caught in the web of these intruders. Long Ing, you cover me and deal with the surrounding first-tier giant wolves. We will strike swiftly and directly kill the Wolf King, the woman cried, wielding her long sword as she charged forward. All right. The man did not hesitate, brandishing his heavy blade to follow suit, focusing on the first-tier giant wolves. As the numbers of the giant wolves dwindled, it seemed the duo was closing in on the Wolf King. A howl erupted from the guarding giant wolves, filled with sorrow and rage. Suddenly, Tang Yan's gaze shifted. An arrow surged through the underbrush, aimed directly at the Wolf King. Having been poisoned, the Wolf King was devoid of combat capability. As the arrow approached, one of the nearby wolves leapt forward, intercepting the arrow just in time, allowing the Wolf King to narrowly evade disaster. A mournful howl escaped the Wolf King. Before it could react, several more arrows whistled through the air, targeting both the Wolf King and the surrounding wolves. These arrows, infused with fierce true energy, struck true, penetrating the vital points of several wolves, while the Wolf King was hit in the throat, collapsing to the ground in violent spasms, clearly nearing death. The sudden turn of events left the surviving man and woman momentarily stunned, gripping their weapons as they glanced to the side. Who is it? The woman demanded. One girl. Long time no see. A rough voice echoed from the distance, causing the expressions of the man and woman to turn icy. As the voice faded, 6 figures emerged from the forest. Tang Yan focused, recognizing the leading man, a towering figure who bore a long knife on his back and a curved bow in his hands. He was evidently responsible for the earlier arrows. Sensing the auras of these individuals, Tang Yan felt a flicker of surprise. If he was not mistaken, the leading man had reached the 1st rank of the profound stage, while the others ranged from the 7th to the 9th rank of the yellow stage. The team with such strength was unknown to Tang Yan in Cloud City. Could they be from elsewhere? Qing Lang, what brings you here? The woman, referred to as Wan Fei, inquired coldly. Wan Fei, you are a clever person. You should know why I have come, Qing Lang replied with a disingenuous grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. What, do you intend to take my Wan Fei's prey? Wan Fei scoffed. Had it been in the past, I would not have dared, but now look at you two, the only ones left are you two. And you are both wounded. Do you really think you can contend with me? Qing Lang laughed heartily, his gaze lewdly lingering on Wan Fei. Hearing Qing Lang's words only deepened Wan Fei's chill. But she also understood that they were not a match for Qing Lang's group at this moment. One day, when I regain my strength, I will settle this score with you scoundrels. Hemph. You wish to take a wolf? You truly do not know how desperate your Qing Lang group has become. Very well, I will gift this wolf to you. Long Ying, we depart. Wan Fei decisively turned to leave. Stop. Qing Lang's eyes narrowed as he shouted, seeing Wan Fei leave so decisively. What, do you intend to fight me? Though I am injured, do you think you can gain an advantage over me? You are dreaming, Wan Fei replied coldly. Qing Lang, unfazed by her bluster, chuckled lewdly. Long Ying can leave, but you must stay. We came all this way not just for this White Wolf King. We want to sample what Wan Lao Hu tastes like. After we have our fun, we will cripple your Dantian, and then you may leave. Realizing Qing Lang's lascivious gaze, Wan Fei understood they would not let her go. They were not foolish. Keeping her alive would only pose a future threat. Looking at the corpses of her comrades scattered about, an overwhelming sorrow filled Wan Fei's heart. She had assumed this venture would yield great rewards, yet it had ended in utter devastation. Since they wished for her demise, she resolved to take a couple of them down with her. Just as she prepared to strike, a languid voice interrupted, Who killed my beloved pet? Pay up. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Tang Yan stepped out from the shadows. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, the crowd was momentarily confused. Who had killed his pet? Could it be that the White Wolf King was his pet? Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yan swiftly approached the White Wolf King, drawing a dagger to quickly slice open its skull and extract a green beast core, placing it into a porcelain vial. As Tang Yan skillfully retrieved the beast core, it dawned on the others that he had come to rob them. Wan Fei and Long Ying, who had initially held hope, were now filled with disappointment upon seeing Tang Yan's youthful face. This boy looked no older than 17. What could he possibly do? Who are you, kid? Qing Lang sneered, recognizing Tang Yan as merely a boy with a cruel smile. I, Qing Lang, have lived this long without anyone daring to rob me. You are the first, Tang Yan, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaimed. No one has dared to rob you, kid. No one has ever dared to take anything from Qing Lang. A young man among the group boasted arrogantly. Tang Yan blinked innocently, his expression disarmingly harmless. As a man, you must have had a woman you liked, right? With your looks, has no one ever taken her from you? Have you ever been to an auction? Was there something you wanted to bid on but lost out because your pockets were empty? In addition, it appears that your prowess is not even on par with that of this lady. After hunting spirit beasts, it is likely that you have been outmatched and robbed by stronger opponents on several occasions, is it not? For instance, as it stands now, this beast core has been taken by me, has it not? Tang Yan spoke earnestly, eliciting a grimace from both parties. Initially, Wan Fei found some satisfaction in Tang Yan's words, thinking that since this boy was standing up for her, she would fight fiercely to ensure his safe departure. However, this rascal, how dare he call her aunt? Goodness, she is only 22 this year. You are doomed. Upon hearing Tang Yan's remarks, Qing Lang's face darkened. The casual threat he had uttered was now taken seriously by this boy. And moreover, Tang Yan's words struck right at his sore spots, akin to a slap to the face. Among them, the one most amused was none other than Chong Ying. This straightforward man paid no heed to Tang Yan's term of address for Wan Fei, and at this moment, he clasped his fists and smiled at Tang Yan, saying, Your words are quite incisive, little brother. That old fool loves to brag, yet he has been seen through by your keen eyes. Kid, you will come to regret entering this world. Qing Lang glowered at Tang Yan, already contemplating how he could make this boy suffer immensely. The individual referred to as Old 3 was the young man who had just spoken. He stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a robust physique and a rather large mouth. His strength had already reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier. Old 3 stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a derisive sneer, saying, Boy, will you kneel down and surrender, or shall I forcefully cripple all your limbs? At this moment, Tang Yan chuckled and mimicked Old 3's words, Will you kneel down and surrender, or shall I forcefully cripple all your limbs? Hearing this, Qing Lang's men erupted into laughter. Old three, did you hear that? This kid wants to cripple you. Ha ha ha! Point one of them chimed in, igniting a wave of laughter. Old three, taken aback by Tang Yan's audacity to provoke him at such a moment, roared angrily and lunged towards Tang Yan with an open palm. Observing Old Three's advance, Tang Yan could not help but shake his head and sigh. Accustomed to the swift and fierce attacks of a pack of wolves, Old Three's strike appeared painfully slow to him. If you are unwilling to recognize your place, then I shall cripple your limbs, Tang Yan declared, his form transforming into a wisp of smoke as he charged toward Old Three. I will cripple your right hand. The moment the words fell, to the astonishment of all present, Tang Yan's fist collided directly with Old Three's right palm. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Tang Yan's hand shattered Old Three's wrist. I will cripple your left leg. Without losing momentum, Tang Yan unleashed the combat skills he had honed in battles against wolves. Old Three, caught completely off guard, did not even have time to register the pain from his broken hand before he felt Tang Yan's right foot crash into his left knee. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed, and Old Three staggered, dropping to one knee. Kneeling requires two legs. A single knee is hardly anything. Am I proposing to you? Apologies, but I have no interest in men, Tang Yan retorted disdainfully, lifting his right foot once more. With another resounding crack, Old Three's kneecap shattered, and he fell to the ground, both knees buckled. Chapter 63. Who is truly unreasonable? Now, it is your left hand. Everyone else was now wide-eyed in shock, wondering who this young man was, having rendered Old Three utterly defenseless in a mere heartbeat. Crack! Another sharp sound pierced the air, and everyone felt their hearts race in fear in the blink of an eye. Tang Yan had incapacitated Old Three's hand and foot. A master of the 8th rank in the yellow tier stood no chance against this youth. None doubted that had Old Three not initiated the attack, he would have had no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. At this moment, Old Three finally felt the excruciating pain and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Do not rush to cry out. There is still one left. Tang Yan spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter, lifting his foot once more to strike deep between Old Three's legs. The crowd was left bewildered, unsure if they heard the sound of an egg cracking. But all the men, including Chang'ing, felt a chill between their legs. Old Three let out another earth-shattering scream, his head tilting as he fainted. Uncle, do I have the right to take your belongings? Tang Yan asked with a smile, gulping. Qing Lang struggled to swallow. Although he possessed strength at the first rank of the mysterious tier, he knew he could never achieve such a feat in one encounter. Just how terrifying was the strength of this young man? Furthermore, Tang Yan's ruthless demeanor sent chills down his spine, despite his accustomed life of danger. Yet, it seemed that this lad had not yet reached the mysterious tier, which somewhat reassured Qing Lang, who narrowed his eyes and said, "Little brother, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Since I was the one who killed the White Wolf King, it naturally belongs to me. If you wish to have it, you may buy it. However, if you attempt to take it by force, my backers may not consent." Though Qing Lang's attitude remained firm, the initial arrogance had dissipated. This unpredictable young man, with his formidable strength, combined with Wan Fei, who had reached the 2nd rank of the mysterious tier, made it clear that even if they were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Enough of your nonsense, Tang Yan scolded furiously. Did you not hear what I said? This White Wolf King is my pet. Since you admit to having killed it, you owe me compensation. A sentient spirit beast that can understand human language and obeys my commands has a value beyond measure. Out of mercy for your ignorance, I will not demand much, merely 30 million taels of silver. Qing Lang felt as though he might vomit blood. He had always been domineering, and though others privately called him unreasonable, he wondered who truly lacked reason when compared to this fellow before him. The White Wolf King was his pet. He showed no grief over its death, instead casually extracting its beast core, and now demanded 30 million taels in compensation. Was he even speaking human words? If he had 30 million taels, why would he risk his life traveling so far? It seems, little brother, that you are unwilling to give me face. Qing Lang was not one to be trifled with, and Tang Yan's attitude ignited his bloodlust. Gritting his teeth, he coldly declared, "Since you insist, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Brothers, attack?" The remaining 4 men felt quite conflicted. Initially, They believed victory was assured with only Wan Fei and Chang Ying on the opposing side, feeling no pressure whatsoever. However, the sudden emergence of this young man, who had incapacitated Old Three in a mere moment, left them apprehensive. While they were unaware of Old Three's true strength, they knew he was a genuine 8th-rank master of the yellow tier. Who among them dared to charge into battle against such a formidable opponent? Moreover, Wan Fei, despite her injuries, was a true 2nd-rank master of the mysterious tier, far beyond their capabilities. Old 2, Old 4, and Old 5, together take down this kid. I will deal with that woman. Old 6, eliminate Chang'ing swiftly. Qing Lang rapidly issued commands, relying on years of camaraderie. Kill. Upon receiving their orders, 3 men charged toward Tang Yan. Facing their assault, Tang Yan remained unfazed. Having survived battles with over 1,000 wolves, he was still standing. Additionally, he possessed a significant advantage in both strength and skill. Drawing upon his true energy, Tang Yan opted to utilize the combat techniques he had refined amidst the wolf pack. Rather than resorting to any martial skills, bang, 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 Tang Yan unleashed 3 consecutive punches. The first struck one man's wrist, halting his attack, while he swiftly advanced, delivering a second punch aimed directly at the man's throat. The throat is a vital point, and with a heavy blow from Tang Yan, the man fell unconscious. Yet, Tang Yan did not hesitate to deliver a heavy punch to his heart. This was not an unnecessary action. It was an experience learned from battling wolves. Many wolves, when sensing a strong opponent, would feign death after a hit, waiting for an opportune moment to strike back lethally. Having learned from past mistakes, Tang Yan was determined not to fall for the same trick again. As Old 2 lay on the ground, uncertain of his fate, Old 4 had already arrived behind Tang Yan, swinging a heavy blade toward him. Tang Yan seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, and with a deft step backward, he evaded the attack, positioning himself behind Old 4. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, Tang Yan delivered 3 punches, each landing on Old 4's vital points. Blood spewed from Old 4's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. The 2 masters fell before the youth as if they were nothing. Old 5, who had intended to join the fray, now trembled in fear. Stop hesitating. Lie down and rest. Tang Yan moved like lightning, swiftly knocking Old 5 unconscious with a few heavy punches. Others quietly observed the situation, as this suddenly appearing young man turned the previously assured victory of Qing Lang's group into a source of anxiety. Upon witnessing Tang Yan incapacitate 3 of Qing Lang's elite, the expressions of both factions starkly contrasted. Chang Ying and the lady whom Tang Yan had referred to as Aunt were filled with elation, while the 2 remaining members of Qing Lang's group appeared ashen. With such a terrifying figure present, how could they proceed with the fight? Uncle, will you compensate me the 30 million or not? After disabling 3 opponents, Tang Yan called out, "Look at your pitiful appearance. You likely cannot afford it." Hearing Tang Yan's words, Qing Lang could hardly express his frustration. Who was this freak, and how had he crossed paths with him? Since you cannot pay, then you must repay with your life. Aunt, although you are injured, you still possess strength. Oh, not be afraid. You can surely defeat him. Look at the gap on Qing Lang's right side. Strike it hard. Chapter 64. The precious map. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Wan Fei followed his and indeed noticed a gap in Qing Lang's defense. She swung her longsword toward it, and Qing Lang, startled, wondered how this boy had perceived his opening. Aunt, he will undoubtedly attempt to block your sword. Angle your sword downward by 3 points and slash at him. Tang Yan's voice rang out once more. At this moment, Wan Fei began to trust Tang Yan's words, sweeping her longsword downward. Indeed, another gap appeared. Qing Lang was on the verge of tears, realizing it was too late to evade. With a squelching sound, Wan Fei's sword left a gruesome wound on his leg, exposing bone. His right leg injured and balance lost. Qing Lang presented an opening on his neck. Strike at his neck. Be swift, Tang Yan urged. The moment Tang Yan's words fell, Wan Fei acted without hesitation, swinging her longsword toward Qing Lang's neck. Crack! To her own astonishment, Wan Fei severed Qing Lang's head with ease, a whirlwind of emotions surging within her. Initially expecting a fierce struggle, she realized that this boy had only instructed her to use 3 moves, precisely 2 moves, before Qing Lang fell in defeat. Such a feat would have been difficult even at her peak. Who was this young man, possessing such remarkable prowess? As Qing Lang's life extinguished, Old 6, already devoid of fighting spirit, noticed Wan Fei advancing toward him with her sword, and terror gripped him in a panic. He was swiftly dispatched by Wan Fei. What had once seemed an inevitable defeat had completely reversed in less than a quarter of an hour, leaving Wan Fei utterly unprepared. With a mixture of complexity in her gaze, she turned to Tang Yan and clasped her hands in gratitude. I am Wan Fei. May I ask how to address this hero? Aunt, you may call me Tang Yan. At that moment, Tang Yan was rummaging through Qing Lang's belongings and, without turning his head, replied to Wan Fei. He searched each of the 6 men thoroughly, but found nothing particularly valuable apart from a stack of silver notes. Though her gratitude toward Tang Yan was immense, Wan Fei could no longer endure being called aunt again. Was it merely because she dressed somewhat more maturely, bore more scars, and had a dirty face from battle that made her appear so disheveled? Yet, her alluring figure, exquisite face, and sultry voice went unnoticed. How could she be labeled aunt? Look closely. I am only 22, not an aunt. Upon hearing Wan Fei's words, Tang Yan gazed at her with feigned surprise and after a moment remarked, Aunt, you must be 62, right? I'll fight you. Wan Fei could no longer restrain herself and brandished her sword, preparing to charge at him. Big sister, this is our benefactor. Chang'ing quickly intervened, holding back the enraged Wan Fei. Humph. Wan Fei took several deep breaths, her chest heaving. My sister has a rather impulsive temperament. Please do not take offense, young Master Tang. Thank you for your assistance today. Chang'ing expressed his gratitude with a bow. Not at all. By the way, where are you from? How did you end up on Scion Mountain? Tang Yan inquired with curiosity. We are mercenaries, typically hunting spirit beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, or serving as bodyguards. We are often nomadic. But our primary area of operation rarely exceeds the eastern region. We frequently visit Fong City, as it is the largest city in the eastern region and offers more opportunities, Chang'ing explained. Mercenaries sometimes act alone and sometimes in groups. Usually, Sister Wan Fei and I work independently unless the mission is particularly challenging, in which case we would team up. The current group was hastily assembled. Tang Yan understood. He had heard of mercenaries, most of whom wielded strength between the yellow and mysterious tears. Born with a love for freedom, they often preferred blood-soaked battles rather than being controlled by families. May I ask where your home is? It would be good for my sister and me to pay our respects later. Chang'ing inquired with curiosity. I cannot divulge that information. Your aunt was just trying to kill me. If I reveal my address, what if she seeks revenge at my home? Tang Yan flatly refused to answer. Had she not felt she could not defeat Tang Yan, Wan Fei would have surely lost her temper again. Yet, she was quite curious. How could this young man, who had demonstrated such power, not have surpassed the mysterious tier while still unleashing such astonishing force? My sister is all bark and no bite. She would never seek revenge on you. By the way, young Master Tang, what brings you to Scion Mountain? Chang'ing, clearly more talkative, settled down to chat with Tang Yan. Training. Originally, this wolf pack was my training ground, but now you have wiped it out. Tang Yan expressed his dissatisfaction, casting a glance at the two. At Tang Yan's words, both Wan Fei and Chang'ing were momentarily stunned. Training amidst a wolf pack? Chang'ing asked, bewildered. Yes, I need some spirit beasts to hone my combat skills. It was a rare chance to encounter a wolf pack, and now I do not know how long I must wait to find suitable training partners again. Tang Yan sighed. So, young Master Tang only needs to find spirit beasts? Chang'ing suddenly asked. Why? Do you know where there are spirit beasts? Tang Yan's interest was piqued. Scion Mountain is vast, but we have drawn up a rough map based on our experience. After a pause, Chang'ing awkwardly added, we came for the White Wolf King. If young Master Tang wishes to exchange the Wolf King's beast core for the map. No exchange. Tang Yan promptly refused. Young Master Tang has misunderstood. Regardless, we will provide you with the map. We are primarily here for the White Wolf King's pelt. If young Master Tang has no interest in the wolf skin, may we perhaps obtain it from you? Chang'ing inquired eagerly. Naturally, Tang Yan had no interest in the wolf skin. It was far too large for him to carry. Moreover, what would he do with wolf fur? He nodded in agreement. If you need it, take it. Really? Both Chang'ing and Wan Fei rejoiced simultaneously. What purpose is there in deceiving you? If you desire it, simply take it. Tang Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. Thank you so much. Chang'ing was about to go and retrieve the wolf skin, but soon returned, solemnly presenting a rolled sheepskin. This is the map of the Scion Mountain Range. It is exceedingly rare in the outside world. A treasure we risked our lives to uncover. Young Master Tang, Please accept it, though? Tang Yan took the sheepskin with curiosity, observing the topography of the mountain range depicted upon it. With a confidence of 90% based on his own recollections of the Tang Yan mountain range, he believed the information recorded was accurate. Many details on the map were of significant value. For instance, the current location was marked with a wolf, annotated with the number 3, indicating the presence of a 3-tiered wolf spirit beast. Surrounding the wolf were areas marked with the presence of monkeys, tigers, leopards, all also designated with the number 3. Glancing at the position of the leopard, was it not where he had previously encountered the shadow leopard? A spark of excitement flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. With this map in hand, how could he possibly struggle to find spirit beasts for training? Are the unmarked areas within the mountains unexplored? Tang Yan inquired. Indeed, with our current strength, we cannot venture deep into the mountains. One thing is certain. There are higher-tier spirit beasts within. Chang'ing had gone to fetch the wolf skin, leaving Wan Fei to respond to this question. Very well. Tang Yan tucked the map into his cloak and addressed Wan Fei. Auntie, since your mission is complete, you should return promptly. Paths may cross again in the future. Farewell. With that, he activated the shadow step, transforming into a shooting star as he sped away. After spending about a month in training, Tang Yan had initially been somewhat satisfied with his progress. However, upon seeing Wan Fei and her companions today, a sense of urgency struck him. Wan Fei, at merely 22 years of age, had already reached the 2nd tier of the mysterious realm, undoubtedly a guest of honor among the esteemed families in Fang City. Yet here, she was merely a mercenary? How terrifying must the young elites of the eastern region be? Time waits for no one. Sensing the urgency, Tang Yan naturally would not linger. Seeing Tang Yan depart so abruptly left Wan Fei with a twinge of emptiness. Sister, has he really left? Chang'ing returned, astonished. He's gone. What, do you miss him? Wan Fei retorted sharply. No, it's just that it feels so sudden. I won't be able to find him to express my gratitude later. However, young Master Tang's strength is truly remarkable. I can guarantee that the power he displayed throughout was far below the mysterious realm. Yet his combat prowess is astonishing. He easily toppled all opponents within the yellow tier in a single exchange. With such strength, he would rank among the top 30 of the younger generation in Fang City. Wouldn't he? Chang'ing sighed at least in the top 15. Wan Fei assessed seriously, recalling how Tang Yan had instructed her with just 2 moves. How impressive! Chang'ing's eyes brimmed with astonishment. His transitions between techniques and martial skills are incredibly fluid, and his insights into his enemy's weaknesses are remarkably precise. Given his young age, it is likely we shall encounter him again at the Eastern region's grand competition. Wan Fei had a premonition that this peculiar young man she had seen today would undoubtedly resurface. Tang Yan hurried along, soon arriving beside a waterfall. Having spent a month here, his strength had grown considerably. This place, a sanctuary for cultivation, filled him with some reluctance to leave. He took out the map of Tang Yan Mountain and studied it intently, his gaze settling on a peak 80 miles away. At the halfway mark, Fire Ape King, a 3-tiered spirit beast, resides in groups. Upon reading this information, Tang Yan decided to venture there. The agile and powerful ape spirit beasts were perfectly suited for his current capabilities. After 3 days of intense practice beneath the waterfall, he had nearly acclimated to pressure combat and set off towards the depths of Tang Yan Mountain, his steps swift across the rocks. The days spent training beneath the waterfall had significantly enhanced his overall abilities, and his shadow step had progressed to a new level. After nearly an hour of travel, the sounds of ape howls echoed from afar, causing Tang Yan to shudder with anticipation. He knew he was nearing his destination. Surveying the terrain, he found himself at a gentle slope, with a towering peak rising ahead. A dozen fire apes frolicked in the ancient trees, swinging on branches and munching on wild fruits, completely at ease. Observing the fire apes towering at 2 meters, Tang Yan felt a bead of cold sweat form. They were far bulkier than he had anticipated, and to his surprise, all of these ordinary fire apes were 2nd-tier spirit beasts. However, he felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, a flicker of fervor ignited within him. The previous pack of wolves had honed his speed, while the waterfall training had built his strength. These fire apes, exhibiting both power and agility, were the ideal sparring partners for him. Thus, he boldly approached, no longer concealing his presence. As he strolled into view, the fire apes quickly noticed him, each one beginning to howl, seemingly warning him not to advance further. Tang Yan paid no heed to their warnings. He had come precisely to engage in spirited battles with these fire apes. Clearly, he underestimated the fire ape's temperament. Their fiery names hinted at their fierce nature. Roar. One fire ape bared its teeth, realizing that this diminutive human continued to encroach upon their territory, instantly inciting its fury. Raising its fist, it charged towards Tang Yan with a roar. Seeing the massive fist hurtling towards him, Tang Yan remained unfazed, laughing heartily. "Let me see what power you possess." His swirling dantian rapidly activated, channeling true energy into his right fist. Like the fire ape, Tang Yan's punch was purely about strength, devoid of any embellishments. Bang! The fist of man and beast collided, producing a powerful shockwave. The fire ape staggered back 2 steps, the surrounding ground trembling. Tang Yan stood firm, unyielding. Though he had gained the upper hand with this punch, he felt no elation. The fire ape's strength exceeded his expectations. If it were a second-tier giant wolf, it would not have merely retreated 2 steps from his full-force strike. How formidable, then, must the fire ape king be? The fire ape was equally astonished that such a small human could push it back. It had anticipated the punch would send this frail creature tumbling to the ground, but instead, it found its pride wounded. Roar! The fire ape, incensed by its failure, pounded its chest and charged at Tang Yan once more. As it approached, the fire ape leaped, its body resembling a small mountain, raising its fist to slam down upon Tang Yan. Tang Yan narrowed his eyes. No wonder people often likened ape-like creatures to humans. The fire ape's attack bore the embryonic form of a technique. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly twisted mid-air, launching a double strike with the Thousand Mountain Fist. Bang, bang! The compounded force of the second punch collided with the fire ape once more. Bang, bang! This time, the fire ape found itself once again at a disadvantage, being pushed back 3 steps. Now, the fire ape regarded Tang Yan with a wariness he had not previously possessed. Although it could not comprehend how this slender figure could unleash such formidable strength, it recognized that it could not defeat this human in a one-on-one confrontation. Roar! The fire ape tilted its head back and let out a long howl. The fire ape group, which had been observing from the sidelines, now rushed towards Tang Yan with ferocity. Chapter 66. Disrupting the fire ape's biological clock, seeing 12 more robust fire apes charging towards him. All second tier, ignited Tang Yan's fighting spirit. "Come on," he chuckled, as his swirling dantian began to operate, continuously supplying him with true energy. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the fire apes rushed at Tang Yan. Their immense strength and tough skin made it impossible for him to hold back like he did against the giant wolves. Every strike required his utmost effort to inflict damage upon the fire apes. The fire apes were remarkably agile, constantly shifting positions during the battle, sometimes even feigning attacks, making them quite cunning. Moreover, their speed of assault was not to be underestimated. The combined onslaught of over 10 fire apes created a net of attacks that left Tang Yan gasping for breath. Each technique had to flow seamlessly, and any moment of negligence could result in a punishing blow. In this high-intensity combat, Tang Yan's stamina rapidly dwindled. In just half an hour, he had exhausted 70% of his energy. Bang! Finally, Tang Yan's stamina began to falter, and his fighting spirit waned. Compared to these naturally powerful fire apes, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, due to sheer fatigue, he failed to connect a move in time and was struck by 2 punches, sending him flying in midair. Tang Yan felt a chill run down his spine, and a quick glance revealed a fire ape waiting for him nearby. Alarm bells rang in his mind. With his true energy depleted, taking another punch would likely spell disaster. He could not afford to be captured by this pack of fire apes. Desperately, Tang Yan drew on every last bit of true energy, trying to stabilize his body. Yet, having just been struck twice, he could only muster 20% of his true energy, as he caught sight of the mocking glint in the fire ape's eyes. Tang Yan steeled his resolve. A ghostly blue flame suddenly ignited before his fist. The air around the flame began to warp, creating an eerie spectacle. The fire ape, which had intended to crush Tang Yan with a single punch, felt a flicker of fear. Its movement halted abruptly. In that brief half-second pause, Tang Yan inhaled deeply, pivoting midair to land with his abdomen facing down. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he propelled himself forward, darting beneath the fire ape's armpit. Bursting through the encirclement of fire apes, Tang Yan did not linger. he swiftly activated the shadow step and fled into the distance. Roar! Upon witnessing Tang Yan's escape, the fire apes pursued him closely. After a few minutes, Tang Yan disappeared from their sight. That was close. Reflecting on the perilous moment, an exhausted Tang Yan slumped heavily to the ground, gasping for air. Had he not recalled the instinctive fear animals have of fire, he might have lost his life in the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, the fire apes, as fire attribute spirit beasts, did not fear fire as other spirit beasts did. The reason that particular fire ape had been startled was due to its acute intuition, sensing the terrifying aura hidden within the small flame. The creation of fire is extremely taxing on true energy, and Tang Yan, already drained, found himself in a dire state. Fortunately, he had escaped. Finding a secure and concealed spot, Tang Yan took out a healing pill and began to meditate and recover. Once revitalized, he replayed the battle against the fire apes in his mind. Each frame of the combat scene emerged vividly, and he continuously analyzed his shortcomings in technique, his misjudgments in predicting the enemy's attacks, and why he had ultimately taken 2 punches. After resolving all these questions, a grin broke across Tang Yan's face as he moved like a ghost through the mountains, soon arriving at the fire ape stronghold. Roar! Upon seeing the return of the detestable human, a fire ape immediately sounded the alarm. The fire apes recognized Tang Yan, the one who had toyed with them. Without hesitation, they charged at him, fists raised. Bang, bang. Tang Yan rapidly engaged the fire ape horde in battle. 2 hours later, he received another punch, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Aware that this encounter was nearing its end, he unleashed the 5th punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist. Bang! A violent blast of air erupted as a fire ape was sent staggering back, collapsing onto the ground, pale-faced and evidently injured. Clearing the obstacles in his path, Tang Yan did not pause, transforming into a shooting star as he swiftly departed the fire ape peak. Finding a safe location, he consumed more healing and high-grade pills, quickly restoring his health and stamina. Thanks to the pills, his injuries healed rapidly, and he began analyzing the various flaws that had emerged during the battle until he had comprehended every issue. Once he had completed his assessment, Tang Yan, fully restored, disregarded the encroaching darkness and adeptly navigated the mountains, returning to the fire ape peak with ease. Roar! Each time Tang Yan appeared, he did not conceal his presence. In the expansive terrain below, he was easily spotted. As soon as he emerged, a fire ape howled, sounding the alarm. This time, in contrast to the previous chaotic encounters, Tang Yan found this battle to be somewhat easier. At least he was no longer constantly suppressed and could occasionally retaliate. After another 2 hours, he sensed his stamina waning. After narrowly evading several lethal strikes, Tang Yan exerted himself to repel 2 encroaching fire apes before hastily retreating. For the next 10 days, the entire fire ape group harbored an intense hatred towards this diminutive human intruder. As a species of ape, they had never before encountered such a despicable being. If they couldn't defeat him, he simply fled, only to return after resting and seek them out again for battle. Even at night, he showed no signs of respite, almost returning each time after 2 or 3 hours to engage them in fierce combat. Originally, the fire apes had been accustomed to being active during the day and resting at night, a routine cultivated over countless millennia, which Tang Yan had disrupted in mere days. Tang Yan was indifferent to the fire ape sentiments. Each battle against them enhanced his combat prowess. This rapid rate of improvement filled him with immense satisfaction. One day, as dawn broke, Tang Yan arrived at the fire ape peak. Upon reaching his destination, he was astonished to find the fire apes, who typically only stirred upon his arrival, now orderly stationed high above, as if awaiting his approach. Sensing something unusual, Tang Yan scanned the ranks of fire apes. Soon, he spotted a larger fire ape at the back of the group, standing quietly, scrutinizing him from afar. Chapter 67. The realm of combat. Ordinary second-tier fire apes stood at around 2 meters tall, rarely exceeding 2 meters too. Yet this particular fire ape towered above the rest, exceeding 3 meters in height. If he was not mistaken, this fire ape was the king of the group. Feeling the pressure emanating from the fire ape king, Tang Yan's heart raced. To make matters worse, he detected a palpable disdain in the king's gaze. Is the small one incapable? Must the big one step in? Tang Yan halted, not wanting to engage just yet. The sheer number of fire apes was already overwhelming enough. If the fire ape king joined the fray, the battle would be exceptionally challenging. Roar! Roar, roar. The fire apes, sensing Tang Yan's hesitation, began to howl softly. Tang Yan's anger flared. If he was not mistaken, these beasts were mocking him for his cowardice. Truly, beasts were beasts. If faced with a powerful three-tier spirit beast behind the pack, would he dare to charge in? Just as Tang Yan continued to berate them inwardly, the previously motionless fire ape king suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! A powerful wave of energy emanated from its roar, carrying an oppressive weight that was palpable. The fire ape, known for its formidable nature among spirit beasts, was assessed to be even stronger than the giant wolves he had faced previously. Upon hearing the fire ape king's roar, Tang Yan instinctively bent forward, preparing for battle or a swift retreat. The fire apes, eager to obey their king's command, charged at Tang Yan with ferocity. Noticing that the fire ape king remained stationary, Tang Yan felt a measure of relief. He had confidence that with his full use of the shadow step, even the fire ape king would be unable to catch him. Come, Tang Yan called out, as his swirling dantian commenced operation, continuously flooding his body with true energy. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, there was no hesitation at the outset. The battle commenced with reckless abandon, marked by fierce intensity. After several days of acclimatization, Tang Yan's combat skills saw a remarkable enhancement. It was precisely this improvement that brought misfortune to the group of fire apes, who had frequently borne the brunt of Tang Yan's assaults. Shortly into the skirmish, Tang Yan's eyes brightened as he discerned a defensive flaw among the fire apes. With a subtle pivot of his body, his fist spun in the air like a wheel, striking towards a weary fire ape on the right. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Simultaneously, a massive furry fist, propelled by a powerful gust, came crashing down towards him. Startled, Tang Yan was compelled to retract his original move and turn to defend himself. The fire ape staggered back 2 steps from the impact, and before Tang Yan could catch his breath, he heard the distant roar of the Ape King issuing a command. Was the Ape King directing this band of fire apes against him? The ensuing fray validated Tang Yan's suspicion. It's the sound of the Ape King's growl. Another fire ape charged at him, roaring and swinging a powerful punch. Having sparred with the fire apes for 2 days, Tang Yan believed he had adapted to their attacks, but he had not anticipated the Ape King's involvement at this crucial moment. Under the Ape King's command, the fire apes exhibited an increasingly synchronized cooperation. Their relentless assaults spiraled like a wheel, leaving him no respite. Under the Ape King's guidance, the pressure on Tang Yan mounted rapidly. Within half an hour, his once abundant energy reserves were nearly depleted. Weary from the battle, Tang Yan was caught off guard by a punch to his back, causing him to stagger and taste blood. Just then, the Ape King let out another deafening roar. Over a dozen fire apes raised their fists in unison, aiming to strike Tang Yan down. If he rose, he would undoubtedly be crushed by their iron fists. Even if Tang Yan possessed skin as tough as bronze and bones of iron, he would be reduced to a heap of scrap metal. In that instant, Tang Yan's body tensed, realizing that the Ape King would not miss this opportunity to attack him. Therefore, he resolved to remain down. In a flash, he devised a plan. Instead of getting up, he utilized the momentum from being knocked back, bent his knee, and propelled himself through the narrow gap between 2 fire apes. Emerging from the horde, he leaped and delivered a fierce kick to the back of the nearest fire ape. Using the recoil to retreat swiftly, roaring in anger at his escape, the fire apes expressed their frustration. However, these sentient creatures recognized that the duration of this battle had significantly diminished compared to their last encounter. They gathered together, howling excitedly, seemingly plotting to ensure that the next time Tang Yan returned, he would not escape. Back at his resting point, Tang Yan was drenched in sweat. To his astonishment, the Ape King displayed such intelligence. Under its command, the combat effectiveness of the fire apes had tripled. Breathing heavily, Tang Yan took a medicinal pill to restore his strength. For over 10 consecutive days, he had fought, with a battle occurring every 4 hours. Each encounter was fraught with peril, and he had narrowly evaded death each time. Every escape ignited his latent potential, pushing him beyond previous limits. Over the past 10 days, including that morning's battle, he had faced 31 life-and-death situations. Normally, with the aid of medicinal pills, Tang Yan could return to peak condition within 2 hours, but this time, he did not awaken as usual after that duration. His mind was consumed with memories of the battles fought over these days. From the great wolf pack to the current fire apes, Each fight had challenged the very limits of life and death. Each battle had subtly transformed close-quarters combat into his instinct. Time and again, he had brushed against the specter of death, constantly stimulating his nerves. Now, he had reached a point where, upon encountering danger, he could react with precision without a moment's thought. These fragments in his mind played out like a shadow play, each scene gliding by. Once calm, Tang Yan now breathed rapidly, his complexion flushed. As time ticked away, his mind exploded with realization, and he sprang to his feet, his inner energy swirling rapidly, generating a gust of wind in a nearby clearing. Without consciously employing martial techniques, he acted purely on instinct, unleashing punches, blocks, spinning kicks, and elbow strikes. An array of intricate combat skills displayed with finesse. If a discerning observer were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that Tang Yan had entered an extraordinarily profound state, the state of combat mastery. Chapter 68. The Ape King strikes. Although Tang Yan was not fully conscious, each of his moves was not aimless. In his mental realm, numerous lethal strikes materialized against him, and every technique Tang Yan executed was in defense against the myriad threats emerging from his psyche. His speed increased exponentially. Under the combined force of power and velocity, all martial arts became mere auxiliaries. The sound of collision echoed as martial techniques occasionally synchronized with combat skills, raising clouds of dust and creating an imposing atmosphere. As Tang Yan accelerated, afterimages began to form. Finally, after unleashing another powerful punch, he came to a halt. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for his steady breathing. Tang Yan stood immobile, an extraordinary aura blossoming from his dantian. Within, it felt as if a small entity was engaged in a relentless battle, culminating in a sudden, forceful punch that shattered all barriers within his dantian. The swirling energy surged, countless strands of spiritual energy converging within him before radiating throughout his limbs. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration coursed through him. Tang Yan felt an overwhelming surge of power. He had ascended to the Xian rank, sensing the surging energy within his dantian. A smile crept across Tang Yan's face. Although he had never reached the pinnacle of martial arts in his previous life, his frequent interactions with top-tier experts had honed his experience and insight. As he contemplated this breakthrough, his heart swelled with uncontainable excitement. He had just entered the coveted realm that martial artists dream of, combat mastery. Not only had he shattered the barriers of his dantian thanks to this newfound mastery, but he had also planted the seeds of combat within himself, enabling him to fight purely on instinct. Before he could revel in his achievement, the primordial fire of creation within his dantian suddenly flickered, its hue intensifying. The supreme pill scripture and fire control technique echoed within him. As he absorbed the nuances of these teachings, Tang Yan's heart brimmed with joy. The previously simple control method of fire control technique now revealed itself as a comprehensive cultivation method. According to the teachings, the utilization of the primordial fire depended on one's capabilities. The higher the strength, the longer the fire could be sustained, amplifying its potency. This was the direct consequence of burning true energy, a comparatively simpler endeavor. The second method involved consuming treasures, refining them through the creation cauldron to extract elements beneficial to the primordial fire, thus enhancing its might. The third method was to devour spiritual fire. If one encountered spiritual fire lingering in the world and consumed it, it would enhance the power of the primordial fire. Ordinary spiritual treasures had limited impact on the primordial fire, while devouring spiritual fire yielded superior results. Yet, within the entire Tianxiang kingdom, there were scant records of spiritual fire, rendering it exceedingly difficult to find. With a sigh, Tang Yan realized that the creation cauldron, as the foremost divine cauldron of Huaxia, harbored countless secrets, and unraveling them required continual enhancement of his own strength. Such matters could not be rushed, and he chose not to dwell on them further. Feeling his newfound power surging, Tang Yan smiled slightly, activating the shadow step as he once again made his way toward the Fire Ape Peak. The victorious Fire Apes from their last battle were already brimming with anticipation, eager to exact revenge on Tang Yan in the next fight. The Fire Apes, who had harbored animosity towards Tang Yan, now awaited his arrival with keen eyes. After Tang Yan's earlier escape, the Fire Apes were restless, having kept a vigilant watch on the base of the mountain. 3 hours passed, and though they expected Tang Yan to appear soon, he did not show, leading to growing agitation among the Fire Apes. That human was indeed shameless and vile, having toyed with them for days. Now that their king was involved, he dared not show his face. Just as they cursed Tang Yan, a fire ape suddenly let out an excited roar. Instantly, the fire apes perked up, all gazing eagerly at the mountainside. When that familiar figure came into view, their eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Finally, they had waited long enough. After all, they were mere spiritual beasts, lacking the profound cunning of humans. Upon seeing their exuberance, Tang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These creatures yearned to tear him apart. The Ape King remained stationed behind the fire apes, and Tang Yan ignored the disdainful gaze directed at him, thinking to himself that he was unafraid of its presence, but rather feared its absence. Otherwise, these second-tier fire apes would hardly pose a challenge. With a roar, the Ape King commanded the fire apes to charge at Tang Yan. Unfazed by the formidable horde, Tang Yan dashed towards them with equal swiftness. Soon, a flicker of seriousness crossed the Ape King's eyes. The previous dismissiveness had vanished. Under its command, this shameless human had been easily defeated. To its surprise, this time, the fellow appeared to be handling himself with remarkable ease. Previously, while this individual had demonstrated impressive speed, his techniques had still revealed vulnerabilities. Now, however, this man's moves flowed seamlessly, each transition appearing effortless. In just half a day, his strength had escalated significantly. Roaring defiantly, the Ape King continued to direct the fire apes' assault. Yet, as seconds ticked away, the fire apes found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against Tang Yan. Instead, they began to suffer injuries, and the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in Tang Yan's favor, leaving only 5 of the 13 fire apes still capable of fighting. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they would fall. With a mighty roar, the Ape King commanded the battling fire apes to cease their attacks. Retreating to the sides as the Ape King advanced toward him, a flicker of gravity crossed Tang Yan's eyes. The Ape King bared its teeth and charged at him with a furious roar. Unwilling to back down, Tang Yan, now at the first tier of the Shin rank, sought to ascertain the strength of his current abilities against a third-tier spiritual beast. With a thunderous collision, their fists met, creating a resounding impact. Tang Yan stepped back, while the Ape King merely swayed slightly. He realized his power was still a fraction short, but with his current strength, it should suffice to confront the Ape King. Gaining insight into the Ape King's strength eased Tang Yan's mind. He pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches like raindrops upon the Ape King's form. The Ape King's speed was also remarkable, and the two engaged in a furious battle amidst the mountains. After a brief half-hour, Tang Yan suddenly noticed a chink in the Ape King's defenses. Channeling his combat instincts, he executed his techniques flawlessly, transitioning seamlessly between martial arts and strikes, and unleashed the Thousand Mountain Fist. Chapter 69. The completion of training. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 successive Thousand Mountain Fists flowed forth like a stream, striking the Ape King with natural continuity. The Ape King, possessing innate strength, had previously gauged Tang Yan's power and deemed it insufficient to match its own. Thus, it charged forward without fear. However, the Ape King underestimated the explosive potential of martial techniques, failing to anticipate that each punch of Tang Yan's Thousand Mountain Fist would surpass the last in power. The first punch was met with the Ape King's overwhelming momentum. By the second punch, Tang Yan merely swayed slightly, his power nearly matching that of the Ape King. The third punch sent a tremor through the Ape King's body, as Tang Yan's unleashed force exceeded its own. The fourth punch caused the Ape King to stagger back under the terrifying surge of Tang Yan's escalating strength. By the fifth punch, Tang Yan's fist shattered the Ape King's defenses, sending it reeling 3 steps backward. Had Tang Yan not comprehended the essence of combat, he would have been unable to contend with the Ape King in terms of strength or speed, at best achieving a stalemate. Nevertheless, despite the Ape King's formidable speed and strength, Tang Yan executed his techniques with an unmatched fluidity, and this nearly perfected combat skill allowed him to seize any opportunity for counterattack, leading to a devastating retaliation. A glint of madness flickered in Tang Yan's eyes as he unleashed the 6th move of the Thousand Mountain Fist without hesitation. The air around him warped, and a fierce gust accompanied his fist, hurtling towards the Ape King's massive form. Boom! The overwhelming force struck the Ape King, sending its colossal body flying and crashing heavily to the ground. In the harsh law of nature, the strong prevailed while the weak perished. With no room for mercy on the path of the strong, Tang Yan did not hesitate after landing a successful blow. Drawing his sword, he carved a precise arc through the air. aiming for the Ape King's throat. The sight of their fallen leader instilled profound fear in the hearts of the fire apes. The Ape King, revered as a demigod among them, had been defeated by this human. How terrifying must this individual be? With their leader lost, the fire apes scattered like headless chickens in a panic. Tang Yan did not pursue them. Instead, he used a dagger to split open the Ape King's skull, retrieving a crimson beast core which he promptly absorbed into the creation cauldron, where it was swiftly refined. Tang Yan felt a surge of energy coursing through him as the essence of the fire attribute imbued him with newfound strength. Reflecting on the duration of his training, he realized there were still 10 days left until the 2-month mark. In less than 2 months, he had progressed from the 8th tier of the Huang rank to the 1st tier of the Xian rank. Such a rate of advancement would undoubtedly astonish many. With 10 days remaining, Tang Yan was unwilling to waste any time. He retrieved the map left for him by Long Ying and selected his next target, a 3rd-tier spiritual beast, the spotted rock tiger. Over the next few days, Tang Yan would strive to keep his abilities suppressed. For instance, he would challenge spiritual beasts that normally required the 9th tier of the Huang rank to confront, opting instead to face them at the 8th or even 7th tier to hone his resilience. Having comprehended the essence of combat, Tang Yan found his combat effectiveness significantly enhanced. After 6 days spent eliminating 3 3rd-tier spiritual beasts, he ceased his search, having stumbled upon a breathtaking waterfall. Standing at approximately 40 meters high and 16 meters wide, the majestic cascade unleashed torrents of water, brimming with immense potential energy. Tang Yan decided to spend the remaining days solidifying his strength beneath this waterfall. Although this waterfall was merely twice the height of the last, the energy it exerted, according to principles of acceleration, was magnified several-fold. Boom, boom, boom. In such an excellent training environment, Tang Yan, a fervent practitioner, eagerly plunged into the torrent to practice the Thousand Mountain Fist. Under the nearly 30-fold gravitational force of the outside world, he endured the overwhelming sensation of being crushed yet remained steadfast, gradually acclimating to the pressure. Boom, boom, boom. After 5 days of relentless practice beneath the waterfall, Tang Yan progressed from his initial 3 punches to the 5th punch. Realizing that it was time to return to Yun City the following day, an audacious thought surged within him. He would attempt to practice the flame-burst palm beneath the waterfall. This technique required Xian rank strength to master, yet Tang Yan, with only the 1st tier of the Xian rank, aspired to train it beneath the waterfall. Though it posed a considerable challenge, an unquenchable fervor sparkled in his eyes. If he succeeded in mastering it, the power of his flame-burst palm would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. Flame Explosion Palm compresses the true energy within the body and then detonates it swiftly. Utilizing the force of the explosive airflow, it can inflict tremendous damage upon adversaries. Swoosh! The first attempt fails. Swoosh! The second attempt also fails. Each time the force he gathers is dissipated by the waterfall. Yet Tang Yan remains resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. As time ticks away, on the brink of the last day, a powerful wave suddenly emanates from beneath the waterfall. An overwhelmingly fierce and murderous aura surges upwards. Colliding with the waterfall, explode for me, with a furious roar, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the waterfall, standing over 40 meters tall, is instantly shattered. Tang Yan is astonished. The power of this punch is indeed formidable. Gazing up at the cascading waterfall, he experiences a moment of disorientation. After 2 months of training, he has finally submitted a rather satisfactory report today. Upon emerging from the waterfall, Tang Yan releases a long, soaring howl that pierces the heavens, startling countless fierce birds and beasts. Ignoring the encroaching dusk, he executes the shadow step and hastens back along the path he came. By the time Tang Yan returns to Cloud City, the sky has yet to brighten. His figure dances through the night, swiftly arriving at the Tang family estate. Like a phantom cat, he quietly slips back into his room, remaining utterly silent. Observing the immaculate room, Tang Yan realizes that Xiao Chui continues to clean daily. He wonders how his grandfather will feel upon learning he has reached the mystical stage. The thought of his grandfather stirs something within him. Drawing upon his past life experiences, Tang Yan discerns that old Master Tang's meridians harbor an underlying ailment. He has already accepted that Tang Ling is indeed his grandfather, and thus, he has been discreetly investigating Tang Ling's symptoms. Remarkably, he has identified the root cause of his grandfather's condition. The spiritual energy cultivated daily is merely sufficient to maintain the repair of the meridians. leaving no room for significant progression in strength. In response to his grandfather's symptoms, Tang Yan has long prepared the necessary medicinal herbs, intending to commence alchemy once he steps into the mystical stage to restore his grandfather's meridians. With everything in place, Tang Yan strides into the alchemy chamber. Now that he has entered the mystical stage, he must refine pills that suit his cultivation. Chapter 70. Have you forgotten me after 2 months? The next day, as the rooster heralds dawn, before the sun has fully risen, Old Master Tang stands outside the gate, having done so for 7 consecutive days. The autumn chill has deepened, edging towards winter. Even though he is a 9th-tier mystical stage practitioner, he wraps himself in a cotton robe. Time slips by, and dew clings to his hair and eyebrows, yet he shows no inclination to wipe it away, his expression increasingly anxious. Today is the day of selection for the Eastern Region Grand Competition, and his grandson has yet to return. It is not merely concern over Tang Yan missing the competition. According to their earlier agreement, the boy should have returned by now. 2 months have passed without a word. Could something have happened? For a moment, Old Master Tang feels regret. Perhaps he should not have hastily agreed to Tang Yan's request. As the hour approaches, Imobo emerges from the courtyard, softly stating, "Master, the young master has reached 7th-tier yellow stage. The threat from 2nd-tier spirit beasts is minimal for him. Even if he cannot defeat them, he can escape. Moreover, the young master has assured us that his master will protect him in secret. He will certainly return." It has been 2 whole months. In the presence of his old companion, Old Master Tang does not conceal his worries. Perhaps the young master has simply lost track of time. If he has not returned by tomorrow, we will deploy all our elite forces to search for him in Scion Mountain. That is the only course of action. Old Master Tang nods, glancing at the sky. Commanding, the selection for the Eastern Region Grand Competition is about to commence. Although Tang Yan is not here, we must attend this grand event. Prepare to depart together. The 2 elders, accompanied by some of the Tang family's attendants, take a carriage toward the center of Cloud City, where the cloud platform is located. The platform, situated in the heart of the city, spans approximately 2,000 square meters and is constructed from shattered iron rock, making it extraordinarily sturdy, capable of withstanding the full force of a heavenly stage expert strike. It is seldom used. Not even during the Mid-Autumn Festival was it utilized. The platform is reserved for significant events or matters concerning the honor of Cloud City. At this moment, the center of Cloud City is bustling with activity. Most of the city's residents have temporarily set aside their work to gather here. There are only 3 spots available for the competition, and the citizens of Cloud City are certain that one will be claimed by Lu Ji of the Lu family and another by the city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue. The main point of interest this time lies in the competition among the young scions from various families for the remaining spot. Qin He from the Qin family, Wu Faming from the Wu family, and Tang Yan from the Tang family are all popular candidates in Cloud City. This is also the first time Tang Yan finds himself compared to exceptional figures like Qin He and Wu Faming in a formal setting. After all, the last duel with Lu Ji left a profound impact on the crowd. Possessing 6th-tier yellow stage strength, he was able to contend with a 9th-tier practitioner, a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual. Of course, there are others within Cloud City's expectations, such as Qian Rulong from the Qian family, Zhao Chan from the Zhao family, and Li Xingfeng from the Li family, all rumored to have reached 6th-tier yellow stage as well. By the time Old Master Tang arrives, the representatives from the other 4 prominent families have already gathered. As one of Cloud City's 4 prominent families, the Tang family's status is currently quite delicate. Once ranked the lowest among the 4 families, they are now viewed as the only family capable of rivaling the Lu family. Upon seeing the Tang family arrive, the onlookers immediately part to create a pathway. Yet, confusion spreads across their faces. Why has the highly regarded Tang Yan not appeared? This realization quickly circulates among the crowd, and many eyes shift toward the Tang family's seating, with whispers of speculation. Perhaps due to the deeply ingrained impression of Tang Yan as a flamboyant young master, despite his previous stunning performance against Lu Ji, most discussions revolve around the notion that Tang Yan dares not participate. Some rumors even suggest that Tang Yan's strength is not truly 6th-tier yellow stage. His previous display was merely a product of relying on external artifacts, and now that those artifacts have been depleted, he is unable to compete. Other rumors claim that Tang Yan has not been seen for 2 months due to serious hidden injuries sustained in his duel with Lu Ji, leaving his fate uncertain. In the span of mere moments, as the Tang family has barely settled in, these seemingly absurd rumors quietly spread through the crowd, with a portion of people genuinely believing them as the crowd gathers. City Lord Lin Xiao steps onto the cloud platform. After surveying the area, his gaze lingers momentarily on the Tang family's position, curiosity gnawing at him. Where could this Tang Yan have vanished to? His spies have indeed failed to gather any news about him for the past 2 months. This boy seems to have evaporated from existence. Could the rumors hold any truth that he has indeed passed away? However, recalling past encounters with Tang Yan, Lin Xiao finds this notion absurd. Although Tang Yan appears youthful, his maturity in action and clarity of thought surpass those of ordinary individuals. How could such an extraordinary talent perish so easily? Without Tang Yan present, Lin Xiao cannot afford to delay proceedings for him. Suppressing his thoughts, he clears his throat and addresses the crowd. In 1 month, the Eastern Region Grand Competition will commence. This is a review of the younger generation from various cities in the Eastern region, and it concerns the honor of Cloud City. We will possess 3 spots for participation, and it is imperative that we select the most outstanding talents from Cloud City. The final chosen heroes will represent Cloud City in battle. Achieving remarkable results in the Eastern Region Grand Competition will not only bring fame to Cloud City but also reward us richly, bringing glory to our city. Lin Xiao's impassioned words ignite a fervor among the younger audience, their blood surging with excitement. Tio represent Cloud City and fight for honor. This is precisely the dream many young hearts harbor. The selection criteria are not limited by status or wealth. As long as you are a citizen of Cloud City and confident in your abilities, you are welcome to participate. Upon hearing this, many young people's eyes light up. They had assumed they had no chance to compete, but the scope of selection is far broader than they had anticipated. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at the cloud platform, the Tang family remains relatively quiet. As Tang Yan finishes refining his pills, takes a shower, and changes his clothes, preparing to seek out his grandfather, he suddenly hears a piercing scream. The high-pitched voice jolts Tang Yan, and he shoots an irritated glance at Xiao Cui. What are you screaming about in broad daylight? Young master, is it really you who has returned? Xiao Cui's eyes widen in disbelief, as though she has seen a ghost. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yan retorts, it's only been 2 months. Have you forgotten what I look like? Chapter 71. Disrupting the rules? No. No, no. Xiao Cui hastily waves her hands, her words tumbling out in a flurry. Young master, when did you return? The old master has been standing at the gate since before dawn these past few days, waiting for you to return. I thought you were not home. Hearing this, Tang Yan's heart clenches painfully. His grandfather has been waiting for him at the door every day. Having returned last night, he decides to check on his grandfather. Just as he is about to head to the study, Xiao Cui calls out, Young master, the old master is not at home. Where has grandfather gone? Tang Yan halts and turns to inquire. He went to watch the competition today. Where is it being held? Tang Yan presses further, on the cloud platform. Hey, young master, young master. Just as Xiao Cui reveals the location, Tang Yan leaps away, vanishing in an instant. Xiao Cui, momentarily dazed, calls after him, then stomps her foot. Muttering, he disappears just like that after coming back. What on earth is wrong with the young master? On the cloud platform, City Lord Lin Xiao continues to deliver encouraging words before announcing the selection rules. This competition will follow the results from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu family's Lu Ji, the City Lords Lin Dongxue, Qin He from the Qin family, and Wu Faming from the Wu family will compete to determine the top 3. The remaining participants will engage in a ring battle, and the last candidate standing will duel for the final spot. Does anyone have any objections to this? This method is comparatively fair, and naturally, no one raises any objections. Just as the crowd begins to nod in agreement, an incongruous voice suddenly pierces through. I disagree. The voice is not loud, but every individual present hears it clearly. The crowd turns in astonishment to see a slender figure emerging from around a corner, slowly making its way toward the cloud platform. Tang Yan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd erupts in astonished gasps. Old Master Tang springs to his feet, excitement radiating from his face, which flushes red with emotion. Overwhelmed by joy, he trembles slightly, fearing he might be imagining things. He scrutinizes the figure closely. After 2 months apart, his grandson that appears unchanged on the surface. Could this boy have been out reveling for the past 2 months? After a moment of fleeting excitement, a thought suddenly crosses old Master Tang's mind. This is not entirely unfounded. Tang Yan has mastered the unparalleled Danjing, the foremost alchemical text in existence, blending the path of nature, making it difficult to discern his true strength. Moreover, his elegant and pristine appearance bears no trace of the trials of training. "Grandfather, I have returned." Tang Yan strides forward and bows respectfully to Tang Ling. "Good, good." Old Master Tang pats Tang Yan's shoulder. Though his grandson seems unchanged, his primary concern has always been Tang Yan's safety. Now, seeing him return unscathed, he finally feels at ease. The crowd buzzes with excitement upon Tang Yan's appearance. Although he has interrupted the selection process, his presence adds to the vigor of the event. His arrival also dispels the previous rumors. The higher-ups from the Qin and Wu families were somber expressions. Why does this fellow choose to create a stir now? The city lord remains composed. But Tang Yan's appearance unexpectedly brings a sense of delight to his heart. He wonders what surprises this young man will bring him. Seeing the Tang family reunion, Lin Xiao refrains from interrupting. Instead, Old Master Tang realizes that it is not appropriate to linger in this setting and nods apologetically to Lin Xiao. "Tang Yan, you expressed disagreement earlier. Do you have any objections?" Lin Xiao inquires, directing the crowd's attention toward Tang Yan. Tang Yan, unperturbed, steps forward confidently and proclaims, "I believe that Lu Ji, Wu Faming, and Qin He are not qualified to be on the challenge list." In response to Tang Yan's assertion, the city lord does not rush to respond. Instead, the elder from the Wu family can no longer contain himself, jumping up and pointing at Tang Yan, exclaiming, "Preposterous! If they lack qualification, what makes you think you possess any?" Tang Yan does not feign humility. He laughs heartily. "Elder Wu, your discerning eye is commendable." "Yes, I do." "Impudent." Elder Wu is taken aback by Tang Yan's audacity. The city lord has already established the rules. Why is the Tang family singing a different tune? Elder Qin interjects sarcastically, "With so many eyes upon you, what makes you think you can contradict the city lord's decree?" At this moment, the gazes of thousands rest eagerly upon the confrontation among the prominent families. Once the clamor dies down, City Lord Lin Xiao smiles and asks, "How do you propose the rules should be set?" "I propose that Lin Dongxue and I be granted direct entry. The others will compete in the ring battles, with the first place earning a spot in the Eastern Region Grand Competition." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupts in a wave of murmurs. If Tang Yan's earlier disagreement with the City Lord's arrangement was brazen, this proposal borders on outrageous, to directly exclude Lu Ji from the challenge list. As Tang Yan's words echo, the crowd's attention shifts to Lu Ji. How will the Lu family's young master respond to this provocation? Such audacity, Lu Ji smirks, recalling his previous battle with Tang Yan 2 months ago. Though Tang Yan's final strike had left him astounded, he does not believe that it reflects Tang Yan's true strength. It must have been a mere life-saving tactic. Besides, he himself has made considerable progress over the past 2 months. With a cold tone, he challenges, "Since young Master Tang believes I lack qualification, why don't we have a match? If you win, I will willingly enter the selection for the ring battles." Last time, Tang Yan had managed to withstand 20 of his blows with 6th-tier yellow stage strength, a humiliating record that still gnaws at Lu Ji. This time, he sees an opportunity to redeem himself. As Lu Ji's challenge hangs in the air, the atmosphere grows tense, and all eyes are fixated on Tang Yan. Old Master Tang's expression betrays a hint of anxiety, while Mo Bo remains composed, quietly reassuring him, "Master, rest easy. The young master has been very prudent lately and will not make reckless decisions without confidence." With Mo Bo's words, Old Master Tang feels slightly reassured. Sitting back in anticipation of Tang Yan's response, Tang Yan feels a surge of delight. Disrupting the competition is not an act of recklessness. If Lin Zhao's rules were to be followed, he would have to participate in a lengthy selection process, ultimately facing the third-place contender. Now, having successfully stirred the pot, he can simply face Lu Ji. If he can defeat Lu Ji, not only will he secure a spot in the selection, but he will also create a sensation in Cloud City, elevating the Tang family's prestige. As for whether he might offend the city lord, Tang Yan believes that Lin Xiao, with his broad-mindedness, would not hold it against him. Thus, he declares, "As you wish, City Lord Lin Xiao. I, Tang Yan of the Tang family, request a duel with Lu Ji." City Lord Lin Xiao ponders for a moment before nodding. "Since neither of you has any objections, let it be settled on the cloud platform." Chapter 72. Lu Ji is at the mystical stage. "Let me see how much you have progressed." Lu Ji scoffs, leaping gracefully onto the stage, his movements agile and reminiscent of a clever monkey, earning him applause from the audience. Tang Yan smiles slightly, casting a reassuring glance at Old Master Tang before leisurely making his way onto the cloud platform. Combat is unpredictable. Should any casualties arise, It is a natural outcome. I hope young Master Tang is prepared for the psychological toll. Lu Ji's eyes flicker with malice, intent on not only avenging his previous humiliation, but also ensuring that there are no future repercussions. Enough with the chatter. Shall we begin? Tang Yan asks impatiently, eager to conclude this encounter swiftly. Speak plainly if you wish to die early. Lu Ji retorts coldly. With a signal from Lin Xiao, the match commences, and Tang Yan, unwilling to waste any more time, charges forward rapidly. Feeling the aura exuded by Tang Yan, the crowd could not help but display expressions of intrigue. Despite Tang Yan's strength still being at the 6th rank of the yellow level, could he truly surpass Lu Ji? Having suffered a setback previously, Lu Ji had directly summoned the power of the 9th rank of the yellow level. As he saw Tang Yan charging towards him, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. The 6th rank of the yellow level. Let's see if I can't defeat you this time. Tang Yan swiftly thrust his fist forward, and Lu Ji responded in kind. Just as their fists were about to collide, Tang Yan suddenly altered the trajectory of his punch, targeting the inner side of Lu Ji's elbow. Lu Ji was taken aback. How could this guy change the punch's trajectory so fluidly? He hurriedly shifted his stance to block, but due to the hasty adjustment, his strike only carried 70% of its full power. The first clash, despite Lu Ji's 9th rank strength, yielded no advantage. Without pausing, Tang Yan continued to engage Lu Ji in close combat, launching another incredibly swift punch. This time, Lu Ji was more cautious, using only the power of the 8th rank of the yellow level to counter, reserving some energy in case Tang Yan would change his tactics again. Sure enough, just as their fists were about to meet again, Tang Yan's punch trajectory slipped once more. The sounds of their fists colliding echoed continuously, leaving the onlookers mesmerized. This thrilling confrontation left the audience exhilarated. Tang Yan's performance astounded everyone, yet despite his ability to contend with Lu Ji, the crowd remained skeptical of his chances. After all, the gap between the 6th rank and the 9th rank of the yellow level was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Given more time, Tang Yan would undoubtedly face defeat. The city lord shared this sentiment while observing the fight, but soon, Lin Xiao squinted his eyes, a glimmer of realization flashing by. Though Tang Yan was merely at the 6th rank of the yellow level, he fought Lu Ji with an unexpected ease, feeling surprisingly relaxed. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. After confirming multiple times, he was finally swept by a wave of astonishment. Tang Yan maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout the fight, displaying extraordinary results for a 6th rank against a 9th rank opponent. As the battle progressed, Lu Ji grew increasingly frustrated. The speed of Tang Yan's attacks was overwhelming. Each move flowed seamlessly, akin to having a cheat code, leaving Lu Ji unable to showcase his martial skills. Despite employing his 9th rank strength, he felt extraordinarily constrained. If this continued, he might truly lose face in Yun City. With a roar, Lu Ji's aura shifted dramatically. A formidable pressure emanated from him. Xian level, some spectators exclaimed, their gazes turning wary towards the Lu family. As expected of the foremost family in Yun City, most of their successors were exceptional, given time. It seemed Yun City would indeed fall under the Lu family's dominion. The onlookers sighed, sharing similar sentiments. Initially, they felt invigorated by Tang Yan's ability to withstand Lu Ji's 9th rank strength with his 6th rank prowess, believing he still had a sliver of hope. However, Lu Ji's sudden display of power extinguished all their hopes. The disparity between ranks was indeed insurmountable. With narrowed eyes, Tang Yan assessed the murderous intent radiating from Lu Ji. So you've reached the Xian level. This could be troublesome. Let me see if I can withstand your strike using the 7th rank of the yellow level combined with the Qianshan fist. Just when the crowd thought Tang Yan had no chance, someone gasped. They hurriedly turned to see Tang Yan on the platform. His aura had shifted as well. 7th rank of the yellow level. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd could not help but shake their heads, still doubting Tang Yan's chances of a comeback. 7th rank of the yellow level? Still too weak, Lu Ji scoffed. Launching a punch at Tang Yan, relying solely on the power and speed derived from his overwhelming strength. As Lu Ji's fist shot forth like lightning, Tang Yan activated his shadow step, retreating half a step, and unleashed the Qianshan fist without reservation. Boom, boom, boom. His body swiftly moved 4 times, building up tremendous inertia, and with a spin, Tang Yan unleashed the 5th punch of the Qianshan fist, striking fiercely towards Lu Ji. Impressive! The crowd was stunned by Tang Yan's displayed strength. Was this truly the power of a 7th rank of the yellow level? The technique seemed to be at least low-tier Xian level. As the spectators felt the might of Tang Yan's 5th punch, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. Where did Tang Yan acquire such a high-tier technique? How did he learn it so quickly? If Lin Xiao were to discover that Tang Yan still had the 6th and 7th punches in reserve, he would undoubtedly be even more astounded. As Tang Yan executed this technique, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The escalating power of each punch made them aware that the martial art Tang Yan was employing was of no ordinary caliber. With a thunderous crash, the air erupted around them. Indeed, a blow from a Xian-level expert carried immense force. Although Tang Yan's punch was formidable, discerning eyes could see that he was at a disadvantage with this strike. "Let me try another punch." Lu Ji perceived Tang Yan's struggle, a flicker of arrogance flashing in his eyes. A massive amount of true energy surged into his fist, unleashing an even more ferocious pressure upon Tang Yan. The crowd collectively sighed, sensing Tang Yan's impending failure. Indeed, Tang Yan's strength was commendable. Being able to withstand a strike from a Xian-level expert with his current abilities was impressive. If he participated in the selection normally, securing a spot in the Eastern region competition would not be difficult. However, Lu Ji's punch was far beyond what a 7th rank could withstand. Once Tang Yan was heavily injured, he would likely miss out on the tournament altogether. Just as despair settled over the crowd, Tang Yan's aura surged once more, suddenly elevating. 8th rank of the yellow level. The elder Tang focused entirely on his grandson, missing not a single change in Tang Yan's condition. Sensing the shift in Tang Yan's aura, the elder finally believed that his grandson had indeed undergone significant trials in the past 2 months. Advancing 1 rank in just 2 months was quite a remarkable feat. Having just unleashed his 5th punch, Tang Yan spun again, releasing an even more formidable aura. 6th punch of the Qianshan fist, boom. The two collided once more, producing a resounding impact. This time, Tang Yan only slightly swayed, showing no significant effect. Even if Lu Ji was cunning, being young, he hadn't faced many storms. To find that he had not completely dominated despite unleashing his Xian-level strength left him questioning his own abilities. Retreating 3 steps, Lu Ji hesitated before deciding to reveal his trump card. His palms suddenly spread wide, drawing circles in the AI art. As his hands moved faster, countless palm shadows began to emerge. A fierce and lethal aura erupted from Lu Ji. Mid-tier yellow-level martial technique. Some discerning individuals immediately recognized the potency of Lu Ji's move. Thunder Palm. With a sharp command, Lu Ji leaped forward, forming a circular shadow of his palm that enveloped Tang Yan. After the 6th punch, sensing the change in Lu Ji, Tang Yan did not hesitate and shifted his aura once more. This time, everyone's pupils constricted. Tang Yan's strength had abruptly surged to the 9th rank of the yellow level. Recall that during the last Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Yan was only at the 6th rank. In less than 3 months, he had ascended to the 9th rank. The crowd was astonished, but Tang Yan remained unfazed, spinning his body fiercely and unleashing the 7th punch of the Qianshan fist. The surrounding air began to warp. When Tang Yan had bid for this martial technique at the Tianbao auction house, it was merely assessed as mid-tier yellow level based on its first 2 moves. Yet the 7th punch Tang Yan was about to unleash bore the explosive power of at least a Xian-level technique. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation as they focused on the platform. Boom! Another deep sound resonated, and the astonishment on the faces of the crowd intensified. On the stage, Tang Yan maintained his stance with a punch poised to strike. While Lu Ji had already retreated 8 steps, panting heavily, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Lu Ji's mouth. The outcome was entirely unexpected, leaving the arena in a hushed silence. Lin Dongxue, watching from the front row, felt a moment of disorientation. The first memory of Tang Yan was of this brazen rogue audaciously flirting with her. In just 5 months, he had captured everyone's attention. "Are you convinced?" A smirk played on Tang Yan's lips. Rather than directly declaring Lu Ji's defeat or subtly questioning his acknowledgement of loss, he simply asked if Lu Ji was convinced. Having held the title of the foremost youth in Yun City for so long, Lu Ji, despite not displaying arrogance daily, undoubtedly harbored a sense of pride. At this moment, getting him to concede to Tang Yan would be more challenging than ascending to heaven. However, if Lu Ji refused to concede, he could only expect a fierce counterattack from Tang Yan. Those with discernment felt a tightening in their hearts, gazing apprehensively at Tang Yan, the once infamous playboy now exuding an imposing presence that instilled fear. Lu Ji, blinded by the humiliation of the moment, shouted angrily, "I refuse to concede." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Yan's figure darted forward like lightning, quickly closing in on Lu Ji. With a rapid flick of his fist, he aimed at Lu Ji. Seeing Tang Yan approach, Lu Ji immediately retaliated. But at this point, Tang Yan's strength had surged to the 9th rank of the yellow level, with his combat power having multiplied several times compared to his 6th rank. Every movement was executed with the most straightforward lines, seamlessly flowing from one technique to the next without hesitation. Caught in such a tempestuous onslaught, all techniques that required time and space became futile. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, Tang Yan broke through Lu Ji's defenses, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down from the platform. The fallen Lu Ji, overwhelmed by humiliation and severe injury, promptly lost consciousness, lying there unresponsive. "Jir!" The Lu family members cried out, rushing forward. "If anything happens to Jir, I will not spare you." Lu Wuhui, seated in the front, erupted with a formidable aura, unleashing the pressure of a peak Xian-level expert towards Tang Yan. Alas! Having been a 9th-rank alchemist in his previous life, Tang Yan had encountered countless masters. While he could not match Lu Wuhui's strength, the oppressive aura he exuded felt like child's play to Tang Yan. Earlier in the match, Lu Ji had stated that fists and feet had no eyes. Now, it seemed Lu Ji truly possessed a magnanimous heart. Fearing that if he injured Lu Ji, the elder would blame him. If Lu Wuhui were to delve into this matter, it would not only be a slap in Lu Ji's face, but also a humiliation for the entire Lu family. Tang Yan's words were piercingly sharp. Although Lu Wuhui wanted to explode in fury, he forcibly restrained himself. Suppressing his rage, Lu Wuhui shot a cold glance at Tang Yan, remaining seated in contemplation. The audience, now regaining their senses, erupted into a chorus of astonishment. After today, the title of the foremost youth in Yun City would likely belong to Tang Yan. Lin Xiao had prepared himself for Lu Ji's defeat. Yet the sight of a Xian-level expert being so thoroughly beaten by a 9th rank of the yellow level was completely beyond his expectations. With a bitter smile, Lin Xiao addressed the crowd. "I never anticipated such a turn of events in the selection. Young Master Tang's strength is truly remarkable. Thus, we shall adjust our selection rules accordingly. The first place in this selection will have the opportunity to challenge either Lu Ji or Lin Dongxue. Those who succeed will earn a spot in the Eastern region competition." Hearing Lin Xiao's announcement, the crowd exchanged glances, speechless. Although Lu Ji had been defeated by Tang Yan, it did not negate Lu Ji's power. Everyone reflected inwardly. If faced with Lu Ji, they would have no chance of victory. Moreover, they were not foolish enough to challenge Lin Dongxue. Although her true strength was unknown, she was, after all, the city lord's daughter. Challenging her would be disrespectful to the lord's house. If they disrespected the lord, how would they survive in Yun City afterward? For a moment, everyone looked around, originally eager to test their strength, but now resigned to give up. After waiting for half an hour, no one stepped forward to challenge. Since no one was willing to challenge, the spots for the Eastern region competition were tentatively assigned to Tang Yan, Lin Dongxue, and Lu Ji. Lu family head, once Lu Ji regains consciousness, inform him to gather at the city lord's residence 10 days from now to proceed to Fang City together. Lin Xiao instructed Lu Wuhui. Understood, city lord. Lu Wuhui was anxious, worried that his precious grandson had been left in such a precarious state by Tang Yan. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiao, he hurried back to the Lu family. Lin Xiao regarded Tang Yan with deep contemplation. This young man had left him in a state of constant astonishment. Today, he realized he could no longer see through Tang Yan in terms of both strategy and strength. This young man seemed to perpetually present a side that was not his strongest. After several consecutive years of disappointing performances in the Eastern region competition, Lin Xiao had long harbored a flame of frustration. He initially thought that even if Yun City did not finish last this year, it would at best linger in the mid-lower ranks. However, Tang Yan's formidable presence had ignited a flicker of expectation within Lin Xiao. Amidst the curious and awed gazes of the crowd, Tang Yan returned to the Tang family's ranks. The elder Tang, having not seen Tang Yan for 2 months, was brimming with eagerness to converse with him. After the selection concluded, he was reluctant to linger, pulling Tang Yan towards the Tang family. Once aboard the carriage, the elder could no longer contain his excitement, eagerly asking Tang Yan, "When did you break through to the 9th rank of the yellow level?" "About 20 days ago, I believe," Tang Yan replied, slightly uncertain. "Indeed, quite remarkable. The elder was elated but suddenly pondered something and asked, "Where did you acquire that martial technique used against Lu Ji in the end?" "It's not a new technique. It's the Qinshan fist I acquired at the Tianbao auction house last time. This set of punches isn't just an incomplete fragment, it's a complete martial art. While I cannot ascertain its exact rank, I am confident it is certainly above the Xian level," Tang Yan stated earnestly. Xian level? The elder was taken aback. In Yun City, even yellow-level techniques were rare. What kind of luck had this boy stumbled upon? His mother had left him the Yinbao palm, which was at least Xian level, and now he casually acquired a martial technique of at least the same caliber. So much fortune seemed surreal for Tang Yan, especially given that he had advanced 3 ranks in just 2 months. It felt almost magical. Observing his grandson closely, the elder cautiously inquired, "Have you truly reached the 9th rank of the yellow level? You haven't forcibly enhanced your strength with any secret methods, have you?" "No, I am indeed at the 9th rank of the yellow level." Tang Yan shook his head. Seeing Tang Yan's denial, the elder felt a slight disappointment but quickly reassured himself. "Even the 8th rank is formidable. Keep up the hard work, and breaking through to the 9th rank is just a matter of time. I'm not even at the 8th rank." Tang Yan shook his head again. "What? Not even at the 8th rank?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Didn't you say you were at the 7th rank before you left?" As soon as he spoke, the elder realized his tone was a bit harsh and softened it. "But that's understandable. You had just broken through to the 7th rank before leaving. Consolidating your strength over the last 2 months is quite commendable. With just a month left until the Eastern region competition, if you continue to work hard, you might reach the 8th rank." Tang Yan felt somewhat bewildered. He had only heard of advancing from a diploma to a degree, never the reverse. Rubbing his head, he murmured, "I am already at the 1st rank of the Xian level, I know, duh." The elder was momentarily choked up, staring incredulously at Tang Yan, asking in disbelief, "What did you just say?" "Grandpa, you heard correctly. It's exactly as you think." Seeing the elder's shocked expression, Tang Yan felt the urge to slap himself. His earlier admission of being at the 9th rank had caused this whirlwind of confusion. Is it truly the Xian rank? Old Master Tang, reflecting on the many astonishing events of the past few decades, found none to compare with the intensity of today. "Why would I deceive you?" Tang Yan affirmed with a nod. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Old Master Tang exclaimed thrice, at a loss for words to praise his grandson. "How have you managed to ascend to the Huang rank in just 2 months?" Old Master Tang inquired, intrigued by Tang Yan's journey. Under the old man's persistent questioning, Tang Yan downplayed the harshness of his trials. Although he softened the brutal realities of his experiences, Old Master Tang could still sense the great hardships Tang Yan had endured. "You have suffered greatly." The old man's eyes glistened with moisture. "Grandfather, you must have sustained injuries to your meridians in your youth, right?" Tang Yan deftly shifted the topic. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Tang Ling sighed. "Those are old stories. Let's discuss everything when your strength reaches the Tian rank." "How do you know?" "My master observed it. He concocted several elixirs for me to present to you, claiming they are excellent for meridian restoration." Tang Yan retrieved 2 porcelain vials, saying, "This one is the meridian nourishing pill, effective in repairing most issues with the meridians, and this is the Zhen Yuan pill, which stabilizes the spiritual energy in the Dantian." After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yan pulled out another vial, stating, "This is the Yang pill, which contains immense spiritual energy and can only be consumed by those at the peak of the Xian rank. Taking it gives an 80% chance of advancing to the D rank. However, my master emphasized that you must ensure your Dantian and meridians are completely stabilized before consuming it." Upon hearing Tang Yan's descriptions of the elixirs, Old Master Tang's heart raced with excitement as he took the vials, asking in astonishment, "Can it really restore the Dantian and meridians?" "My master said it would be effective for you," Tang Yan replied confidently. Trusting his grandson's enigmatic master, Tang Ling felt a surge of hope. "When I next meet your master, I must invite him to our home and express my gratitude in person," Tang Ling insisted earnestly. "Agreed," Tang Yan nodded. At that moment, the carriage came to a stop at the Tang family residence. "Keep a close watch on family matters, handle minor issues directly, and consult with Uncle Amo for major ones. I will be in seclusion for a few days." With that, he dismissed Tang Yan, drawing the carriage curtain and vanishing into the estate like a wisp of smoke, leaving Tang Yan alone in a state of disarray. Having reached the Xian rank, Tang Yan now found it effortless to concoct low-tier elixirs. With the Eastern Region Grand Competition just a month away, he eagerly anticipated the Qinglong Academy, having resolved to enter and explore broader horizons. Moreover, he intended to search for his parents, whose blood ran through his veins, even though they had never met. However, before departing, he needed to eliminate any potential threats to the Tang family, namely, the Lu, Wu, and Qing clans. Upon returning, Tang Yan immersed himself in the alchemy chamber. The Tang family's guards, previously receiving high-grade elixirs once every half-month, now enjoyed them every other day. Thankfully, the marketing strategies of Maya Danfeng proved effective, and Gu Ming had not deceived Tang Yan. Starting from the second month, the monthly dividends exceeded 500,000 taels of silver. While this sum appeared substantial, the cost of materials for high-grade elixirs was equally steep. It was fortunate that Tang Yan was an alchemist. Had the Tang family purchased the elixirs outright, the 500,000 taels would scarcely suffice for the guards who consumed them like candy. Tang Yan implemented several reward policies, igniting a fervor for cultivation among the guards. Under Tang Yan's benevolent yet authoritative approach, his standing among the Tang family's protectors solidified. He had become an idol, having grown from a notorious wastrel into a dedicated practitioner in merely a few months. Through relentless effort, his strength had skyrocketed to Huang rank, prompting all the guards to take him as their benchmark. Striving to surpass his achievements, the phrase he had once uttered, "Be ruthless to others, but even more so to oneself," became their guiding motto. As days swiftly passed, the majority of the guards had advanced to the third tier of the Huang rank. Naturally, there were also the Tang family's secret elite forces, a small yet formidable group. Tang Yan had adequately prepared elixirs for them before his trials, leading to their rapid advancement. Witnessing the surge in the Tang family's overall combat strength, Tang Yan felt assured that his efforts bore fruit. During this 10-day period, aside from supplying elixirs to the family guards, he also accumulated a substantial stockpile of elixirs. One morning, while practicing the extreme 6 styles, a terrifying aura brushed past him, causing his hairs to stand on end. A thrill of joy surged within him. If everything went as anticipated, his grandfather must have broken through. With determination, Tang Yan set off towards his grandfather's training room. From a distance, he spotted old Master Tang striding towards him with vigor. "Grandfather, has your ailment healed?" Upon seeing the rejuvenated Tang Ling, Tang Yan's anxious heart instantly calmed. Old Master Tang's eyes sparkled, his brow unfurrowed. Dispelling any lingering gloom, it seemed the issues regarding his dantian and meridians had been resolved, thanks to his grandson's master's elixirs. "Your master is a benefactor to our family. May I know his name? I intend to erect a longevity tablet for him in the Tang family." Old Master Tang spoke with deep gratitude and respect. Startled, Tang Yan stammered, "My master never mentioned his name, but I will ask him when I invite him to our family." "Very well," Tang Ling nodded repeatedly. "Did you feel a powerful aura just now? Was it grandfather?" Tang Yan quickly diverted the conversation. "Yes, I have entered the D rank," Old Master Tang replied joyfully, then shifted topics, asking, "Are you leaving today?" "I will be heading to the City Lord's mansion shortly," Tang Yan responded. Old Master Tang's expression turned serious, "Though you are now at the first tier of the Xin rank, remember that there are always greater talents beyond your own. While you may find few rivals in Yun City, the outside world is rife with competition. Conceal your strength when necessary, and do not hesitate to act when the time comes." "Rest assured, grandfather, I understand." Tang Yan nodded, a fierce glimmer in his eyes. "Our Tang family is no longer weaker than the Lu family. The era of our family appearing weak should come to an end." Tang Ling's expression grew solemn. "What do you propose we do next?" After a brief contemplation, Tang Yan replied, "The City Lord once asked me what path our Tang family intends to take." Old Master Tang's heart tightened. Had the City Lord discussed such matters with Tang Yan? He leaned in, listening intently. "My view is that our Tang family should adopt the middle path. If others do not offend us, we will not offend them. But should they provoke us, we shall pursue them relentlessly, regardless of distance." Old Master Tang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at Tang Yan's resolute words. He grasped his grandson's intention. Should they be attacked, they would retaliate fiercely. However, they would maintain peace with their neighbors, avoiding oppression and bullying. The Lu family, in their ambition to become the sole top family in Yun City, had acted aggressively, devouring other families. Though the City Lord appeared detached from worldly affairs, he surely harbored some resentment towards the Lu family due to their overwhelming ambitions. By adopting a moderate approach, the Tang family could restrain their desires and coexist peacefully with their neighbors, ensuring their prosperity in Yun City. I align with your thoughts, grandson. Old Master Tang laughed heartily. Reassured by his grandfather's clarity of thought, Tang Yan led him to the alchemy chamber, unveiling his stockpile of elixirs. Upon seeing the numerous vials Tang Yan produced, Old Master Tang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Having prepared these elixirs during his nearly month-long absence, Tang Yan had arranged for the guards to receive one high-grade elixir every 2 days, while the elite forces would still receive one daily. The immediate priority was to equip themselves for potential confrontations with the 3 families, and now was not the time to be frugal. Upon my return from the Eastern Region Grand Competition, I will seek further collaboration with Maya Danfang. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem. These elixirs were meant for Uncle Amo and Grandfather's cultivation, with one to be consumed every 3 days. Observing Tang Yan's meticulous planning, Old Master Tang felt somewhat dazed. In less than 6 months, his grandson had transformed from a source of constant worry into a reassuring presence. Truly, the heavens had favored the Tang family. After conversing for a while longer, Old Master Tang clapped Tang Yan on the shoulder, saying, "You can go participate in the Eastern Region Grand Competition without concern for family matters." Time was of the essence. The duo exited the alchemy chamber, where Xiaozue had already prepared Tang Yan's belongings. With tear-filled eyes, she bid him farewell, saying, "Young master, take care of yourself." The Tang family members, aware that the eldest young master was departing, gathered to see him off. This level of affection and concern was unprecedented before Tang Yan's arrival. After bidding farewell to everyone, Tang Yan mounted his steed, urging the horse towards the city lord's mansion. Upon reaching the mansion and entering the hall, he found Lu Ji already present, with Lin Dongxue standing beside the city lord. Lu Ji's face flickered with unease upon seeing Tang Yan, while Lin Dongxue's gaze brightened with surprise. Tang Yan stirred a blend of emotions within her, as he was the one who had once professed his feelings for her. "What took you so long?" Lin Dongxue feigned annoyance. "I was delayed by my grandfather's lengthy admonishments." "I hope you can forgive me," Tang Yan apologized. "No worries, you 3 come here. I'll briefly outline our itinerary," the city lord instructed, spreading a map across the table. Our Yun city is located in the Tianxiang Eastern region, with Fang City being the largest and the foremost among the 5 cities in the East. It is a hub of talent, with numerous individuals under 30 already reaching the Xian rank. Historically, the Eastern Region Grand Competition has always been held in Fang City. According to intelligence, this year's competitors include those at the 3rd tier of the Xian rank. Tang Yan's expression remained unchanged, though he was internally astonished at the presence of such talents in the Eastern region. How many more prodigies might exist across the entire Tianxiang kingdom and beyond? 3rd tier of the Xian rank. Lin Dongxue gasped, while Lu Ji appeared equally shocked. Noticing their reactions, the city lord grew curious. Ever since Tang Yan presented gifts, the young man had remained unflappable amidst various challenges. Indeed, there are at least a few at the 3rd tier of the Xian rank. The city lord confirmed. This year's competition will largely feature participants above the Xian rank. Lin Xiao added gravely, "These are merely the information we have. We cannot ascertain whether there are any geniuses at the 4th tier of the Xian rank. I will dispatch personnel to investigate continuously, and you will be notified as soon as we receive any news." After a brief pause, Lin Xiao continued, "We have 20 days before the Eastern Region Grand Competition, and it will take us about 10 days to reach our destination. Before the competition, I will take you to the Killing Tower for some training." "The Killing Tower? What is that?" Lu Ji inquired, intrigued. "You can think of it as a training ground open to all martial artists below the D-rank. It consists of 6 levels, fraught with dangers, and without sufficient strength and combat experience. It is challenging to complete the trial. Entering requires a fee of 50,000 taels of silver each time." Lin Xiao explained patiently. 50,000 taels. Lu Ji exclaimed again. "Do you mean that amount is required regardless of how long one stays inside?" "Indeed, even if one is forced out the moment they enter, it remains 50,000 taels. However, there is a rule that those who complete the trial may have their fee waived. Still, successfully completing it is no easy feat." "All right, that is our itinerary. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Xiao asked. Lu Ji and Lin Dongxue both expressed no objections, but Tang Yan spoke up. "City Lord, I have a request." "Speak. What is it?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "I wish to travel to Fang City alone and will seek you out upon my arrival." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow but did not refuse, calmly asking, "Have you thought this through?" "Yes," Tang Yan affirmed with a nod. "Very well. Once we arrive in Fang City, we will meet at the Wanfang building, which serves as our temporary resting place. It is the most renowned tavern in Fang City, and you will find out everything you need to know there. Lu Ji felt relieved upon hearing Tang Yan's words. Traveling alongside him would have been uncomfortable for him. Lin Dongxue, perceptive as ever, recognized her father's curiosity from his earlier frown, but understood it was not appropriate to inquire further. So she spoke on his behalf. I want to experience some training on the way. Rest assured, I won't cause any delays. 10 days from now, we will meet at Wanfeng Building, Tang Yan promised. Upon hearing his assurance, Lin Dongshue's eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Father, I want to accompany Tang Yan. Absolutely not. Tang Yan interjected vehemently. The city lord sensed some unease, but, seeing Tang Yan's intense reaction, couldn't help but smile. While others are doing everything they can to be with Dongxue, you, my boy, are turning down the opportunity. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Dongxue retorted. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Realizing his words were ill-considered, Lin Xiao felt slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lin Dongxue, having been outright rejected, felt humiliated and demanded, Why can't I go? Tang Yan rubbed his nose, knowing he had to use reason to dissuade Lin Dongxue. It would be inappropriate for a man and woman to travel together. If we journey together for 10 days, it may tarnish Miss Dongshue's reputation. If any rumors were to arise, I would feel deeply guilty. Furthermore, the route I plan to take may involve some dangers if I travel alone. I can escape should a threat arise, but with two, it would be easy to become distracted, leading to potential mishaps. His logical reasoning left little room for rebuttal. However, women often disregard logic in such discussions. What danger could there possibly be? Do you think you are so formidable? If any danger arises, who knows who would be the burden? Lin Dongxue argued, her cheeks flushed with defiance. Tang Yan was taken aback by her confidence. It seemed she believed she was no mere liability, indicating that her abilities were more formidable than she let on. I don't care. I'm sticking to you today. Lin Dongshue's stubbornness finally erupted. Tang Yan helplessly sought Lin Zhao's support, who found amusement in the situation. His daughter, a refined beauty, was being rebuffed by this young man, who appeared to be dismissive. Dio, you have a plan for your journey? Lin Xiao inquired. With a sigh, Tang Yan realized the city lord might genuinely want him to look after his daughter. Resigned, he pointed to the map. This massive mountain range is the Tang Mountain. Plan to traverse it to reach Feng City. The route I intend to take is this one. While it schemes the outer edges, there is no guarantee that danger won't occur. Lin Xiao followed Tang Yan's finger and noted that the area around Tang Mountain was known for low-tier spirit beasts, with some areas inhabited by mid-tier ones, indicating a significant level of danger. However, these risks were not beyond Lin Zhao's threshold. He spoke calmly. While this route does present dangers, with caution, it can be navigated safely. The mid-tier spirit beasts are formidable foes. Should you encounter one, do not attempt to be brave, avoid them. Dongxue, if you truly accompany Tang Yan along this path, it will be quite arduous. If you cannot endure such hardship, then you might as well abandon the martial path altogether. Lin Dongxue replied, casting a triumphant glance at the dejected Tang Yan, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. I have made my decision. I shall travel with young Master Tang. Tang Yan felt utterly defeated. Despite his elaborate efforts to intimidate Lin Dongxue, he found her even more exhilarated. This situation was truly perilous. Tang Yan made one last attempt to resist. Enough talk, there's danger. I'll protect you, sister. Lin Dongshue's tone was resolute. I trust the character of young Master Tang. For these days, I leave winter snow in your care. Lin Xiao decisively concluded, turning to Lu Ji. You may accompany me on the main road. It's a good opportunity to discuss your technique. Upon hearing that the city lord would mentor him, Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurriedly clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, Lord City Lord, for your kindness. With the itinerary settled, the group split into two parties to set off. Tang Yan, wearing a mournful expression, mounted a gray horse and headed towards Tang Mountain. Beside him, Lin Dongxue rode a magnificent fiery steed, her face gleaming with pride and cunning, occasionally flashing a smile that starkly contrasted with Tang Yan's demeanor. Chapter 77. The Race of Speed. I say, Miss Lin, why abandon the main road to follow me? Once we reach Tang Mountain, we won't be able to ride. We'll have to trek through mountains and streams. And what if your delicate little feet get calloused? Tang Yan lamented, his body slumped over the horse, continuing to persuade her. Plus, we are two solitary individuals. It's quite inconvenient, you know. For instance, when nature calls or when bathing. The two quickly exited the city on horseback. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Dongxue let her guard down. Stop with the nonsense. You won't shake me off. When you wrote me that love poem, did you not profess your affection for many years? Now you wish to rid yourself of me? Were you deceiving me that day? Coughing, Tang Yan nearly choked on his own saliva at Lin Dongshue's boldness. This young lady, who usually appeared as a refined lady, was now displaying such audacity. Wasn't he merely tricking her when he first composed that poem? Yet, he dared not admit it. Moreover, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's regard, and it was hardly realistic for Tang Yan, a normal man, to claim he felt no attraction towards the charming Lin Dongxue. Fine, fine, just remember, when you tire and weep, do not blame me for not warning you, he conceded. Humph, don't underestimate me. I've endured countless hardships, and I've visited Sangyan Mountain many times. Hearing this, Tang Yan felt a flicker of belief in Lin Dongshue's abilities. Perhaps she truly was on par with Lu Ji. This time, during the Eastern Domain competition, the historically poor ranking of Yun City might just change. With nothing better to do, Tang Yan decided to strike up a conversation with Lin Dongxue. What do you know about the Eastern Domain competition? Not much, just that it attracts a multitude of talents, all painstakingly nurtured by various families. This competition is far more intense than Yun City's selection process. Lin Dongshue's expression turned serious. Yun City has always been at the bottom. I hope we can achieve a good rank this time in the city. Lu Ji and the city lord prepared to depart in a carriage. Unbeknownst to anyone, before getting into the carriage, Lu Ji discreetly slipped a note to one of the guards from the Lu family, instructing him to deliver it to the old master, ensuring it reached him. Yes, the guard whispered, turning to head towards the Lu family. Upon arriving at Songyun Mountain, Tang Yan and Lin Dongxue urged their horses forward. Both horses seemed to possess a certain intelligence, accustomed to being taken out for rides, and they were quite familiar with the path. With a snort and a whinny, the two horses galloped back along the route they had come. Tang Yan pulled out a map from his pocket, glanced at Lin Dongxue with a hint of exasperation, and said earnestly, "The route I have planned this time is actually different from what I mentioned earlier. It will be considerably more dangerous. Most of the creatures we encounter will be Tier 3 spirit beasts, and there is a possibility of facing even higher-ranked ones. If we truly encounter danger, stay behind me. If you sense that I am losing strength, flee immediately. My footwork is swift. I should manage to escape." Lin Dongxue felt a deep frustration. Why did this fellow constantly underestimate her abilities? Gritting her teeth, she retorted fiercely, "You think you're fast. Since we need to travel, why don't we have a race to see who is swifter? If you lose, you'll follow me from now on, bowing to my every command." "Absolutely not." Tang Yan rejected without a moment's hesitation. "Are you even a man?" Lin Dongxue nearly exploded. "Yes, I have always been. It's just how the human anatomy works. I can't help it." Tang Yan shrugged helplessly. For the past 20 years, no one had dared to be so brazen with Lin Dongxue. Her brows furrowed in annoyance as she demanded, "What are the terms? The stakes should be beneficial to me," she insisted. "You?" Lin Dongxue glared at Tang Yan, convinced that this guy had been lying all along when he claimed to like her. Yet, she also couldn't abide by his dismissiveness. She declared, "If you win, I'll let you kiss me. If you lose, you will follow me from now on." Tang Yan stumbled, nearly falling off his horse. This girl, who usually appeared dignified and graceful, had transformed into someone entirely different. Understanding the potential consequences of not racing her today, he nodded. "All right, you set the rules." "Great." Seeing him agree, Lin Dongxue was eager to begin. She prepared herself and said, "We'll limit it to half an hour. Whoever is ahead at that time wins." Agreed. Tang Yan had no objections. With that, Lin Dongxue swiftly announced, "Go." She twisted her body and dashed ahead without waiting for him to get ready. Seeing her take off so abruptly, Tang Yan shook his head in disbelief at her impetuosity. Today, Lin Dongxue sported a fitted outfit that accentuated her figure, and as Tang Yan watched her alluring silhouette, his heart was momentarily captivated. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Dongxue had already sprinted far ahead. No wonder she was the city lord's daughter. The resources available to her were beyond the reach of ordinary families. Just the technique she employed was likely above the yellow tier. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Dongxue, Tang Yan realized her strength had indeed reached the Xian tier. Collecting his thoughts, he summoned his true energy and pursued her. A few minutes later, fueled by all his might, he managed to close the distance to Lin Dongxue. Initially, She had gained a head start and had run ahead for nearly 15 minutes without sensing any movement behind her, causing her to swell with pride. Worried that she was running too fast and would lose track of Tang Yan, she gradually slowed her pace and turned her head to see if he was keeping up. Muttering, "Silly boy, this technique was personally chosen by my father. There's no better method in Yun City. If you wish to catch up, perhaps in your next life. Are you looking for me?" A voice called from the side. Lin Dongxue, caught off guard, was startled. "Ah!" A sharp scream escaped her lips, and Tang Yan felt as if his eardrums might burst. "Why are you yelling?" he complained. How did you catch up so quickly?" Lin Dongxue exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing Tang Yan keeping pace beside her, "I've been trailing behind for quite a while." "How did you just notice?" Tang Yan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Why didn't I sense your presence?" Lin Dongxue was increasingly astonished. This fellow had managed to keep up all along? Chapter 78. Unprecedented instruction because you're slow-witted, Tang Yan explained. His technique, the phantom steps, was characterized by its elusive nature, making it difficult to detect his presence, especially when their strengths were comparable. Feeling even more irritated by Tang Yan's condescension, Lin Dongxue retorted defiantly, "Humph, half an hour is not over yet. Let us continue." With that, she accelerated once more, darting forward like a shooting star. Earlier, she had been concerned that Tang Yan might fall behind, so she hadn't exerted her full strength. Now, witnessing Lin Dongxue's increased speed, Tang Yan felt a flicker of surprise. Her technique was indeed remarkable and would surely add flair to the upcoming Eastern Domain competition. As Lin Dongxue ran at full throttle, the gap between them widened again. Tang Yan, refusing to be outdone, quickened his pace and closed in on her once more. Time passed swiftly, and as the half-hour mark approached, Tang Yan smirked, "Miss Lin, remember your promise." Lin Dongxue only heard his voice drifting by, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure who, like a phantom, zipped past her and gained the lead. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, she couldn't close the gap of 5 meters that separated them. Humph. Acknowledging her defeat, Lin Dongxue came to a halt, panting heavily. Ready to concede? Tang Yan stopped and turned, smiling. Seeing the mischievous glint in Tang Yan's eyes, Lin Dongxue suddenly recalled their wager before the race. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled her impulsive words. How could she have been so rash? Naturally, she hadn't anticipated that Tang Yan would possess such extraordinary speed. "So what if I lost?" Lin Dongxue feigned bravado. "I remember someone saying that if she lost, there would be consequences." What was it again? Tang Yan feigned forgetfulness, deliberately provoking her. "Go to hell." Lin Dongxue's cheeks burned as she stormed ahead, ignoring him. "Being the city lord's daughter, you wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you?" "I recall the city lord's mansion is known for its integrity." Tang Yan continued to fan the flames from behind. In truth, he had no genuine desire for Lin Dongxue to fulfill her promise. He was simply bored as they hadn't encountered a single Tier 2 spirit beast along the way and found himself unable to resist teasing her. Suddenly, Lin Dongxue halted, and her beautiful face came into view. In an instant, 2 soft lips drew near, and Tang Yan felt as if his mind had gone blank. This was his first kiss, stolen by a woman? "Return it," Lin Dongxue declared fiercely, turning away to continue her walk. Tang Yan stood there, momentarily stunned. Having lived 2 lives, he had never experienced anything like this. His heart raced, and he followed Lin Dongxue in silence. The pair walked in an awkward silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a flash of red charged towards them. Tang Yan snapped back to reality and glanced at Lin Dongxue, who was still lost in thought, and inwardly sighed as he charged ahead. Thankfully, it was merely a Tier 2 spirit beast, and Tang Yan swiftly intercepted it, causing Lin Dongxue to break out in a cold sweat. Had Tang Yan been a moment slower, or had she been a bit more distracted, she could have found herself in grave danger. The creature before them was just a Tier 2 red-striped tiger. After a swift punch that sent it reeling, Tang Yan stepped back and softly encouraged Lin Dongxue. "Go ahead, practice your skills. It will help you perform better in the competition." Eager to seize the opportunity, Lin Dongxue nodded and leapt into action. Her foundational skills were decent, but combat was different from martial techniques, which emphasized form in a fight. One needed to break down their moves, selecting the most appropriate strike for each occasion. Though Lin Dongxue's strength had reached the pinnacle of the Xian tier, she lacked experience in combat, leading her to miss several opportunities to strike the red-striped tiger effectively. Bang, bang, Lin Dongxue, not accustomed to life-and-death confrontations, found herself momentarily flustered by the tiger's attacks. Thankfully, her inherent advantage as a Shin-tier fighter allowed her to withstand the pressure. Tang Yan refrained from intervening. By the time Lin Dongxue delivered a powerful blow that sent the red-striped tiger flying. Half an hour had already passed. You were too slow, Tang Yan remarked coldly. Expecting praise or at least acknowledgement for her efforts, Lin Dongxue was taken aback by Tang Yan's derision. Why don't you step in then? She snapped back, her frustration boiling over. The tiger's first attack was aimed at you. Your footwork is swift, and you have the advantage in strength. You should have quickly slid beneath it to attack its belly. The belly is its weak point, and with just one move, you could inflict significant damage. Instead, you chose to confront it head-on. Though spirit beasts possess natural strength, given your advantage, you should have maintained the upper hand with your first attack. You could have pressed the attack, as the tiger, being worn out, would struggle to unleash its full potential. With your strength, you could easily suppress it and defeat it in 3 moves. When the tiger's third attack came, it attempted to bite you. At that moment, you chose to retreat, but the distance was merely the length of your leg. A swift kick to its jaw would have caused significant damage, yet you overlooked that chance. When it stood on its hind legs to swipe at your head, you should not have engaged directly. A large, low-tier spirit beast, when upright, exposes its flanks and rear as its vulnerable spots. By utilizing your footwork, you could have easily maneuvered around it to inflict severe damage 56 times. The only reason you triumphed was that your strength has already reached the Shin tier, relying solely on brute force. Tang Yan assumed the role of a strict mentor, meticulously pointing out each flaw in Lin Dongxue's combat. Initially full of discontent towards Tang Yan, Lin Dongxue's expression morphed into one of astonishment. This seemingly harmless individual possessed a mastery of combat techniques that was astonishing. Recalling each of Tang Yan's observations, Lin Dongxue was struck with the realization that had she followed his advice, she could have dispatched the red-striped tiger in mere moments. The disdain she once harbored for combat suddenly transformed into a desire to find another spirit beast to practice against. Chapter 79. Breaking Preconceptions. Thank you, Lin Dongxue said earnestly. Not at all, just practice more, Tang Yan replied. And one crucial point. When dealing with enemies, do not show mercy. Tang Yan smiled as he offered this advice. As Lin Dongxue gazed at his bright smile, she felt a moment of distraction and couldn't resist asking, the combat techniques you mentioned earlier, did your master teach you those? Yes, Tang Yan nodded. Your master is impressive, Lin Dongxue exclaimed, her earlier gloom dissipating as a newfound vigor surged within her. Once I've rested, I'll seek out more spirit beasts to train against. Don't rest yet. Tang Yan produced 2 porcelain vials from his pocket, handing them to her. These are high-grade spirit pills that can quickly restore your energy. Just swallow one and take a short break. When Lin Dongxue saw him casually toss 2 vials her way, she assumed they were ordinary first-tier pills. Each vial contained a fair number of pills, so she didn't believe they could be too valuable. However, upon consuming the pills, a wave of pure spiritual energy surged through her, the effects potent yet gentle, rapidly rejuvenating her stamina without overwhelming her. These are second-tier high-grade pills? Lin Dongxue asked in astonishment. Ordinary pills don't have such effects. About that, Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. Would you waste a second-tier pill just to save a bit of time? Lin Dongxue's eyes widened even further. Hurry and eat. The Eastern Domain competition is approaching, and time is of the essence, Tang Yan urged. Lin Dongxue felt as if she might lose her mind, asked the daughter of the city lord. She had never been treated like this, being given second-tier pills for energy recovery. The magnitude of Tang Yan's generosity was astounding. Casually tossing her 2 vials, she counted and realized there were 30 pills in total. These were not mere cabbages. Did he just give them away? All of these are for me? Lin Dongxue found it hard to believe. Yes, accept them all. Don't worry about waste. Once we leave Sangyan Mountain, they'll be gone. You should handle the Tier 2 spirit beasts as much as possible, and I'll assist if there are too many. Upon encountering a 3rd-tier spirit beast, I took the lead, stating that if we could not defeat it, I would provide cover for your escape. Tang Yan promptly assigned the tasks. Fine. This moment, Lin Dongxue still felt as though she were in a dream. Although 3rd-tier spirit beasts were rare in the Sangyan Mountain, 2nd-tier ones were quite prevalent. Over the next 3 days, under Tang Yan's guidance, Lin Dongxue's combat skills gradually improved. Her once rigid techniques began to blend and flow. Both of them moved swiftly, and after 3 days, They ventured into the territory often frequented by third-tier spirit beasts. After 3 days of fierce battles, Lin Dongxue found herself no longer intimidated by the third-tier spirit beasts. Instead, she felt a growing sense of anticipation. They did not have to wait long. As they ventured deeper, an extraordinarily loud roar echoed through the valley. Immediately, a shadow, swift as the wind, dashed towards them. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a hint of danger from the spirit beast before them. From his previous training in Scion Mountain 2 months ago, Tang Yan understood that these solitary beasts in the deep mountains often possessed formidable strength. Flying rhinoceros. Lin Dongxue gasped softly upon recognizing the creature. Tang Yan scrutinized the spirit beast before him. It measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and stood about half a meter tall, significantly smaller than some of the larger spirit beasts they had encountered previously. Its entire body was a shade of gray, covered in a thick hide. Resembling a rhinoceros, it bared its mouth, showcasing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Its narrow eyes reflected a fierce glint, and a sharp horn protruded from its forehead, nearly half a meter long, glimmering ominously. Tang Yan had heard of flying rhinoceroses. Among third-tier spirit beasts, they were considered a high-ranking species. Their claws, teeth, and the sharp horn on their foreheads were deadly weapons, and any injury inflicted by them was typically difficult to heal. Moreover, their relatively small size and great speed earned them the name Flying Rhinoceros. Unconsciously positioning himself in front of Lin Dongxue to shield her, Tang Yan whispered, "You should step back and observe how I fight." For the past 3 days, they had primarily encountered second-tier spirit beasts, and perhaps due to luck, they had never faced more than 2 at a time. So Tang Yan had not needed to engage in combat. Hearing Tang Yan was about to attack, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Lin Dongxue's eyes. "Be careful. Flying rhinoceroses are powerful and fast, making them quite troublesome," she cautioned. Nodding slightly, Tang Yan focused on the flying rhinoceros, which was now less than 4 meters away. The creature regarded Tang Yan with a hint of disdain, sensing his weak aura, but its gaze towards Lin Dongxue was laden with seriousness. Boom, boom, boom. Despite its modest size, the flying rhinoceros was hefty and charged at Tang Yan with a formidable force. The 4-meter gap was closed in an instant. Lin Dongxue clenched her fists. With such speed and ferocity, she wondered if Tang Yan could evade it. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed as he leaped high into the air, executing a swift kick aimed at the beast's back. Lin Dongxue's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration. Not only had he evaded the attack, but he was also launching a counteroffensive against the flying rhinoceros. Tang Yan performed a spinning kick in midair, landing squarely on the beast's back. The flying rhinoceros, initially charging fiercely, unexpectedly halted its momentum, arching its back as if attempting to withstand Tang Yan's kick. Bang! Tang Yan felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, his foot tingling from the impact. Utilizing the recoil, he executed a backward somersault. The flying rhinoceros let out a pained cry, astonished that the seemingly weak opponent had unleashed such overwhelming power. First tier of the Xian rank. Lin Dongxue's heart raced as she witnessed Tang Yan's display of strength. How much power had he concealed from everyone? Had she not been following him, she might have thought him merely a practitioner at the 9th tier of the Huang rank. Roar! Before Tang Yan could land, the enraged flying rhinoceros charged at him once more. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the flying rhinoceros's speed, it was no match for Tang Yan, who had mastered the heart of combat. He had adeptly exploited every weakness in the creature's attacks, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Lin Dongxue, watching from the sidelines, felt her palms damp with sweat. With each of the flying rhinoceros's assaults, she felt compelled to gasp. She acknowledged that if she were in Tang Yan's position, she would undoubtedly have to flee. Yet, what astonished Lin Dongxue even more was Tang Yan's relentless counterattacks. He did not merely evade the flying rhinoceros. He continuously retaliated. Each of the creature's strikes narrowly missed his vital points, while Tang Yan's counterattacks flowed seamlessly from one to the next. The fluidity of his combat movements elicited a sensation akin to appreciating art within Lin Dongxue, so evasion could be executed in such a manner. After delivering a punch, one could follow up with an elbow strike if the force had not fully dissipated. Rolling on the ground was not solely for evasion. It could also serve to deliver a powerful kick, inflicting damage upon the enemy. Lin Dongxue realized that the offensive techniques she had honed over the past 20 years paled in comparison to what Tang Yan had taught her over the last few days. The dynamic combat techniques, the seamless integration of martial skills and basic moves, unleashed a remarkable potency. All of this shattered her previously unwavering belief in the supremacy of martial arts. Chapter 80. How swift you are after failing to defeat Tang Yan for half a day. The flying rhinoceros's agitation intensified, and it charged at him again, panting heavily. Tang Yan still chose not to evade, quickly stepping out of the way in a graceful twist. Bang, 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 bang. The Thousand Mountains fist struck the air with 5 resounding impacts. Just then, the flying rhinoceros collided with him. Tang Yan seemed to anticipate the angle of the creature's attack, spinning his body without hesitation. The half-meter-long horn grazed Tang Yan's left arm as he unleashed the 6th punch of the Thousand Mountains fist with full force. With the explosive power of the first tier of the Xian rank, even though the flying rhinoceros possessed immense strength, its momentum was deflected to the left, exposing a vulnerability on its right side. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly stepped forward, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the beast's abdomen. Bang! Tang Yan's full-force strike landed on the creature's relatively soft belly, causing it to become momentarily paralyzed, unable to muster any strength. Seizing the moment, Tang Yan unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the flying rhinoceros's vital points. Soon, the beast spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. With the flying rhinoceros dispatched, Tang Yan retrieved a dagger from his pocket, skillfully extracting the beast's core. Just as he turned to speak to Lin Dongxue, he found her staring at him in shock. "What is wrong? Are you stunned?" "The flying rhinoceros is already taken care of," Tang Yan said, waving his hand in front of her. "No? You're so fast. Truly impressive," Lin Dongxue exclaimed, coming back to her senses, her excitement palpable. "Me? Fast?" Tang Yan gazed at Lin Dongxue, suddenly feeling mischievous. "It's been a while." He quickly corrected, jokingly asserting his confidence despite still being a young man. "No, you are genuinely fast," Lin Dongxue remarked, not sharing Tang Yan's lightheartedness. She felt words failed to convey her emotions regarding how he had dispatched a 3rd-tier spirit beast in a mere quarter of an hour. "From now on, you can say I'm formidable, but not that I'm fast," Tang Yan instructed earnestly. "Why not?" Lin Dongxue asked curiously. Just remember that. Now, let us take a break before continuing our journey." Tang Yan quickly changed the subject. Lin Dongxue was about to pursue the matter further when Tang Yan suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, sensing a wave of danger. Someone is approaching. He warned that as an alchemist, Tang Yan was acutely sensitive to his surroundings. When a distinctly hostile intent surged towards him, even the most concealed presence could not escape his awareness. Quickly turning his head, he spotted a figure clad in black approaching them. Upon Tang Yan's alert, Lin Dongxue also turned to face the incoming individual. Tang Yan did not dare let his guard down. He bent his knees, readying himself for combat. The pressure emanating from the figure was significant. "Leave at once," Tang Yan urged in a low voice. "No, you leave," Lin Dongxue retorted, standing firm beside Tang Yan. Tang Yan nearly lost his composure, exasperated by her stubbornness. "What do you mean leave? We should stand our ground." The figure in black chuckled dryly. "Who are you? What grievances do we share?" "None, but I simply wish to kill," the assailant replied, launching themselves towards Tang Yan with a swift strike. Xian rank, at least the 5th tier. Tang Yan's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. He unleashed the shadow phantom step, swiftly evading to the side. Against absolute power, he knew that even mastering the heart of combat would not allow him to withstand a direct confrontation. "I am Lin Shao's daughter from Yun City. If my father does not find me, you will not escape unscathed in the future. Why not leave now, and I shall consider today's events forgotten?" Lin Dongxue interjected. Seeing his powerful strike evade Tang Yan, the black-clad figure's eyes flickered with surprise. Upon hearing Lin Dongxue's veiled threat, he let out a cold laugh. "Scion Mountain has many beasts. Once you are dead, your bones will be all that remain. Who will know whether you live or die? Moreover, who can say it was I who did it? A pretty girl like you would certainly enjoy herself before your demise." The black figure cackled cruelly, lunging towards Lin Dongxue. "Quick, move!" Tang Yan did not hesitate, charging at the black-clad figure. Upon seeing Tang Yan rush towards him, a flicker of hatred flashed in the assailant's eyes, and he disregarded Lin Dongxue, striking at Tang Yan once more. Tang Yan narrowed his eyes. Despite the black figure's murderous intent, he only employed basic techniques, seemingly unwilling for Tang Yan to discern his true capabilities. Nevertheless, the might of the 5th tier of the Xian rank was still beyond Tang Yan's capacity to confront. As he felt the suffocating pressure from his opponent, a wild idea flashed through his mind. Bang, 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 bang. Time was of the essence, and Tang Yan could only muster the 4th punch of the Thousand Mountains fist. The black-clad figure, sensing the strength behind Tang Yan's punch, was momentarily taken aback. A mere 1st tier of the Xian rank could unleash power akin to that of the 2nd tier. Yet, even if you were a peerless genius, your story would not continue here. With a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, the black figure launched himself at Tang Yan. Tang Yan's vortex Dantian whirled rapidly, gathering spiritual power into his fist. A surge of ethereal azure flame erupted forth, enveloping his fist in a swirl of otherworldly blue light. The black figure halted, his gaze wary of the blue flame. What was this? He sensed a potent threat emanating from that blue flame, despite his own strength being at the 5th tier of the Xian rank. Not daring to confront its brilliance head-on, the black figure dodged to the side. Yet, close-quarters combat was Tang Yan's forte. Sensing the figure's fear of his celestial flame, he felt a surge of elation. With a swift movement, he closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch. Dongxue, hurry and flee, Tang Yan bellowed, knowing he could only use the celestial flame to buy her time to escape. Seeing Tang Yan daring to attack him, the black figure's eyes flared with rage, and he swung his palm at Tang Yan. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and madness. In this critical moment, he had thought to integrate the celestial flame into his techniques. He was eager to discover the potency of the Thousand Mountains fist when enhanced by the celestial flame. Bang! The clash between fist and palm was intense. Chapter 81. Life and death at a thought. The ethereal blue flame was instantly dispersed by the black figure's attack. Tang Yan staggered back a step, gazing at the unmoving assailant and lamenting the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. The celestial flame consumed vast amounts of energy, and he was uncertain how long he could sustain it. Casting a glance at Lin Dongxue, who remained rooted to the spot, he roared, "Run! No one leaves!" The black figure cackled, his earlier apprehension towards Tang Yan's celestial flame completely dissipated. He advanced towards Tang Yan again, declaring, "You must be part of the Lu family if you dare enter Scion Mountain to kill me," Tang Yan suddenly remarked, causing the black figure to tense. The fleeting glimmer of fear in the black figure's eyes did not escape Tang Yan's notice. "Trying to uncover my background? As long as I remain silent. You can ponder endlessly," the black figure retorted, his palm wind closing in on Tang Yan. Tang Yan took a deep breath, the speed of his Dantian's rotation reaching its peak, as spiritual energy swiftly transformed into the celestial flame, meeting the black figure's palm with another punch. "You dare not use martial skills, relying only on basic attacks. This indicates you wish to keep your origins a secret. The only reason for such caution is that we must know each other. When you attacked Lin Dongxue earlier, your hesitation revealed your awareness of her identity. The only one who could have informed you of our whereabouts is Lu Ji. How audacious of you, Lu Heir, to attempt to assassinate the city lord's daughter." As Tang Yan spoke, he and the black figure exchanged blows. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Tang Yan felt his internal energy surging chaotically. A thin trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Tang Yan's deductions, a cruel glint flickered in the black figure's eyes. He tore off his mask, revealing his true visage. "Lu Jing!" Lin Dongxue exclaimed in shock. Initially planning to kill Tang Yan and merely knock her unconscious, the revelation of her knowledge meant she now faced certain death. "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame Tang Yan for exposing my identity." Lu Jing's voice returned, his aura shifting as he unleashed a more ferocious attack towards Tang Yan. "I'll hold him off. You escape," Tang Yan urged Lin Dongxue, whose heart trembled at his words. She understood that Tang Yan, with his speed, could easily abandon her for his own escape. Yet he chose to stay. Lin Dongxue felt her eyes grow warm, a surge of intense emotion flooding her. Just as she reached the peak of the 1st tier of the Xian rank, she suddenly sensed a warmth in her Dantian, as if a barrier had shattered, allowing a more potent flow of energy to circulate within her. 2nd tier of the Xian rank. Having just advanced, Lin Dongxue's heart soared with joy. Channeling her newly acquired strength, she shouted, "If you seek to flee, let us flee together. If you wish to fight, let us fight together." Tang Yan felt a wave of frustration. "My dear aunt, Why are you showing off your strength at a time like this? If you escape, I might find an opportunity to run too. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, who had been preoccupied with Tang Yan, grew concerned at Lin Dongshua's sudden return to the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with delight. Tang Yan sensed his internal energy waning as if a flood were draining rapidly. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly opened a ceramic vial, swallowing several pills at once. Damn it, since death is inevitable, I'll go all out. He consumed every beneficial pill he had, allowing a massive surge of spiritual energy to erupt within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, rushing forth from his dantian. As he felt the violent spiritual energy surging within him at an alarming rate, Tang Yan's heart sank. Damn it, I overindulged. My dantian and meridians can hardly withstand this. However, Tang Yan did not relinquish his desire for survival. A true man may die gloriously in battle, but he would never sit idly and wait for death. The vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, attempting to control the influx of spiritual energy. Lu Ji and Lin Dongxue closely monitored Tang Yan, noticing his skin instantly redden as if scorched by fire, and small lumps continuously surfaced and moved across his body. Lu Ji ceased his assault, pointing at Tang Yan and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, no wonder you're known as the #1 wastrel of Cloud City. Even your method of self-destruction is unique. While others resort to poison, young Master Tang truly takes a different path by directly swallowing elixirs. To be honest, in all my years, I've never seen anyone die from consuming elixirs to the point of explosion. Today, young Master Tang has truly opened my eyes. Hearing Lu Ji's mockery, Lin Dongshua's eyes were filled with concern, her delicate fists tightly clenched. This guy usually seems quite clever. How could he be so foolish at this moment? Tang Yan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his best efforts to suppress the spiritual energy, the amount contained within the elixir was simply overwhelming. His body inflated at an alarming rate, and he knew that if he could not find a solution soon, he would inevitably explode, a 9th-tier alchemist, dying from consuming too many elixirs. If this were to spread in his previous life as Jianghu, he would surely be the laughingstock of all. A sharp pain surged through him, and his consciousness began to blur, with only Lu Ji's cold ridicule echoing in his ears before his thoughts began to scatter. He recalled his previous life, thoughts of Chinese civilization, Pangu creating the heavens, Nuwa repairing the sky, Dayu controlling the waters. Dayu controlling the waters? As Tang Yan's consciousness dimmed, he seemed to grasp a flicker of insight, his mind regaining a sliver of clarity. Dayu controlling the waters? What exactly am I seeking? Sometimes, it is better to unblock than to block. Boom. Just as Tang Yan was on the verge of losing consciousness, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he finally discovered the answer he sought. Biting his tongue to regain a bit of clarity, a frenzied glint sparked in Tang Yan's eyes. He ceased his attempts to control the influx of spiritual energy, standing firm, his eyes blazing red as he gazed at the mocking Lu Ji. Since he could no longer contain this spiritual energy, he might as well release it forcefully. As long as the rate of release surpasses the rate of influx prompted by the elixir, there could be a glimmer of hope. Tang Yan was uncertain whether this method would work, but he had no other options left. Lu Ji, who had previously appeared relaxed, felt a tremor of unease upon sensing the madness in Tang Yan's eyes. What does this kid plan to do? Before Lu Ji could ponder further, Tang Yan demonstrated his intent through action. The aura radiating from Tang Yan surged explosively as he charged towards Lu Ji. Employing the shadow step technique, the spiritual energy within him surged like a mountain, eliminating any concern for exhaustion. His right fist traced intricate trajectories through the air, enveloped in the azure flames of creation, causing the surrounding air to feel suffocatingly oppressive. Flame burst palm, Tang Yan shouted, as an overwhelmingly powerful aura shot into the sky. Like pushing a massive mountain, he thrust his fist forward. Chapter 82. Defeating Lu Ji. This punch appeared slow, yet its momentum was monumental, demolishing all obstacles in its path. It seemed as though anything in front would meet a crushing end. Just moments ago, Tang Yan would never have dared to use the flame burst palm. This technique required a profound mastery of the Xin level and consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, even more than the flames of creation. Launching 2 consecutive punches would leave him utterly spent. But now, the situation was different. Lu Ji's face displayed intense unease. He could feel the pressure emanating from Tang Yan's technique. The power.it felt at least at the high tier of the Xin level. Confused, Lu Ji wondered what kind of luck Tang Yan had stumbled upon, as he seemed to be throwing out techniques as if they were worthless. The combined terrifying aura of the flame-burst palm and the flames of creation made Lu Ji question whether Tang Yan's strength could truly rival his own. Unwilling to concede, Lu Ji inhaled deeply, unleashing the power of the 5th tier of the Xin level. With a powerful step, he launched a ferocious punch towards Tang Yan. Bang! A violent blast of air erupted, sending debris flying. Both Tang Yan and Lu Ji staggered back a step. Lin Dongxue, who was watching from the side, was filled with shock. Initially worried that Tang Yan might explode, she was astonished to see him unleash such a domineering punch amidst his struggle. The 5th tier of the Xin level had failed to gain any advantage against Tang Yan. Lu Ji was both shocked and horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. This guy, possessing only the 1st tier of the Xin level, had actually withstood a punch from him without showing signs of defeat. Before Lu Ji could catch his breath, Tang Yan's flame-burst palm surged towards him once again. At this moment, Tang Yan was no longer concerned with combat techniques. If he needed technique, the flame-burst palm contained unparalleled skill. If he needed strength, the flame-burst palm wielded overwhelming power. If he needed destructive force, the flames of creation possessed absolute annihilation. In essence, it was all about maximum output. Once again, he unleashed a palm. Slowly thrusting it forward, the same overwhelming momentum reappeared. Having already experienced Tang Yan's technique, Lu Ji felt an impending headache. However, he still doubted that Tang Yan could truly contend with him, and swung another punch. Boom! The two techniques collided, unleashing another storm of dust and debris. After 2 consecutive palms, Tang Yan felt the pressure in his dantian ease somewhat. Just as he attempted to catch his breath, the feeling of inflation returned, and Tang Yan wasted no time in executing another flame-burst palm. Boom! Lu Ji charged at him once more. Tang Yan was like an unrelenting machine, delivering palm strike after palm strike. Each attack was as domineering and sharp as the first, leaving no room for evasion. After over 30 direct confrontations, Tang Yan remained fierce, while Lu Ji was beginning to show signs of severe fatigue. Although Lu Ji was the second heir of the Lu family, the elixirs he typically consumed could not compare to Tang Yan's. The elixirs he usually obtained were consumed promptly for cultivation. He could not afford to indulge as extravagantly as Tang Yan did, casually stuffing elixirs into his mouth. Unfortunately, he could not. Moreover, he had initially believed that with his 5th-tier Xin level strength, defeating Tang Yan would be effortless, never considering the need for a backup plan. Bang! Another overwhelming palm strike landed. Stamp! This time, Tang Yan stood firm while Lu Ji staggered back a step. This retreat indicated that Lu Ji was officially at a disadvantage. Bang! Stamp! After another collision, Lu Ji retreated twice in succession. Tang Yan did not relent. Finally, after unleashing his 58th palm, Lu Ji could no longer withstand the onslaught and was sent flying by Tang Yan. Employing the shadow step technique, Tang Yan's combat instincts operated swiftly without pause, seamlessly transitioning into another flame-burst palm. Simple, direct, and without hesitation, Lu Ji, whose true energy had been shattered, had no strength left to retaliate. Do not kill me, fear and unwillingness flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. How could a dignified 5th-tier Xin-level master be defeated by this junior, Tang Yan? I will not only kill you, but I will spare none of your Lu family. Tang Yan's icy voice resonated. The Lu family had plotted to kill him more than once. In light of their ongoing provocations, Tang Yan had resolved to eradicate the Lu family. Puff! This palm struck directly at Lu Ji's chest, and as Lu Ji was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes brimmed with unwillingness, pointing at Tang Yan as if to speak, but he would never have the chance again. Huff! Seeing Tang Yan kill Lu Ji, Lin Dongxue was filled with relief, collapsing onto the ground as she gasped for breath. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as they rested on Tang Yan. What secrets did this young man harbor? That enigmatic footwork, the overwhelming palm technique, the mysterious azure flames. These were not resources one could acquire in Cloud City. Under Tang Yan's exhilarating combat style, the imminent threat of explosion subsided significantly. Feeling the continuous influx of spiritual energy into his dantian, Tang Yan prepared to vent his frustrations on a spirit beast. Just then, the previously dormant heavenly creation cauldron began to shake violently, absorbing the immense spiritual energy in an instant. Tang Yan was furious, wanting to smash the cauldron. When he was on the verge of exploding, it had shown no sign of life. Yet now that the danger had passed, it greedily consumed the excess spiritual energy. How dare it call itself a cauldron? Suddenly, a vibrant aura surged from the cauldron, flowing into his dantian and along his meridians. As this life-giving energy coursed through him, the severe damage caused by the swelling spiritual energy began to visibly heal. A familiar aura also suddenly emanated from within his dantian. Tang Yan, who had been feeling quite frustrated, experienced a surge of joy at this moment. What a marvelous cauldron! Truly the greatest treasure of Jianghu. Protect me. I need to recuperate for a while. Tang Yan found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He knew, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon make another breakthrough. He was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he awaited the healing energy to fully restore his dantian and meridians before focusing his mind and beginning to meditate. During the battle, the atmosphere had been so tense that Tang Yan had solely concentrated on releasing spiritual energy, neglecting to consider how much his meridians could endure. At this moment, Tang Yan was astounded to discover that his meridians had actually expanded to double their previous capacity. The amount of spiritual energy his dantian could contain had also significantly increased. This could be considered a blessing in disguise, as the tumult of spiritual energy had provided an extreme workout for his dantian and meridians. Although he had gained much and turned peril into safety, surviving was a stroke of immense fortune. The spiritual energy reached a critical point. Any delay in his output of spiritual energy could result in an explosion. Tang Yan truly did not wish to experience such a perilous situation again. His true energy rapidly circulated within his dantian, gathering strength. Once the spiritual energy accumulated to the threshold, it surged over the barrier. Second tier of the Xian level, however, everything was not yet completely finished. Tang Yan's aura climbed once more. Chapter 83. You really know how to put on a show. Lin Dongxue observed Tang Yan from the side, his handsome and radiant visage causing her to momentarily lose her focus. She lamented that her previous self had been so superficial, believing the rumors and keeping her distance from young Master Tang. Had she met Tang Yan sooner, she surely would have recognized his uniqueness. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanating from Tang Yan startled Lin Dongxue. This guy actually broke through again. After the initial shock, Lin Dongxue quickly calmed down, as Tang Yan's strength had always been formidable, and it was only natural for him to break through after consuming so many elixirs. Yet soon, astonishment returned to Lin Dongshue's face. Tang Yan, having just broken through, had barely settled when yet another wave of energy surged forth. Following that, an incredibly strong aura flickered and vanished. In a single day, Tang Yan had directly ascended 2 tiers. Lin Dongxue widened her eyes, staring at Tang Yan. Could this guy have transformed into a spirit beast from Scion Mountain? When Tang Yan opened his eyes, he was met with Lin Dongshue's curious gaze. What are you looking at? Tang Yan inquired, intrigued. Lin Dongxue, startled from her reverie by Tang Yan's voice, placed her hand over her heart, saying, You scared me. You could at least announce your awakening. Tang Yan was left speechless. It was clearly she who had been staring at him, yet she turned around and blamed him for it. However, Lin Dongxue was not concerned with that. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Did you just break through? Tang Yan, aware that he could not hide anything under Lin Dongshue's watchful gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. No, I mean, did you just ascend 2 tiers? Lin Dongxue pressed urgently. Yes, Tang Yan nodded again. Is that strange? Hearing Tang Yan's nonchalant reply, Lin Dongxue felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Ascending 2 tiers consecutively, how could that not be astonishing? Are you pretending? Do you have any idea that in the entire Tianxiang kingdom, those who can ascend 2 tiers consecutively are regarded as unparalleled geniuses? Lin Dongxue exclaimed through gritted teeth. Well, now I know. Tang Yan replied casually, as if ascending 2 tiers was a trivial matter for him. Seeing Tang Yan's indifferent demeanor nearly drove Lin Dongxue to madness. She ranted on about how difficult it was to achieve a consecutive 2-tier breakthrough. But after much effort, Tang Yan remained his usual unbothered self. Lin Dongxue, feeling frustrated, decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. After the battle with Lu Ji, the awkwardness from Lin Dongshue's earlier kiss had completely vanished. In the following days, Lin Dongxue continued to practice combat skills. Having broken through to the 2nd tier of the Xian level, her combat power had significantly improved. Under Tang Yan's guidance, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, after his encounter with Lu Ji, Tang Yan had been inspired to combine the flames of creation with his martial techniques, developing a keen interest in this innovation. Over the next 6 days, Tang Yan diligently honed the perfect fusion of the flames of creation and his combat techniques. Finally, he could smoothly integrate the flames of creation into his fighting style. Lin Dongxue felt immense gratitude for her impulsive decision to accompany Tang Yan. It had proven to be an exceptionally wise choice. With numerous spirit beasts in Sangyan Mountain, they often encountered third-tier spirit beasts deeper within. This place was truly a paradise for her cultivation. After traversing another mountain with Tang Yan, an expansive and grand city came into view not far ahead. Lin Dongxue glanced at Tang Yan, feeling a twinge of disappointment, as if she was reluctant to leave so soon. Realizing her own thoughts, Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing that Tang Yan seemed oblivious to her change, she breathed a sigh of relief. According to the map, they had arrived at Feng City Point 10 days had passed, coinciding perfectly with their meeting with the city lord. "Let us go down the mountain," Tang Yan called out. Half an hour later, they reached the city gates. Feng City, confirming their location, Tang Yan and Lin Dongxue entered. Shortly after stepping into the city, the surroundings became lively. Truly, it was the first city of the eastern region, far more prosperous than Cloud City. Tang Yan sighed in admiration. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. Turning to look, he saw Lin Dongxue glaring fiercely at him. Realizing that his previous comment could be interpreted as a jab at Lin Xiao, Tang Yan chuckled awkwardly. This girl was quite ruthless. Rubbing the sore spot, Tang Yan said, "Let us go to the designated location." They hailed a carriage and climbed inside. Shortly after, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the city center, which was even more bustling. The most eye-catching establishment here was the Wanfang building. As soon as he stepped off the carriage, Tang Yan noticed this place. It was tall, not only tall but also expansive. Most of the surrounding buildings were 3 stories high, while this one boasted 6, standing out like a crane among chickens. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come inside. Would you like to dine or stay?" As they entered, a waiter promptly approached them. "We reserved a room. Could you please check?" Tang Yan replied amiably. "Of course. As long as you provide your name and the name of the person who made the reservation, I can check for you," the waiter explained enthusiastically. After Tang Yan shared their names, the waiter pulled out a ledger to check. Upon finding Tang Yan's room, a hint of humility graced his expression as he quickly said, "Please, follow me." Instead of leading them upstairs, the waiter opened a back door, guiding Tang Yan and Lin Dongxue inside. As they entered, their surroundings opened up dramatically. Not far ahead lay a vast lake, connected by a small river flowing towards an unknown destination. The trees surrounding the area stood tall and lush, and even though it was early winter, the scenery remained vibrant and blooming. At regular intervals, there were individual courtyards. Observing this tranquil setting, Tang Yan marveled at the reputation of Feng City's most renowned tavern. The environment of this back courtyard was incomparable to ordinary inns. "How much for a night's stay here?" Tang Yan inquired curiously. "Prices range from 100 to 1,000 taels," the waiter replied honestly. Tang Yan nodded slightly. It was indeed not an expense ordinary people could afford. After walking for a while along the bluestone path, the innkeeper remarked, "This is the courtyard of young Master Tang. Miss Lin and Brave Lin have their own courtyard here, and the one next door is young Master Lu's." "Thank you." Tang Yan expressed his gratitude to the innkeeper, who then retreated. "Let us go meet my father." Although Tang Yan initially intended to take a bath first, he was abruptly pulled back by Lin Dongxue. After knocking on the courtyard door, Lin Xiao soon appeared behind it. Upon seeing Tang Yan and Lin Dongxue, Lin Zhao's eyes brightened, and he quietly exhaled in relief. "Greetings, my lord." Tang Yan promptly bowed. "I apologize for causing you concern. It is good to return safely." Lin Xiao greeted them with a smile and invited the two into the courtyard. Inside, there was a table where Lin Xiao poured them tea and inquired, "How was your trip to Sangyan Mountain? Did you gain any strength? Did you encounter any third-tier spirit beasts?" Upon hearing Lin Zhao's question, Lin Dongxue, brimming with excitement from their numerous discoveries, exclaimed like a child eager for praise, "Of course, we encountered quite a few third-tier spirit beasts." Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the teacup but maintained his composure as he asked, "What kinds of third-tier spirit beasts did you encounter? Were you injured?" "We encountered flying rhinoceroses, long-tailed lions, leopard minks, and clear-flowing pythons, all of which we defeated. The majority were second-tier spirit beasts," Lin Dongxue reported eagerly. Detailing their encounters, Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Third-tier spirit beasts are formidable enough to contend with fourth-tier Shin-level beings, while ordinary third-tier beasts can even match those of first or second-tier Shin level. These two managed to slay all the third-tier beasts they faced. Did your strength improve? Lin Zhao regarded Lin Dongxue with affectionate curiosity. Why not test it and see? Lin Dongxue, unperturbed by Tang Yan's presence, jumped into the center of the courtyard. All right, let's give it a try. Lin Zhao, unceremoniously, leaped to face Lin Dongxue. You may only use second-tier strength, mind you. Prepare yourself. With a commanding shout, Lin Dongxue unleashed her aura and charged toward Lin Zhao. Second tier, feeling the energy radiating from Lin Dongxue, Lin Zhao was pleasantly surprised. He had estimated that it would take her at least a month and a half to reach second-tier strength, yet she had progressed far more swiftly than anticipated. Although Lin Dongshua's advancement was impressive, Lin Zhao was not overly astonished. His daughter possessed exceptional talent, and it was not surprising that she could break through. As Lin Dongxue approached, he remained unfazed. However, when Lin Dongxue launched her first punch, Lin Zhao was unexpectedly taken aback. Based on his understanding of his daughter, after that punch, she would typically follow up with a kick. Instead, she spun, closed the distance, and delivered a swift elbow strike aimed at his left shoulder. The speed and ferocity of her attack caught Lin Zhao off guard. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to evade gracefully. Otherwise, he could have faced embarrassment before Tang Yan. Just as he was about to commend Lin Dongxue for her improvement, she unleashed her third move. This time, her leg shot up, targeting Lin Zhao's abdomen. In the span of mere moments, the father-daughter duo exchanged over a dozen moves in the courtyard, with each of Lin Dongshue's attacks leaving Lin Zhao increasingly astonished. Her seamless techniques were not only fierce but also swift, each strike aimed at vital points. Any careless opponent of equal rank would likely find themselves at a disadvantage in the first exchange. As the sparring continued, Lin Zhao's apprehension grew, and he became ever more curious about what experiences his daughter had undergone during the past 10 days. Just 10 days prior, Lin Dongxue had sparred with him effortlessly, and he could easily point out her flaws after every 3 moves. Now, however, he had to exert every ounce of focus to keep her at bay. Attempting to provide guidance felt akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, impossible to grasp. After half an hour of sparring, Lin Zhao finally spotted a flaw in Lin Dongshue's technique and seized the opportunity to subdue her. While he emerged victorious, a flush crept onto his cheeks. In their previous practice sessions, he had never exploited such minor openings against his daughter. Yet this time, if he had not capitalized on that small gap, defeating her with second-tier strength would have required considerable effort. Excellent! Bravo! Lin Zhao exclaimed, clapping and laughing heartily. I thought I would win easily. Lin Dongxue shook her head in mock disappointment, causing Lin Zhao to nearly stumble. You little rascal, just 10 days ago, you were at my mercy? And now you aspire to defeat your old father. Lin Zhao, though bemused, recognized that while he was unaware of what had transpired over the past 10 days, he was certain that Tang Yan played a significant role in his daughter's advancement. If Lin Dongxue had grown so formidable, how powerful must Tang Yan be? Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Zhao engaged Tang Yan in conversation for a while before instructing him to join them at Juesha Tower the following day. Bidding him farewell, after closing the courtyard door, Lin Zhao pulled Lin Dongxue aside, his face a mask of curiosity. Why, girl? Tell me in detail everything that transpired over these 10 days. Cut it out. You want to pry into Tang Yan's strength, don't you? Lin Dongxue replied mischievously. Having been seen through, Lin Zhao did not deny it and chuckled. I am simply curious. How have you progressed so quickly? Your strength has multiplied in just 10 days. Tang Yan taught me, Lin Dongxue replied, not hiding anything from her father. She recounted the events from their first encounter with the red-striped tiger, detailing how Tang Yan had instructed her. Lin Zhao listened, his heart filled with astonishment. Are you implying that Tang Yan's combat prowess surpasses yours? Lin Zhao quickly inquired. Lin Dongxue shook her head. Not stronger than you? How then could he guide you? Lin Zhao asked, intrigued. In terms of combat, he is not just somewhat stronger. He is vastly superior, Lin Dongxue clarified earnestly. You girl, why can't you just say everything at once? Lin Zhao teased, then asked, has he already stepped into the Shin level? At Lin Zhao's question, Lin Dongshue's expression shifted to one of peculiarity as she nodded. He is at the 3rd tier of the Shin level. How much? Lin Zhao was genuinely taken aback by her answer. Indeed, he is at the 3rd tier of the Shin level, Lin Dongxue confirmed once more. That lad first showcased his strength against Lu Qian from the Lu family, where he was only at the 7th tier of the Yuan level. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, he displayed strength at the 6th tier of the Huang level. In the selection competition, he was at the 9th tier of Huang level. How in such a short time has he ascended to the 3rd tier of the Xin level? Lin Xiao calculated, astonishment etched across his face. In less than 6 months, Tang Yan had completed the leap from the Yuan level to the Xin level. Before entering Tang Yan Mountain, he was at the 1st tier of the Xin level, and on the 4th day, he advanced 2 tiers to reach the 3rd tier. Lin Dongxue added fuel to the fire. He advanced 2 tiers. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and urgently pressed, how did he achieve that? Tell me. We were ambushed by Lu Jing, the second master of the Lu family on Tang Yan Mountain. Lin Zhao's heart lurched. Lu Ji? That was a genuine 5th tier Xin level expert. He interrupted anxiously. What? Lu Jing ambushed you? How did you escape? We didn't escape. Tang Yan killed Lu Jing, Lin Dongxue stated, her words shocking. Lin Zhao's face immediately reflected disbelief, yet he knew his daughter would not lie about serious matters. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued to inquire about the incident. Lin Dongxue recounted the harrowing events of that day without reservation, causing Lin Zhao's expression to darken progressively. The perilous account his daughter shared was not something one could fabricate. The Lu family deserved to be punished. Lin Zhao's veins bulged as rage surged within him. If not for Tang Yan's desperate struggle, his daughter would have perished on Tang Yan Mountain. After a long moment, Lin Xiao suppressed his violent emotions and spoke solemnly. In a situation where death was certain, Tang Yan fought valiantly to secure your survival. He is indeed a man of honor and responsibility, and I was right to trust him. This debt of gratitude is heavier than a mountain. Once the Eastern Domain competition concludes, we shall repay the Tang family. After conversing with Lin Dongxue for nearly an hour, Lin Xiao allowed her to rest. He settled into a rattan chair, casting a glance towards Tang Yan's courtyard, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions: curiosity, anticipation, appreciation, and admiration. Ever since he had composed the poem Meeting Joy, Lin Xiao had developed a profound interest in him. The more he sought to know, the more elusive Tang Yan seemed. After carefully digesting Lin Dongxue's words, Lin Xiao harbored unprecedented confidence in Tang Yan's strength. In previous Eastern Domain competitions, he had been utterly exhausted, unable to hold his head high. Yet this time, all 3 representatives from Yun City were of the Xin level, and with his daughter at the 2nd tier and the extraordinary Tang Yan, for the first time in many years, Lin Xiao felt a surge of hope for the Eastern Domain competition. When Tang Yan returned to his dwelling, he realized that practicing martial arts in the bustling city was impractical. So he began training in the 6 ultimate forms in the courtyard. The day flew by. Early the next morning, as Tang Yan was getting up, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Just by the rhythm of the knocking, he guessed it was Lin Dongxue. With a smile, he opened the courtyard door to see a striking beauty clad in fitted attire. Are you dressed like this because you want to return to Tang Yan Mountain? Tang Yan teased. Enough of that. My father mentioned he would take us to see the Juesha Tower once we arrived in Feng City. Lin Dong retorted with a roll of her eyes. Tang Yan immediately recalled this and remembered that entering would cost 50,000 taels of silver. The exorbitant fee piqued his curiosity about the place. All right, let us go take a look. Without further ado, Tang Yan followed Lin Dongxue towards the city lord's courtyard. Lu Ji had long been waiting there, and upon seeing everyone had arrived, Lin Xiao led the group for breakfast before heading outside. The Juesha Tower was near the city center, not far from the Wanfeng Tower. After a short while, the 4 of them arrived at a towering structure. The building occupied a vast area, with a square base of 100 meters per side and 6 stories high. Its exterior was not made of brick or stone, but rather forged from bronze, appearing incredibly solid and delivering a striking visual impact. Between the 2nd and 3rd floors, 3 enormous characters spelling Juesha Tower were embedded prominently, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Juesha Tower was not only renowned in the Eastern Domain, but also held significant influence in surrounding cities. Many were drawn to this notoriously challenging trial ground. Countless talents had returned in failure, which only served to heighten the determination of others wishing to conquer it. Achieving success within its walls was a tremendous honor. This is the Juesha Tower. It stands 6 stories tall, with each level presenting a challenge. Once inside, severe injury is likely, and the possibility of death cannot be ruled out, so you must be cautious and refrain from acting recklessly. Lin Xiao advised solemnly. What if we cannot withstand it? Lu Ji asked, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Before entering, each participant would receive 2 tokens, which could be held in hand or placed in their mouths. If they crushed or bit the tokens, all attacks on that level would cease. Just as Lin Xiao finished explaining, a voice rang out as a door on the third floor swung open, and a young man stepped out. Not bad. Upon seeing the young man emerge, his companions rushed to greet him. Not good at all. We didn't even make it to the fourth floor. This competition is going to be perilous. The young man replied, his expression glum. Tang Yan sensed the young man's strength through a flicker of his consciousness and was taken aback. He was at the peak of the first tier of the Xian level, yet he couldn't even clear the third floor? Noticing that Tang Yan and the others were focused on the young man, Lin Xiao explained, typically, those who come to Fang City to compete will challenge themselves here. Based on past experiences, anyone who can make it out from the fourth floor has a chance to place in the top 15. Those who manage to clear the fifth floor are almost guaranteed a spot in the Qinglong Academy. Of course, even if one can only make it to the third floor, there are still those who have been selected by the Qinglong Academy. Tang Yan understood that the Juesha Tower served as a means of self-assessment before the competition. All right, you three wait here. I will help you register, Lin Xiao instructed before heading toward the registration area. Miss Lin, may I ask how confident you are in reaching which floor? Lu Ji immediately sought to engage Lin Dongxue in conversation after Lin Xiao departed. Lin Dongxue, possessing both beauty and an illustrious background, exuded an exceptional aura. Marrying her would not only mean gaining a wonderful partner, but also the backing of the city lord's estate. Lu Ji endeavored to bridge the gap between them, but his efforts were destined to fail. Perhaps Lin Dongxue had previously found Lu Ji somewhat appealing, but after the ambush by Lu Jing, her feelings towards the Lu family had soured entirely. Their movements could very well have been betrayed by him. Regardless of others, young Master Lu, you must strive to perform well, at the very least. Aim to clear the third floor. It would be a disgrace to waste money and bring embarrassment to Yun City, Lin Dongxue stated coldly. Lu Ji, taken aback by her sharp words, wondered why she had suddenly grown so distant. He had not given much thought to Tang Yan's survival. He had previously instructed his uncle to handle the matter personally. Since his uncle was already a fifth-tier Xin level expert, if he hadn't killed Tang Yan, it must have been due to his uncle's failure to locate them. Tang Yan, how many levels do you think you can clear? Lin Dongxue, unfazed by Lu Ji, turned to Tang Yan with genuine interest. The contrast in Lin Dongxue's demeanor sparked a flicker of resentment in Lu Ji's eyes. Did this pair of lovebirds indulge in some clandestine affair while traveling alone to Fang City? I'm not sure. I'll give it my best shot, Tang Yan replied, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Why don't we have a friendly competition to see who can clear more levels? Lin Dongxue challenged. What's there to compete about? You're obviously stronger, Tang Yan replied dismissively. Lin Dongxue resorted to a clumsy teasing tactic. Are you afraid to compete with me? Are you still a man? Tang Yan suddenly recalled the scene on Songyun Mountain when Lin Dongxue had challenged him to a race. The kiss that followed her defeat was still fresh in his memory, after all. It was his first kiss. Caught up in his thoughts, Tang Yan blurted out, if it's like last time's wager, then I'll compete with you. Chapter 86. The perils of flattery. Although the two were keenly aware of the embarrassing secret they shared, they both chose to remain silent about it now. With Tang Yan bringing it up, Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed like early spring peach blossoms, adorably pinked. You're insufferable, Lin Dongxue huffed, clearly flustered. Witnessing their flirtatious banter only deepened Lu Ji's jealousy and anger. That pair of fools, he cursed inwardly. As the trio awaited Lin Zhao's return, another group approached leisurely. They appeared youthful and radiated a strong aura of spiritual energy, likely also competitors in the Eastern Domain competition. Lin Dongxue, already captivating in her natural beauty, attracted considerable attention upon their arrival. Now, her bashful demeanor made her even more enchanting, entrancing those around her. This new group also noticed Lin Dongxue's rosy cheeks. A fair-faced young man in white attire, his eyes glimmering with mischief, halted in his tracks and grinned at Lin Dongxue. I feel an immediate connection with you. Mississippi, would you honor me with a boat ride on the lake and some drinks by the hearth? Seeing their companion approach the beauty, the rest of the group paused to watch, their faces adorned with lewd grins. Get lost? Lin Dongxue frowned at the man's unwelcome gaze. Yao Shixiang, she told you to get lost. A tall, lean youth in blue robes chortled. I am Yao Yuan, hailing from Yuching. Please, miss, do not refuse. Otherwise, where would I place my face in front of my brothers? The young man in white, despite his smile, exuded an undeniable arrogance. Lu Ji, standing nearby, felt a surge of satisfaction. The little wench didn't he deign to look at me, and now she has gotten herself into trouble, he thought smugly. Your face is yours to keep. I owe you no obligation to preserve it, Lin Dongxue retorted without hesitation. The more Lin Dongxue resisted, the more Yao Yuan's desire to conquer her intensified. Are you truly going to deny me this modicum of honor? What if I must uphold my dignity? Yao Yuan's tone turned icy. We are representatives of Yun City. Do you intend to declare war on us, young man? Tang Yan interjected. Yun City? The five individuals paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, and Yao Yuan's face twisted into a scornful mockery. Upon first hearing about Yun City, I was momentarily taken aback. Young man, next time you introduce your city, simply refer to it as the bottom-tier city. That title of perennial last place is far more renowned than anything associated with Yun City. Tang Yan, reluctant to escalate the conflict, had initially intended to intimidate them but was unexpectedly met with such derision. A flicker of anger passed through him, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the gleeful Lu Ji nearby. With a determined voice, he stated, "This gentleman beside me, I believe you have heard of him. He is the foremost champion of Yun City. Lu Ji, young Master Lu is more handsome than you, comes from a wealthy family, and possesses superior martial skills. What qualifications do you possess to invite this lady to drink with you, Lu Ji?" Yao Yuan's brow furrowed as he mentally reviewed the information about yuncity.it, had consistently ranked at the bottom, and to be honest, he had paid little attention to it. However, he vaguely recalled that the Lu family had a prominent figure known as the champion of Yun City, so he shifted his gaze toward Lu Ji. Hearing Tang Yan's praises, Lu Ji proudly lifted his chin. Despite Tang Yan's ninth-tier strength, which had previously defeated him, Lu Ji refused to concede that he was inferior. "Oh? Pray tell, what qualifications do I possess?" Yao Yuan inquired. "If you can defeat young Master Lu, we shall grant you this honor. If you cannot, then I'm afraid you lack the qualifications." Tang Yan spoke with an air of confidence in Lu Ji's abilities. The renowned Killing Tower was a hub of activity, especially with the upcoming Eastern region competition drawing crowds. As the conflict escalated, more and more onlookers gathered, intrigued by the notion that the perennial last-place city had produced such a formidable contender. Yao Yuan scrutinized Lu Ji with ill intent, and Tang Yan's admiration, combined with Lu Ji's haughty demeanor, convinced him that Lu Ji was indeed the strongest participant from Yun City. What does this lady think? Yao Yuan felt a stir of desire. While he was confident in his strength to coerce Lin Dongxue, winning her willing companionship would undoubtedly elevate his status. Let us secure victory first, he thought. Lin Dongxue had initially intended to refuse outright, but considering her own strength and the presence of her father nearby, she felt no worry even if Lu Ji were to lose. Thus, she offered a non-committal response. "Young Master Lu, for the sake of the lady's honor, I apologize for the offense." Yao Yuan clasped his hands together. Not one to be fooled, Lu Ji soon realized he had been manipulated by Tang Yan. He wanted to argue, but the situation left him no room for explanation as Yao Yuan's aura surged, propelling him forward. Peak of the second tier of the Xian rank? The crowd gasped upon sensing Yao Yuan's momentum. Lu Ji had only recently entered the Xian rank. Despite his family's significant investment in his training, he had merely stabilized his Xian rank strength, and he was still far from matching Yao Yuan's prowess. A crisp sound echoed as Lu Ji barely had time to react before he felt a stinging pain on his left cheek. The crowd, momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. Huh? Yun City is indeed the perennial last place. He couldn't even withstand one blow. Indeed, I heard Yao Yuan is not even the strongest in Yun City. Yun City truly is pathetic. The crowd babbled, expressing their disdain for Yun City. Lu Ji was momentarily dazed. How could he, the esteemed heir of the Lu family, be slapped in front of so many? Not only Lu Ji, but even the people from Yun City were taken aback. Was the champion of Yun City truly that feeble? Yao Yuan, seemingly in disbelief, struck Lu Ji again. Upon realizing Lu Ji was utterly powerless beneath his dominance, he finally felt at ease. I initially thought this fellow was pretending to be beaten. Now it appears he is simply weak. With a swift kick, Yao Yuan sent Lu Ji stumbling backward, collapsing onto the ground. Overwhelmed by shame and rage, Lu Ji spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Lu? Young Master Lu? Tang Yan rushed over, eager to assist Lu Ji, but his display of concern only drew more jeers from the crowd. It seemed Lu Ji was indeed the strongest contender sent from Yun City, living up to its notorious reputation. Having dealt with Lu Ji, a smirk appeared on Yao Yuan's face. I've heard the scenery at Slim Moon Lake is exquisite. How about we share a boat to enjoy the beauty of the lake together? My lady, it shall surely be an unforgettable day. Chapter 87. Wagering the dignity of a city. Upon hearing Yao Yuan's words, the surrounding crowd wore suggestive smiles. Lin Dongxue, taken aback by Lu Ji's unexpected weakness, was about to refuse when a deep voice resounded, "What are you all doing?" An invisible pressure descended as the crowd parted to make way for the tall and robust Lin Xiao. Lin Dongxue beamed with joy and rushed into Lin Zhao's embrace, pointing at Yao Yuan and his companions. "Father, that person bullied me and even harmed young Master Lu?" Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure, briefly assessing Lu Ji's injuries before casting a dark gaze toward Yao Yuan and his companions. "What is the meaning of this?" Feeling a flicker of trepidation at the sight of Lin Xiao, Yao Yuan's heart raced. At that moment, a tall young man in a green robe who had remained silent stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "My brother here found a kinship with 3 esteemed gentlemen from your city and engaged in some light conversation." In the heat of the moment, a friendly spar ensued. Given the circumstances, this individual appeared to lead the 5. "Nonsense. Father, that fellow named Yao Yuan sought to force me to drink with him, and when I refused, a dispute arose," Lin Dongxue promptly accused. Lin Zhao's icy gaze fell upon Yao Yuan, who, once appearing frivolous, now felt as though he had been laid bare under scrutiny. "This lady speaks harshly." Before he could finish, Tang Yan felt a flicker of movement and suddenly a sharp sound interrupted Yao Yuan's words. Slap, slap, slap. The 5 youths from Yu City, caught off guard, received a series of slaps, each left reeling. "Young Lady Dongxue is the daughter of our city lord. To offend her is to offend Yun City itself. Considering this is your first offense, we shall issue a light punishment. Should there be a next time, we will not be so lenient." Lin Zhao's cold voice reverberated. Though he didn't exude overwhelming power, his mere presence commanded respect from all present. The arrogance of the younger generation had invoked the ire of the elder, and the onlookers murmured, many expressing disbelief at the lack of awareness regarding Yun City's rules. The young man in the green robe, despite his lower prowess, could not refrain from mocking. Tang Yan, sensing that if Lin Xiao continued to speak, it would be a loss of dignity, stepped forward, revealing his true nature. Not only does this gentleman lack character, but he also demonstrates a deficiency in intellect. You are aware that Miss Lin is the daughter of the city lord yet dare to offend her. Such a display of rudeness is utterly uncouth. The city lord's goodwill in teaching you the ways of propriety should be met with gratitude, not insolence. Are you not akin to beasts? Hearing Tang Yan's sharp retort, Lin Xiao glanced at the silent Lu Ji and felt a sense of appreciation for the collaboration with Tang Yan. Had he brought along members of the Qin or Wu families instead, they likely would have been just as unresponsive as Lu Ji in this situation. Indeed, under Tang Yan's barrage of words, the 5 were left speechless. However, the agile Su, still quick-witted, retorted mockingly, "I wondered why Yun City consistently ranks last. It seems they have been honing their skills in mere rhetoric. I heard that in the last 2 competitions, Yu City placed 3rd to last and 2nd to last. At this rate, it would defy the natural order if you do not finish last in this competition." Tang Yan sharply countered, "Oh, since you are so confident, I wonder if you would dare to compete with me right here." Su raised an eyebrow, challenging him. "Shall we have a match?" The crowd, eager for entertainment, began to chant in agreement, "A match! A match!" Once someone took the lead, others followed suit. Tang Yan assessed Su's strength, and based on his subtle aura, it appeared he was at least at the 3rd tier of the Xian rank. Although Tang Yan preferred to keep a low profile, he was not one to shy away from trouble. Meeting the gaze of the young man in the green robe, Tang Yan smiled. "You have come here to train in the Killing Tower, so why not compete to see who can reach a higher level?" While a public duel would allow him to give Qin Feng a good beating, it also risked exposing his trump cards. But entering the Killing Tower suited Su's intentions perfectly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su's eyes as he declared, "Excellent. A contest ought to have some stakes. How about this? If you lose, you must shout 3 times that Yun City is inferior to Yu City. If I lose, I will shout 3 times that Yu City is inferior to Yun City. What do you say?" Upon hearing Su's proposal, the crowd's interest peaked. The Eastern region competition had not yet commenced, yet such intense exchanges were already brewing between the cities, promising an eventful competition ahead. "Everyone, today we, Yu City and Yun City, have had our disagreements. I, Su, express my gratitude for borrowing the Killing Tower for our contest." Su bowed slightly to the crowd, and no harm done. Please proceed with your contest. The onlookers, curious about the rivalry, were eager to see the two cities clash. No one would dare to obstruct their duels. You dismissed Tang Yan with a disdainful glance. Who shall go first? You may go first, Tang Yan shrugged. Typically, the first challenger held a slight advantage. A strong performance could instill significant psychological pressure on the opponent. Su welcomed the suggestion, and without hesitation, he retrieved a pre-prepared token and, after verification, entered the first level of the killing tower. Do you have confidence in this match, Tang Yan? Lin Xiao quietly inquired. I will give it my all. Tang Yan affirmed with determination. He had just assessed the young man's strength, which seemed promising. He was at the peak of the third tier of the Xian rank, capable of reaching the fourth level, and perhaps even the fifth. However, do not burden yourself with expectations. Winning or losing is part of the game. Yun City does not concern itself with reputation that I understand. Tang Yan acknowledged. What exactly lies within the killing tower? He asked, eager for knowledge. The killing tower consists of 6 levels. The first 3 levels test fundamental abilities. The first level involves 5 times normal gravity, requiring one to traverse from start to finish within half a stick of incense. The second level presents 10 times gravity, with a similar layout to the first level, but with some attacks obstructing progress, and one must reach the end within an incense stick's duration. The third level introduces a greater challenge with 15 times gravity, posing significant hindrances to low-tier and even mid-tier Xian rank practitioners. The surrounding attacks become even more perilous, and one must complete it within 3 incense sticks, or else they lose. Most Xian rank warriors falter at this level. The fourth level tests combat abilities, with various mechanical beasts present. The fifth level assesses stamina, mental fortitude, and endurance across multiple dimensions. As for the sixth level, Chapter 88. Unfavorable predictions. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before speaking. The details of the sixth level are seldom discussed. Only a few exceptionally talented individuals who have entered keep its secrets. Thus, to the outside world, the sixth level remains a mysterious realm. To know its contents, one must enter personally. With an understanding of the first 5 levels, Tang Yan felt satisfied yet increasingly curious about the sixth. All present patiently awaited Su's emergence. The people of Yu City held immense confidence in Su's abilities, while their gazes toward Yun City were laced with contempt and a hint of schadenfreude. If Tang Yan were to lose, not only would Lin Zhao's earlier slap be avenged, but it would also serve as a humiliating blow to Yun City. Of course, the sentiments were not limited to Yu City's 4 members. The onlookers were equally skeptical of Yun City. Previously, they had heard that Lu Ji was the champion of Yun City, yet after a mere encounter, he was soundly slapped by Yao Yuan. If the so-called champion was so easily bested, what could Tang Yan possibly achieve? As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the killing tower shifted. After half an hour, the once quiet structure suddenly erupted with a loud bang. The crowd turned to see a door swing open on the 5th level, marked with the number 2 beside it. 5th level. The crowd erupted into cheers upon seeing Su emerge. His face weary, clothing tattered, yet a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Ha! Yun City is doomed to lose. Yao Yuan laughed triumphantly. Mission accomplished. As Su approached his companions with a smile, he turned to Tang Yan. Will you concede, or shall we continue? Conceding would be wise. Should you fail to even reach the 2nd level, the embarrassment would be immense. Even making it to the 3rd level would still be shameful. The crowd, filled with spectators from Yu City, chimed in to encourage him to give up. Of course, we shall compete. The outcome is yet to be determined. Tang Yan smiled as he accepted his token from Lin Xiao. Overestimating yourself? Yao Yuan scoffed from the side. Go. Tang Yan. Lin Dongshua's eyes brimmed with concern. After all, he had only just stepped into the 3rd tier of the Xian rank, and his strength was still unsteady. Lord City Master, earlier the display showed a 2. What does that mean? Tang Yan inquired curiously. That represents the score for this level. Each level has an automatic scoring formation, with a perfect score of 10. That fellow scored a mere 2 points on the 5th level, likely unable to withstand the pressure upon entering, Lin Xiao explained. All right, let me give it a try. Tang Yan confidently strode toward the killing tower. As Tang Yan insisted on continuing, the crowd's gaze toward him brimmed with mockery. Stubbornness will only lead to humiliation. Ignoring their derisive stares, Tang Yan handed his token to the gatekeeper, who grinned and presented him with 2 jade spheres. For your protection, guard these well. If you shatter them with your true energy, all attacks will cease. Thank you. Tang Yan bowed in appreciation. Step inside, young man. Your courage is commendable, the gatekeeper remarked, opening the door to the first level. With determination, Tang Yan stepped inside. Bets are now open. Those wagering on young Master Tang's victory will receive a 10-to-1 payout. If he exits from the second level, the odds are 1.5. For the third level, 1.3, the fourth level, 2, the fifth level, 8, and for a draw, 9. Should he emerge from the sixth level, the odds are 50-to-1, with a 100-fold payout for clearing the tower. As soon as Tang Yan entered, the bookmakers sprang into action. I bet on the second level, 10 taels of silver. I bet he makes it to the third level, 200 taels. Third level, 1,000 taels. Second level, 20 taels. Third level, 100 taels. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Most bets centered around the second and third levels, with few daring to wager on the fourth level, let alone the fifth, and no one at all betting on Tang Yan's overall victory. A flicker of indignation crossed Lin Dongshua's face as she turned to Lin Xiao, playfully tugging at his arm. "Father, why not place a bet?" "On which outcome?" Lin Xiao asked, feigning curiosity. "I bet he will win." 100,000 taels, Lin Dongxue declared without hesitation. 100,000 taels. Lin Zhao's eyelids twitched. "My dear niece, do you not regard money with any seriousness? If you wager on him to exit the fourth level, the odds might be more favorable, but betting on his victory." Lin Xiao felt uncertain, contemplating placing a wager of 10,000 taels on the young man to at least exit the second level. Yao Yuan, with a stack of silver notes, tossed them onto the bookmaker's table. With a provocative glance at the crowd in Yun City, her disdain and frivolity were unmistakably evident. "I bet on Tang Yan to win. 100,000 taels of silver." Lin Dongxue felt a surge of anger and placed her bet without hesitation. As her words fell, a hush enveloped the surroundings, with many gaping in astonishment at the extraordinary girl before them. She seemed clever enough, yet her actions appeared rather foolish. Lin Zhao's heart sank. The little girl had spoken out without his consent. However, not wishing to embarrass Lin Dongxue, he retrieved a stack of 100,000 taels in banknotes from his pocket and handed them over. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, led by an unknown source. The bookmaker was overjoyed, as the 100,000 taels felt akin to a windfall. Paying no heed to the mocking whispers surrounding him, Lin Xiao leisurely ordered a pot of tea and began to sip. Upon entering the killing tower, Tang Yan immediately felt a weight descend upon him. Yet, the pressure was not as formidable as he had anticipated. The quintuple gravity was far less daunting than the relentless force of a waterfall. Observing his surroundings, he noted the dim lighting within the grand hall, where a massive pool lay ahead, its opposite bank marking the endpoint. The water was about half a meter deep, with a dark, murky bottom that appeared to conceal other objects. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yan's scalp tingled. The pool's floor was littered with sharp, slender steel spikes. A misstep would surely result in several punctures. Above the water, a rusted copper path twisted and turned, and if straightened, it might measure 400 to 500 meters, in the dimness, distinguishing between the water. Path and spikes proved challenging, and the copper path's elevation matched the water's surface, making navigation increasingly treacherous. A lapse in vigilance could easily lead to disaster. Was this not a real-life version of a temple escape? Understanding the situation, Tang Yan hesitated no longer and sprinted along the copper path towards the opposite side. Despite the winding route and lurking dangers beneath the surface, his speed remained unimpeded. The quintuple gravity felt trivial, and with the phantom step technique, he moved as though in an unoccupied realm, reaching the far side in mere moments. With a thunderous noise, a door in the wall swung open, revealing a staircase leading upward. Ascending to the second floor, he felt an increased pressure bearing down on him. However, it was still manageable compared to the waterfall's force. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, yet with subtle differences, such as a more convoluted copper path and large stones strewn within a 2-meter radius. Recalling Lin Zhao's earlier explanation, Tang Yan narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the attacks on this floor would likely originate from these stones. Without lingering any longer, he activated the phantom step and darted forward. Suddenly, the copper path beneath him gave way, creating a pit, and numerous spikes erupted from below. Unfazed, Tang Yan adjusted his trajectory, narrowly avoiding the spikes as he leaped over the gap. Upon landing, a nearby stone unexpectedly opened, and 6 copper pillars shot forth. Remaining vigilant, Tang Yan sensed the impending danger, leaping once more onto the top pillar just as it surged upward, evading yet another peril. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the killing tower's design. Had his reflexes not been quick, he would have certainly fallen victim to the intricate traps laid out before him. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, he resumed his sprint down the path. In under 100 meters, he had already encountered 8 pitfalls and 6 successive attacks. After a few more steps, a copper wall, approximately 1.5 meters high, suddenly sprang up to obstruct his path. At that instant, Tang Yan's hair stood on end. Gripping the copper wall, he pulled himself up, narrowly avoiding the spikes that had emerged from the ground beneath where he had just stood. Despite his unwavering composure, he couldn't suppress an expletive at the sheer audacity of the design. Had he not evaded the attack, the spikes would have pierced through his calves, with several hundred meters still to cover. Tang Yan proceeded with utmost caution. Fortunately, no new traps emerged, and he successfully reached the endpoint without further incident. Exhaling in relief, he glanced back at the winding copper path, marveling at the tower's reputation. Under such immense pressure, those lacking in agility or strength would surely face dire consequences on the second floor. Ascending to the third floor, he felt another wave of pressure descend upon him, a force even more formidable than before. The quintuple gravity made him feel slightly strained. Before him lay another pool, but this time the convoluted copper path was replaced by a series of floating wooden planks of various sizes, tethered by thin iron chains. The planks were scattered haphazardly, creating an unpredictable and chaotic arrangement. The pool also contained several oddly shaped rocks, which, based on his experience from the second floor, were likely to conceal additional dangers. With his keen gaze, Tang Yan memorized the rough locations of the wooden planks, inhaled deeply, and unleashed his third-tier cultivation without reservation. With a determined shout, he leaped onto one of the planks. The moment he landed, his heart skipped a beat as the previously tranquil wooden plank began to drift. Thousands of planks moved at different speeds and in varied directions, some traveling in straight lines, others curving unexpectedly, creating an overwhelming sense of confusion. Feeling as though a herd of wild horses were stampeding within him, Tang Yan found his predetermined landing spots disrupted. Had the designer of this trap been a reincarnated genius of mechanisms? Fortunately, Tang Yan's agility was remarkable as he swiftly adjusted his path to a nearby drifting plank. This time, he cleverly pushed off the plank with force, allowing him to leap higher and better survey his landing options. Just as he was about to descend, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a dark shadow charging towards him. Having faced countless battles, Tang Yan maintained his composure. Channeling his true energy, he forcibly altered his position mid-air. The shadow, which he recognized as a copper ball, whizzed past him. With quick reflexes, he retracted his legs and precisely landed on the ball. Using the momentum, he propelled himself forward once more. Without waiting to touch the ground, another copper ball flew at him. Drawing from his prior experience, he repeated the maneuver, leaping off the ball and advancing forward. After several such exchanges, he had surprisingly covered a distance of 20 meters. Outside the killing tower, the crowd craned their necks, eagerly anticipating Tang Yan's emergence. The bookmaker called out loudly, "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? The closing time is approaching." Just as he prepared to finalize the betting, a bright voice rang out, "I bet on young Master Tang to win. 100,000 taels of silver." The crowd turned to see a striking woman, her figure alluring and her features sharp, exuding an air of competence and maturity. Wan Fei. Some in the crowd gasped in recognition. Wan Fei was a particularly unique figure among the mercenaries of Fang City. Having appeared only 6 months prior, her origins a mystery. Despite being a woman, she led a life on the edge, her strength formidable and her decisiveness rivaling that of any man. Her success rate was high, earning her a notable reputation in Fang City. A month and a half ago, she had taken on a task that garnered significant attention, obtaining the pelt of the giant wolf king. While regular giant wolves posed little threat individually, their sheer numbers made them overwhelming, and the giant wolf king was a genuine third-tier threat, lurking in the shadows. Even high-ranking practitioners were hesitant to engage with a pack of giant wolves. Yet, this woman had bravely ventured into Tsangyun Mountain and completed the task, skyrocketing her fame. Many were astonished by Wan Fei's bet. Surely she knew nothing about the boy from Yun City. Why would she wager on his victory? And with such a substantial sum? The bookmaker was equally caught off guard. At the last moment, someone had come to place a bet. The boy would likely emerge from the third floor at best. How could he possibly win? Fearing that Wan Fei might reconsider, The bookmaker eagerly accepted her silver and recorded the wager. Lin Xiao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the unfamiliar woman betting on Tang Yan. Could she be Tang Yan's romantic interest? Lin Dongxue remarked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Sensing his daughter's sentiment, Lin Xiao jested, "What do you care? Are you taken with Tang Yan?" Lin Dongshue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot her father a reproachful glare. Retorting, "Father, stop talking nonsense. Wan Fei, do you know that young man? Why wager such a large sum?" The crowd buzzed with inquiries. Wan Fei, however, had no intention of revealing the truth. Her bet on Tang Yan was purely instinctual. She believed he would win, despite having witnessed his modest strength previously. From an objective standpoint, Tang Yan had likely only reached the first tier of the Xin stage now, but women often relied on their intuition and decision-making. The mysterious aura Tang Yan had displayed, coupled with his unique insights and generosity in offering the giant Wolf King's pelt, left a profound impression on Wan Fei. She trusted him, and thus placed her bet. What was there to question? Yet, she found it challenging to articulate her reasoning, so she smiled faintly and said, "You all bet to win a little money. It hardly qualifies as true gambling, more like a small-scale business venture. A real gambler seeks to risk a little for a chance at great fortune." Her words caught the crowd off guard. The bookmaker was the first to recover, exclaiming, "Miss Wan is correct. The highest realm of gambling is to gain sudden wealth and turn one's fortunes around. Is there anyone else wishing to bet on young Master Tang?" Unfortunately, no one took the bait. Some even began to suspect Wan Fei was a plant. A mocking voice pierced through the air. "If Miss Wan is indeed a true gambler, according to your own reasoning, shouldn't you be betting on him to clear all levels?" Wan Fei turned to see a seductive woman, a hint of coldness flickering across her face. "Ah, so it's Miss Zhao that I'm not a qualified gambler, and should I bet on him clearing all levels, with a 100-fold payout, the bookmaker may not be able to afford the payout. Would Miss Zhao be willing to cover it?" The woman, known as Zhao Yuching, was the daughter of the Zhao family in Fang City. Not only was she a third-tier practitioner, but her beauty was also captivating, often drawing the admiration of Fang City's young men. Amidst her beauty and talent, she was accustomed to being revered, viewing herself as the most charming woman in Fang City. However, Wan Fei's sudden rise to fame had shifted the spotlight onto her, leading to comparisons and even greater public acclaim. Zhao Yuching, proud and haughty, began to take notice of Wan Fei, and upon learning that she was a mercenary, attempted to take on tasks herself, but her success rate paled in comparison to Wan Fei's. When Zhao Yuching discovered Wan Fei had accomplished the daunting task of slaying the giant Wolf King, her animosity towards Wan Fei intensified. Today presented an opportunity for Zhao Yuching to strike at Wan Fei. She not only doubted Tang Yan's chances of winning, but was equally skeptical about his ability to clear all levels. Yun City? Ha! A place that has historically placed at the bottom of the rankings. The top contender of the younger generation couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yao Yuan. How could that boy possibly prevail? Fine, if you win, I will cover the 100-fold payout. Zhao Yuching smirked derisively, deliberately provoking. "I wonder how much our esteemed Miss Wan is willing to wager. Surely you won't try to fool us with a few thousand taels? Then I'll wager another 100,000 taels. Miss Zhao won't back out, will you?" Wan Fei retorted, her anger flaring, having grown weary of Zhao Yuching's incessant provocations. "Humph! Does the Zhao family fear losing a mere sum of silver?" Zhao Yuching scoffed, dismissing the notion. For she had no intention of losing. Even at a 100-fold payout, she would be willing to gamble against Wan Fei. "Miss Zhao, should that young man emerge from the 6th level, we will cover half the cost." The bookmaker interjected, his eyes glinting with opportunity. Zhao Yuching, not easily deceived, discerned the bookmaker's intentions. Wan Fei's wager of 100,000 taels was a sure loss, and the bookmaker was merely anxious about the risk of paying out. 100,000 taels? I don't even consider such a sum, Zhao Yuching declared haughtily. "I admire your high-mindedness, Miss Zhao, but the silver must be divided," the bookmaker replied, his eyes shimmering with cunning. He dared not seize the Zhao family's wealth. "By the way, where does young Master Tang hail from?" Wan Fei suddenly inquired, having just arrived and only witnessed Tang Yan entering the killing tower without knowledge of previous events. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Shock written on their faces. Did I just hear that correctly? Did Wan Fei just speak?" One incredulous person asked. "Seems she did," another murmured, equally taken aback. 20,000 taels. An ordinary person might toil their entire life without amassing such wealth. Yet you're placing such a hefty bet without even knowing who he is. How absurd! The incredulity blossomed in everyone's minds. Had Wan Fei lost her senses today? Lin Zhao's expression mirrored that of the crowd. While he could understand his daughter's bet on Tang Yan, this girl's actions were beyond his comprehension. Yet, he could hardly stand idly by, stepping forward with a smile. This young lady, the Tang Yan who entered, is from Yun City. Upon hearing the answer, Wan Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yun City.is, that not the place that has historically ranked at the bottom in the Eastern region competitions? A person of Tang Yan's caliber could emerge from Yun City? Ha ha ha, Wan Fei, so you don't even know who he is? Zhao Yuchin's laughter echoed, ringing with mockery. Feigning anger, Wan Fei approached Lin Xiao and his companions. She was intrigued by Tang Yan, while Lin Xiao was equally curious about her reasons for betting on him. Finding common ground, their conversation quickly grew more familiar. Inside the killing tower, since stepping on the first iron ball, Tang Yan had not once descended. A copper rod shot forth from within a stone with blinding speed, and with a twist of his waist, he landed on it, using the momentum to propel himself forward. In just a few moments, he reached the finish line, completing the challenge in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Many high-ranking practitioners had faltered on the third level, succumbing to the pressure or running out of time. Yet Tang Yan's speed was truly remarkable. This advantage was due in part to his unique training methods. After all, few would be insane enough to practice under a waterfall. Upon reaching the fourth level, the pressure on his shoulders lightened, returning to a normal state. He surveyed the layout of this level, where 8 copper figures stood silently in the center of the hall. Each copper figure was nearly the height of a man, around 1.7 meters tall, their surfaces gleaming like polished brass, each wielding a copper rod in both hands. 10 meters ahead, a red line marked the boundary of the combat zone, with a sign overhead reading, 4th level, Copper Warrior Armor Challenge. Crossing the red line signifies entering the combat zone. Retreating beyond it results in defeat. The Copper Warriors possess strength equivalent to the peak of the second tier of the Xin stage. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan stepped forward, crossing the red line. In that moment, the 8 copper figures' eyes flared with red light, and they sprang into action. Tang Yan felt a surge of caution. The speed of the Copper Warriors was astonishing, their joints as agile as those of a living being, enabling them to unleash devastating attacks. Who could have conceived such intricate mechanisms? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan charged forward. As the foremost copper figure swung its short rod towards him, Tang Yan deftly sidestepped, landing a solid punch against the copper figure. The sound of metal striking metal rang out sharply. Though he landed a successful blow, a sense of foreboding crept over him. From beginning to end, the bronze figure showed no intention of evading attacks. After being struck, it took 2 steps back, and whether it sustained any damage remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the other 7 bronze figures wielded their long rods, launching an onslaught towards Tang Yan from all directions. Faced with this relentless barrage, Tang Yan's heart raced with alarm. If he did not dodge, he feared he would be overwhelmed by the rain of blows. Desperate, he decided to act. As the rods descended upon him like a net from the heavens, he slipped through the gaps between 2 of them like an eel. Bang! Just as he emerged from the narrow space, a fierce gust of wind struck him from behind, startling Tang Yan. Where did that attack come from? He unleashed his phantom step to its maximum, but still, he felt a sharp pain as he was grazed. A quick glance revealed that the assailant was none other than the bronze figure he had just punched back. To his astonishment, the bronze figure seemed entirely unfazed by his full-force strike. Chapter 91. As if in a no-man's land unyielding, Tang Yan took a deep breath and activated his phantom step, preparing to test one of the bronze figures. Bang, 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 bang. He swiftly approached his target and delivered a powerful blow from his Thousand Mountains fist. Thud. 2 muffled sounds echoed as the bronze figure staggered back 2 steps, yet it remained largely unaffected. The remaining 7 bronze figures simultaneously swung their rods at Tang Yan. Sensing their overwhelming force, he felt a surge of panic and quickly retreated. However, the bronze figures were no slouches. Their coordination was impeccable. Despite Tang Yan's best efforts to evade, one rod swiped across his clothing, tearing a corner away. Tang Yan furrowed his brow. The strength of the bronze figures likely ranked around the first level of the Xian stage. Although they were somewhat weaker than him, one crucial aspect remained. The bronze figures felt no pain. No matter what techniques he employed, they did not dodge. They simply attacked relentlessly. The 8 bronze figures moved as one. their teamwork creating a formidable force that transcended mere arithmetic. Tang Yan's gaze flickered like lightning as he assessed the 8 bronze figures. Their bodies were impervious. Engaging in a direct confrontation would surely lead to his exhaustion. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Just as every person has strengths and weaknesses, so too must the bronze figures. His next course of action would be to uncover their vulnerabilities and dismantle them one by one. Resolute, he faced the approaching bronze figures without fear, activating his phantom step as his body transformed into a wisp of smoke. His fist aimed at one bronze figure. Bang! His fist connected with the figure's left eye. After landing the hit, Tang Yan did not linger. He swiftly sidestepped, vacating his previous position. The bronze figure he struck only slightly recoiled, yet its rod continued its relentless swing towards where he had stood moments before. The left eye was not a weak point. Fortunately, the bronze figures were not human. Despite their swift movements, their instinctive reactions lagged, granting Tang Yan ample time to test. He quickly maneuvered in front of another bronze figure and, before it could react, delivered a powerful punch to its right eye. A bang. The blow sent the bronze figure's head snapping back, yet it remained largely unaffected. The remaining 7 bronze figures, with their 14 rods, surged towards him. This time, Tang Yan wised up. He tempered his strikes, leaving some force behind, and executed his phantom step without pause, deftly evading the barrage of rods. The right eye was not a weak point either. As an accomplished alchemist, Tang Yan possessed an abundance of patience. After dodging the attacks of the 7 bronze figures, he charged forward once more, directing a punch at one bronze figure's nose. Bang! The figure hesitated but remained unscathed. The nose was not a weak point. The mouth was not a weak point. The throat was not a weak point. The solar plexus was not a weak point. Tang Yan meticulously explored every inch of the bronze figures, his demeanor unwavering despite repeated failures. The small abdomen, the left rib, the armpit, the navel, the leg bones, he tested every part of the bronze figures. Yet they continued their relentless assault. A flicker of doubt crossed Tang Yan's mind. Could it be that the bronze figures had no vulnerabilities? He had struck from top to bottom, and they remained as steadfast as ever. Could they truly be invulnerable? Wait a moment. Top to bottom? Tang Yan's gaze sharpened, focusing on the tops of the figures' heads and their feet. While he had examined every part of the bronze figures, it seemed he had overlooked these 2 critical areas. And these were indeed the most difficult to reach. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan resolved to give it a try. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he swiftly struck one bronze figure's knee. After the blow, unlike his previous escapes, he paused momentarily. Upon witnessing all 7 remaining bronze figures swing their rods towards him, he finally moved. He leaped high into the air, retracting his right arm with force, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the top of one bronze figure's head. Crack! A peculiar sound resonated, and from the corner of his eye, Tang Yan noticed the crimson glow in the bronze figure's eyes dimming, gradually extinguishing, leaving it standing motionless. Success! A flicker of joy flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. With newfound confidence, he replicated the tactic, dispatching 3 more bronze figures in quick succession. Bang! As the last bronze figure's light faded, Tang Yan exhaled heavily. Although the battle had only lasted the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had maintained an intense state of combat throughout. After a moment of recuperation, Tang Yan ascended to the 5th level. Upon observing the layout of the 5th level, a smile crept across his face. The challenges presented here seemed even simpler than those of the 4th level. Before him lay a straight copper path, connecting to the opposite side. The path was approximately 1 meter wide, flanked by water on either side. A row of bronze figures stood on either side, each brandishing a variety of weapons, swords, spears, and hammers alike. The path was also dotted with obstacles, both large and small. If Tang Yan's guess was correct, this trial would test combat proficiency, demanding both quick reflexes and martial skill. Traversing such a path would likely prove difficult for most, explaining why Su Wei had exited after a mere glance. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan approached the copper path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The bronze figures on either side sprang into action. 3 long swords slicing through the air with stabbing, slashing, and chopping motions aimed at him. Tang Yan remained unfazed, the heart of a fighter awakening within him. The 3 swords were fierce, their momentum formidable. Yet to Tang Yan, they revealed countless openings. His fist struck the sword of the bronze figure on his right with tremendous force, causing the sword to veer off course. Without hesitation, he slipped through the gap and broke past their defenses. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A hammer, a long sword, and a heavy knife surged toward him from 3 directions, sealing off his escape routes. More insidiously, a spear thrust unexpectedly from the copper path. Yet for Tang Yan, this challenge remained trivial. He sidestepped, gliding forward in an S-curve, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Reaching a stone obstacle, he was suddenly ambushed by a small bronze figure hiding behind it. As Tang Yan appeared, the figure lunged at his waist with a dagger. Tang Yan's aura surged, his internal whirlpool of energy rapidly circulating, channeling powerful true energy into his arm as he struck the bronze figure's right arm with a devastating punch. With his overwhelming strength, the bronze figure's arm twisted, and Tang Yan seized the opportunity to dash forward once more. Having mastered the heart of combat, Tang Yan moved through the perilous snare with the grace of a fish in water. Upon reaching the end, he emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his clothing disturbed. Chapter 92. Devouring the soul refining fire. Nonetheless, Tang Yan did not underestimate the dangers of the 5th level. Without the experience of bloody battles, it would be exponentially more challenging to traverse this path. Taking a deep breath, his gaze settled on the passageway to the 6th level, an inexplicable excitement bubbling within him. He felt an odd attraction to something on this level. Curiously, he pondered why he felt this way. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face, for the source of this feeling seemed to emanate from the heavenly creation fire within him. At this moment, the heavenly creation fire in his dantian began to flicker intermittently. Though the frequency was slow, such behavior from this extraordinary fire was rare. A slight movement was enough to alert Tang Yan. Adjusting his state, he stepped into the passageway leading to the 6th level. As he arrived, a wave of heat washed over him. He distinctly felt the heavenly creation fire pulsating with increasing fervor. Curiously surveying the 6th level, he noted that its layout was far more peculiar than that of the 5th. On the northern wall, the words soul refinement were etched in powerful strokes, while the ground was marked with concentric circles, resembling targets converging toward the center. At the heart of this lotus-like pattern, a white flame flickered and danced upon the ground. The anomalies of the heavenly creation fire were undoubtedly linked to it. Tang Yan suddenly had a thought. This flame might very well be a form of spiritual fire that existed in the world. The heavenly creation fire's excitement stemmed from a desire to devour this spiritual fire. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yan cautiously approached the center. As he drew near, the white flame seemed to sense his presence, suddenly swaying with intensity. The circular patterns on the ground transformed into clusters of flames. Tang Yan felt a surge of heat and instinctively wanted to retreat, only to realize that his clothes remained unscorched by the flames, forcing himself to resist the urge to step back. This heat was peculiar. He felt no sweat, yet it was as if a fire seared his very soul. Considering the inscription on the wall, a thought crossed Tang Yan's mind. Was this level testing his soul power? For an alchemist, soul power was directly linked to spiritual strength. The stronger the soul power, the easier it was to control the rhythm of alchemy. Even if he could not pass this trial, refining his soul power in such an environment would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Resolved, Tang Yan took another step forward. With each inch closer to the center, the flame's color grew increasingly white, and the sensation of heat intensified. Fortunately, Tang Yan's soul power was already greater than that of most. The radius of the fire circle was approximately 12 meters. He advanced 10 meters forward without a hint of strain. Finally halting his steps, a gnawing sensation from deep within compelled him to seek refuge in an icy cavern. Tang Yan's body trembled slightly, but he remained silent, gritting his teeth to steady himself before taking another half-step forward. A surge of even stronger pressure hit him, causing his body to tremble more violently. He fought against the urge to flee, circulating his true energy throughout his body, exerting every effort to withstand the torment of the soul refinement. The sharp edge of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. This suffering was familiar to him from his time in the martial world. As an exceptional alchemist, if he faltered during this trial of soul power, it would plant the seeds of doubt within him on the path of alchemy. Tang Yan was uncertain if taking another step would cause him to faint, but he could not allow fear to take hold. With his eyes burning red, he focused on the white flame just a meter away and resolutely activated his fire control technique. In that moment, the heavenly creation fire surged with excitement, dancing around him under his command. The white flame, upon sensing the emergence of the heavenly creation fire, seemed to recoil, its intensity diminishing as it flickered in the air. The pressure on Tang Yan's body suddenly eased, and the searing sensation vanished. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he observed the white flame's demeanor, resembling a creature bowing in submission. Could it be that flames, too, had a hierarchy? Recalling the contents of the supreme alchemy canon, a glint of madness sparkled in Tang Yan's eyes. The heavenly creation fire could devour other spiritual fires to evolve. Could it consume this white flame as well? It was worth a try. A powerful pulling force emanated from Tang Yan's palm, and the white flame, seemingly sentient, sensed the impending danger and ignited fiercely. Caught off guard, Tang Yan experienced a wave of dizziness. He bit his tongue, striving to maintain clarity, gritting his teeth as he executed his fire control technique flawlessly. Boom! Under the pressure of the heavenly creation fire, the white flame only resisted for a brief moment before being entirely drawn into Tang Yan's body. He knew that this was the crucial step, fusion. While the heavenly creation fire was indeed formidable, until it was thoroughly refined, the white flame could still inflict damage. The previous sensation of searing pain returned, and it intensified within Tang Yan. He clenched his teeth, unwavering in his fire control technique. As time passed, his body quaked incessantly, beads of sweat forming all over him. Tang Yan noted that under his relentless refining, the white flame was gradually being consumed by the heavenly creation fire. As the white flame's power waned, the speed of its absorption quickened, and soon it ceased to struggle. The sensation of soul refinement dissipated, leaving Tang Yan feeling lighter all over. With a faint sizzling sound, the white flame finally vanished. Tang Yan exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. He sensed that the energy of the heavenly creation fire within him was still unstable, realizing that the white flame had not been completely refined and required further harmonization. Now that he was still within the Death Trap Tower, Tang Yan decided to exit first. Glancing back at the 6th level, he noted that the circles on the ground remained, though the central flame had disappeared. He wondered how the Death Trap Tower would react upon discovering the absence of the soul-refining fire. In his heart, he hoped that the situation on the 6th level would not be discovered anytime soon. Meanwhile, outside the Death Trap Tower, a crowd buzzed with speculation. It's been nearly half an hour. Why hasn't that kid emerged? Could he have truly ventured into the 3rd level? Or perhaps he perished within? They awaited eagerly. Among the crowd, aside from Lin Xiao and Wan Fei, nearly everyone had placed their bets on Tang Yan emerging from either the 2nd or 3rd level. Master Lin, which level do you think Tang Yan will come out from? Wan Fei inquired. Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he pondered before responding, the 4th or 5th level. What do you think, Miss Wan? At least the 5th level, Wan Fei asserted, recalling Tang Yan's performance on Tsangyan Mountain. Let us hope so. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Boom! The sound of a door opening resonated. Everyone held their breath, their eyes darting between the 2nd and 3rd levels. Huh? Could it be a malfunction in the Death Trap Tower? The doors to the 2nd and 3rd levels are completely still. Where did that opening sound come from? A young man in the crowd exclaimed. What the hell are you shouting about? Others around him chided in annoyance. 6.6 levels. As the words slipped from his lips, the crowd's gaze shifted simultaneously to the 6th level. Standing tall above, a figure in white garments, pristine and unblemished, captured their attention. As they beheld the confident young man, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. Once they confirmed that it was indeed Tang Yan, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. 10 out of 10. Another cheer rang out from the crowd. Their spirits jolted as they collectively gazed at the 6th level door. The enormous tin left them agape, unable to close their mouths. It had been years since anyone had ascended to the 6th level, and not only had someone entered, but they had also succeeded. Even more astonishing was that the victor was from Yun City. We won. Sister, where's my 10 million taels of silver? Longing exclaimed, realizing the implications. The dealer, previously distracted, jolted awake at Long Ying's words, contemplating whether to flee. However, upon meeting Wan Fei's unwavering gaze, he could only force a smile. 2 bets. One at 10-fold, the other at 100-fold, totaling 11 million taels of silver. Surely the dealer wouldn't go back on his word, right? Wan Fei's radiant smile reassured him. No, my dealer wouldn't dare go back on his word. The dealer, now aware he couldn't escape, realized that if he attempted to back out, he would ruin his reputation, making it impossible to host future bets. However, he could not produce such a substantial sum, and with a pained expression, he turned to Zhao Yuqian. How could Zhao Yuqian not comprehend his intent? Though unwilling in her heart, her pride would not allow her to go back on her word in front of so many from the East Domain. With a cold demeanor, she retrieved paper and pen from her bosom and swiftly wrote an IOU. Tossing it forward, "Take this to my Zhao family, and you shall receive the full amount." The Zhuang family expressed their gratitude profusely, beaming as they approached Wan Fei. "Miss Wan, I do not have such a large sum at the moment. Here are 200,000 taels for now. I will deliver the remaining amount to your residence tomorrow, if that is agreeable." Trusting that the Zhuang family would not break their word, Wan Fei accepted the banknotes without a glance, placing them in her bosom. After the Zhuang family supplemented Lin Xiao with an additional 100 taels, they shook their heads and sighed in dismay. How could a gambling house incur losses? This would surely invite ridicule from their peers. Tang Yan descended from the 6th floor, and under the gaze of the crowd, he approached Su Wei. "You have lost." Su Wei's expression was complex, a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes. Surely the internal workings of the absolute kill tower cannot be flawed? "I protest," Yao Yuan exclaimed loudly. "Heh, cannot accept defeat." Tang Yan's gaze was filled with disdain. Su Wei clenched his fists, glaring at Tang Yan with a hint of venom. Through gritted teeth he said, "One should leave a line when conducting affairs. Why must young Master Tang be so ruthless?" The wager was mutually agreed upon. "You cannot simply back out," Lin Xiao interjected coolly. "What, Brother Lin? Do you still wish to bully the weak?" An enraged voice interrupted. As a burly man in a red cloak strode forth. "Yao Qian, the Lord of Yuching." Someone recognized him. Lin Xiao, seeing the arrival of Yao Qian, waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Yao, you exaggerate. It is your Yuching juniors who intend to dishonor their word." Yao Qian, already aware of the situation, felt a surge of anger. Having only arrived a bit late, this group of rascals had already stirred up such trouble. Had Su Wei cried out 3 times that Yuching was inferior to Yun City today, Yuching would have to save face in the East Domain. These young ones are simply ignorant. Brother Lin cannot take this to heart, can he? Yao Qian laughed heartily. Upon witnessing Yao Qian's nonchalance, Lin Zhao's displeasure grew. For years, he had endured jibes from these individuals at the East Domain competition. The participants in the East Domain competition represent the image of their respective cities. These few are no longer young. If they go back on their word and fail to fulfill their wager, who would dare to engage with Yuching in the future? Within moments, Lin Xiao had elevated the issue to the level of a city's reputation. Yao Qian gasped, and seeing Lin Xiao's demeanor, he was resolute in letting Yuching lose face. His voice turned cold. "Brother Lin, if you insist on making Yuching lose face today, should we meet again at the East Domain competition? I fear my Yuching juniors shall not show mercy. Do not worry about Brother Yao. There is no need to stray from the topic. Since you have lost, fulfill the wager." Lin Xiao waved his hand. Yao Qian shot a glare at Lin Xiao, his gaze landing on Tang Yan. As for the wager among the younger generation, Brother Lin need not intervene. "Young master, since you managed to come down from the 6th floor, your strength must be extraordinary. How about this? If you face Su Wei again and win, not only will the previous wager stand, but I shall also offer you 3 third-tier elixirs. If you lose, we will consider the previous debts settled, and I shall gift you 1 third-tier elixir. What do you say? 3rd-tier elixirs?" The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Not only in the East Domain, but even throughout the entire Tingxiang Kingdom, 3rd-tier elixirs were exceedingly precious. Since the wager had indeed been won by Tang Yan, Lin Xiao refrained from interfering too much, opting instead to observe how Tang Yan would respond. Tang Yan displayed a look of disdain. "I am not even the foremost in Yun City. What do I have to compete with? Just fulfill the wager." The crowd was left disappointed, having anticipated further excitement. After all, in a place like Yun City, how could there be any remarkable talents? Tang Yan might simply be someone adept at overcoming obstacles. "How about this? I will give you all 3 elixirs and call it a day. Shall we?" Yao Qian felt a pang of regret, yet in an effort to salvage some dignity for Yuching, he was compelled to resort to this underwhelming proposal. Such generous terms even stirred some interest in Lin Xiao. For Su Wei to shout 3 times that Yuching was inferior to Yun City would earn him some face, but it would bear no tangible benefits. However, obtaining 3 third-tier elixirs would be a rare treasure. Other onlookers also displayed intense envy. Third-tier elixirs were often elusive even when one sought to purchase them. Lin Xiao sighed softly. Such temptation would naturally pique even his interest, let alone Tang Yan's. fulfill the wager. Just as everyone believed Tang Yan would acquiesce, a calm voice emerged from his lips. The crowd was momentarily stunned upon hearing Tang Yan's words. Even Yuching was caught off guard by Tang Yan's abrupt refusal. These were third-tier elixirs. Could it be that this fellow was foolish? While third-tier elixirs were highly valuable in the eyes of others, to Tang Yan, they were akin to mere candies. As long as he wished, he could refine them, having as many as he desired. Seeing that Tang Yan was impervious to persuasion, Yuching's fury surged. He harbored grievances against Su Wei and his companions. Losing to any other city would have been acceptable, but these unworthy individuals had the audacity to lose to the historically inferior Yun city. With little patience, he barked, "Hurry and shout." Chapter 94. The grudge against Yuching. Su Wei glared at Tang Yan with venom, coldly declaring, "I hope we do not cross paths at the competition. Stop being so melodramatic. Hurry up." Tang Yan urged. Su Wei, infuriated by Tang Yan's mockery, felt blood rise in his throat. Noticing Yuching's increasingly somber expression, he understood the Lord's desire to depart and, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Yuching is inferior to Yun City." 2 more times. Louder. "Are you starving?" Tang Yan offered in a seemingly kind reminder. With an even darker glare at Tang Yan, Su Wei, steeling himself, continued to shout, "Yuching is inferior to Yun City. Yuching is inferior to Yun City. The mountains may not shift, but the waters may. We shall meet at the competition." Yuching spat, turning on his heel and departing. Su Wei and his companions hurriedly followed. Heads bowed. As the people witnessed Yuching's departure, it became clear that the rift between Yun City and Yuching had been irreparably severed. There would undoubtedly be fierce confrontations between the disciples of the two cities at the forthcoming East Domain competition. However, most individuals were not optimistic about Yun City. Having angered Yuching, the disciples of Yun City would likely face retaliation when encountering Yuching's people. The one feeling most vindicated was undoubtedly Lin Xiao. Each of Su Wei's shouts resonated more melodiously than the last. He bore little pressure, for his daughter was already at the 3rd tier of the Xin stage, and her combat skills were improving rapidly. Bolstered by his daughter's various boasts, coupled with Tang Yan's performance at the absolute kill tower, Lin Xiao felt increasingly confident in Tang Yan's prowess. When the disciples of the two cities clashed, the outcome remained uncertain. As for Lu Ji, Lin Xiao paid him little heed. In his mind, the Lu family was already dismissed. Lu Ji's fate held little significance. "You have indeed achieved a great feat today. Although you have gained face, you have also established a formidable enemy and lost 3 third-tier elixirs. I apologize for that." Lin Xiao patted Tang Yan on the shoulder, his regard for Tang Yan growing more favorable. "It is only fitting. Those who insult Yun City shall receive tenfold in return," Tang Yan declared resolutely. "Excellent." Lin Xiao laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied with Tang Yan's response. "By the way, this young lady is your friend." Lin Xiao indicated toward Wan Fei. Tang Yan regarded Wan Fei with curiosity, frowning as he inquired, "Have we met, miss? You must have mistaken me." Pfft. Lin Xiao nearly spat blood upon hearing this. "You dare claim you have not met her? How do you explain the 20,000 taels she has staked on you, benefactor?" "This is my sister." Chang'ing chimed in, hurriedly explaining. Upon seeing Chang'ing, Tang Yan instantly recalled the mercenary he had encountered at Songyan Mountain and took another careful look at Wan Fei. With her delicate face, willow brows, and almond-shaped eyes, her alluring red lips exuded a wild yet capable air. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to someone he remembered. "Auntie?" Tang Yan tentatively asked. The previously cheerful Wan Fei erupted in fury at the term. "I will take you down," she yelled, lunging at Tang Yan with ferocity. Instinctively, Tang Yan dodged, hastily explaining, "Auntie, hear me out. I truly did not realize it was you. Auntie, let us discuss this calmly." Eventually, after much persuasion from Tang Yan, Wan Fei calmed down, her beautiful eyes glaring at him in warning. "If you call me auntie again, I will rip your mouth apart." "Very well, auntie, I will kill you." Wan Fei roared again, her petite fists raining down upon Tang Yan. All right, I admit my mistake." Tang Yan pleaded once more. In truth, Tang Yan felt somewhat wronged regarding Wan Fei's appearance. The last time he had seen her, she had just endured a brutal battle, looking disheveled and smeared with blood and mud. Calling her auntie had been no exaggeration. But now, witnessing the beauty before him, with a perfect blend of exquisite qualities, was indeed astonishing. Who could have imagined they were the same person? "Benefactor, I knew you were extraordinary." No one has entered the 6th floor of the absolute kill tower in 7 years, and not only did you enter, but you also cleared it. Chang'ing exclaimed excitedly. It was merely a fortunate occurrence. It was mostly luck. Relying solely on strength would not suffice. Tang Yan modestly gestured. After conversing with the two, Tang Yan sidled up to Lin Xiao. My lord, when winter snow ascends, please conceal her identity and do not reveal Yun City's presence too early. Lin Xiao agreed with Tang Yan's suggestion. Finding it a simple task, he would have Lin Dongxue alter her appearance. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dongxue, disguised as an ordinary person, blended into the crowd and awaited her entry into the absolute kill tower. In this guise, she drew no attention. Once Lu Ji entered the absolute kill tower, Lin Xiao pulled Tang Yan aside and quietly asked, Tang Yan, what exactly is on the 6th floor of the absolute kill tower? How did you manage to clear it? It was not wise to easily divulge the matter of devouring the soul-refining fire, so Tang Yan pondered briefly before responding. There is an array within that possesses soul-refining properties. The closer one is to the center of the array. The more intense the pain, I remained at the center for a quarter of an hour, and then the door opened on its own. Lin Xiao accepted his explanation without suspicion, expressing satisfaction. Since soul refinement is on the 6th floor, the agony must be unbearable for ordinary individuals. Moreover, clearing the first 5 levels is no simple feat. In this East Domain competition, I hope you perform well, aiming for a commendable rank, of course. Winter Snow is already at the 3rd tier of the Xian staged. As long as she can surpass the 4th level, I believe she will achieve a good score at the 5th level. Tang Yan smiled. Boom. As they chatted, the sound of a door opening echoed, and all eyes turned to the upper floor. 2nd floor? 8 points. Upon seeing this score, laughter erupted among the crowd. The recent participants were almost all contestants for the East Domain competition. Each competitor was an elite from their respective cities, and few emerged from the 2nd floor. When the crowd realized that the individual was the foremost from Yun City, their expressions flickered with mockery. Yun City's strength remained as pitiful as it had always been. While they were uncertain how Tang Yan had managed to clear the 6th floor, they attributed it to mere luck. Lu Ji felt increasingly frustrated. Having already endured several slaps, his composure was yet to settle. With Tang Yan's performance further provoking him, his mood became even more chaotic. Upon entering the absolute kill tower, his thoughts were too scattered to concentrate, resulting in him being ejected from the 2nd floor. An hour later, Lin Dongxue emerged from the absolute kill tower, causing another uproar. 5 floors, 4 points. Upon witnessing such a score, Lin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. After exiting the absolute kill tower, Lin Dongxue ignored the crowd and hastily departed, leaving them puzzled about her identity. When the group from Yun City reconvened at the Wanfang building, Tang Yan greeted Lin Xiao before returning to his small courtyard. With 8 or 9 days remaining, he needed to thoroughly refine the soul-refining fire as quickly as possible. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he took a deep breath, activating the supreme pill scriptures and the fire control technique simultaneously. The white flames were enveloped by the heavenly transformative fire, and with continued refinement, the white radiance gradually faded. Tang Yan felt the power of the heavenly transformative fire growing stronger. The color of the flames deepened with each passing moment. As time slipped away, when Tang Yan finally opened his eyes, the starlight outside was radiant, indicating that it was already late into the night. Chapter 95. The 4 young masters of the East Domain. A flame suddenly leaped before Tang Yan, a deep blue, mysterious, and otherworldly. Tang Yan gazed at the heavenly transformative fire, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. The fusion with the soul-refining fire had deepened his understanding of the fire control technique while also clarifying its purpose. It could refine the soul, enhance spiritual strength, and briefly affect the minds of enemies. Though now refined by Tang Yan, the capabilities of the soul-refining fire had been wholly absorbed by the heavenly transformative fire. Sensing the pressure the flames exerted on his soul, Tang Yan felt a spark of inspiration. Did this mean he had not only gained a life-saving skill but could also refine his own soul in the future? The stronger the soul power, the greater the spiritual strength, which is crucial for alchemy. As an alchemist, Tang Yan naturally understood its value. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he exhaled a breath of stale air and continued his training. With 9 days remaining, he needed to seize every moment to improve. When Tang Yan awoke from his training once more, daylight had arrived. Despite Yun City's historical lack of recognition, the news of Tang Yan clearing the 6th floor of the absolute kill tower spread through the city like wildfire. And many came to remember his name. Fang City, long governed by the Fang family, derived its name from them. Nearly half of the city's industries fell under the Fang family's purview. The management style of Fang City differed from that of Yun City. While the Lord's Manor in each city held a supreme position, several prominent families still resided there, creating a balance of power. In contrast, Fang City treated the entire city as the Fang family's asset, recruiting talents from any family to cultivate within the Lord's Manor, thus ensuring the Fang family's enduring prosperity. In the southern part of Fang City, there lay a picturesque area known as Shoyue Lake, spanning 1,000 acres. Adorned with pavilions on both banks, it was a favored spot for the talented and beautiful of Fang City, as well as for scholars and young couples. Within a second-floor private room of a building, four extraordinary young men sat around an octagonal table, drinking. Those who were familiar would undoubtedly gasp in recognition. Despite their youth, these four were well known throughout the East Domain, except for Yun City, which seldom concerned itself with regional affairs. They were Fang Xian of Fang City, Cheng Gong, Du Shu of Qing City, and Song Zhe of Song City, collectively known as the four young masters of the East Domain, the most acclaimed young individuals across the cities. As for the leading figures from Yuching and Yun City, they hardly captured anyone's attention and would not be compared with these three cities. A young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes set down his cup and cleared his throat, immediately drawing the attention of the others. Time flies. The East Domain competition occurs once every 5 years and is about to commence again. What are your thoughts on this year's competition, Brother Fang? Since each participant can only compete once in the East Domain competition, although we are all first-time contenders, I feel that we can secure 4 of the top 5 spots, Song Zhe remarked, tapping his fingers lightly on the cup, his mature demeanor evident in his deep-set eyes. Fang Xian smiled with his starry eyes. Following the tradition of the Qinglong Academy, they will recruit between 5 to 10 individuals from the East Domain. However, the qualifications we gain from the East Domain competition merely grant us entry into the Qinglong Academy. We will have to undergo further assessment to determine our acceptance. The reselection by the Qinglong Academy is far more intense. Thus, we must unite as East Domain participants to enhance our chances of entering, he added. Who do you think might become our comrades? If only 5 are to be recruited, Zhao Yuqian and Wan Fei from Fang City possess great potential, Cheng Gong promptly suggested. From Song City, Song Qing also has the strength to compete, Song Zhe asserted. Qing City has a promising candidate in Sun Long, Du Shu recommended. Upon hearing their comments, Fang Xian nodded with a smile, exuding confidence in every gesture as he leisurely sipped his drink. Su Wei from Yuching is not to be underestimated either. His strength is said to have reached the peak of the 3rd tier. It is a pity he has not yet reached the 4th tier. Otherwise, as the first person from Yuching, he could join us for a drink. I heard that someone cleared the 6th floor of the Absolute Kill Tower yesterday, Song Zhe reminded. Fang Xian nodded, acknowledging. I have also heard the rumors. Yesterday, Yun City and Yu City engaged in a wager, and Yu City unfortunately lost. This is also one of the reasons I did not invite Su Wei. Have you managed to uncover anything about Tang Yan's origins? Du Shu furrowed his brow and replied. I did some inquiries. 5 months ago, Tang Yan's reputation in Yun City was quite poor. He was seen as a frivolous individual, indulging in debauchery. However, he has recently demonstrated commendable strength. Yet, his prowess seems limited. I've only heard he has reached the 9th rank of the yellow stage, without even stepping into the profound stage. I have also conducted research on Yun City, where the foremost individual, Lu Ji, currently stands at the 1st rank of the profound stage. Remarkably, he could not withstand a single strike from Yao Yuan of Yu City yesterday and was left reeling from a few slaps. As for Tang Yan, who doesn't even rank 1st, it seems the issue lies with the assassination tower, which allowed him to pass by sheer luck. Cheng Gong interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xian remarked, the latest intelligence indicates that the highest strength that fellow displays is indeed the 9th rank of the yellow stage. His passage through the assassination tower may very well be attributed to fortune. The 9th rank of the yellow stage is still rather feeble and not worth our consideration. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yan remained oblivious to the discussions regarding the 4 young masters of the eastern region. He had hung a sign outside his courtyard stating he was in seclusion, and for the past few days, he had been fervently refining his soul fire. With such dedicated cultivation, Tang Yan's progress was astounding. The soul fire possesses boundless benefits for one's soul, and after several days of tempering, Tang Yan distinctly felt an increase in his soul power. He believed that in the future, the process of alchemy would become significantly easier. As time passed, tomorrow marked the day of the Eastern Region Grand Competition, and Tang Yan had fully integrated the soul fire. He could now separate the bone-white soul fire from the originally azure flames whenever he wished. A feat truly remarkable. After taking a bath and changing into a white robe, Tang Yan opened the courtyard door, only to see Lin Xiao approaching with Lin Dongxue. "Humph, you finally decided to come out." Lin Dongxue pouted, displeased at Tang Yan's late emergence. During their time on Sangyan Mountain, when Lu Jing attempted to assassinate them, Tang Yan had bravely intervened, allowing her to escape. From that moment, Lin Dongxue had accepted Tang Yan as a friend. Subsequently, he had imparted much combat experience to her, and she had hoped to discuss fighting techniques over the next 10 days. However, he had secluded himself for 8 days, leaving her without a glimpse of him. Tang Yan hastily apologized and inquired curiously, "Are you here to find me?" Chapter 96. Tang Yan, do you dare to fight me? Yes, I have been meaning to discuss the Eastern Region Grand Competition with you for the past 8 days of your seclusion, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Once they settled in the courtyard, Tang Yan began to pour tea. Lin Xiao explained. In this Eastern Region Grand Competition, the most reputable cities are Fang City, Qing City, and Song City. If all goes well, individuals from these 3 cities are likely to be selected for the Azure Dragon Academy. Next is Yu City, where some believe Su Wei may qualify. Unfortunately, Yun City remains overlooked. How outrageous! A bunch of narrow-minded fools. We will show them, Lin Dongxue exclaimed, brimming with indignation. What remarkable figures do those 3 cities possess to garner such acclaim? Tang Yan inquired, intrigued. Our Yun City has historically ranked at the bottom in the Eastern Region Grand Competitions and has seldom participated in activities organized by the Eastern Region, so our knowledge of other cities is limited. Fangxian and Chenggong from Fang City, Du Shu from Qing City, and Song Zhe from Song City are collectively known as the 4 young masters of the Eastern Region, each boasting strength above the 4th rank of the profound stage. Such talent among the younger generation is considered exceptional throughout the entire region. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. The Eastern Region Grand Competition explicitly states that participants must be under 25 years of age. The fact that these individuals have reached the 4th rank of the profound stage before turning 25 is indeed astonishing. Is there anyone who has reached the 5th rank? We're uncertain. The minimum is the mid-4th rank. This information is merely what has been gathered on the surface, and we cannot rule out the existence of 5th-rank talents. Moreover, there are 5 cities in the Eastern region, so who knows if there are undiscovered prodigies? After a brief pause, Lin Zhao's gaze turned meaningful as it fell upon Tang Yan. This grand competition will see many 4th-rank experts, with numerous peak 3rd-rank practitioners, such as Song Qing from Song City, Sun Long from Qing City, and your friend Wan Fei, among others. The competition this time will be fiercer than ever. Is it solely a martial competition? Tang Yan asked. Indeed, it is purely a test of martial prowess. However, if you manage to qualify for the Azure Dragon Academy's selection, there will be numerous assessments to undergo. Lin Xiao added, suddenly recalling something. Additionally, this time, not only will the city lords from the 5 cities be present, but there will also be representatives from the Azure Dragon Academy. Even if someone fails to secure a top position, if their abilities and talents impress the Azure Dragon Academy's representatives, they may be directly recruited. Are there any rewards for achieving a ranking in the competition? Tang Yan casually inquired, though his ears perked up with interest. Obtaining a selection qualification for the Azure Dragon Academy is the greatest reward. However, the champion usually receives extra rewards, while others do not. After explaining, the city lord shifted the conversation, asking, with such formidable opponents, what is your perspective on this grand competition? Tang Yan pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. The external perception of Yun City may not bode well for us, but it may not necessarily be a disadvantage. With Lu Ji, the foremost individual of Yun City, as our shield, the opponents may underestimate the strength of both Dongxue and me. With both of us at the 3rd rank of the profound stage, if the opponents lower their guard, our chances of victory increase. This year, Yun City will at least avoid finishing last. Lin Xiao gazed intently at Tang Yan. The rankings in the competition are determined by the strongest participants. For instance, if Song Zhe from Song City is the champion, even if the 2nd to 10th places are filled by individuals from Fang City, the 1st position will still belong to Song City. Therefore, to avoid finishing at the bottom, we must at least defeat Su Wei from Yu City. What do you think your chances are against him? He has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the profound stage. I would estimate my chances to be around 50-50, Tang Yan calculated. Why not have a spar with Tang Yan to gauge your abilities? Lin Dongxue chimed in. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened at her suggestion. During the brief 10 days, Tang Yan had significantly enhanced Lin Dongshua's combat prowess. He had also adopted a more aggressive style of sparring with her, which had further elevated her strength over the past 8 days. Consequently, Lin Xiao was quite curious about Tang Yan's battle capabilities. Tang Yan, too, felt a flicker of excitement. Having a formidable sparring partner would greatly aid his development. Sensing Tang Yan's eagerness, Lin Xiao laughed. Tang Yan, do you dare to fight me? Surely, the city lord would not go all out. Tang Yan replied cautiously, aware that if Lin Xiao unleashed his full strength, he might easily be overwhelmed. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled. You think I'm reckless? I shall use the strength of a 4th-rank profound stage practitioner. How does that sound? Father, that's unfair, Lin Dongxue protested before Tang Yan could respond. Why are you siding with him, my dear? Are you feeling pity for him? You are so unfair, father. Lin Dongshua's cheeks flushed pink as she glared at Lin Xiao, wanting to leave but unwilling to miss the fight. She stomped her foot in frustration and fell silent. Tang Yan's thoughts raced. As the city lord of Yun City, Lin Xiao would not disclose the true extent of his power. Thus, Tang Yan felt secure in engaging him in combat. The 4th rank of the profound stage is acceptable, he declared. A glint of excitement sparkled in Lin Xiao's eyes. Tang Yan's willingness to propose such a challenge suggested that he did not perceive Lin Xiao's 3rd-rank strength as a significant threat. This only piqued Lin Xiao's interest further, and he chuckled, very well then, make your move. Without further ado, Tang Yan unleashed his phantom steps, propelling himself towards Lin Xiao like a gust of wind. Lin Xiao's heart raced. How could this young man be so swift? Channeling his true energy, he swung his fist at Tang Yan. As Lin Xiao's fist approached, a smile crept onto Tang Yan's lips. He maintained his speed, shifting his body slightly to the left, altering the trajectory of his punch as he charged toward the city lord. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, realizing that Tang Yan's speed allowed him to adjust his attack mid-flight. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's vast combat experience and understanding of martial arts provided him with an advantage over typical 4th-rank practitioners. With a slight backward lean, Lin Xiao adjusted his aim, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Lin Xiao's momentary change in trajectory had diminished the force of his punch. Tang Yan, who had also altered his attack direction, should have delivered a weaker blow, yet Lin Xiao was astonished to find that Tang Yan's punch retained the power of a peak 3rd-rank attack. This defied logic. In their first exchange, even with his 4th-rank strength, Lin Xiao found himself at a disadvantage. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he realized he needed to launch a fierce offensive to regain his dignity. However, before he could act, his eyelids suddenly twitched. After a full-force strike, Tang Yan showed no signs of fatigue and came barreling toward him once more. Chapter 97. Father, you are being unfair. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao steeled himself for the next encounter. Being an experienced fighter, he knew that Tang Yan's movements were unpredictable. Thus, he extended his senses, weaving threads of energy to ensnare Tang Yan and track his every move. Bang! As anticipated, Tang Yan's attack trajectory shifted yet again. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had prepared himself. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly from Tang Yan's relentless 2-hit combo. After the sequence, Lin Xiao smugly thought, you must be out of breath now. Just as he prepared to attack, his mind jolted again. Tang Yan, showing no signs of slowing down, spun around and delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Lin Xiao's chest. The speed of this elbow was akin to lightning, and its force felt like a thunderclap. Having already expended energy on 2 uninterrupted counterattacks, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness against Tang Yan's onslaught. Unable to withstand the blow, he opted to evade, retreating swiftly by 3 steps. Having narrowly avoided Tang Yan's strike, Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, to think that he, utilizing his 4th-rank strength, had been forced back by Tang Yan's relentless assault. If news of this spread, where would he hide his face? Be cautious, Lin Xiao admonished himself, casting aside any underestimations and leveling his gaze at Tang Yan, now a worthy opponent. Channeling his true energy, he employed a footwork technique and executed a circular motion with his hands, unleashing a formidable martial technique toward Tang Yan. Even with only 4th-rank power, a ground-level expert's might was undeniably awe-inspiring. Sensing the overwhelming force behind this strike, Tang Yan chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he activated his phantom steps, dodging the attack with lightning speed and darting to Lin Xiao's side. Bang, bang, bang. As he maneuvered with phantom steps, 3 explosive sounds erupted, and an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Tang Yan's being. The third punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist struck Lin Zhao's arm fiercely. Lin Zhao, who had just unleashed a powerful punch, found himself compelled to alter his direction under the pressure of Tang Yan's onslaught. Bang! With each successive punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist, the power increased significantly, surpassing that of a typical third-rank attack. Lin Zhao felt his blood surge, realizing that this was indeed a martial technique. However, employing a martial technique consumed far more energy than a regular attack. A flicker of pride appeared in Lin Zhao's eyes. At such close range, after just using a martial technique, Tang Yan would surely be unable to attack again immediately. Kid, you're still a tad inexperienced. If I just make a slight move. Yet Lin Zhao's moment of pride was short-lived as his pupils constricted in shock. After executing a martial technique, Tang Yan showed no signs of pausing. He spun around and launched another punch. Though he had witnessed Tang Yan's battle against Lu Ji, he realized that Lu Ji's combat experience was not particularly strong and did not fully grasp Tang Yan's capabilities. Previously, he had thought that such a seamless series of attacks could only be executed a few times, but witnessing Tang Yan's continuous flow of techniques left Lin Zhao astonished. What manner of prodigy was this? How could he connect his martial techniques and strike so flawlessly? Was he possessed by the Assassination Tower's bronze puppets? Suppressing his shock, Lin Zhao narrowly evaded, but Tang Yan clung to him like a shadow. And before Lin Zhao could catch his breath, Tang Yan's next attack was upon him. No wonder my daughter has progressed so rapidly in combat. She has a true master as her mentor. It's also no wonder that when I spar with her, Lin Dongxue often complains that my attacks lack the ferocity of Tang Yan's relentless barrage. Lin Zhao was filled with astonishment, while Lin Dongxue watched with rapt attention. Each of Tang Yan's strikes was fierce and direct, yet varied, akin to an art form that delighted the senses. 8 Shadow Palms. Having been pressed relentlessly by Tang Yan, Lin Zhao finally unleashed his anger. Concentrating his energy, he summoned an overwhelming aura that radiated from him. 8 shadowy palm images formed in the air, each one substantial, advancing toward Tang Yan. What? Lin Dongxue, who had been engrossed in the display, gasped in surprise. While others may have been unaware, she recognized the 8 shadow palms as a legitimate yellow stage martial technique. A third-rank profound stage practitioner could compel a fourth-rank ground-level expert to resort to a yellow stage martial technique? Tang Yan sensed the immense power behind the 8 shadowy palms and inwardly marveled at the resources available within the city lord's estate. Under pressure from his opponent's attack, he could unleash the most suitable martial technique. With his soul power at an extraordinary level, Tang Yan quickly discerned that the 8 shadowy palms were merely illusions, while the true strike lay concealed beneath them. Nevertheless, the 8 shadowy palms still possessed a degree of offensiveness. Feeling the immense pressure, Tang Yan formulated a plan in an instant. Channeling his fingers to form a blade, he executed the Tang family's technique, the Cloud Sword. The finger shadows cascaded like clouds and rain, raining down upon the 8 shadowy palms. Puff, puff, puff. With the sound of bubbles bursting, Tang Yan did not even glance at the illusions as he delivered a powerful punch straight ahead. Impossible! Upon witnessing Tang Yan's flawless counter, Lin Zhao was increasingly astonished. Bang! With a deep, resonant collision, Lin Zhao's expectations were confirmed. Tang Yan continued his onslaught without pause, rushing toward him once more. After 12 consecutive attacks, Lin Zhao's understanding of Tang Yan's strength deepened. However, the more he understood, the more apprehensive he became. What kind of monster is this? Not only could he seamlessly connect martial techniques with strikes, but each attack pinpointed Lin Zhao's weaknesses with uncanny precision. As a result, Tang Yan was able to withstand the onslaught of Lin Zhao's fourth-rank strength despite being only at the third rank. Lin Zhao had endured an arduous journey from the elemental to the ground stage, facing countless battles along the way, and he prided himself on his martial prowess, believing few could surpass him in the eastern region. Yet, under Tang Yan's 12 relentless attacks, he had been forced to utilize martial techniques 3 times. What a humiliation, Lin Zhao regretted. Had he known Tang Yan was this formidable, he should not have so readily agreed to this spar. He had not been a sparring partner but rather a living target. However, Tang Yan showed no signs of granting Lin Zhao a reprieve, darting toward him like a flash of lightning once again. 6 Shadow Slash. In his heightened state, Lin Zhao inhaled deeply, unleashing another martial technique. Lacking the overwhelming force of his previous attack, this one was nonetheless highly targeted. As he stood there, Tang Yan felt as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast, ensnared by an inescapable sense of restraint. Profound stage martial technique. Father, you are being unfair. Lin Dongxue could no longer contain herself, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 98. City Lord, I have won. Lin Xiao, despite feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, maintained a facade of righteousness. This Eastern Domain Grand Competition showcases a plethora of talent. I believe many will exhibit low-tier Xin-level martial skills. It is merely a simple trial. Tang Yan was equally astonished. Although he possessed remarkable speed and formidable combat prowess, in the face of absolute strength, these attributes were of little significance. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his mindset fluctuated multiple times during the battle against Tang Yan. Initially, he aimed to gauge Tang Yan's capabilities. When Tang Yan compelled him to use the 4th rank of Xin-level strength, a flicker of disdain and curiosity ignited within him. Upon witnessing Tang Yan flawlessly connect his techniques for the first time, Lin Xiao was taken aback, beginning to regard his opponent with newfound respect. As Tang Yan's martial skills flowed seamlessly, Lin Xiao was left with no doubt about Tang Yan's strength. When Tang Yan's precise strikes targeted his weaknesses, Lin Xiao found himself using his 4th-tier strength, yet he could only match Tang Yan's prowess at that moment. He shifted from merely assessing Tang Yan's strength to contemplating victory and defeat. It was indeed perplexing for a ground-level expert to concern himself with winning or losing against a 3rd-tier Xin-level fighter. Especially when news of this spread, would have been over if it weren't for my father's underhanded tactics and the application of Xin-level martial skills. Perhaps Tang Yan could have won? Lin Dongxue mused to herself. It was understandable that Lin Dongxue harbored doubts about Tang Yan, as even a typical 4th-tier Xin-level fighter wielding Xin-level martial skills would pose a significant challenge, let alone Tang Yan, who was merely a 3rd-tier Xin-level fighter. Feeling the explosive power of the 6th Shadow Slash, Tang Yan recognized that ordinary attacks were utterly futile against T's counter. He had no choice but to employ martial skills. Should he initiate with the 1,000 Mountain Fist and envelop his fists with the Heavenly Creation Fire? Or should he utilize the immensely powerful Flame Burst Palm? Tang Yan had confidence in both approaches to suppress Lin Xiao, but he hesitated to reveal his strategies prematurely, even against someone he trusted. As Lin Xiao's phantom drew near, Tang Yan gritted his teeth and resolved to use the 1,000 Mountain Fist. Given that Lin Xiao's martial skill, the 6th Shadow Slash, presumably consisted of only 6 strikes, he decided to confront it head-on with his 1,000 Mountain Fist. Even if the 6th strike was followed by a 7th, he could still unleash his Flame Burst Palm as a counter. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. Since he possessed the strength to contend, he would face it head-on. Bang! At that moment, the vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, and spiritual energy erupted forth like a geyser. A heavy sound of something piercing through the air rang out as Tang Yan swung his fist towards Lin Xiao. After practicing beneath the waterfall for over a month, Tang Yan held immense confidence in the power of his 1,000 Mountain Fist. Even against an opponent of 4th-tier strength, bang! Lin Xiao's phantom collided with Tang Yan, producing a resounding thud, while Lin Xiao's advancing fist phantom dissipated instantaneously. Lin Xiao exclaimed, astonished. In such a brief span, this young man had unleashed such formidable strength with his martial skills. Against his 4th-tier strike, he had not faltered in the slightest. Let us try again. Although surprised, Lin Xiao was firmly convinced of Tang Yan's inevitable defeat. The second phantom of his raised fist surged towards Tang Yan like a shooting star. Tang Yan, undeterred, spun around once more. With a resounding bang, the second strike of his 1,000 Mountain Fist surged forward without reservation. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as soil erupted in the small courtyard. Lin Dongxue, channeling her vital energy, swept away the splattered dirt with her sleeve, turning her anxious gaze towards the two in the arena, her mouth slightly agape. To her astonishment, Tang Yan remained spirited, not retreating an inch. This time, they were evenly matched again. Once more, Lin Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. The third phantom, imbued with an even more potent aura, rushed towards Tang Yan with relentless force. Tang Yan, once again pivoting, unleashed the third fist of his 1,000 Mountain Fist, meeting the attack head-on without hesitation. Bang! With a loud thud, Lin Xiao's phantom vanished, yet Tang Yan remained steadfast. Having not budged an inch, Lin Xiao struggled to articulate his emotions at that moment. The mastery of martial skills escalates in difficulty as one progresses, and the transition from learning to executing them adeptly requires arduous practice. Yet Tang Yan executed them with astonishing finesse. How many times had this boy trained to achieve such proficiency with Xin-level martial skills? A prodigy, an unequivocal prodigy, bang. With the fourth attack, Tang Yan did not yield. Bang. The fifth assault yielded yet another stalemate. Bang. Following the sixth attempt, Tang Yan still showed no signs of defeat. At last, Lin Xiao had completed his series of attacks. Seeing that Lin Xiao had ceased his onslaught, Tang Yan felt a surge of inspiration, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lord City Master, be cautious with that, amidst the astonished gazes of Lin Xiao and Lin Dongxue. Tang Yan's form subtly shifted, a terrifying aura erupting skyward. Harnessing this rotational force, he struck once more at Lin Xiao with the seventh punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist. Tang Yan's foot landed heavily on the ground, his right fist carrying the ferocity of a beast, hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, sensing the fierce and menacing energy. A sense of danger washed over him. There was no escape, and with only the strength of the fourth tier at his disposal, he had no time to counter. Bang. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Xiao as Tang Yan's punch was unleashed, only to be met with an even more formidable force that sent him staggering backward. Stumbling 5 steps, Tang Yan finally steadied himself, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dongxue stared in shock at the unfolding scene, then leaped up, pointing at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Father, you broke the rules." Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. In that moment, he had inadvertently tapped into power beyond the 4th tier of Xin level. Yet, upon realizing Tang Yan was merely a 3rd-tier fighter, his attack had already been unleashed. Despite his efforts to retract his strength, he had still inflicted some minor injury on Tang Yan. Instinctively, he had utilized his inherent power. "Tang Yan, are you all right?" He hastily produced 2 medicinal pills and offered them to Tang Yan. Tang Yan, unceremoniously, swallowed them to quell the turmoil within him. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, a spark of exhilaration flickered in his eyes. "Why, Lord, I have won. At Tang Yan's declaration, Lin Xiao appeared momentarily dazed. Just months ago, this boy, scorned by the entire Cloud City as a wastrel, now exhibited such astonishing strength. "Good, good, good," Lin Xiao praised thrice, laughing heartily. "With your strength, our Cloud City is destined to shine brightly. I will do my utmost." Tang Yan replied with a smile. Lin Dongxue gazed at him, finding the young man increasingly agreeable. Noticing her gaze, Tang Yan inquired playfully, "Miss Lin, why do you stare at me?" Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed as her eyes sparkled shyly. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Tang Yan, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive. Miss Lin possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled wisdom. Once you find a suitable path for cultivation, you will only grow stronger," Tang Yan replied earnestly. On Scion Mountain, Tang Yan had witnessed Lin Dongxue's rapid improvement in combat ability and held great respect for her comprehension skills. "Tang Yan, let us make another bet," Lin Dongxue suddenly proposed. "Oh? What shall we wager?" Tang Yan asked, puzzled. "If you can claim victory this time, I will pay you 100,000 taels of silver. If you fail to win, you must take me along for half a month of training. What do you say?" Lin Dongxue schemed internally, knowing that even a mere half-month would significantly enhance her strength under Tang Yan's guidance. Chapter 99. The Body of Ice Marrow. Does Miss Lin wish for me to win or lose? Tang Yan teased, smiling. "Of course, I hope you win. I am not short of silver." "I'm not betting," she retorted. "Then what do you desire?" Lin Dongxue demanded, her eyes wide. Tang Yan, not wanting to gamble with Lin Dongxue, thought of the potential complications. If he won, it would be fine, but if he failed, he would have to bring along a burdensome companion for half a month, an exhausting thought. After a moment's reflection, he smiled. "If I win, let us revert to our previous wager." Hearing this, Lin Dongxue immediately recalled their previous bet on who could run faster on Scion Mountain, where she had lost her first kiss. "Why does this guy bring up such an embarrassing matter?" she thought. Glancing at the youthful figure before her, the smile on his handsome face radiated a sense of tranquility. Under a strange compulsion, Lin Dongxue found herself nodding. "All right, it's a deal. What was your previous wager?" Lin Xiao inquired curiously, having overheard their conversation. "Humph, I want to tell you," Lin Dongxue replied shyly, while Tang Yan hesitated to reveal the truth. Lin Xiao was unconcerned, turning to Tang Yan and stating, "Your strength is formidable. Within the same tier, you are rarely matched. However, at the Eastern Domain Grand Competition, you will encounter various challenging opponents. Be cautious, I will. Thank you for the warning, my lord. All right, rest well. We will gather at my courtyard early tomorrow morning, Lin Xiao instructed. Once Lin Xiao departed with Lin Dongxue, Tang Yan closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and swallowed a medicinal pill from his bosom to recuperate. Although he had emerged victorious against Lin Xiao, the latter was a ground-level expert, and the experience gained was invaluable. Tang Yan needed to digest today's battle and identify his shortcomings. Wonderful, simply wonderful. In the adjacent courtyard, Lin Xiao paced back and forth, continually praising. This state of excitement persisted for nearly half an hour, prompting Lin Dongxue to frown at her nearly entranced father. Father, must you be so dramatic? It was merely a loss. That fellow, Tang Yan, is just a freak. Losing is no cause for alarm at team I level. Winning or losing has lost its significance. Yet that boy's moves, each time I reflect on them, I am left in awe. Every strike was executed with impeccable timing and precision. Old techniques seamlessly transitioned into new ones, creating an infinite cascade. What a remarkable master must have trained him to produce such a disciple. After marveling, Lin Xiao once again immersed himself in memories of their recent duel. I'm off to train, Lin Dongxue sighed, stealing a glance at her father and then at Tang Yan's courtyard, a fleeting hint of shyness crossing her face. Tang Yan, if you have the ability, win the championship, and I shall kiss you once more. Ugh, what are you thinking, Lin Dongxue? She scolded herself lightly before hastily retreating to her room. Grateful that Lin Xiao was fully absorbed in his reminiscences and did not notice her flushed cheeks, akin to the radiant clouds at dusk. An hour later, Tang Yan emerged from his contemplation. Observing the time, he noted it wasn't yet noon. He leaped from his bed, stretching his limbs, and pushed open the courtyard door to step outside. After days of intense training, he decided to relax a bit today, advocating for a balance of tension and ease. Exiting the Wanfeng building, Tang Yan strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. Tomorrow marked the Eastern Domain Grand Competition, a grand occasion that drew the attention of the entire Eastern Domain to Feng City. Many from neighboring cities flocked to Feng City, eager to witness the splendor of the competition. An increasing number of people congregated in Feng City, with nearly all inns filled to capacity. The streets overflowed with visitors, bustling with activity, far more lively than Cloud City. As Tang Yan walked, he overheard conversations swirling around him, with most topics focused on the upcoming Eastern Domain Grand Competition. Even vendors selling candied hawthorn and clothing found themselves discussing the event, as if failing to mention it would render them outdated. The triad of cities, Feng City, Qing City, and Song City, featured prominently in conversations, along with the Eastern Domain's four young masters. Naturally, Cloud City, often regarded as the underdog, was also a frequent subject of disdainful remarks, as people relished the opportunity to belittle it after discussing the other cities. Though Tang Yan possessed a resilient temperament, the continuous disparagement of Cloud City began to irritate him. Turning on his heel, he headed south towards Slim Moon Lake, which spanned 1,000 acres, adorned with picturesque scenery. Even in winter, vibrant seasonal flowers continued to bloom. Taken by the breathtaking view, Tang Yan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. After strolling along the lakeside for a while, he decided to purchase a fine bottle of wine and sought out a secluded pavilion. Sitting on a stone bench, he leaned against a post and raised his head to drink, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. Inside the pavilion, two individuals were already present, a young boy and an elderly man, presumably a grandfather and grandson. Their attire was simple, yet Tang Yan keenly observed that their fabric was of superior silk, warm and valuable, indicating a respectable background. The elder exuded a reserved aura. Though silent, he commanded respect. Yet a hint of concealed sorrow lingered on his face. Tang Yan cast a fleeting glance at the pair before losing interest, opting to enjoy his wine in solitude. The elder, taken aback, scrutinized Tang Yan, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. He was certain that Tang Yan's relaxed demeanor was genuine. It required remarkable composure to remain so unaffected by the world's chaos. After sipping a few more times, Tang Yan noticed the elder's gaze lingering on him, prompting him to glance back. This fleeting encounter caused Tang Yan's pupils to constrict, locking onto the boy beside the elder. Sensing a need for clarity, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized the boy for a moment longer. Eventually, he averted his gaze, yet his heart raced with inexplicable shock. If he was not mistaken, The boy possessed the ice marrow body. Individuals with such a physique faced immense challenges. Lacking suitable cultivation methods, their bodies would succumb to an icy chill every 3 months, feeling as though they were trapped in a frozen abyss. This coldness emanated from their very bones, rendering them impervious to external heat, and enduring this affliction could jeopardize their lives by the age of 25. However, if they discovered a cultivation method, they could transform into extraordinary talents, advancing at an unprecedented pace. With the aid of elixirs and resources, their progress could surpass others, promising an unlimited future. Yet the cultivation methods for the ice marrow body were exceedingly rare. After all, individuals with unique physiques were few and far between. If born into humble circumstances, they often faced a tragic fate, going unnoticed by the world. Even those of noble lineage who could afford to enlist unparalleled masters to develop tailored techniques faced a mere 10% chance of success. However, in his previous life, Tang Yan had encountered someone with the ice marrow body. That person had sought his assistance in alchemy, leading Tang Yan to thoroughly understand his physique and cultivation methods to create the ice-cold pill. But Tang Yan was not one to meddle in others' affairs. While he possessed knowledge of the cultivation methods for the ice marrow body, it was conceivable that others might also possess such knowledge. To present himself as a fool offering treasures would only invite ridicule. Chapter 100. 2 methods reigning in his thoughts, Tang Yan resumed admiring the scenery beyond the pavilion, gazing upon the shimmering surface of the lake. Countless small boats glided leisurely by, and the faint sound of stringed instruments wafted through the air. In response to this serene tableau, Tang Yan casually remarked, walking to the water's end, "I sit and watch the clouds rise." The elderly man, initially absorbed in the view, jolted at Tang Yan's words, the sorrow on his face lightening. At that moment, Shun Shan was taken aback. The phrase walking to the water's end, sitting to watch the clouds rise conveyed a sense of openness that instantly broadened one's perspective. The young man had been gazing at his grandson. Could it be that he discerned the underlying issue and had recited poetry to offer comfort? Could it be that the young master has perceived my grandson's condition? The old man marveled, admiration evident in his gaze. Shun Shan rose and bowed slightly to Tang Yan. Taken aback by the elder's response, Tang Yan realized he had merely recited a line of poetry. Nonetheless, he discerned that the elder's grandson had not yet discovered a suitable cultivation method. There was no need for despair. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Perhaps a twist of fate could still emerge. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a path. When the bridge arrives, the boat will naturally steer straight. In times of uncertainty, new opportunities often arise, he added, quoting more verses. Shun Shan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Young brother, your broad-mindedness is truly commendable. I am Shun Shan. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Tang Huahua," he replied, providing a pseudonym. The words spoken by the young master indeed bring solace, yet alas, the unpredictability of life means that some matters cannot simply be resolved with a change of perspective. The elder sighed, retrieving a silver dagger from his robe and offering it to Tang Yan. "Should you find yourself in the land of Tingxiang in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Qi Pavilion." Tang Yan was taken aback. It turned out that this grandfather and grandson were not from Tingxiang. The elder did not specify his exact location, and Tang Yan chose not to inquire further. If the opportunity arose to hear of the Qi Pavilion in the future, he would seek information then. After a sufficient rest, and wishing not to disrupt the young master's enjoyment, Shun Shan clasped his fists in farewell. Preparing to leave with his grandson, he toyed with a dagger in his hand, its entire surface displaying an antiquated dark gray. At first glance, it appeared worthless. However, it had undergone special treatment to reduce reflections, thus enhancing its concealment. The blade was exceptionally sharp, meticulously crafted, and the hilt felt surprisingly comfortable, indicating it was no ordinary item. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yan spoke. "This ice marrow physique is not an incurable ailment. I happen to possess 2 methods to address these issues." Just as the grandfather and grandson were about to step out of the pavilion, they trembled at Tang Yan's words. An overwhelming aura erupted from the elder, causing Tang Yan to feel a sudden constriction in his breathing, akin to being crushed by a mountain. How formidable! Tang Yan's mind was shaken. The strongest individual he had encountered was Ziyun. Yet the aura emanating from the elder surpassed hers by a considerable margin. Was it possible that this man's strength had transcended the heavenly tier? "Do you know of the ice marrow physique?" Shun Shan asked in a low voice. "Every 3 months, the body becomes as cold as ice. The frost invades the body, leading to a buildup of ice poison. This young master's meridians are nearly closed. If I am not mistaken, he has at most 1 year left, Tang Yan replied softly. Shunshan's eyes flashed with intense shock. He had initially assumed that this young man had merely some medical knowledge and was aware of his grandson's dire condition, prompting him to offer poetic encouragement. However, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, he realized that the young man had already seen through everything. Even though his composure was as solid as a rock, Shan could not hide his excitement. His body trembled slightly as he urgently inquired, "Young brother, is what you say true?" The youth, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, also displayed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it be that this young man, of similar age, possessed a method to cure him? After all, his grandfather had sought countless renowned doctors and alchemists, all of whom were helpless against his condition. There are 2 methods. The first is to ingest a potent fire attribute elixir to neutralize the ice poison. However, this would render one unable to cultivate for life, limiting their lifespan to merely 70 or 80 years. Tang Yan deliberated before continuing. For the sake of his grandson's health, Shan had traversed the world in search of renowned doctors. Everyone had been unable to provide clarity regarding his grandson's condition. Thus, upon suddenly hearing of a method, he was overwhelmed with excitement. "Young brother, can you concoct this elixir? As long as the medicinal materials are sufficient." "I can," Tang Yan nodded. "Young brother, I beseech you, whatever conditions you propose, I shall comply, provided you can concoct this elixir." Tears streamed down Shan's face. After journeying through countless mountains and rivers, the grandfather and grandson had long since lost hope regarding this illness. Not to mention 70 or 80 years of life, even 10 more years would be a blessing. Tang Yan regarded Shan with a peculiar expression, sensing his impatience. "I have yet to mention the second method. You seem rather hasty." Noticing Tang Yan's continued silence, Shan's heart sank, and he anxiously asked, "Is it that the medicinal materials are difficult to procure?" "Indeed, the medicinal materials are scarce, and gathering them will be quite challenging," Tang Yan confirmed. "Young brother, please list the materials. I shall return immediately to seek them out. Once I have collected everything, I will come to find you," Shan urged eagerly. Observing Shan's fervor, Tang Yan scratched his head. How much despair had this grandfather and grandson endured, that they lost their composure at a glimmer of hope? "Young brother, please speak." As Tang Yan remained silent, Shan finally grew anxious. "You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Elder, I just mentioned that there are 2 methods." Tang Yan finally managed to utter. Shan, being a clever man, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction, his eyes flashing with astonishment. "You mean? The second method is even better. The second method is to find a cultivation technique suitable for the ice marrow physique. Once such a method is discovered, the frost will no longer be a poison but rather a miraculous elixir that can accelerate one's cultivation," Tang Yan declared earnestly. Boom! Shan felt his body sway slightly. Could it be that his grandson's symptoms could not only be cured but could also lead to rapid advancement in cultivation? Even though Shan was no stranger to great storms, he could not resist pinching his thigh to confirm the sensation of pain, pulling him back from his shock. Taking a deep breath, Shan finally calmed himself. After running to countless places where everyone had failed to articulate his grandson's condition, where could he possibly find a cultivation technique? It seemed that such techniques could only exist in legends. Shan chuckled wryly. "I am not greedy. As long as my grandson can live safely, I will be content. Young brother, please inform me of the required materials. I also have the cultivation technique," Tang Yan quietly added. Upon hearing this, Shan once again questioned whether he was dreaming. This listening fragrance country was merely a small corner of the continent. He had come here merely with the intention of enjoying the scenery with his grandson, not expecting to find someone who recognized his grandson's symptoms, let alone a solution for them. "Young brother, do you have pen and paper?" Tang Yan inquired. Yes. Shan quickly replied, producing ink, brush, and paper without missing a single item. Tang Yan squinted his eyes, observing the ring on Shan's finger, a flicker of surprise flashing in his gaze. If he was not mistaken, this was a space for storage, was it not? Unbeknownst to him, this was not his first encounter with a storage artifact. The bracelet on Ziyun's wrist was one, although she had never showcased it. Dipping the brush in ink, he let it dance across the paper. Chapter 101, Gift of the Sword. Upon seeing Tang Yan write down the name of the cultivation technique, Wuxiang Hanjing, Shun Shan began to feel a vague sense of anticipation. Moreover, Tang Yan's exquisite calligraphy further instilled in him a degree of trust. As the saying goes, a letter is as good as a meeting, and to be able to write such graceful characters, he could not believe this young man would seek to deceive him. After filling an entire sheet of paper, Tang Yan finally set down his brush, clapping his hands in delight. Done? Upon hearing this, Shun Shan waved his sleeve, a warm force instantly drying the ink, and he began to read Wuxiang Hanjing with great care. Having long surpassed the heavenly tier, Shun Shan's martial prowess was extraordinary. After thoroughly reading through the technique, he closed his eyes, carefully contemplating whether it would be suitable for his grandson. As he pondered, Shun Shan felt a surge of joy. While he could not guarantee that it would solve the problem entirely, the general idea indeed seemed correct. If this cultivation technique were genuine, its value would eclipse that of heavenly tier techniques. After all, rarity equates to value. Though heavenly tier techniques were precious, many existed in the world. How should he express his gratitude to this young man? After much contemplation, Shun Shan awkwardly realized he had no idea how to repay him. "Young brother, do you have any requests?" he hurriedly inquired. Tang Yan had never considered asking for a reward. He waved his hand dismissively. "Our meeting is a fateful encounter. There is no need for formalities, elder." Shin Shan's gaze towards Tang Yan grew increasingly respectful. If he were an ordinary person, he would have likely made exorbitant demands by now. "Brother, do you have no weapon on hand?" the youth beside him asked, blinking. "Indeed, we can discuss it later," Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Shun Shan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pressed, "What type of weapon does young master prefer?" "A heavy sword would be ideal." Tang Yan smiled. "It is not easy to find a suitable heavy sword. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, elder. You may find a place to test if this technique is suitable. A man should wield a heavy sword." Shin Shan's eyes glimmered with appreciation. "Indeed, heavy swords are exceedingly difficult to forge, but I happen to possess one and I wonder if young brother would find it to his liking." With that, a long sword, entirely black, appeared in Shun Shan's hand. "Give it a try," Shin Shan said with a smile as he handed it over. Although he had no intention of seeking benefits, Tang Yan genuinely sought a suitable weapon. After hesitating for a moment, he accepted the black sword. As he grasped it, he was taken aback by its weight. It took a bit of effort to keep it steady. He examined the sword with curiosity. It measured over 3 feet in length, not dissimilar to an ordinary long sword, yet its considerable weight suggested exceptional material had gone into its crafting. He flicked the blade,